Reborn in the year 2001, a time when the internet was rapidly ascending, Chung-E resolved to embark on his journey from the traditional realm of internet cafes, boldly proclaiming, "A resounding to hell with you," to the global IT industry. In his previous life, he had sunk to the depths as a pawn of IT capital, utilizing code as shackles to extract the last drop of vitality from traditional sectors. In this new existence, he wielded the internet CAF as his spear and transformed the industry into a shield, vowing to tame the insatiable technological behemoth that devoured the essence of human life, turning it into a diligent ox of data that would serve the real economy. As Chung-E expressed during his entrepreneurial phase, Bill Gates once said, "Whoever controls the internet cafes controls the entire internet." Chapter 1. Shedding the shallow glamour of youth tonight, I find myself gazing at the snow drifting through the cold night, my heart, once warm, now adrift in the distance. Within a lavish private room of an entertainment venue, a portly middle-aged man wept uncontrollably, singing Beyond's boundless sea and sky. On the plush sofa, three impeccably dressed men sat, each embracing a heavily made-up girl, indulging in merriment. The man occupying the center of the sofa engaged in an adult game of guess the size with the girl in his arms. "You're so naughty, uncle," she giggled, playfully pushing against his shoulder. This man was Chung-E, a project director and notorious internet company. The sobbing individual was Meng Gang, the leader of their university dormitory, celebrating his 40th birthday, which coincidentally marked the day of his divorce. For Chung-E and his contemporaries, midlife marital strife was as commonplace as eating and drinking. After all, the walls of marriage could become tiresome over time. Meng Gang's wife had merely stolen a glance beyond the confines of their union, fortuitously discovering a second spring and thus joyfully abandoned him. At this age, Chung-E and his peers had long since become indifferent to such matters. The warmth of human connection had grown cold, and trivialities like these hardly stirred their interest. They had gathered here, primarily due to Meng Gang's mention of the presence of women, rather than any genuine concern for his plight. In retrospect, Meng Gang's invitation seemed superfluous, for the joys and sorrows of humanity rarely intersected. Occasionally, Chung-E too would weep, especially in the solitude of the night when inexplicable waves of melancholy would wash over him, leading to tears that flowed uncontrollably. He often found it hard to believe that he had entered middle age. The vigor of youth seemed but a fleeting memory, and the abrupt onset of this wretched middle age caught him off guard. While at that moment, a particular lyric struck a chord within their third dormitory mate, who was typically the wealthiest among them, prompting him to break into loud sobs. Chung-E was startled by the outburst and shot him an irritated glance. Hadn't he just been happily snuggling with the girl? Had he bitten his tongue? "Second brother, life is so exhausting. Those damned MCN agencies leave no room for my business. If it weren't for my wife and children, I'd just want to end it all." The third lamented, his cries drowning out the leader's singing. When they graduated from university, the ambitious third had once inscribed on the campus bulletin his life's aspiration, to change the world. Now, it seemed this man, who had aspired to transform the world, had instead been utterly transformed by it. Yu Chiyu once remarked that in middle age, one increasingly realizes not what they wish to do, but rather what they can no longer accomplish. The third had evidently come to understand his limitations. His weeping resonated with the leader, and soon the two middle-aged men were embracing and crying together, their sobs reminiscent of an old Nokia ringtone, causing discomfort too. Those who listened point to lunatics, Chung-E thought, feeling exasperated as he stood up and gestured towards the usually taciturn fourth member. The fourth, a designated official from a western city, served as deputy mayor in a remote town, where the harsh winds had transformed his once fair complexion into a rough, darkened visage. Upon exiting the private room, the fourth offered Chung-E a cigarette, sighing, "Second brother, has it been 7 years since we last met?" He took a deep breath and continued, "There's no escaping it. The children are growing, and our parents are aging. I feel like an old ox struggling uphill. If I slack off for a moment, I might tumble down. Finding a couple of days to indulge like this is quite a rare luxury." The fourth exhaled a plume of smoke, glancing at Chung-E, and inquired, "Have you considered marriage yet?" "What nonsense. Being solitary suits me just fine," Chung-E retorted with a laugh. "You still haven't moved on from Song Meng, have you? Any news about her?" The fourth pressed, brow furrowing. "She's probably dead," Chung-E replied with a cold smirk. Song Meng had once been the love of his life, nearly leading him into the abyss. Perhaps it was due to the faster maturation of girls after the college entrance examination. He had, under her encouragement, taken on a debt of $40,000 to support her education. After graduating, he toiled to repay the debt while financing her graduate studies. Just when he thought they would finally be together, she expressed a desire to develop her career abroad. Chung-yi firmly rejected her request, believing she would abandon the idea. Little did he know, she secretly took his property certificate to secure a loan of $300,000, disappearing overseas and leaving him to grapple with the terrifying interest that accompanied such a debt. He was besieged by thugs, drenched in humiliation, and faced harassment at work. To repay the enormous debt, he sacrificed his integrity and led a team to develop some of the most notorious malicious software in the country. This software, affectionately dubbed the Gatling of pop-ups and the idiota of bundling, earned him the title of the most notorious figure in the internet by the media, leading to his ruin and public scorn. The fourth observed Chung-yi, who wore a facade of nonchalance, and sighed, "Second brother, sometimes we truly need to learn to let go. Only by letting go can we begin anew." Begin anew? I'm nearly at the age when men reach their peak and women reach menopause. How can I start over? Chung-yi replied curtly. The fourth gazed at the ceiling, exhaling smoke rings, and said, "Why can't you? At the end of the day, you still cling to your bitterness and obsession. Think about it. If Song Meng stood before you now, would you still harbor hatred? How could I not hate her? If she were in front of me, you would see what I would do to her." Chung-yi's emotions flared at the mention of Song Meng. "Were you smoking? This is too potent. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded." "Second brother? What's wrong with you?" "Big brother, third brother, stop your wailing and come help." Second brother is foaming at the mouth. "This seems like a cerebral hemorrhage. Quick, get him to the hospital." As the cacophony of voices faded, Chung-yi felt himself drifting into a void. Beneath this void, his life flashed before him like a slideshow. He saw himself as a child, digging in the ash for roasted sweet potatoes. He saw his teenage self secretly playing video games at a neighbor's house. Soon, a blinding white light appeared, erasing all the scenes. When the light dissipated, he found himself astonished. No longer was he surrounded by ephemeral images, but rather in a dimly lit, outdated internet safe. "Did you see that? Did you see that? I just got a headshot. Awesome. When I perform normally, I can only manage to get 2 headshots. Where is this place? How can there still be such a primitive and antiquated internet CAF?" As he gazed at the old 15-inch monitors before him, a glimmer of shock crossed Chung-yi's eyes. It was then he noticed a fashionably dressed girl standing beside him. Song Meng? Before him, Song Meng evoked in Chung-yi a deceptive illusion of if only life were as beautiful as the first meeting. Such exquisite beauty, such untainted innocence. Chung-yi gazed at Song Meng, momentarily lost in thought. "Damn it, who cares what it is, just hit her," he thought. In a swift motion, he raised his palm, a hefty 18 centimeters in length, and struck Song Meng's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, the imprint unmistakably marked on her delicate, fair cheek. At that moment, Song Meng was left somewhat dazed. She could not comprehend why this foolishly compliant individual had inexplicably struck her. Wasn't her only desire to have him assist her in purchasing a computer for surfing the internet? If he found it too expensive, he could simply refuse. Why resort to violence? "Chung-yi, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? If you don't want to help me buy a computer, just say so," Song Meng exclaimed, clutching her stinging cheek. The mention of a computer struck a chord in Chung-yi. This was the year 2001, shortly after the college entrance examination. He vividly recalled how he had worked tirelessly in a window factory for days on end to afford Song Meng a beloved Pentium 2 computer. Yet, his earnings barely sufficed for a second-hand Pentium 1 model. Because the specifications did not meet her expectations, she ignored him for half a month until he agreed to shoulder her student loan, at which point she reluctantly forgave him. Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, he finally vocalized the words he had harbored for over 2 decades. "I'll buy you one. Do you really think I'm a fool?" "You." Song Meng looked at Chung-yi in astonishment, even forgetting to stifle her sobs. When a young man realizes he has been a fool, it signifies an awakening. Song Meng did not anticipate Chung-yi's rapid realization. "Fine. From now on, don't contact me again. I will ignore you completely," she declared, stamping her foot and fleeing the internet CAF in tears. What a relief. Chung-yi gazed at his palm, savoring the satisfaction of a slap he had long contemplated. "Chung-yi, how dare you hit Song Meng?" At that moment, a girl in a plaid skirt, having regained her composure from shock, stormed up to Chung-yi, fuming. Chung-yi scrutinized the girl, finding her somewhat familiar, and asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" "You." The girl pointed at Chung-yi, trembling with rage. Are you pretending not to know me? Chung Yi examined her closely, his mind racing for several seconds before tentatively inquiring. Oh, I remember now. You're Zhao Shasha, right? My surname is Zhao. Zhao Shasha was genuinely infuriated in terms of appearance. She could at least rank among the top 10 in their class. How could this jerk pretend not to recognize her? Was he implying she looked like a nobody? Just as Zhao Shasha's fury was about to peak, Chung Yi's next words left her feeling even more incensed. Chung Yi, perplexed, asked, "Oh right, Zhao Shasha, but didn't you die? How can you still appear in my memory?" In a past life, Zhao Shasha had tragically perished in a car accident at the age of 28 while driving against traffic on the highway. "You are the one who died," Zhao Shasha retorted, seething with anger, wishing she could bite Chung Yi. She pointed at him, gritting her teeth. "Just wait. I will find someone to deal with you." With that, Zhao Shasha stormed off. Observing the deceased Zhao Shasha's retreating figure, Chung Yi sensed something was amiss. He pinched his own thigh, a sharp pain radiating throughout his body. What the hell? Could it be that I've been reborn? Suppressing his inner excitement, Chung Yi felt it necessary to issue a warning to the deceased, Zhao Shasha. "Please don't ever apply for a driver's license again. He'll apply for your grandfather." In the distance, a faint echo of Zhao Shasha's ghostly retort lingered in the night. "It's beginning. It's about to start at 8 that moment." The voice of the internet CAF attendant broke through the air. With a focus on entrepreneurship, supplemented by romance, the narrative flows effortlessly, avoiding unnecessary filler. The pacing is not one where a CAF system is established on the first day. A CAF opened the next, and within no time a wildly popular online game is created, devoid of logical progression. The plot unfolds gradually, adhering to logical constraints, becoming increasingly engrossing. What are the three essential elements for a narrative set in an entrepreneurial era? Logic, logic, and more logic. Chapter 2. The Night of the Olympic Bid. "What's beginning?" Chung Yi asked, a hint of confusion as he looked at the internet CAF attendant. At that moment, she was fiddling with a 21-inch color television set beside the front desk. The image on the television was unclear, occasionally flickering. The girl alternated between glancing at the screen and adjusting the cable connection, striving to enhance the clarity of the picture. Accompanied by the crackling of electricity, the voice of a male host from CCTV resonated. As votes are cast, which city will be eliminated or which city will ultimately prevail? At this moment, countless hopeful eyes are watching. What is this? The scene on the television sent shivers down Chung Yi's spine. Many patrons in the internet CAF gathered around, their eyes glued to the 21-inch screen. Under their watchful gaze, an elderly man ascended the podium. He paused for a moment before addressing the camera, his tone calm as he announced the name of a city that would elicit jubilant cheers across the nation. Yay! A wave of cheers erupted in the CAF. Boom. Shortly after, a thunderous sound echoed from the night sky outside, followed by a dazzling burst of fireworks that illuminated the heavens with a magnificent display of colors. The brilliance resembled precious gems, lighting up the entire night. In an instant, the sounds of gongs, firecrackers, and cheers filled the air. At that moment, it was as if the entire Dongsan County was in a frenzy. Stepping outside the internet CAF, Chung Yi observed groups of jubilant individuals waving red flags, some with tears streaming down their faces, already reduced to a state of emotional overflow. Standing at the entrance, he gazed up at the massive fireworks still lingering in the sky, feeling a surge of excitement within himself. His exhilaration was not solely due to the success of the Olympic bid, for he had experienced it once before. That year, the desperate Dama was still attempting to board the operator's ship, while the beleaguered Xiaoma was learning the delicate art of precise layoffs. Meanwhile, the company he had long sought in his dreams was still engaged in product information and company-related updates. Hey, the overnight session has ended. Those wishing to extend their time should hurry, the diligent internet CAF attendant called out, wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes. Hearing the familiar announcement of the end of the overnight session, Chung Yi turned and re-entered the CAF without a moment's hesitation. As a seasoned programmer, the internet was his domain. What Chung Yi yearned for most was to quickly familiarize himself with the internet of 2001. Upon entering the CAF, he instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it completely empty. The more he searched, the more barren it became. Chung Yi vaguely recalled that at this point in his previous life, the meager sum he had possessed had been entrusted to Song Meng for safekeeping. I need to make some money. Once more stepping outside, he gazed at the familiar yet foreign old street, his expression inevitably becoming a touch dazed. Just as the song goes, a disconnection akin to a different world. Dragging his heavy footsteps, Chung Yi traversed the old street. Though it was already 10 o'clock at night, the jubilant crowd and the bustling vendors filled the streets with an energy rivaling that of the New Year celebrations. On either side of the old street, familiar and nostalgic scenes unfolded like a series of slides. A young woman in a salon was playfully swaying her long, proud legs behind a pink gauzy curtain, while the proprietor of a roadside bookstall stealthily extracted and signed novels from a tricycle, capturing the eager attention of several young men. Across the road, a young man, with a Xiaobao long tape recorder clipped to his waist, pedaled his bicycle, while playing the melodious tune of Dick Cowboy's How Much Love Can Be Rekindled. The enchanting music attracted the envious gazes of several innocent young girls. As he walked, Chung Yi unexpectedly felt a slight sting in his eyes. How absurd it was for him, one of the 10 most notorious figures on the internet, to feel a flicker of emotion that almost brought him to tears. Since he had cast aside his conscience, he had long forgotten how many years it had been since he experienced such feelings. Chung Yi, just as he contemplated whether to summon even a few tears, a cheerful voice called out from a distance. Chung Yi turned towards the sound and spotted a beautiful girl waving at him from about 20 meters away. Who was she? Ah, she must be Jiang Yuxi, right? Yes, Jiang Yuxi. Chung Yi immediately recognized the girl. She was the only daughter of Jiang Ai Gua, his father's comrade, and she had been his childhood companion, their bond untainted by the complexities of adulthood. He recalled that in the days leading up to his enrollment at university, Jiang Ai Gua's small food factory had abruptly gone bankrupt, and with that, Jiang Yuxi had disappeared, without a trace. What a rare sight, seeing you all alone. Jiang Yuxi approached, glancing around before teasing, "Where's Songming?" As he gazed at the vibrant Jiang Yuxi standing before him, Chung Yi found himself momentarily dazed. He had never thought of her as particularly beautiful before, but now, viewed through the lens of time, she appeared as a prized gem. In terms of both grace and beauty, she seemed to rival their class's beloved Songming. Particularly striking were her long, curled eyelashes, which added a lively sparkle to her clear, expressive eyes. Jiang Yuxi wore a light red floral dress that radiated youthful energy and vitality. Regrettably, though she was indeed a treasure, she was not to his taste. Their familiarity was too profound, and who would dream of courting a childhood friend with whom they had shared countless innocent moments, unless one were rather foolish. Why must I always have Songming by my side? Chung Yi shot Jiang Yuxi a glare. Jiang Yuxi lifted her chin, her bright and clear eyes fixed on Chung Yi, and with a playful smile remarked, "That doesn't sound like you at all. You are, after all, recognized as the most sentimental boy in our entire grade." Sentimental? Chung Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him. Ah, in this era, the term Tengu had yet to exist. Sentimentality was merely a euphemism for it. Jiang Yuxi picked up a small cloth bag, her eyes sparkling with glee as she proudly declared, "Taking advantage of tonight's festivities and putting my self-taught marketing principles into practice. What do you say? Wanting to help you make some money? The profit from CDs is quite substantial these days." Inside her small bag were over 20 CDs. Jiang Yuxi pulled out a few, revealing pirated copies of animated films such as Gord Brothers, Sailor Moon, and Saint Seiya. "You want to help me make money?" Chung Yi chuckled incredulously, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "You don't believe me? I'm quite adept at business," Jiang Yuxi retorted, her expression shifting to one of slight displeasure at the questioning of her expertise. "I've been making money since I was a child. It's a gift, you know?" As if to prove her point, she retrieved a plump wallet adorned with a Chibi Marukikan sticker from her bag, proudly announcing, "Look, I've earned 83 yuan in just these past few days. Impressive, isn't it?" "Impressive indeed. A few days away and you've turned into a little wealthy lady," Chung Yi remarked, eyeing Jiang Yuxi's bulging wallet, feeling a sense of relief that his internet fees for the night were now assured. Chapter 3. The childhood sweetheart. Chung Yi inquired, "How much are you selling this disc for?" 5 yuan. "Haven't you ever bought a disc?" "That's the market price," she replied. "I could sell it for 10 yuan. Do you believe me?" Chung Yi asserted. "You're just bragging. You've never made any money," Jiang Yuxi retorted skeptically. "How about a bet? If I manage to sell it for 10 yuan, you owe me 30, Chung Yi proposed. Jiang Yuxi hesitated. "Are you afraid?" Chung Yi teased. "Who's afraid? I'll take the bet," she exclaimed, her annoyance flaring as she saw Chung Yi encroaching on her territory. After all, she had just been accepted into the marketing program at Handong University of Finance, poised to become a future marketing genius. In her domain of sales, she was invincible. "Loan me 2 yuan, and I'll pay you back for it later. Cheng Yi stretched out his hand. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu, she opened her small wallet and fished out 2 coins, placing them into Cheng Yi's palm. Cheng Yi went to a nearby convenience store, purchasing a piece of plain paper and a pencil for 1 yuan 50. He casually grabbed a disc of Hulu Brothers, discarded its original cover, and wrapped it anew in plain paper. Then, turning away, he stealthily wrote 4 characters on the white paper, T-I-N-Q-ing-hu. Holding the disc wrapped in white paper, Cheng Yi said to Jiang Yushi, "Watch closely." Under Jiang Yushi's gaze, Cheng Yi approached a bespectacled man dressed very formally and whispered, "Hey, do you want a disc?" "What disc?" The man looked around before glancing curiously at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi subtly revealed the disc, and upon seeing the 4 characters, the man's eyes lit up brighter than a spotlight. "How much?" the man inquired. Cheng Yi gestured with his hand and replied, 10 yuan. "Isn't that a bit steep?" The man was taken aback. "There's a reason for the price." Cheng Yi smiled, removing the white paper to reveal the cover of Hulu Brothers. "We've also ensured the safest appearance." "Impressive." The man gave a thumbs up, praising, "I can't believe you thought of that." Quickly, the man produced 10 yuan from his pocket, stealthily tucked the disc away, and hurriedly departed. "Here, 10 yuan. Cheng Yi handed the money to a starry-eyed Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yushi was genuinely astonished. She had sold her discs for 5 yuan each over 3 days, barely making over 80 yuan, while Cheng Yi had sold one in under 3 minutes at double the price. "That's incredibly impressive." "Bianc, Ui Iklemet, Cheng Yi. How did you do that?" "Don't worry about how. A bet's a bet." 30 yuan. Cheng Yi held out his hand. "Fine, but you must tell me how you did it." Jiang Yu, she opened her beloved wallet, counted out 20 yuan, and added the previous 10, handing it to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi pocketed the money and turned to leave. "Hey, Cheng Yi, you're not being honest." Jiang Yu, she protested angrily. "How can you do this?" Jiang Yu, she pouted, stamping her foot. "Do you really want to learn?" Cheng Yi asked. Jiang Yu, she eagerly nodded. Cheng Yi sighed, realizing he had only intended to earn some internet fees, but this girl was eager to hand over her money. She was far too easy to deceive. 50 yuan. Cheng Yi stated. "You're too greedy." Jiang Yu, she bit her lip, hesitating. "Pay up, it's worth it. But if you don't, your curiosity will eat you alive." Cheng Yi teased, starting to walk away. "Wait." Jiang Yu, she called out, "I'll pay." Muttering every curse she knew, she begrudgingly counted out 50 yuan and slapped it into Cheng Yi's hand, saying resentfully, "Now, can you tell me?" Cheng Yi handed her the paper and pencil, saying, "Just replace the cover of the disc with plain paper and write those 4 characters. Is it really that simple?" "What does T-I-N-Q-ing-hu mean?" Jiang Yu, she's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It means the content of this disc is exceptionally clear," Cheng Yi explained. "Oh." Jiang Yu, she still didn't understand. Her discs were already clear, and the original cover also labeled it as high definition. Despite her confusion, Jiang Yu, she decided to give a try. If unsuccessful, she would make Cheng Yi return her money. Watching Jiang Yu, she clumsily wrap the disc, Cheng Yi glanced at his plastic digital watch and remarked, "It's getting late. Let me help you wrap them up." His movements were swift, and he quickly wrapped the remaining 20 or so discs in plain paper, signing T-I-N-Q-ing-hu on each one. Your target customers should be bespectacled men, especially those who appear refined and wear gold-rimmed glasses. This is called precise customer targeting, Cheng Yi advised. "How do you know bespectacled men like watching cartoons?" Jiang Yu, she asked curiously. "Oh, I'll give it a try." Jiang Yu, she ran towards a seemingly refined, bespectacled man. The effect of her beauty on sales was undeniably effective. Seeing a delicate beauty promoting the T-I-N-Q-ing-hu disc, the bespectacled man wasted no time in reaching for his wallet. Did it really work? Jiang Yu, she was stunned. What was the principle behind this? What magic lay within those 4 characters? No longer interested in selling discs, her thirst for knowledge propelled her to Cheng Yi, asking, "What's the reason? Why do those 4 characters have such a significant effect?" "It's nothing. If I added 4 more characters, I could sell it for 20, Cheng Yi replied mysteriously. "Is that true?" Jiang Yu, she felt her month's worth of self-taught marketing lessons had been in vain. Cheng Yi was not misleading her. If he added subtitles, the price could double. However, he was unsure if these discs had subtitles. If not, it would be false advertising. "Of course it's true, but I can't reveal the principle." Cheng Yi smiled slightly. To Jiang Yu, his smile was utterly infuriating. She felt like punching him. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm herself and pleaded, "Cheng Yi, please tell me. I want to be able to sleep at night otherwise. Really want to know? Cheng Yi asked. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Yushi nodded vigorously. 100. Cheng Yi held up a finger. Ouch. Jiang Yushi bit Cheng Yi's finger. Chapter 4. Cheng Yi is quite the scoundrel. Jiang Yushi's face was smooth, and Cheng Yi's finger throbbed from her bite. A row of bite marks was evident. This silly girl bit down hard. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Yushi's chest heaved. Cheeks puffed as she glared at Cheng Yi. I've taught you how to make money, and you still bite me. This is like the farmer and the wolf. Cheng Yi felt wronged. It's a snake. Jiang Yu, she corrected angrily. It's you, Cheng Yi emphasized. You know I'm curious. Yet you exploited that curiosity to swindle my money. Jiang Yu, she pouted, on the verge of tears. Cheng Yi sighed, saying, It's not that I don't want to tell you the principle. It's just that it requires social experience as a foundation. Do you understand? Over-explaining will only harm you. I understand. It's about social practice. Jiang Yu, she nodded seriously. I'm smart. Just teach me, and I'll definitely learn it. I'm also good at social practice. Cheng Yi felt he couldn't explain it clearly. To grasp the magic behind those 4 characters, one must experience it firsthand. No, rather, engage in social practice. But if he helped Jiang Yushi practice, wouldn't Jiang Shu chase him down the street with a kitchen knife? For now, it appeared the only option was to stall for time. Cheng Yi remarked, This is a closely guarded secret of marketing. Teaching it to you, for a mere 100 yuan, would be a violation of market principles. How about this? I'll give you a discount. You pay me 20 yuan each month, and after 3 months, I will impart this secret to you. What do you think? After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yu, she found it quite a bargain. She would save 40 yuan from the original price. All right, she agreed. Pay up, 20 for this month. Cheng Yi held out his hand. Jiang Yu, she, with a slight pout, murmured, Let me check if I have enough money. She retrieved her wallet from her small cloth bag and meticulously counted the bills. 5 mao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan. She carefully flattened each note, and after a while, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, I only have 13 yuan. Adding the 4 yuan I owe you, that makes 17. Well, let us settle for 17 this month. And remember to pay the rest next month. Cheng Yi calmly tucked the money into his pocket. Just as Jiang Yu, she was about to say something, a loud voice echoed from a distance. That's him, selling pirated DVDs. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yi grabbed Jiang Yushi's hand and sprinted away. The police were in pursuit, and they ran ahead. Jiang Yu, she was utterly bewildered, following Cheng Yi blindly, her small cloth bag forgotten, and her hairpin flying off. After what felt like an eternity, they finally evaded the furious, bespectacled man and the 2 officers. Breathless, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, Cheng Yi, why do we run? Why? She was quite displeased. She had poured her heart into learning such an incredible sales tactic, only for him to abandon it so easily. Selling pirated discs is illegal, and I worry you won't be able to handle the after-sales issues, Cheng Yi replied earnestly, locking eyes with her. All right, Jiang Yushi conceded, sensing the validity in his words. Cheng Yi's actions brought a flicker of warmth to her heart. Feeling somewhat moved, she waved goodbye to him as she entered a taxi. Gazing at her once plump but now deflated wallet, her large eyes blinked in confusion. It seemed that Cheng Yi had tricked her out of her money. She had lost her small bag as well. Now, she was left with nothing. Cheng Yi truly was a rascal. Jiang Yu, she felt a twinge of irritation. How exhilarating. The feeling of having money was reassuring. Cheng Yi patted his bulging pocket with satisfaction, heading straight to the Hailang Internet CAF. In this new life, the foremost priority was to acquire some funds. After all, whether in past or present, a person without money cannot stand tall. As the creator of one of the 3 notorious software programs of the 2020s, failing to identify even a single way to earn money online would render him unworthy of the title software tycoon. Upon returning to the Hailang Internet CAF, Cheng Yi pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to the young lady at the front desk, saying, Please open it for an overnight session. What nonsense! I'm a tall and handsome young man. How could I possibly become a sycophant? Cheng Yi declared, uttering a classic line. What I say, sycophant? The young lady at the CAF was intrigued by the new term. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment before explaining, a foolish dog that loves like a tidal wave. The young lady stifled a laugh as she recorded Cheng Yi's renewal information in a notebook, saying, All right, you're all set, observing her rudimentary method of documentation. Cheng Yi realized that Internet CAFs at this time lacked modern systems and relied on traditional bookkeeping. Oh no, Yujia, the system's crashed. Is someone watching inappropriate content on the website again? A loud voice emerged from the depths of the CAF. My gear has been destroyed by my enemies. Don't worry. I'll go check. The young lady promptly stood up and began patrolling the CF. After a brief search, she discovered a young man with dyed hair in a corner, engrossed in an 18 website. Seeing the explicit images of Western women, the young lady appeared unfazed. She approached him and said, "Hey, could you please refrain from viewing that? It's disturbing others." The young man, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "I'm paying to surf. Why can't I look at some pictures?" Instead of closing the website, he even moved his large monitor to invite the young lady to join him. With her brow furrowed, she was about to explode when a young man sporting a Chun Hounan hairstyle stood up angrily, saying, "How dare you speak to UGL like that? Do you want to fight? Come and fight me then. I'm within Z. Being within Z makes you special. Come on, let us step outside." Within 3 minutes, a crowd surged out of the CAF, and soon the sounds of a scuffle erupted outside. Chung-yi had no interest in the outcome. His mind was solely focused on one thought. His first bucket of gold was within reach. Chapter 5. A satisfying second bucket of gold. The greatest headache for internet CAFs currently is when one person occupies a computer, causing the entire CAF to disconnect. Although online movies have yet to emerge, the gradual proliferation of services has led to a surge of websites claiming to offer high-definition images. Each picture on these sites consumes a considerable amount of bandwidth. Moreover, once such a web page is opened, the traffic generated by pop-ups alone can bring an already sluggish network to its knees. In this era of generally low bandwidth, the conflict arising from disconnections due to image viewing occur almost daily. As a pop-up tycoon, Chung-yi was confident he could resolve this issue. Writing a bandwidth allocation system as a small program overnight would be a breeze for him, a villain of the internet. At this moment, running an internet CAF could be described as a lucrative endeavor, with 300 computers generating daily earnings that could exceed 10,000 yuan. The notion of earning a house in a week was no mere jest. Earning the first bucket of gold from them felt entirely justified, and it would be fulfilling. Wait, that should be the second bucket of gold. The first was gifted by the marketing prodigy John Yushi. After powering on the computer, Chung-yi familiarized himself with the system, which was an outdated Windows 98. The desktop was quite simplistic, featuring only a handful of icons. Lingzhong Games, Chatting, Age of Empires. Millennium, Red Alert. Is this your first time using a computer? A young man sitting nearby asked as he noticed Chung-yi examining the desktop icons. Smoke curling around him as he played an online game. Chung-yi smiled back and replied, "Yes. You don't need to explore much. The best part of a computer is online gaming. Come, let me show you." The young man tilted his monitor towards Chung-yi and said, "Look at how beautifully the graphics are rendered. If you want to play, I can show you. It's incredibly fun. I don't go online often." Chung-yi replied modestly. "I just want to familiarize myself first." "Sure," the young man said cheerfully. "When you want to play, head to the Millennium World area. I've established a guild there, and it's really impressive." Chung-yi nodded in acknowledgement and opened the browser. His immediate task was to download a programming tool. Opening a software download website, Chung-yi began his search. In this era, internet speeds were still sluggish, and the number of reliable downloading sites was dismally low. After an extensive search, he finally found a somewhat familiar programming tool on a site called Huajun Software. Got it. Chung-yi clicked on the online download with excitement. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared on the desktop. Midnight Chat Room, offering you a unique joy. Chung-yi patiently closed the pop-up. Clicking online again, 3 more pop-ups emerged. Damn it. Chung-yi fumed. These pop-ups were 10 times more annoying than the ones he had previously created. The internet is rife with concealed pop-up ads. Previously, although there were numerous and rapid pop-ups, at least the close buttons were relatively easy to locate. If the internet is not rectified soon, it may indeed be beyond saving. Chung-yi felt like he was playing whack-a-mole. As soon as one pop-up appeared, before he could find the close button, another would pop up. After diligently clicking on online downloads over a dozen times, the pop-ups finally ceased. Having successfully downloaded the programming tool, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Upon completing the installation, Chung-yi wasted no time and promptly commenced coding. The young man beside him was taken aback by Chung-yi's swift keystrokes. Wondering if this was his first time using a computer, he had heard that individuals knowledgeable in such matters were often formidable hackers. What if this guy got angry and hacked his gaming account? He called out to the network administrator, urging him to switch computers. After toiling until 7 in the morning, Chung-yi successfully implemented a bandwidth throttling feature, a sophisticated function that would soon be standard in routers but was still considered cutting-edge at this time. The primary issue was the current bandwidth speeds, which were far from satisfactory, peaking at only 8. In a cyber CAF with 100 computers, that meant barely 80 for each machine. Even if more network cables were added, it would be merely a drop in the ocean against the barrage of pop-ups. Moreover, the cost of connecting 8 lines would deter most CAF owners. The program Chung-E developed incorporated a peak calling mechanism from a decade in the future. When a computer S-speed reached 128, it would automatically throttle. If it had not reached 128, it would utilize the maximum speed of 128. This was the only solution Chung-E could conceive to mitigate disconnections while browsing adult content. Having completed the program, he realized another dilemma. He lacked a USB drive. In 2001, even the cheapest USB drives cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and without one, he had no means to save his program. As for email storage, it was even more impractical. The most advanced free email service, 263, offered a mere 5 megabytes of storage. The only viable option was to discuss the matter directly with the CAF owner. Chung-E first added an authorization encryption system to his program before approaching the front desk, saying, "Hello, I have a solution to the CAF's disconnection problem, and I would like to speak with your boss. Could you assist me in contacting him?" The CAF attendant looked at him skeptically and asked, "Is that true? Please don't lead me on." She was weary of the daily brawls over such issues. However, she was hesitant to believe that Chung-E could solve this significant problem. Understanding her doubts, he led her to his computer to demonstrate. The CAF attendant, with only a vocational school education, pretended to understand as she watched the rapidly changing code, nodding and saying, it looks good." She assessed Chung-E and inquired, "What should I call you? Are you in high school?" Then she asked, "Are you a university student?" How should she address a university student? After a moment's thought, she imitated a scene from television, extending her hand with a smile and saying, "Hello, my name is Zhang Lingyu." "Hello," Chung-E replied. Although he found the handshake somewhat trivial, he extended his hand in return. Upon grasping Zhang Lingyu's hand, he felt a slight pressure, as if she intentionally squeezed his innocent right hand. Regardless of whether it was a mere illusion, Chung-E remained on high alert. After all, he was no longer the greasy uncle, but rather a clever, charming young man who was loved by all. A young man must always be vigilant in safeguarding his dignity. As the 6th chapter unfolds, Chung-E nodded in agreement. Just then, a Jetta car pulled up at the entrance of the CAF. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair stepped out. "Our boss has arrived," Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, rising to greet him. "Liga, you arrived just in time. Someone claims to have a solution for the CAF's disconnection issue and wants to talk to you." "Oh." The middle-aged man regarded Chung-E with skepticism, noting that he appeared only 17 or 18 years old, an age when one's words often lack conviction. "You don't seem very old. What should I call you?" "Hello, Boss Lee. My name is Chung-E, and I have just been accepted into the computer science department at Handong University." To bolster his credibility, Chung-E mentioned the university, which was the most prestigious in the province and held considerable esteem at that time. The middle-aged man's expression softened significantly upon hearing the name of the university. "Chung-E, is it? Please share your solution." Although the cyber CAF industry generated substantial income, the issue of bandwidth consumption leading to disconnections had caused frequent conflicts, with computers often damaged due to fights. The young patrons, with their pockets cleaner than their faces, were hardly liable for damages. Cheng-Yi, well aware of the middle-aged man's pain points, swiftly outlined the program's functionalities. Upon learning that Chung-E was the one who had developed the program, the man's eyes lit up with astonishment. He had heard of programming prodigies in the internet industry, but as a mere CAF owner, he had no connections to such tech giants. If Chung-E truly possessed programming skills, it could very well change his fortune. "Let us go. Show me." The middle-aged man insisted eagerly. It was early morning, and the night owls were sprawled across their chairs, lost in slumber, leaving the computers largely idle. Under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged man and Zhang Lingyu, Chung-E connected the program to the main computer linked to the router and initiated it. Observing Chung-E's adept handling of the router, the middle-aged man was beginning to trust him. This young man possesses some skills, he thought. As the program activated, Chung-E instructed Zhang Lingyu, "Please start 4 computers. Have 2 enter adult websites to trigger pop-ups, and see if the other 2 still lag." Zhang Lingyu blushed and stammered, I don't know the URLs." Enough with the act. Don't you have a lot of saved URLs on your usual computer? I saw them last time, the middle-aged man chided. With a shy demeanor, Zhang Lingyu hurried away, following Cheng Yi's instructions. She opened 2 computers and entered the URLs with practiced ease. After she completed the task, the middle-aged man eagerly asked, "How is it? Is it working?" It really doesn't lag anymore," Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, the flush on her cheeks fading as astonishment filled her voice. The middle-aged man looked at Cheng Yi with delight, saying, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Now, how do you intend to sell this?" "Boss Li, it's too early to discuss the price. Let me install it for you first. And you can try it out for a few days free of charge. Then we can negotiate the price. How does that sound?" Cheng Yi replied with a mature demeanor. "All right," the middle-aged man said, beaming with joy. "If you can indeed resolve this bandwidth issue, we can discuss a fair price." Cheng Yi left the CAF with a sense of satisfaction. His parents were farmers, and a few years prior, their old village was demolished, providing them with compensation for a 75-square-meter street-facing apartment. They decided to split the space, using the back 50 square meters for living and opening a small convenience store in the front 25. In this area, many families have been displaced, and the small store could generate a monthly income of 1 to 2,000 yuan, a substantial amount for an average family. If being patriotic could bring in wealth, who would refuse? Furthermore, this year, their daughter is also entering university. In the past 2 years, the competition in the food industry has intensified, and patriotic companies are on the verge of collapse. Back when we ran a small grocery store, it was Patriotic who provided us with goods on credit. The deep, resonant voice of Cheng Jian Shu resonated. "What if we take out a loan against the house?" Chu Yu tentatively inquired. Cheng Jian Shu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "I will try to borrow some tomorrow. Our son is majoring in computer science, and I've heard that it's quite expensive." Chu Yui's voice was barely above a whisper. Cheng Yi stood at the door, listening to the conversation between his parents, feeling a mix of emotions. In his previous life, he had failed to be a good son. In this life, he must rectify that regret. After a brief moment, Cheng Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Cheng Jian Shu, muttering as he removed his shoes, acted as if he were about to scold him. "I was wrong," Cheng Yi sincerely stated. The apology left Cheng Jian Shu and his wife momentarily speechless, their previous intent to lecture dissipating. Cheng Jian Shu looked at Cheng Yi with a puzzled expression, raised his hand to touch Cheng Yi's forehead, and remarked, "Are you feeling all right? What has come over you today, saying you were wrong?" Observing his father's still youthful face, Cheng Yi felt an unexpected surge of emotion and exclaimed, "Dad, you were truly handsome when you were young." Although Chu Yu felt a pang of heartache, she nodded in agreement. "All right. Hey, what are you talking about?" Cheng Yi quickly interjected. The next moment, he realized that his earlier behavior had made him appear abnormal in his parents' eyes. He needed to remedy the situation, to revert to his original settings. Now it seems normal. Both Chu Yu and Cheng Jian Shu sighed with relief. Their beloved son was indeed back to his old self. Chapter 7. The joy of heartfelt conversations. Chu Yu settled beside Cheng Yi, saying, "Xiao Yi, please don't resent our chatter." The gentle flow of our conversation not only filled Cheng Yi with nostalgia, but also created a profound sense of belonging, dispelling the excitement he felt upon meeting his youthful parents for the first time. Noticing Cheng Yi's usual silence, Chu Yu realized her words had been in vain. However, the act of speaking itself brought her comfort, regardless of whether others were able to absorb her words. Rising with earnestness, she said, "If only you were half as obedient as you, I would be able to close my eyes in peace if your father were to pass away." Cheng Jian Shu looked at his wife with confusion, his face a canvas of questions. Why must discussing child-rearing necessitate such morbid theatrics? "I understand. I will strive to be like you, I'm so tired. I think I'll take a nap." Cheng Yi yawned, sleepily wandering into his bedroom. This was not a calculated strategy to feign compliance. He was genuinely fatigued after staying up all night. His modest bedroom could barely accommodate a single bed and a small desk. The desk was cluttered with various study materials, and the walls bore several of his handwritten, somewhat juvenile slogans. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, he collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening in the afternoon, Cheng Yi sighed with relief. Thankfully, upon opening his eyes, he was still in this cramped room. Exiting the bedroom, he found his father, Cheng Jian Shu, seated on the sofa, examining newly arrived cigarettes. Chung-yi casually washed his face and inquired, Dad, has Uncle John's factory encountered issues? Chung Jian-shu lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and replied, yes. The economic situation has been poor these past 2 years. I heard it's due to that so-called East Asian financial crisis causing overproduction. Anyway, small food factories are doomed. Uncle Jiang has over 200,000 yuan worth of goods stuck in his factory that's simply one T-cell. No wonder she was selling CDs on the street. Cheng Yi nodded. Ah, Yushi is a good child. She excels in her studies and is so well-behaved, 100 times better than you. Chung Jian-shu glanced at Chung Yi, his expression growing increasingly disapproving. What a pity, the law doesn't allow for a swap of children. Chung Yi remained silent for a moment before suggesting, tomorrow is market day. How about I help Uncle Jiang sell some goods there? Sure. It would be good to lend a hand. Chung Jian-shu thought little of Chung Yi's words. Despite the crowds at the market, clearing the factory's inventory seemed nearly impossible. Selling even a few dozen yuan worth in a day would be considered a success. However, Chung Jian-shu felt a sense of satisfaction. His son's willingness to assist indicated a small step towards maturity. Dad, how much does our grocery store earn in a day? Chung Yi asked, instinctively grabbing a cigarette from the table and placing it between his lips. Much to Chung Jian-shu's astonishment, he lit it, flicked his wrist, gently stroked his head, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Chung Jian-shu's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Why did his son's smoking posture appear so stylish? Especially the way he lowered his head to inhale, exuding a hint of melancholic charm. Damn it, Chung Jian-shu cursed inwardly. Compared to his son, his own smoking style seemed utterly pedestrian. At this moment, he felt a pang of jealousy. He wanted to scold him, but hesitated. Over the years, such heartfelt exchanges between father and son had been rare. Even when his wife was away, he often felt like air. The total words shared between them in a year barely exceeded 100. Would his outburst ruin the atmosphere? With that thought, Chung Jian-shu opted for silence. Heartfelt conversations between father and son were indeed more important. The income is decent, he replied evasively, adding, you need not worry. Even if we close the grocery store, we can still support your university education. Chung Jian-shu imitated Chung, exhaling smoke while coughing and shedding a few tears. It's true that running the grocery store is tough now. 2 new stores opened on our street this month. And there is also a chain supermarket at the corner. Your mother and I have discussed it. Once you head off to university, we will work in a factory down south, earning more than we do here. Hearing his parents say this, Chung Yi suddenly recalled that in his previous life, when he went to university, they indeed moved to a southern city to join his elder brother Chung Jian. It seemed they were toiling away in factories from dawn until dusk. Reflecting on how he had spent his university living expenses on gifts for Songming while his parents and brother labored in the southern factories, Chung Yi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. With remorse in his heart, he suggested, Dad, why not sell some cheap eggs daily? Just a few cents less per pound. It should yield some results. A few cents less? Wouldn't that mean we are losing money? Chung Jian-shu was still trying to grasp Chung Yi's intention. It won't be a significant loss. We can limit the quantity per person each day and see how it goes. I read about this method in a book. Chung Yi, now an aspiring student at Han-Dan University, spoke with newfound authority. Most importantly, his son was willing to engage in conversation with him. The warmth of these exchanges between father and son was truly delightful. She stood in shock, staring at the smoking duo, first frozen for a few seconds. Then her blood pressure skyrocketed, leading to an explosive reaction. Chung Jian-shu, how dare you teach our son to smoke? That is not true. You can ask Xiao Yi. I am innocent. At this moment, Chung Yi had already discarded his cigarette and fled the scene. To be beaten or scolded is love. As a son, he must never interfere in his parents' affairs. That is filial duty. As he rode his bicycle, he pondered ways to assist Uncle Jiang in selling the food. He cycled and contemplated, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. What if he created a lottery program that could be operated in the background? Currently, finding a way to help Uncle Jiang resolve his crisis required taking unconventional paths. Though it felt somewhat unethical, Uncle Jiang's survival was paramount. The concept of conscience can be temporarily cast aside. Once Uncle Jiang overcomes his crisis, he may retrieve his conscience, dust it off, and still be regarded as a good person. With a plan forming in his mind, he commenced his search for programming tool installation discs across the various bookstores in the county. Chapter 8. the lottery tool in this underdeveloped county. The challenge of finding programming materials was palpable. After visiting 5 bookstores without success, he hesitated on whether to head to an internet CAF to burn a copy. At last, he stumbled upon an inconspicuous bookstore and discovered a computer tutorial book that came with a programming disk. The price was 519 yuan. Feeling a slight sting in his heart, Chung-yi completed the transaction, tossing the hefty tutorial book aside and only taking the disk. The bookstore owner watched in bewilderment as Chung-yi exhibited such puzzling behavior. After purchasing the disk, Chung-yi hurriedly rode his bicycle to Jiang Aigua's food factory. Jiang Aigua was a comrade of his father, and that connection had fostered a strong relationship between their families. In the 1990s, Jiang Aigua's small food factory had turned a decent profit, but as time went on, it faced increasing competition resembling that of a convenience store. In an effort to enhance its competitiveness, the factory expanded its product range, which only intensified the pressure. From the original sticky rice treats to the now popular donuts and dried potato strips, the variety grew while the market shrank. Today, Jiang Aigua's food factory was on the brink of closure. Upon arriving at the factory, Chung-yi spotted Jiang Yushi sorting cardboard boxes at the entrance. Under the blazing sun, beads of sweat glistened on her face. Seeing Chung-yi, she could not contain her irritation and exclaimed, "Chung-yi, what are you doing here?" Chung-yi replied with a smile, "I heard that your family's food products are not selling well, so I thought I would come to help." "You know nothing about food?" Jiang Yushi scrutinized Chung-yi with suspicion. "You're here to eat, aren't you? Look at how you speak." Chung-yi placed his bicycle down and chuckled. "You seem skeptical of my intentions. Would you care for a wager?" "Sure, what shall we bet on?" Jiang Yushi initially glared at Chung-yi defiantly, but her bravado waned, and she quietly admitted, "But I have no money." The thought of being broke only fueled her frustration. She had once been quite wealthy, her wallet brimming with cash. "How about this? If I manage to clear out your inventory without incurring a loss within 10 days, you must agree to one request of mine. If I fail, I will comply with one of your requests," Chung-yi proposed. With a stubborn expression, Jiang Yushi replied, "Fine. If you lose, just return my money." "Agreed." Chung-yi responded readily. "Is that you, shall we?" At that moment, Jiang Aigua's voice echoed from within the factory. Perhaps due to the immense economic pressure, strands of gray had begun to pepper his hair, and he looked weary as he regarded Chung-yi. "Your father called earlier, saying you would help me sell goods at the market?" "Yes," Chung-yi nodded. With a sigh, Jiang Aigua remarked, "You're still a child. You shouldn't meddle in adult affairs." "Uncle Jiang, allow me to give it a try. I might be able to help you sell a few items," Chung-yi insisted. "I have nothing else to do. Consider it as a loan to me." Jiang Aigua cast a complex glance at Chung-yi before sighing. "Do as you wish. Jiang Yushi knows the factory price. You two can sort it out. I need to head out to collect payments." With that, Jiang Aigua mounted his motorcycle and departed the factory premises. "Jiang Yushi, come here and help me compile a product list," Chung-yi called as he entered Jiang Aigua's office. The office was a chaotic mess, littered with a jumble of receipts. Although Jiang Yushi felt reluctant, she had witnessed Chung-yi's sales prowess the previous night. If he could indeed resolve her family's predicament, it would be a boon, as it entailed doing what she had long desired but lacked the courage to pursue. Jiang Yushi quickly wrote down the categories of the inventory and their factory prices, stating, "We currently have approximately 3 million items in stock." Chung-yi scrutinized the product list several times and had to admit that there was a considerable variety, exceeding 20 types. The offerings primarily consisted of dried fruit and vegetable snacks and chocolate-based treats. The advantage of these snacks lay in their minimal investment. Almost no production equipment was required. Just a small sealing machine and a few workers could suffice. The sticky rice treat cost merely 5 cents a packet, while chocolate beans were 30 cents, and the most expensive snack was only 60 cents, all being decidedly uncompetitive items. Since the country initiated its plans for accession, several high-quality food factories that met international standards had rapidly emerged, sweeping across the land with their affordable prices and excellent quality, leaving many small food workshops in county towns in disarray. Jiang Yushi categorized these products according to their factory prices, combining them into packages, and make them appear as substantial as possible based on a standard of 2 yuan, Chung-yi instructed. "Understood." Jiang Yushi, though confused by Chung-yi's intentions, obediently began sorting. Before long, 3 large piles of snacks had accumulated in front of Chung-yi. "Here is the list. I have combined the 20-plus products into 3 distinct categories. Jiang Yushi handed the list to Cheng Yi. Excellent. I need to use the computer, Cheng Yi said, clearing the documents from the desk and powering on Jiang Igwa's 486 computer. Although this 486 model dated back to the late 1980s, its processing capabilities were commendable, especially for programming and software development, making it the first dream machine for many computer developers. However, compared to computers of 2024, its startup speed was indeed frustrating. Cheng Yi booted the machine and checked the system. The operating system was a relic, an outdated Chinese character system, having not used such an antiquated device in years. Cheng Yi clicked here and prodded there, resembling a novice unfamiliar with computers. Are you trying to play a game? There's a beach landing game on the disk. Jiang Yushi offered guidance from the side. He removed the disk and inserted it into the computer's drive. Before long, the antiquated programming software installed successfully. The commands were intricate, a programming tool that would confound newcomers. Yet in that era, it was undoubtedly a top-tier tool since it came with a command interface. After familiarizing himself with the computer, Cheng Yi wasted no time and commenced his work. Observing his fingers glide across the keyboard with fluidity akin to flowing water, Jiang Yushi's eyes began to sparkle with intrigue, as if she had discovered a hidden treasure. Cheng Yi intended to create a simple lottery software, utilizing the random function to develop a mini program with odds ranging from 0001 to 0999, which was evidently more reliable than unpredictable lottery tickets. He could trigger guaranteed prizes based on revenue. Once a certain threshold was reached, various levels of rewards would activate. This concept bore resemblance to the lottery events in future mobile games, where only a minuscule fraction of players would actually win the grand prize, while the majority had to spend considerable sums to reach it. To simplify the process, Cheng Yi directly incorporated the beach landing animation. After approximately an hour, he completed the program. Chapter 9. Is this a disguised lottery? At this moment, Jiang Yushi's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. She gazed at Cheng Yi as if he were a phenomenon, asking, "How did you come to know this? I thought you only went to internet cafes to play." "I wish I had gone with you," Jiang Yushi murmured. Taisti, Cheng Yi de market. "Oh, wait a moment." Jiang Yushi hurried to fetch him a glass of water. She placed the cup before Cheng Yi and inquired, "Does what you are doing relate to selling our products?" Cheng Yi explained in a somewhat convoluted manner. "This is a lottery tool, divided into 6 prizes. 1 bag of snacks worth 5 yuan, 2 bags worth 5 yuan each, 5 bags valued at 5 yuan, as well as cash prizes of 100 yuan, 500 yuan, and 3,000 yuan. Each ticket costs 2 yuan, with a guarantee of receiving at least 1 bag of snacks valued at 5 yuan. 5 yuan? Isn't that a deception?" Jiang Yushi questioned. "Isn't the cost 2 yuan? Once it reaches the supermarket, 1 it be sold for 5 yuan? Moreover, since the goods are ours, can't we set the price ourselves? As long as it appears substantial, isn't that sufficient?" Cheng Yi clarified. While his reasoning held merit, Jiang Yushi pondered. Shouldn't this be considered a disguised lottery? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Having studied marketing, she was well aware of the implications of such disguised lotteries. Years prior, many individuals and organizations had rented vehicles to sell scratch-off lottery tickets, leading many into financial ruin. Consequently, such practices were swiftly halted by the government. Hey. Don't speak carelessly. Operating a disguised lottery is illegal. This is a large welfare event celebrating our success in securing the Olympics. Cheng Yi promptly corrected Jiang Yushi's misunderstanding. You should print a banner titled Celebrating Olympic Success, distributing welfare, and the funding will come from the Patriotic Food Factory. Cheng Yi jotted down some words on paper and added, "Also, please help me buy a loudspeaker." Jiang Yushi's cheeks flushed as she hesitantly murmured, "I just said I have no money left. I will lend you some. Remember to pay me back." Cheng Yi rummaged through his pocket and handed Jiang Yushi 30 yuan. Grasping the money, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. If the money in her hand could speak, it would surely respond eagerly to her call, for she had earned it under the scorching sun. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up." Cheng Yi shot her a stern glance and commanded. "Okay," Jiang Yushi replied, darting out. After about an hour, while Cheng Yi was refining the lottery program, Jiang Yushi hurried back in, saying, "The banner needs to be aired out for a while. We can only pick it up tonight. I have already bought the loudspeaker." "Good." Cheng Yi accepted the loudspeaker and stepped into the yard to begin recording. 2 yuan, 2 yuan. You 1 suffer a loss. You 1 be deceived. The Patriotic Food Factory is celebrating our success in securing the Olympics with a 4-day lottery event. Each ticket is 2 yuan, with a guaranteed bag of snacks worth 5 yuan, and a grand prize of 3,000 yuan awaits your participation. Each individual is limited to 1 entry, with only 1 chance available. In the yard, only Chang Yi was vocally advertising, to ensure his voice carried further and clearer amidst the bustling market. Chang Yi exerted himself to the utmost. Once everything was ready, he listened repeatedly to the recording, smiling with satisfaction. Perfect. His demeanor suggested burgeoning confidence. 2 yuan, 2 yuan. Yuan-T suffer a loss. Jiang Ai Gua heard the loudspeaker's announcement as he entered the yard. Yushi, what is going on? He exclaimed. Dad. Jiang Yushi rushed out and replied, This is all Cheng Yi's doing. I'm not quite sure myself. Jiang Ai Gua regarded Cheng Yi with skepticism. Xiao Yi, what is all this chaos? 2 yuan, 3,000? Cheng Yi chuckled. Uncle Jiang, your greatest advantage is that tomorrow, the market goers will undoubtedly pass by your factory. Just set up the loudspeaker tomorrow and play my advertisement continuously. The rest is up to me. Also, rally the workers to prepare stocks according to these 3 lists. The more, the better. Cheng Yi handed the combination list he had created to Jiang Ai Gua. Looking at the lists, Jiang Ai Gua inquired, Prepare stocks? To sell to whom? Dad, Cheng Yi made a lottery program on the computer. He wants to hold a lottery event tomorrow, Jiang Yushi explained. A lottery? Jiang Ai Gua skeptically stepped into the office and saw the computer screen displaying the game interface. Cheng Yi approached the computer and elucidated. Customers merely need to click the mouse, and a firecracker will explode. The prize will be determined by the distance of the explosion. 2 yuan for each shot. 50 meters wins 1 bag of snacks. 100 meters wins 2 bags. 200 meters wins 5 bags. 300 meters wins 100 yuan. 400 meters wins 500 yuan. And 500 meters wins 3,000 yuan. 2 yuan per shot? That's an excessive amount of prizes. Zhang Guo's discount surgit. With no money to spare. This was tantamount to financial suicide. While he could comprehend the snacks, the so-called bag of snacks on the list appeared abundant. Yet its factory price was merely 2 yuan. Factoring in costs, it barely yielded a profit of a few dimes. The subsequent 5 prizes, however, were increasingly detrimental. Jiang Ai Gua had little faith in such schemes, especially given Cheng Yi's youth. Cheng Yi had not anticipated that the first major commercial venture he engaged in after his rebirth would reach an impasse. After a moment, he tentatively proposed, Uncle Jiang, how about this? If we incur losses, consider it my father's responsibility. After all, he still owes you some money for supplies, right? Just deduct it for what he owes. If we make a profit, you can share a portion with me. Will your father agree? Jiang Ai will question skeptically. Cheng Yi sighed. I'll give it a try. I believe persuading my father will be simpler than convincing you. Cheng Yi picked up the landline in Jiang Ai Gua's office and dialed home. After hanging up, Cheng Yi maintained a composed demeanor and said, My father agreed. Really? Jiang Ai Gua was somewhat astonished. Based on his understanding of Cheng Jianshu, he expected him to be more conservative. Chapter 10. Delivering benefits to family. Cheng Yi handed the phone to Jiang Ai Gua, stating, You can call my father to confirm. He was gambling on the notion that Jiang Ai Gua would refrain from making that call. In this era, debtors had not yet assumed an air of superiority, nor did anyone advocate for the notion that borrowed money need not be repaid. Jiang Ai Gua was still evading Cheng Jianshu. How could he possibly take the initiative to call? No need for confirmation. You've always been honest since childhood. You wouldn't lie? Jiang Ai Gua affirmed Cheng Yi's integrity. All right, Uncle Jiang, let us commence officially. Please arrange for the workers to sort the goods, ensuring they are well packaged and promptly stacked at the factory entrance tomorrow morning to prevent any chaos from a surge of customers. Cheng Yi organized his instructions methodically. Customers? You might make me laugh. Jiang Ai Gua nearly chuckled. These are snacks. They are primarily for children, right? However, since Cheng Yi guaranteed compensation for any losses, Jiang Ai Gua allowed him to continue his endeavors. If they could indeed sell some stock, it would be a pleasant surprise. Soon, Jiang Ai Gua personally led a team of 6 workers, laboring tirelessly until dawn, packaging over 14,000 bags according to the lists. As dawn broke, the market at the factory entrance began to fill with people. The market is the liveliest place in the county, serving as a vital means of livelihood for many. Cheng Yi managed to catch just a couple of hours of sleep before he and she began hanging banners at the factory entrance. After hanging the banner, he proceeded to adjust the loudspeaker, pulling wires and setting the computer on a table covered with a red blanket at the entrance. To enhance efficiency, Cheng Yi also requisitioned the accountant's 386 computer and she's Lenovo 20 notebook, utilizing all three computers for the lottery. Everything was ready by around 6 in the morning when many began flocking to the early market. The geographical location of the food factory is quite advantageous, situated on the essential route leading into the market. Observing the dazzling red banner, many passers-by cast curious glances. Particularly, the three computers at the factory entrance captivated a multitude of onlookers. In this day and age, aside from a few youths familiar with internet cafes, the majority of the general populace has seldom encountered a computer in reality. Shall we not commence? Jiang Aigua stood beside Cheng Yi, feeling somewhat anxious. Cheng Yi repeated, "No rush. Let us wait until there are more people. Everyone prefers to gather and witness the spectacle. If there are too few, it loses its effectiveness." Cheng Yi regarded Jiang Yushi with a look akin to that one might reserve for a fool, stating, "The so-called limitation of drawing once merely creates a perception of scarcity. What does it matter how many times they buy? What are rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Those who break the rules feel a sense of advantage. And that is what we call consumer psychology." "You are truly a cunning merchant," Jiang Yushi remarked, rolling her eyes at Cheng Yi. However, Jiang Aigua beside them suddenly brightened with realization. Cheng Yi's words inspired him greatly. Soon, the number of people passing by the market increased. Cheng Yi pulled up a chair and, holding a loudspeaker, proclaimed, "I hereby announce, the Aigua Food Factory celebration of the Olympic bid and welfare event has officially commenced." Welfare? What kind of welfare? Many were instantly drawn in by the term welfare. Welfare is a term typically associated with state-owned enterprises. What kind of welfare is it? Let's go take a look. The novelty of the scene immediately attracted a crowd. As the crowd gathered, Cheng Yi, with one hand clutching a large bag of snacks and the other holding the loudspeaker, shouted passionately, "Everyone! This enormous bag of snacks would cost at least 10 yuan in a supermarket. But here, you want to pay 10, 8, or even 5 yuan. Following Cheng Yi's announcement, the factory's loudspeaker began to broadcast advertisements. 2 yuan, 2 yuan, you want to incur a loss or be deceived. To celebrate the successful Olympic bid, Aigua Food Factory is holding a 4-day lottery event. It's just 2 yuan per draw, and you're guaranteed a large bag of snacks. Moreover, a grand prize of 3,000 yuan awaits your participation. Each individual is limited to one opportunity. Our boss has stated that to celebrate the Olympic success, he is going all out. It's just 2 yuan to draw for welfare, and you are guaranteed this enormous bag of snacks. Let me give it a try. How do I draw?" A man at the front inquired eagerly. "Pay over there, then press that mouse-like device. The farther the firecracker shoots, the better your prize. With a top prize of 3,000 yuan, Cheng Yi instructed. The man excitedly paid 2 yuan, his right hand trembling as it rested on the mouse. He pressed it firmly, and immediately, fireworks were launched on the computer screen. Following that, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 267 meters. "This won't do. We will face bankruptcy," Jiang Yushi exclaimed loudly, adhering to the script Cheng Yi had taught her. "Well said. Good. Let me give it a try as well." In an instant, the surrounding crowd completely lost their composure. They tossed down 2 yuan and rushed to seize the mouse. "Family, this is welfare. So each person only has one chance. Otherwise, we would truly suffer great losses," Cheng Yi pleaded from atop his chair, raising the loudspeaker. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears among the frenzied crowd. Why should he draw twice while I only get to draw once? Who compelled you to hold such a welfare event? Are we forcing you into losses? With a guaranteed large bag of snacks, this lottery is a surefire win. I've never seen anything like it in my life. If there's a bargain and one doesn't seize it, wouldn't that be foolish?" The host is truly naive. At that moment, Aigua Food Factory had undoubtedly become the epicenter of the market. By dusk, the over 14,000 bags of snacks they had prepared were completely sold out. Left with no choice, Jiang Aigua and the others had to close the factory gates as the fervent crowd expressed their dissatisfaction. Those who arrived late and failed to grab any were cursing as if they had lost the entire world. Meanwhile, those who had benefited were gleefully carrying large bags of snacks, their faces illuminated with victorious smiles. At that moment, The so-called fools were gathered in the office waiting for the accountant to settle the accounts. After over 20 minutes of calculations, the accountant revealed an expression of disbelief. How much did we lose? Jiang Aigua inquired upon noticing the accountant's strange demeanor. The accountant looked at Jiang Aigua with excitement, stammering, "Director, our gross profit reached 17. Gross profit of 17? How is that possible?" Jiang Aigua doubted his hearing. Only snacks and large supermarkets could achieve such a terrifying gross margin. Moreover, they were currently clearing inventory. Even if there was no profit, Jiang Aigua would consider it a blessing if the losses were not too severe. Recalculate. And be sure not to make an error, Jiang Aigua urged. I have calculated 3 times. It is indeed a gross profit of 17, with total revenue of 27,831 yuan, the accountant replied with a wry smile. He walked step by step towards Cheng Yi, his knees buckling as if to kneel. Uncle Jiang, what are you doing? Cheng Yi quickly supported Jiang Aigua, who was bending down. Xiao Yi, you have saved our entire factory. Jiang Aigua exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. At present, Aigua Food Factory had already fallen 2 months behind on workers' wages. Were it not for the trust the workers placed in Jiang Aigua, they might have left long ago. Cheng Yi joked, Uncle Jiang, I came here to make money too. You don't need to be so dramatic. Ah, yes. Jiang Aigua immediately instructed the accountant. Go to the bank, convert the money into whole notes, give Xiao Yi 3,000 first, and then distribute the wages to everyone, adding an extra 200 yuan bonus for each. After distributing the money, let us roll up our sleeves and get to work, packaging the remaining inventory. Understood. The workers cheered. That night, the workers hastily ate a few bites and then eagerly began sorting in the warehouse. In Jiang Aigua's office, he was practically ready to worship Cheng Yi as a deity of wealth. Cheng Yi, how on earth did you manage this? How could we draw so many items for just 2 yuan and still make a profit? Jiang Aigua could not help but ask. Cheng Yi simulate unde yang. It's a bit complicated, involving some knowledge of probability. Probability? Jiang Aigua exclaimed. Ah, having education is indeed a blessing. He poured a cup of tea for Cheng Yi and asked with concern, I heard you were accepted by Han University in the provincial capital? Cheng Yi nodded, replying yes. Jiang Aigua continued, that's wonderful. Yushi was also accepted into a university in the provincial capital. You two will be in the same city and can look out for one another. Jiang Yushi, sitting nearby, scoffed. He wouldn't dare look out for me. It would anger his girlfriend. Xiao Yi, you have a girlfriend? Jiang Aigua asked in surprise. The relationship fell apart. Cheng Yi smiled. You broke up with Song Meng? Jiang Yushi also expressed surprise. Yes, she wanted me to buy her a computer, but I couldn't afford it, so we broke up. Cheng Yi feigned a sense of loss. Upon hearing that Cheng Yi had broken up with his girlfriend, Jiang Aigua's face creased into laughter. Breaking up is for the best. You still need to prioritize your studies. Jiang Aigua then shifted his tone towards Cheng Yi. It's peculiar. You grew up together, even sharing the same bed as children. Yet, as you grew older, you became more distant. I even told your father that you two might make a good couple. Who? Who shared a bed with him? Jiang Yushi's cheeks flushed a deep red. Cheng Yi awkwardly touched his nose, chuckling. Perhaps it's due to being too familiar. It's hard to take the plunge. Oof. Jiang Yushi, seeing the two of them becoming increasingly nonsensical, stomped her foot and stormed out of the office. Jiang Aigua laughed heartily. Xiao Yi, tell me honestly, how does my daughter look? Beautiful, Cheng Yi summarized. Isn't she? Given the appearance of my daughter, once she enters university, I am certain that a multitude of admirers will pursue her. If you do not seize the opportunity swiftly, you may find yourself regretting it later. Jiang Aigua lowered his voice and remarked, I can see that you two are well matched, a pair destined for one another. Cheng Yi gazed at Jiang Aigua, rendered speechless. Jiang Aigua continued, if you two truly come together, I shall gift you this factory, and I will spend my days at home looking after my grandchildren. Jiang Aigua rambled on, having already mapped out his life a decade hence. Cheng Yi understood that his actions today had indeed left a profound impact on Jiang Aigua, not merely stimulating, but rather astonishing. This innovative sales model, spanning decades, had undoubtedly delivered an intense shock to Jiang Aigua's psyche, so much so that he felt compelled to play matchmaker. However, regardless of past or present, Cheng Yi felt little inclination towards Jiang Yushi. Faced with this childhood companion, who had witnessed his most embarrassing moments, including his youthful indiscretions, Chung-yi felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness. It seemed that they had already traversed the 7-year itch during their childhood, entering a phase of mundane familiarity. After finishing his tea and collecting his payment, Chung-yi departed the food factory on his bicycle. Even the hair salon lady, who once chased him down until he lost his sandals, crossed his mind, and he felt a sudden urge to embrace her and inquire about the price of her stockings. In high school, she had been among his most disliked individuals. Each time he passed her salon, he would take a wide detour, for she had a penchant for aggressively soliciting customers, sparing no one, even high school students. Truly infuriating. As he rode past the salon, the hair salon lady sat at the entrance, looking weary as she counted her money, no longer teasing or pursuing him as she once had. With a hint of disappointment, Chung-yi pedaled harder. Now that he had some money, he intended to visit the supply and marketing building to purchase a proper outfit. After all, attire is the visage of a gentleman, and he could not afford to be careless. His current ensemble was woefully inadequate and did not align with the aura of a reborn individual. Chung-yi. Just as he entered the courtyard of the supply and marketing building, an irksome voice called out. Accompanying the young man were two individuals with bleached hair. "Who are you?" Chung-yi regarded the somewhat familiar young man, his mind racing to recall. "You don't recognize me?" The young man appeared surprised, puffing out his chest as he declared. "I am Pang Peng, the vice captain of the school basketball team. Do you remember now?" "Oh, I recall," Chung-yi responded, a realization dawning upon him. Pang Peng, the vice captain of the basketball team. This so-called vice captain was merely a title bought with money, as the entire team, aside from the captain, consisted of vice captains. Pang Peng was quite renowned at Dongsang Izhong, one of the notorious 13 protectors of the school. However, in Chung-yi's eyes, Pang Peng was a pitiable character, being one of Song Meng's backup options. Of course, in this era, the concept of a backup was not yet established. All backups were uniformly referred to as brother by the girls. In hindsight, Chung-yi considered himself far luckier than Pang Peng. At least he was officially recognized as Song Meng's boyfriend, whereas Pang Peng merely held the title of brother. Chapter 12. Prejudice is a mountain. With a single phrase, "I have always regarded you as my brother," Song Meng successfully transformed Pang Peng into a devoted, subservient backup. In the end, he had not even held her hand. If Chung-yi were a fool, then Pang Peng was a super fool. At this moment, upon witnessing the hostility radiating from this super fool's face, Chung-yi understood that it must pertain to Song Meng. Pang Peng toyed with a basketball, swaggering up to Chung-yi and inquired with an unfriendly tone, "Do you dare to hit my sister?" "Your sister? Who?" "Chang Yi fine ignorante." Pang Peng retorted angrily, "Damn it. Who in the grade doesn't know that Song Meng is my sister?" "Oh, she has quite a few brothers. I must have overlooked you." "My apologies," Chung-yi said, offering a mock apology. However, his words sounded peculiar to Pang Peng's ears. Pang Peng scoffed. "I initially intended to seek you out, but it seems fate has brought us together, saving me a trip. You will go and apologize to my sister immediately, or do not blame me for being rude." Pang Peng raised his fist and waved it menacingly in front of Chung-yi. Had this been during their high school days, he might have feared the physically imposing Pang Peng. But now, what was a mere basketball player? "Are you threatening me?" Chung-yi asked. "What? Are you unconvinced?" Pang Peng shouted. "I let you off in school out of respect for your status as a top student. But now that the college entrance exams are over, do you think you can still call for a teacher?" After finishing his tirade, Pang Peng jabbed Chung-yi's shoulder forcefully. Before he could say more, Chung-yi's foot struck mercilessly at the tender spot beneath Pang Peng's knee. The intense pain caused Pang Peng to double over, and without missing a beat, Chung-yi delivered a headbutt to Pang Peng's face. The fluidity of this combination left the two bleached-haired companions stunned, and before they could react, Pang Peng was already on the ground, clutching his knee in agony. "Damn!" The two companions, witnessing Pang Peng's defeat, rushed towards Chung-yi. At that moment, a patrol car turned the corner. Upon sighting the police vehicle, Chung-yi promptly fell to the ground, clutching his knee and exclaiming, "Ouch, my patella!" The two rushing companions were immediately taken aback. How could he be pretending to be injured when they had yet to engage in combat? Why was he lying down? Meanwhile, Pang Peng, cradling his knee, was equally perplexed. It appeared he was the one who had been attacked. The two police officers swiftly approached as they noticed the commotion. One of them barked, "What is going on here?" One of the bleached-haired companions pointed at Pang Peng on the ground and said, "Our brother was attacked by this guy, and he is just lying there pretending." The police officer looked at the companion with skepticism, coldly responding. Are you saying that he hit your brother right in front of you too? Yes, the companion replied earnestly, having never witnessed anyone daring enough to take on 3 opponents, especially when the alleged assailant appeared to be a studious and unassuming student. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers began investigating the identities of those involved. Upon learning that Chung Yi was an incoming student at Handong University, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Handong University was the premier institution in their province, and even the police chief had graduated from there. In contrast, the 2 bleached-haired companions were mere troublemakers from the county's vocational training center, and Pang Peng had only been accepted into a vocational college in the provincial city. Was there any need for further investigation? The situation was abundantly clear. A prospective student from a prestigious university had been threatened and assaulted by 3 delinquents, resulting in an injury to his knee. The logic was irrefutable, and the case could be closed. Pang Peng was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "We are the real victims here. He was the one who struck first. He is a student from a prestigious university. Surely there is a limit to how unjustly you can treat someone." The police officer, rising with impatience, stated, "It seems you're not being honest." Chung Yi sat at a table, sipping tea, and regarded Pang Peng, who looked aggrieved and on the verge of tears. With a sigh, the greatest malice in this world is prejudice. However, this was of no concern to him. Chung Yi took a sip of his tea. The tea is quite good, very soothing." The police officers detained Pang Peng and his companions, curtly instructing them to provide contact information for a guarantor, assuring them that they would have their guarantor come to collect them. Fights and brawls occurred almost daily during this period, unless there was severe injury. They were typically handled with a warning. The most severe consequence was calling for a guarantor. For young individuals like Pang Peng, summoning a guarantor often meant a mixed-gender confrontation. "Classmate, are you injured?" one of the officers inquired with genuine concern. Chung Yi smiled graciously and replied, "No, it no longer hurts." "That's good. When their guarantor arrives, feel free to voice any requests, such as compensation," the officer stated. "Compensation is unnecessary. A simple apology will suffice." Chung Yi chuckled. The police officer felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, these university students from prestigious institutions possess a remarkable perspective. After more than half an hour, when Chung Yi began to feel impatient, a middle-aged couple entered the room. Judging by the man's appearance, he was likely Pang Peng's father. "You must be Pang Peng's guardians," the officer remarked sternly as he assessed the couple. "This time, we are merely warning Pang Peng for his unlawful behavior. Should there be a next time, a record will be established." Yes, we will certainly discipline him properly," the couple hurriedly replied. The officer gestured towards Chung Yi, saying, "This individual is the victim." "My apologies, young man. Please accept this small token from us," the couple insisted as they repeatedly apologized while attempting to slip money into Chung Yi's hands, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chung Yi declined their offer, saying, "There's no need for money. I'm not seriously hurt." "What good child. If only my son were half as sensible, we would be content," the middle-aged woman sighed. This remark nearly caused Pang Peng, who had just exited the detention room, to choke on his indignation. A good child? Wasn't he the one who had been struck? Where could he voice his grievances? "Pang Peng, don't you hurry to apologize? Look at how mature he is, and then look at you. You're always so unruly." The middle-aged man glared at Pang Peng, who unwillingly approached. Angrily, Pang Peng retorted, "I was the one who got hit. Why should I apologize?" The confrontation escalated to a mix of slaps. Feeling wronged, Pang Peng pouted and burst into tears as he stormed out. Chapter 13. The Society of My Sister. Just as the middle-aged couple exited, a girl clad in denim caught Chung Yi's eye. It was Zhang Lingyu, the female manager from the Bifeng Gang Internet CAF. Zhang Lingyu was strikingly beautiful, even surpassing Chung Yi's former goddess, Song Meng, in certain aspects, such as her sharp eyebrows. Her bold and elegant brows had left many a rugged man at the CAF drooling. From 2001 to 2004, Internet CAFs undoubtedly represented the height of popularity. Chung Yi believed it should be said that where wealth flows, beauty follows. The Internet CAF industry was a prime example. Countless individuals fought tooth and nail for the chance to secure a free Internet manager position. A job with a monthly income of merely 300 or 400 yuan became the dream career for many young people. During the peak of the Internet CAF boom, every county's female manager epitomized the highest beauty standards of that locale. Zhang, upon seeing him, Zhang Lingyu appeared somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Cheng Yi reciprocated her surprise. I came to bail out my two little brothers who were detained. Little brothers? The somewhat antiquated term left Cheng Yi momentarily stunned. So, this sister was a formidable figure in the underworld? Zhang Lingyu mentioned two names to the officer, who immediately pointed at Cheng Yi, instructing, you should apologize to him first. They hit you? Zhang Lingyu expressed slight shock. Cheng Yi awkwardly chuckled and replied, actually, it was a misunderstanding. I'm truly sorry. I'll make it right. Zhang Lingyu said, looking a bit embarrassed. Make it right? Cheng Yi was puzzled, but before he could comprehend, Zhang Lingyu had already approached the detention room door. As the officer opened it, Zhang Lingyu stormed in and kicked each of the two troublemakers. Clearly terrified, they huddled together, not daring to utter a sound. Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, Cheng Yi is my friend. How dare you hit him? Are you two looking to ruin your lives? We won't do it again. You Jia, they pleaded, cowering on the ground. I'll deal with you later, Zhang Lingyu huffed, returning to Cheng Yi's side and cheerfully declaring, I'll treat you to dinner as an apology. That's unnecessary. I'm fine, Cheng Yi chuckled, attempting to decline. However, Zhang Lingyu's expression darkened as she said, what? You won't even grant me this small favor? Witnessing her rapid change in demeanor, Cheng Yi could only smile wryly and nod, saying, how could I refuse? Good, let us go, she asserted, taking hold of Cheng Yi and leading him away. Zhang Lingyu's mode of transport was a Suzuki 125 motorcycle. She hopped on and gestured for Cheng Yi to join her. Having never ridden a motorcycle in his life, this was a first for him. He stood hesitantly, contemplating whether to climb aboard. Get on, Zhang Lingyu impatiently urged. You're a grown man. Why are you hesitating? Upon hearing her words, Cheng Yi ceased his deliberations and climbed aboard, gripping the rear frame. Hold on tight, she instructed, twisting the throttle as the motorcycle roared to life. The wind rushed past his ears, and with the thrill of speed combined with the beauty before him, Cheng Yi found himself unexpectedly enamored with motorcycling. Had it not been for the alarming news stories of female riders and their companions meeting unfortunate fates, he might have been tempted to acquire a motorcycle of his own. After a brief ride, they arrived at a small eatery. The owner, a limping uncle, frowned upon seeing Zhang Lingyu arrive with a male companion whose arms were wrapped around her waist. Who is he? He questioned. My friend. Zhang Lingyu tossed her helmet aside and replied, I'm out of money and just came to mooch a meal. I'll repay you once I get my salary. We're out of food, the uncle grumbled. Even if we had food, I wouldn't serve you. My dishes are for paying customers, not for your ilk. Isn't this what you taught me? Zhang Lingyu retorted, twisting the motorcycle key in her fingers. Your former friends were far worse than me. Cheng Yi, the so-called friend, stood awkwardly, embarrassed. He had never anticipated that Zhang Lingyu would attempt to treat him despite her lack of funds. The unconventional nature of their dealings was indeed striking. To ask for a meal in front of the person being treated, only to be refused, was a novel experience. However, judging by the glances exchanged between the uncle and Zhang Lingyu, it seemed they shared a familial bond. The uncle remained silent, turning to shuffle into the kitchen. Hey, don't embarrass me in front of my friend, Zhang Lingyu called out. He.S. a genuine university student. A university student? The uncle spun around, his gaze shifting to Cheng Yi with newfound interest. Yet, skepticism lingered in his gaze as he asked Zhang Lingyu, You're not pulling my leg, are you? How could you possibly know a university student? Hey, that's discriminatory. Why should I know a university student? Who knows? I might even marry one. Zhang Lingyu retorted with indignation. You? Huh? The uncle scoffed, then said, Come in and sit. What would you like to eat? Just a few of your specialties will do. And throw in some beer, Zhang Lingyu instructed, gesturing to Cheng Yi as they entered the restaurant, both amused and bewildered, merely stepping out for a meal. Why does it feel akin to meeting one's parents? The restaurant features simple square tables, each accompanied by 4 stacked stools. It is notably clean and tidy, lacking the chaos often found in street-side eateries. Upon the table rests a laminated menu, displaying the prices of the dishes. The prices are remarkably low. A plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes costs merely 50 cents. Chapter 14. The genius girl Lin Qingyin. Do not mind what just happened. That was my ex-father. Zhang Lingyu passed a pair of disposable chopsticks to Cheng Yi and remarked, Ex-husband or ex-father? Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. Ex-father, as in the Buddha has no father. Zhang Lingyu replied with a hint of irritation. What kind of ears do you have? Apologies, I simply have not heard the term ex-father before. Cheng Yi chuckled helplessly. Zhang Lingyu, in a relaxed tone, continued, my ex-father's name is Zhang Gang. Have you heard of him? Cheng Yi shook his head. You are such a good boy. You probably haven't. Have you heard of He Gang? Cheng Yi's expression grew serious. The name He Gang was known to nearly everyone in Dongsan County. During the 1980s and 1990s, in an era where the strong prevailed, the name He Gang resonated throughout Dongsan County. He rose from humble beginnings to become the most notorious ruffian in the provincial capital. Eventually, he was imprisoned for 10 years on charges of intentional injury, after which his notoriety faded away. As a child, when Cheng Yi misbehaved, his parents would threaten, if you continue to be disobedient, He Gang will take you to the provincial capital. Although he had no knowledge of who He Gang was at the time, the intimidation associated with the name was as potent as that of a mountain-dwelling beast. Are you saying your father is a He Gang? Cheng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Are you afraid? Zhang Lingyu teased, but he is limping now, and he has changed. His former reputation has faded away. Zhang Lingyu fiddled with the chopsticks in her hands and said, initially, when he was imprisoned and divorced my mother, I harbored quite a bit of resentment towards him. However, I've come to terms with it. Life is such that no one owes anyone anything. Don't you agree? You seem quite carefree. Cheng Yi smiled. Your boss invited me to dinner, surely to negotiate prices. His meals are too expensive for me to afford. Cheng Yi laughed heartily. Zhang Lingyu gazed at Cheng Yi with curiosity and asked, where did you learn your networking skills? They are truly impressive. I believe you could rival the jewel of the Lin family. The jewel of the Lin family? Cheng Yi was stunned, and a figure immediately surfaced in his mind. Lin Qingyin, the super genius of the computer science department, once regarded as a white moonlight by all the boys at Handong University. Although the title of super genius may seem cliché, it is a formal designation. After 2001, two buzzwords emerged, super and international, following the popularity of Super Saiyan. Titles beginning with super proliferated, including Supergirl. The term super genius originated from a computer gaming competition for university students in Huaxia, held in 2002, where 10 super geniuses were selected. Among those listed, one well-known name was Zhang Yiming, an outstanding student in microelectronics from Nanping University. Unfortunately, this promising genius girl chose to withdraw from her studies for reasons unknown, leaving no mark in the industry. At the time, when Cheng Yi and others heard the news of Lin Qingyin's withdrawal, they all lamented for quite some time. Lin Qingyin also hailed from Dongsan County, and her father is the current richest man in the county, Lin Shengdong. Lin Shengdong, who began in household appliances, opened the first appliance store in Dongsan County in 1982. Despite having only a primary school education, and he proudly married a stunning college student. The following year, Lin Qingyin was born. Seeing Cheng Yi lost in thought, Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, you wouldn't happen to know Lin Qingyin, would you? She is the daughter of our county's richest man. How could I possibly know her? Cheng Yi shook his head. Zhang Lingyu sighed. Yes, I heard she wrote a mall management system for Lin Shengdong last year, which allowed his mall to outshine others in several surrounding counties. A mall management system? Cheng Yi was genuinely astonished. Lin Qingyin was in the same year as him in university. Just like him, she must have recently completed her college entrance examination. If it was last year, then she was in her second year of high school. To be able to develop a practical mall management system at that age was beyond the bounds of mere genius. It could rival someone who had worked in the internet industry for decades. However, considering Lin Qingyin's background, Cheng Yi understood. Her proficiency in networking was likely due to her early exposure to computers. At that moment, Zhang Gang, limping, placed a dish in front of Cheng Yi and apologetically said, I'm sorry for earlier. I thought this girl had brought over some unsavory friends. Now you know I have a wide circle of friends, right? Cheng Yi is a skilled programmer, Zhang Lingyu proudly declared. Impressive, Zhang Gang's face flushed, whether from embarrassment or the warmth of the stove. He wore a simple smile and said, if you have time, come by more often. I'll treat you for free. All right, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Understanding the heartfelt intentions of Zhang Gang, Cheng Yi felt a pang of empathy. It must be said that Zhang Gang's culinary skills were commendable. The plate of shredded potatoes was fragrant and crispy, greatly stimulating Cheng Yi's appetite. Zhang Lingyu poured Cheng Yi a glass of beer and raised her glass, saying, come. Great programmer, I toast to you. Cheers. Cheng Yi clinked glasses with Zhang Lingyu and downed the drink in one go. He had thought his youthful self could drink endlessly like his middle-aged counterpart, but unexpectedly, after just one glass of beer, he felt a slight dizziness. Upon reflection, it seemed this was his first experience with alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, both of his firsts were shared with this girl he had just met. Zhang Lingyu poured another glass of liquor for Cheng Yi, finally revealing her intention. Cheng Yi, could you teach me some programming skills? Riding the wave of inebriation, Cheng Yi readily replied, no problem. As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you. Really? Zhang Lingyu exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. After 2 years as a network administrator, Zhang Lingyu had only heard of the mystical world of programming, but had never encountered it. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi's program, her admiration for him surged like an unstoppable torrent. You have a natural advantage in the internet cafe. Learning a bit of programming would be great. The founder of 123, whom you often use, was also a network administrator and only had a middle school education, Cheng Yi remarked. Is that true? Zhang Lingyu's eyes sparkled even brighter. Indeed, Cheng Yi affirmed, programming is not significantly affected by one's level of education. That's wonderful. In her excitement, Zhang Lingyu grabbed a bottle of strong liquor from the counter, exclaiming, from now on, I shall address you as master. Zhang Lingyu poured a glass of liquor, solemnly kneeling before Cheng Yi, raising her glass, and said, Master, your disciple Zhang Lingyu, toast to you. Witnessing Zhang Lingyu's earnestness in offering her tribute, a surge of pride welled up within him. He accepted the cup, drained its contents, and said, Rise, henceforth. After uttering just a few words, Cheng Yi felt the world spinning, and before he knew it, he had collapsed onto the table. In his haze, he heard Zhang Lingyu's anxious calls and Zhang Gang's faint lament. The child is a good one, but alas, his alcohol tolerance is too poor. I have just cooked one dish. Chapter 15. Do not make ethical jokes uncertain of how much time had passed. Cheng Yi groggily opened his eyes, sensing that someone was lying beside him. He was startled, turning his head to find Zhang Lingyu curled up beside him like a small cat, still sweetly asleep. Occasionally, she would smacking her lips, her appearance pure and adorable, contrasting sharply with the formidable Yujia he had encountered during the day. Suddenly, Cheng Yi had a realization and hurriedly checked his clothing. Fortunately, his clothes were still on him. He was relieved that no ethical joke had occurred. It would be quite immoral if he had just accepted a female disciple and then ended up in bed with her. Surely, even if one were to share a bed, there should be a gradual accumulation of time and emotional connection. Although his reputation from his previous life was not particularly favorable, that was merely related to his professional ethics. In terms of personal integrity, he prided himself on being a good person. Cheng Yi rubbed his head, which still throbbed painfully. It was his first experience with such potent liquor, and he had not anticipated its strong aftereffects. No wonder it was discontinued later. He sat up and surveyed the room. Though modest, it was tidy. The room contained only some simple furniture, likely the dormitory rented by Zhang Lingyu. Soon, his movement roused the sleeping Zhang Lingyu. She lazily opened her eyes and exclaimed, Master, you're awake. Where are we? Cheng Yi inquired. This is my place. It's a bit messy. I apologize for the embarrassment, Master. Zhang Lingyu had fallen asleep in her clothes while caring for Cheng Yi. She quickly got up, poured some water from a thermos, and said apologetically, Master, please drink some water. It's my fault for not considering your tolerance for alcohol when I toasted you. She approached Cheng Yi with the water, her large eyes fixed on him, saying, Master, after you finish drinking, lie down so I can give you a head massage. Isn't that inappropriate? Cheng Yi responded while lying down on the bed. Observing his hesitant demeanor, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but smile, perhaps due to her hairstyle. The mirth in her eyes bore a faint resemblance to the Hong Kong star Li Lizhen. Standing by the bed, her delicate fingers gently glided over Cheng Yi's scalp, alternating between slow and firm pressure. The delightful sensation evoked involuntary sounds of pleasure from Cheng Yi. Truly, her technique deserved commendation. This exquisite feeling also ushered in waves of drowsiness, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber once more. Upon waking in the morning, Cheng Yi discovered he was clad only in his underwear. This revelation was quite alarming. He practically leaped from the bed, searching for his pants. Aside from his wallet resting on the bedside, his clothing was nowhere to be found. Just then, Zhang Lingyu entered the room and, seeing Cheng Yi's shocked expression, smiled and asked, Master, what are you looking for? Where are my clothes? Cheng Yi, idiot. You were sick last night, so I washed them for you. Zhang Lingyu produced a shirt and shorts saying, I went out and bought you a new outfit, try it on and see if it fits. We didn't have that kind of relationship, did we? Chung-yi made an inappropriate gesture. Even if I had such intentions, I wouldn't dare. If Master Yang found out, I would be in serious trouble. Zhang Lingyu giggled. Of course, if Master insists, I could oblige, considering it tuition. He donned a clearly makeshift attire, which fit reasonably well but was rather outdated, diminishing his appearance. Chung-yi took his wallet, extracted 200 yuan bills, and handed them to Zhang Lingyu, saying, take this. Master, I can't accept it. The outfit only cost 20 yuan. She quickly refused. Is this on credit again? Chung-yi retorted. Consider it a loan. We're financially stable. You can repay me. As my student, you mustn't remain impoverished. Thank you, Master. You are too kind to me. Zhang Lingyu, with her straightforward nature, graciously accepted the money and suddenly pecked Chung-yi on the cheek. Chung-yi shot her a surprised glance and asked, what time is it? Just past 8, Master. Let's go grab breakfast, Zhang Lingyu replied, tucking the money into her pocket. I know a place that makes excellent tofu pudding. All right. You mentioning it has made me genuinely hungry. Chung-yi chuckled. Descending the stairs, Chung-yi expertly took his place on the back of the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around Zhang Lingyu's waist. She turned her head slightly, flashing him a sweet smile, and said, hold on tight. Let's go. A beautiful girl riding a motorcycle was indeed a striking sight. Throughout the journey, Chung-yi felt the gaze of many onlookers. Particularly, it was rather peculiar for a grown man to be ferried by a woman. At another traffic light, as he held Zhang Lingyu's waist, he glanced sideways at a van. The van driver eyed him with a strange look, seemingly contemplating whether Chung-yi was the type to live off a woman like a character from a television series. Nearby, two girls strolled side by side in the park. One girl, with her pure and lovely features, possessed the natural grace of a beauty, even with her brow furrowed. She exuded a delicate charm that evoked sympathy. The other girl, slightly pudgy, wore a checkered dress. Although not strikingly beautiful, she radiated youthful vitality. At that moment, if Chung were to turn his head left, he would unmistakably recognize the two girls as Song Meng and Zhao Shasha. Meng, don't be upset. Chung-yi doesn't deserve you. With your qualities, once you enter university, won't there be countless boys pursuing you? Zhao Shasha encouraged. I've never been hit before. Even my parents wouldn't dare, Song Meng retorted with indignation. But didn't you send Pang Peng to teach him a lesson? Yes, you. Within 3 days, he will come to apologize, Zhao Shasha promised. Even if he apologizes, I won't forgive him. Song Meng fumed. Yes, just ignore him. Let him regret it. Zhao Shasha agreed, suddenly pointing towards the motorcycle and exclaiming, Meng, look at that girl riding the motorcycle. She's so cool. What's so cool about it? Girls shouldn't ride motorcycles. She looks like a delinquent, Song Meng scoffed. And she's even carrying a man. Oh, that person turned his head. Wait, why does he look so familiar? Oh no, it's Chung-yi, Zhao Shasha exclaimed, her tone shifting dramatically. At that moment, Song Meng also caught sight of Chung-yi turning towards them. Seeing him with his arms around Zhang Lingyu's waist ignited a surge of fury within her. How could he have found someone new so quickly after their breakup? Song Meng could not tolerate such a situation. She could not bear the thought of Chung-yi being wanted so soon after their separation. Meanwhile, Chung-yi remained oblivious to Song Meng's presence. He turned because the van driver was staring at him with an annoyingly stupid look, provoking him to want to confront the driver. Just as he turned back, a familiar voice called out, Chung-yi. Following the sound, he saw Song Meng glaring at him with anger. What does this mean? She pointed at Zhang Lingyu, fuming. What do you mean? Chung-yi asked, still holding Zhang Lingyu. Are you saying you've been with her all along? Is that why you hit me on purpose? Song Meng's eyes glistened with tears. A woman's greatest weapon is her tears, and Song Meng clearly understood this. Her tear-streaked face drew sympathy from the onlookers, particularly the drivers nearby who felt for the young man who had such a beautiful girlfriend, yet still betrayed her. Infidelity is one thing, but domestic violence is utterly reprehensible. It is simply inhumane, akin to being less than the scum of the earth, comparable to a rat in a sewer or maggots in a toilet. The crowd glared at Chung-yi, their eyes filled with venomous thoughts hurled at him like daggers. If looks could kill, Chung-yi would have been slain 1,000 times over. Zhang Lingyu never anticipated encountering Song Meng here. Having previously seen Song Meng in an internet CAF and knowing she was Chung-yi's girlfriend, she hurriedly clarified, I assure you, there is nothing between Chung-yi and me. However, Song Ming did not spare Zhang Lingyu a glance. In her eyes, Zhang Lingyu, a mere internet CF attendant, was unworthy of her attention. Who was she? A soon-to-be student at Han University, destined to be a paragon of excellence. And Zhang Lingyu? Just a small-time attendant, forever confined to a town no larger than a palm. Zhang Lingyu fixed her gaze on Chang Yi and, gritting her teeth, declared, "So, you concede to this, do you? From this day forth, we are strangers." She shot a glance at Zhang Lingyu and scoffed, "I never imagined you possessed such taste, associating with a delinquent. I must have been blind to associate with you." Song Ming's words pierced Zhang Lingyu's heart like a needle. With her vocational diploma, she felt dwarfed by Song Ming's academic prowess, and now bore the label of a delinquent, leaving her utterly humiliated. Indeed, compared to someone of Song Ming's stature, she was, in fact, a delinquent. They were like two lines that could never intersect. One ascended to great heights, while the other descended slowly. After venting her fury, Song Ming turned to leave. "Wait," Chang Yi called out. "I owe you an apology. But what gives you the right to insult my friend? You need to apologize to her right now." Chang Yi said with irritation. "Apologize? What did I say wrong? Isn't she just a delinquent?" Song Ming was brought to tears. She could not comprehend how Chang Yi, who had professed his love just days prior, could treat her this way. They say women can turn on a dime, but this man could switch gears even faster. One moment they were affectionate, and the next, he was dismissive. Seeing Song Ming in tears, Chang Yi fell silent for a few seconds before pulling a crumpled tissue from his pocket. Upon seeing the tissue, Song Ming realized Chang Yi's heart had softened. She turned her face away, waiting for him to console her. To her surprise, Chang Yi leisurely wiped his hands and remarked, "If you don't apologize before I'm done, I'll give you another slap." "You." Song Ming was nearly propelled off the ground in anger, her furious feelings overpowering her sorrow. "Forget it, master. Let us go," Zhang Lingyu said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choking. As the green light illuminated, she twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle swiftly vanished from Song Ming's view. "If you have any guts, don't leave." Song Ming, seething with rage, stamped her foot and sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" Chang Yi sensed something was amiss with Zhang Lingyu and leaned over her back, asking loudly. "I'm fine," Zhang Lingyu replied calmly, the motorcycle remaining steady. Just as Chang Yi believed she was all right, he suddenly felt a chill on his cheek. He raised his hand to find it was tears. This straightforward and carefree girl was indeed crying. Given the circumstance, Chang Yi refrained from offering words of comfort, fearing that any misstep might provoke her into a full-blown cry. They were traveling at 70 miles per hour, and the destination was certainly not the Aegean Sea. When they arrived at the breakfast shop, Zhang Lingyu's demeanor showed no signs of having cried. This time, it was indeed a trial for her. Chang Yi realized that had it not been for his reputation, the spoiled Song Ming would have likely struck Zhang Lingyu long ago. After all, she was the daughter of Hai Gang, who would never tolerate anyone's indignities. She smiled at Chang Yi as if nothing had happened and asked, "Master, would you like fried dough sticks or pancakes?" "I'm fine with either," Chang Yi replied as he found a stool to sit on. "After we eat, I'll give you a beginner's programming book." "Thank you, Master," Zhang Lingyu beamed with joy, the clouds of her earlier distress dissipating. After finishing breakfast, Chang Yi took Zhang Lingyu to the bookstore where he had purchased the CD. Upon entering, he announced, "Boss, I forgot to pick up the tutorial book I bought the other day. I'm here to retrieve it." The bookstore owner internally cursed, wondering how one could forget to pick up something they had deliberately discarded. After cleaning it up, they had even restocked it for sale. With a reluctant sigh, the owner retrieved the book and tossed it to Chang Yi. Although he had already paid for it, the owner felt as if he had lost over 50 yuan. Zhang Lingyu joyfully cradled the book, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. All right, you go on with your business. Since you didn't go to the internet CAF last night, you probably had your wages docked, right?" Chang Yi sit. Chapter 17. The boy finally becomes a man. "All right, I'll head to work now. Goodbye, master." Zhang Lingyu waved gently as she rode away from the street. As Chang Yi stepped into their neighborhood, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of their small shop. What happened? Upon seeing the throng, he hurriedly approached. "Jian Shu, when will the eggs arrive?" a woman inquired. Jian Shu stood at the door, smiling. "They are on their way. Please wait a moment." Seeing that the crowd consisted mostly of customers, Chang Yi felt relieved. As he squeezed into the small shop, he chuckled. "Wasn't I helping at Uncle Zhang's?" "Nonsense. Uncle Zhang just left a short while ago." Jian Shu shot Chang Yi a glare. "All right. I was at the internet CAF all night, Chung Yi fabricated. Still making excuses. Bosley from Highling Internet CAF came looking for you. Aren't all 6 Internet CAFs in our county his? Jian Shu replied with irritation, having been caught in 2 lies. Chung Yi decided not to bother with further excuses and walked straight to the living room. You little rascal, Jian Shu scolded lightly, but his face wore a contented smile. Observing his son's unsteady gait, Jian Shu had an inkling of what was happening. Speaking of which, that Songming girl is quite impressive, beautiful, academically gifted. And she and his son both managed to get into the same prestigious university, Dongsong No. 1 High School. It seemed only Songming and his son had been admitted to Handong University. What a match, talent and beauty united. However, even if they were a perfect fit, precautions must not be overlooked. Jian Shu grabbed a box of Durex from the shelf, pondering how to discreetly place it in Chung Yi's clothing. After much thought, he skillfully unwrapped the Durex and removed just one. Where have you been? Upon entering the living room, Chu Yui straightened up from arranging the sofa and said, Uncle Jiang came by earlier and praised you endlessly, claiming you saved his factory and even brought the 7,000 yuan he owed us. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Yui inquired, What exactly did you help Uncle Jiang with? Nothing much, just assisted him in clearing some inventory at the market, Chung Yi replied with a chuckle. Is it really that simple? Uncle Jiang has been praising you nonstop. I've never seen him compliment anyone like that, Chu Yui said proudly. He even wants to matchmake you with you, she. Mom, you didn't agree to that, did you? Chung Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's a matter for you young people. Does it matter if we agree or not? Chu Yui laughed. That is good, Chung Yi sighed in relief. He truly could not fathom being paired with Jiang Yushi. This has nothing to do with the saying that rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Rather, it is primarily due to the numerous embarrassing incidents and dark secrets shared between the two since childhood. Moreover, Jiang Yushi had once tugged at his most sacred area when they were young. Chu Yui remarked with a smile, I truly believe that Yushi is quite an admirable child. If he could marry her, our family's business would flourish today. Chung Yi pretended not to hear and shifted the topic. When the conversation ventured into his area of expertise, Chu Yui immediately responded with a smile. Isn't this all thanks to your advice? It's quite curious, though. The eggs are only 2 jiao cheaper than the market price. Yet so many people have shown up. Chung Yi chuckled. How can we explain this? The majority of consumers possess a mentality of wanting to take advantage. As long as you seize this mindset, business will never be lacking. Like with the eggs, although they save only 2 jiao to them, it feels as though they're gaining 2 jiao for free. Regardless of where they buy, why not choose the place that offers a 2 jiao discount? Indeed, they will often buy other items as well, Chu Wei added. I discussed with your father, and we plan to procure some inexpensive eggs from the poultry farm in the town. We can continue to lower the prices. I think that's a great idea. Chung Yi replied with a smile. You truly are my mother. Stop the flattery. Do you think that a few compliments will make me overlook your smoking problem? Chu Yui stood up from the sofa, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she scolded him. Chung Yi hurriedly stood up, chuckling, Mom, tomorrow is market day, so I'll head over to Uncle Zhang's to lend a hand. You little rascal, she said, watching him dash out through the back door with a hint of satisfaction on her face. Although her son still exhibited a carefree attitude, was this not the hallmark behavior of a proud and studious individual? As a mother, Chu Yui could distinctly sense her son's transformation. Could it be that the fabled rebellious phase had passed? Her son had matured into a young man. As he mounted his bicycle, which was noisy except for the bell, Chung Yi noticed 2 young ruffians cornering a chubby boy against the wall at the building where miscellaneous items were stored. The chubby boy had a sorrowful expression as he fished out a crumpled 2 yuan note from his pocket. Just $2? One of the ruffians grumbled. After all this effort, you're only lending $2? We might as well go scavenging. The chubby boy, looking timid, replied, This is all I have. I had over 60 yuan, but bought shorts earlier. As the ruffians glared at him menacingly, the chubby boy quickly added, How about I give you my shorts instead? They're from the brand Banalix. Upon finishing his sentence, he began to remove his pants. The scene was utterly unbearable. Watching the chubby boy undress, Chung Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, You fatso, are you planning to run naked? This chubby boy was one of the few high school classmates Chung Yi could vividly recall. His name was Du Yuxing, Chung Yi's deskmate, who had been admitted to the Jingzhou Vocational College. During this era, naming children was quite casual. If a boy was born on a rainy day, he was named Yuxing, and if a girl, Tianyu. If born on a snowy day, boys were called Xiefeng and girls Shui. Names like Chung Jian and Chung Yi were taken from a novel titled Jian. Simple and unpretentious, the people of that era were remarkably genuine. Upon hearing Chung Yi's voice, Du Yuxing was nearly moved to tears, stammering, "Chung Yi, save me. Kid, do you want a medal?" One ruffian turned around, fuming, only to recognize Chung Yi's face. "Oh, it's you too." Chung Yi chuckled upon seeing the two ruffians. They were Zhang Lingyu's lackeys. Chapter 18. Hello, fatty. Ah, big brother. The two ruffians immediately straightened up, bowing and scraping. This scene left Du Yuxing in astonishment. When did his desk mate become a social boss? How surreal. Big brother. Is he your friend? One ruffian hastily inquired. Are you attempting extortion? Cheng Yi retorted. And no, we just wanted to borrow some money, the ruffians quickly denied, waving their hands. In a few years, this will be severely punished. If you continue this nonsense, you'll end up in prison, Chung Yi warned, frowning. Yes, yes, the ruffians replied, not wishing to linger any longer, and fled. Du Yuxing hastily pulled up his trousers, astonished. Chung Yi, why do they call you big brother? When did you become a social boss? Nonsense, I'm a good person, Chung Yi scoffed. What did you do to provoke them? What do you think? Du Yuxing raised an eyebrow, demonstrating. Chung Yi fell silent for a few moments before saying, you should really reconsider that provocative habit of yours. My eyebrows are naturally arched. There is nothing I can do about it, Du Yuxing replied, feeling aggrieved. During high school, many in their class viewed Du Yuxing as a source of amusement. With poor grades, thick skin, and a timid personality, he would even laugh off public humiliation for Zhao Shasha, including Chung Yi. They all looked down on Du Yuxing and even hesitated to share a desk with him. Yet, during the 3 years when he faced relentless debt collection, Du Yuxing was the only one brave enough to maintain contact with him. In fact, when Chung Yi found himself at his wit's end, Du Yuxing had risked attracting the ire of loan sharks to offer him a place to stay. Fatty, do you want to make some money? Chung Yi asked, eyeing the still youthful Du Yuxing. What is most lacking in a 21st century entrepreneurial team? Talent. In this era of rampant multi-industry growth, what constitutes talent? Simply put, if you possess enough audacity, you are considered talented. Make money? Du Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment. Is that for real? 100 a day? Chung Yi quoted an exorbitant figure. 100? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Du Yuxing exclaimed. That's nearly enough to buy a Li Ning tracksuit. For them, Li Ning was regarded as a luxury brand. In school, anyone who could wear a Li Ning tracksuit was considered the most stylish. Your voice is perfect for this job, but I need to provide you with some training first, Chung Yi replied with a smile. Come on, let us go. With that, Chung Yi slid from the seat of the bicycle to the back. Du Yuxing, who had always been sturdy but not particularly tall at 1.7 meters, was naturally suited for riding a bicycle. Following Chung Yi's guidance, Du Yuxing rode the bicycle to the Aigua food factory. Have you finished organizing everything? Chung Yi asked with a smile. Yes, Jiang Aigua replied. However, we have quite a large quantity, over 80,000 bags, almost filling the warehouse. So many? Chung Yi furrowed his brow. Over 80,000 bags. At this rate, it might take a month to sell them all. Even if we sell one bag every 10 seconds and work tirelessly like during the last market, we would only sell over 10,000 bags in one market. After contemplating, Chung Yi suggested, let us open several lottery points. I'll rent a computer and aim to wrap this up in a couple of days. Great, Jiang Aigua responded, excited at the prospect of quickly clearing the inventory. Chung Yi left the bewildered Du Yuxing behind and pedaled his bicycle toward the computer parts store. During this period, computer parts stores had begun to emerge gradually. With the advent of the Pentium 4 series, older 386 and 486 computers were being phased out, particularly the 386 models that only had floppy drives without hard drives, which were practically dirt cheap. The largest computer parts store in the county was run by a rather young man who had a knack for fixing computers, thus ensuring a thriving business. Upon seeing Chung Yi enter the store, the young man smiled and asked, looking to buy a computer? Do you rent them here? Chung Yi inquired. Rent? The young man paused, then shook his head with a smile. I've never heard of renting computers. They're too valuable. Renting them out is too risky. I suggest you consider that as a potential business. Chung Yi chuckled and, surveying the row of computers, asked, how much for that 386 over there? That one is cheap. 600 yuan for the whole set, the young man replied. 600? You would not expect such darkness from someone of African descent. Chung Yi stated bluntly. Can the 486 even sell for 600? This is a model just retired from Dongsan Sanjong. It has been handled with utmost care, always in shoe covers. The young man explained. At most 300. Such an antiquity, you might find it difficult to sell even for that. Chung-E negotiated. 386 was the first computer for many people. Using such a computer requires wearing shoe covers and operating in a dust-free environment. After 2020, many have mocked this practice, believing the school was deliberately creating an air of mystery. However, that is not the case. The 386 and 486 span an entire era. The 386 lacks a hard drive and has only a floppy disk drive, which is very poor in dust protection, if not entirely ineffective. The floppy disk is merely a magnetic-coated film. When reading or writing data, the read-write head must press tightly against the disk surface, while the disk spins and swiftly glides between the heads. Once dust, especially gritty particles, clings to the head, the floppy disk becomes immediately unusable. 300 is far too little, the young man said, clearly troubled. To be honest, my purchase price is $260, and I haven't even included shipping and cleaning fees. Just 300, I want 7 units. If you won't sell to me, I'll look elsewhere, Chung-E stated his bottom line. The young man hesitated for several seconds before replying. All right, consider it a grand opening. Chung-E took out the 3,000 yuan from yesterday, counted out 21 bills for the young man, and asked, how much for a complete penny on my computer? The young man replied, with an integrated graphics card, it costs around 900 yuan. What about the Pentium 2? Chung-E inquired again. Chapter 19. There are countless paths to survival, yet he chooses the dead end. Cheng-Yi nodded. He clearly remembered that the Pentium I computer he bought for Songmeng after the college entrance examination cost 850 yuan. Please deliver the computers to this address and set them up for me. Is it all right to send 2 floppy disks with each unit? Chung-E wrote down an address and rode away on his bicycle. Sure, no problem, the young man readily agreed. He was quite pleased with a profit of 280 yuan. By 4 in the afternoon, the young man transported the computers to the Aigwa food factory using a tricycle. Upon seeing Chung-E with so many computers, Jiang Aigwa was somewhat astonished. His own computer had cost over 7,000 yuan. The young man worked efficiently and soon installed all 7 386 computers. Chung-E arranged the computer desks in a row, strategizing their deployment. He downloaded the lottery program onto all the computers and assigned all literate employees as machine owners, while the others began practicing sorting and shipping. They worked diligently until dusk, and to reward everyone, Jiang Aigwa ordered a feast for them. After the meal, Du Yuxing could no longer contain himself and pulled Chung-E aside, asking, what should I do tomorrow? You will be the loudspeaker. I've written some key phrases for you to memorize. Tomorrow you just need to shout them out. Chung-E handed Du Yuxing a piece of paper. Du Yuxing picked it up and read line by line. Dear family, how about our welfare? Thank you for your long-standing support. Today marks our final wave of benefits. After this, the factory will announce its closure. Dear family, have you ever seen welfare delivered to a bankrupt factory? Today, let's broaden your horizons. As he read the paper, with each word addressing family, Du Yuxing was nearly moved to tears. This factory director is truly a good person. Chung-E demonstrated the passionate tone he wanted, then went to Jiang Aigwa's office. Great contributor, please have a seat. Jiang Aigwa, who was calculating, immediately stood up and smiled. Is everything arranged? Yes, I have organized their matters. Uncle Jiang, I need to discuss the future of the factory with you. Chung-E sat on the sofa, making a startling statement. Once this batch of goods is sold, you should sell the factory. Sell it? How can that be? Jiang Aigwa exclaimed, this is my life's work, and I want to leave it for you and Jiang Yuxi. Chung-E remained silent for a moment before continuing. It is fortunate that I can help you clear out the inventory. The snack industry is about to undergo a significant reshuffle. Once our country joins these small, obscure factories like yours will struggle to survive. If you accumulate inventory once more, it will truly be the end. But don't we have computers? We can keep running that lottery, Jiang Aigwa questioned. Our lottery activity can only be effective until our competitors catch on. Once they do, you can imagine the consequences. Chung-E advised, you should clear the inventory now, sell the factory, and you will gain a reputation for providing benefits even as the factory goes bankrupt. Not only will you leave with a good name, but the factory will also fetch a good price. He understood that Jiang Aigwa valued his reputation above all else. Is it really that serious? Jiang Aigwa was clearly alarmed. A gross profit margin of 17%? This is not running a factory. It's running a supermarket. Moreover, if the relevant departments learn that you are profitable, they will come to investigate you. This is essentially a form of lottery sales. Just think about how many people were deceived by disguised lottery sales in previous years, Chung Yi remarked. Jiang Igwa pondered for a while, then said with a tinge of regret, but if I sell the factory, what will I do? Should I sell machines? I've heard those two industries are very popular. Chung Yi looked at Jiang Igwa in disbelief. He never expected that among countless paths to take, Jiang Igwa would choose these two dead ends. Why not consider the building materials industry? There are many people in that field yet, Chung Yi suggested. Building materials? The housing prices are only a few hundred yuan. Wouldn't that be a sure loss? Jiang Igwa raised his doubts. Seeing that Jiang Igwa remained obstinate, Chung Yi threw out a final remark and left the office. Hey, Xiao Yi, don't throw English at me. What does that mean? Jiang Igwa called after him. Jiang Yushi sauntered into the office, saying, that means believing it or not is up to you. Huh? Jiang Igwa was taken aback. After weighing his options for a long time, he ultimately chose to trust Chung Yi. Sell the factory, enter the building materials industry. This decision demonstrated Chung Yi's keen insight and capability. What harm could there be in believing him just once? At 3 a.m, everyone rose to begin their busy day. Distributing over 80,000 bags of food in the shortest time possible is an art in itself. As dawn broke, the doors of Igwa Food Factory, closed for 2 days, finally creaked open. At the entrance, 10 tables and 10 computers were arranged in a Z shape. Dear family, the welfare event officially begins. With Du Yuxing's booming voice, the final clearance commenced. Eagerly awaiting, the uncles and aunts surged forward, tossing money as they rushed for the mice. Dear family, we have 80,000 items of welfare today. Everyone will get their share, so no need to fight. Bankruptcy giveaway. Du Yuxing cried out, filled with emotion. Chung Yi stood in the factory yard, watching Du Yuxing fully immerse himself in the role, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. This chubby guy has a bright future ahead. With the rehearsal earlier, the entire process flowed smoothly, akin to silk. Payment, lottery, prize collection, all in one seamless motion. Each person took less than 10 seconds. Wow, I won. I hit the jackpot, an excited uncle shouted. Upon seeing someone win 3,000 yuan, Chung Yi rushed over, expertly draping a large red scarf around the uncle's neck and guiding him to a chair. A thick bundle of 50 yuan bills made the uncle who won 3,000 yuan tremble with excitement. As the uncle won the prize, Du Yuxing exclaimed loudly, family. The koi has begun to appear. Everyone, rush forward. There is no limit to the koi. Who will be the next lucky one? Who is it? Tell me loudly. It's me. It's me. The crowd hastened their throwing of money, creating an atmosphere of near-manic revelry. After 2 consecutive, bustling markets, there was no need for them to rush to another market. The following morning, they would simply open the loudspeaker and start selling again. Over these days, all the workers in the factory operated in a non-stop mode, and by dusk on the 4th day, over 80,000 bags of snacks had finally been sold out. Villagers. Dear villagers, faced with the still enthusiastic customers, Jiang Igwa, who was somewhat unaccustomed to the scene, stood on a table under Chung Yi's guidance. Chapter 20. Call me Daddy with a pinched voice. Addressing the hundreds still present, he proclaimed, I am Jiang Igwa, the director of Igwa Food Factory. Our factory has been established for 6 years, and I am grateful for everyone's support. This time, I am offering benefits as a way to repay your long-standing kindness. Jiang Igwa's expression was one of feigned sorrow, which resonated with many present. With a quivering voice, Jiang Igwa continued, Here, I would like to ask for your help. My factory has reached its end, and I plan to sell it for 50,000 yuan. If anyone can help introduce a buyer, I am willing to offer 3,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Director Jiang, are you really selling the factory? Ah, Director Jiang is truly a good person. Even when bankrupt, he still offers us benefits. Indeed, it's quite admirable. Let's help him out. Thank you all. As Jiang Igwa bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face, the doors of Igwa Food Factory closed once more. The crowd sighed and continued on their way, happily carrying their snacks. As soon as the door shut, the sorrow on Jiang Igwa's face vanished, and he wiped away his tears, saying, Quick, let us see how much profit we made. With excitement, Jiang Igwa rushed into the accounting office. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, the accountant reported, in the past few days, we have total revenue of 178,932 yuan, with a net profit of 147,56 yuan. Wonderful. Several employees cheered. Everyone, protect the accountant. First, let S deposit the money in the bank, and then withdraw 20,000 in cash. Today, I will reward everyone. Jiang Aigua exclaimed with enthusiasm. Starting tomorrow, everyone will follow me into the building materials industry. All right. Stimulated by the atmosphere, even Du Yuxing felt invigorated and raised his arms in cheer. Cheng Yi kicked Du Yuxing, scolding, "What nonsense! Aren't you going to university?" Oh, Du Yuxing suddenly remembered his identity and reluctantly lowered his arms. "Let us go. Accompany me to return the computers." Cheng Yi pulled Du Yuxing, placing the 386 computers back into foam boxes and stacking them onto the long tricycle in the factory. "Didn't you buy these?" Du Yuxing asked curiously. "They are rented," Cheng Yi replied with certainty. The two pushed the tricycle and soon arrived at the computer parts store. "Huh? Why are you selling them so soon after buying?" The young man at the parts store was puzzled. Cheng Yi patted the foam box containing the computers and said, 260 each, delivered to your door. Will you take them? If not, I'll ask elsewhere." "I'll take them," the young man quickly agreed. He counted out 820 yuan, and handed it to Cheng Yi, asking, "Brother, what are you doing? I don't quite understand." Cheng Yi grinned while counting the money. "This is called computer leasing. You'll figure it out." With the young man looking on in confusion, Cheng Yi and Du Yuxing triumphantly departed with the tricycle. According to their prior agreement, Cheng Yi would receive a total of 3,400 yuan in dividends. After deducting the 3,000 already received, only 400 should remain, but Jiang Aigua generously waved his hand, giving an additional 3,000. The rest of the employees also received bonuses ranging from several hundred. Even Du Yuxing, who had shouted himself hoarse these past 2 days, received 300 yuan, nearly tempting him to abandon his studies and follow Jiang Aigua into a life of chaos. If the previous days had been a celebration for the consumer class, now it was a revelry for the working class. Jiang Aigua specifically rode his bicycle to purchase a sheep, setting up a bonfire in the factory yard for a roasted whole sheep party. After feasting on the lamb, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Once the festivities concluded, Jiang Yuxi personally escorted Cheng Yi and Du Yuxing to the factory gate. Having had a bit of beer, Jiang Yuxi's cheeks were slightly flushed. Under the moonlight, her fair and rosy face appeared as if enhanced by a beauty filter, her delicate features glowing even more beautifully. With a bashful glance at Cheng Yi, she said, "I lost the bet. What do you want me to do? Just name it. Are you promising to do anything?" Cheng Yi inwided, "Gidining." "Yes, anything," Jiang Yuxi affirmed, her tone resolute. "And I need to think." Cheng Yi stroked his chin, grinning mischievously at Jiang Yuxi, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. "Do you remember when we were kids, you had me beneath you, forcing me to call you daddy?" Cheng Yi suddenly asked. He was a person who held grudges. As a child, he had been bullied by the mischievous Jiang Yuxi, who had matured faster than him. His lack of romantic feelings toward her likely stemmed from that unfortunate childhood experience. Cheng Yi nodded, chuckling, "You guessed it. I am indeed quite petty." "No way. I won't let you ride." Jiang Yuxi immediately backtracked, her face turning red. "Not riding is fine. Just call me daddy with a pinched voice." "That is not too much to ask, right? You made me call you 3 times back then." "Pinched voice? What is that?" Jiang Yuxi asked, puzzled. Cheng Yi demonstrated the pinched voice for her. After witnessing his performance, Jiang Yuxi frowned. "That is really disgusting." After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Cheng Yi and, imitating the tone he had just shown, softly called out, Daddy." At that moment, Cheng Yi felt every pore in his body relax. He had never noticed before, but Jiang Yuxi had the potential to be a voice actor. That daddy was simply enchanting. He generously took out 200 yuan bills and handed them to Jiang Yuxi, saying, "Here, this is your calling fee from daddy." This scene left Du Yuxing, who was watching nearby, utterly astonished. He was not surprised by the pinched voice calling daddy, but by the fact that calling him daddy could earn 200 yuan. That was enough for his living expenses for an entire month. Realizing this, Du Yuxing stared at Cheng Yi with a gaze full of longing. "What are you planning?" Cheng Yi sensed Du Yuxing's unusual demeanor and immediately became cautious. Du Yuxing swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and mustered the courage to call out in a pinched voice, Daddy." "Damn, don't gross me out," Cheng Yi retorted, kicking him. Du Yuxing immediately started a crying grievance. Chapter 21. Who doesn't he want to be extravagant? Upon returning home, Cheng Yi took a shower and lay down on his bed, counting his money. These past few days had been exhausting. He felt as though he might fall apart. However, He still had one urgent matter to settle. After breakfast the next day, he hurriedly made his way to Hai Lang Internet CAF. A few days earlier, the CAF owner had visited his home, presumably to discuss pricing. Since the trial period was nearly over, Chung Yi intended to start collecting payments. When he arrived at Hai Lang Internet CAF, it was precisely 8 o'clock, and Chung Yi disembarked from his bicycle just as the CAF owner stepped out of his car. "Chung Yi, you finally came? I visited your home a few days ago." The CAF owner greeted him with a beaming smile. The flow limiting program has been incredibly effective. The Internet CAF has not witnessed any incidents of fighting due to lagging issues. "Apologies, I've been preoccupied with other matters these past few days, boss. This program is functioning adequately, I trust?" "Cheng Yi Chaklet is indeed very good. A few days ago, I sought you out to finalize the pricing," responded the CAF owner with a smile. "Name your price." "The usage fee is 100,000 per year." Chung Yi initially considered quoting 30,000 per year, but upon learning that all the Internet CAFs in the county belonged to this lead boss, he immediately raised his price. 100,000? For just 1 year? The CAF owner was taken aback. This amount is equivalent to the monthly income of his 6 Internet CAFs. Yes, and it requires a one-time payment for 3 years. Chung Yi added, "Payment for 3 years? That amounts to 300,000. The CAF owner's eyes nearly bulged out. This young man clearly has no regard for the value of money. With 300,000, one could purchase 4 or 5 apartments in the county, where even the most expensive properties are merely 600 yuan per square meter. Brother, you're asking for an exorbitant sum for a single program. How could it be so costly?" The CAF owner protested. "I can offer at most 30,000. "Then our discussions end here," Chung Yi replied. "I am already extending a 50% discount out of respect for you, Jia. Ponder it carefully. The Internet CAF industry is currently experiencing a boom, and, sooner or later, competitors will emerge in the county. If they acquire my program, how will you compete with them? The 3-year contract is not out of greed, but rather for your benefit. Consider this. If the industry booms next year and someone offers a higher price, should I sell or not? If I sell, I betray you. If I don't, I betray myself. Wouldn't it be wiser to settle this matter at once, selling you a 3-year license, thus sparing myself the temptation next year?" Chung Yi's casual remarks immediately raised the CAF owner's hackles. Indeed, if a competitor's CAF resolved the issue of network disconnections, his CAF would be doomed. If the rival sends people to occupy bandwidth and create chaos, who would choose to surf the internet at his establishment? Chung Yi's proposed term was entirely reasonable. 3 years would prevent any prolonged uncertainty. Of course, you could always consult programming experts in Zhongwonkan for their prices. Chung Yi remarked confidently, "Their quotes may well exceed your annual income." Chung Yi clearly remembered that the future founder of Demi Group made his first million in the 1990s by writing a simple program. 300,000 for a 3-year license is not steep. It equates to just over 8,000 a month. Fine, 300,000 it is, but I want regional exclusivity. You cannot sell this program to anyone else in the county. The middle-aged man weighed the pros and cons and reluctantly agreed. "It's a deal." Chung Yi extended his hand with a smile. "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." The middle-aged man, though unwilling, shook Chung Yi's hand, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. 300,000. It felt like a life-or-death matter. However, obtaining this regional right meant that no one in Dongsan County could compete with him in the Internet CAF business. Should anyone dare to open an Internet CAF, he would send a group to identify and intimidate them. For the entire morning, Chung Yi rode in the middle-aged man's car to 5 other Internet CAFs, installing the program into the routers and teaching the staff how to reboot the system. Once everything was completed, the middle-aged man begrudgingly took Chung Yi to the bank, where the money was transferred into Chung Yi's newly opened savings account. Glancing at the string of zeros on the passbook, Chung Yi contentedly tucked it into his pocket. The feeling of having money is truly delightful. The 6,000 given by Uncle Jiang was merely a small sum, but the money from the CAF owner transformed him into a figure with considerable financial freedom. He first withdrew 5,000 in cash, and then, with a swagger that disregarded familial ties, strolled into the county's only pedestrian street. "Promise me you will no longer wander at midnight. Do not easily indulge in excess. For do you know this will break my heart? Once love is embraced, there is no room for regret. I am willing to bear any suffering." The hair salon nearby was playing Zhang Xinjia's AI Ru Chao Shui, a song that resonated throughout the country. But to Chang Yi, it felt like a profound irony. Once love is embraced, there is no room for regret. I am willing to bear any suffering. Chang Yi sput, inadvertently landing his saliva on the plastic sandals of a young man with an extravagant hairstyle. As the youth prepared to react, Chang Yi swiftly produced a 100 yuan note and slapped it on his face, shouting, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I will throw money at you." Staring at the 100 yuan bill in his hand, the young man felt as if he were dreaming. After confirming it was real money, his mouth broke into a wide grin. Fantastic! He watched Chang Yi's domineering figure walk away, wishing he could coax more saliva from him, as there was still ample room on his sandals. Such is the allure of money. 99 troubles in life can be resolved with it. The remaining one requires even more money. Thus, making money is far more practical than pursuing love. At least money does not abandon you. The young man respectfully watched Chang Yi depart, then pocketed the cash and entered a nearby hair salon, where the staff joyfully pulled down the salon's roller shutter as he stepped inside. As he walked along the street, Chang Yi began to contemplate financial matters. At the very least, he should aim to become a figure like Si Song-go. In that case, he could casually embrace a female internet celebrity and, in a rather ostentatious manner, declare, "I am not particularly interested in internet celebrities. My happiest moments were during my single days." To achieve this lofty ambition, he needed to carefully consider how to maximize the returns on this newfound wealth. The realm of pop-up advertisements was an avenue he vowed never to revisit. It was far too morally dubious. However, if he were to deviate from that path, he would need to devise a solid plan. Acquiring properties in several cities that do not believe in tiers and holding on to them until 2024 could potentially yield a 13-fold increase, but that was clearly a subpar strategy. Investing in stocks of well-known companies was a more moderate approach, especially since the moment he was reborn may have altered the course of history. It was possible that, in a few years, major corporations would declare bankruptcy and be forced to team up to sell pancakes instead. The most prudent path at present was undoubtedly to venture into internet entrepreneurship. Chang Yi vaguely recalled that in a few months, Xinlong Company would begin suing Suhu Company for plagiarism. Following this, established internet companies would deploy capital to eliminate smaller competitors who followed in their wake. Between 2000 and 2002, over 300 internet companies would fold, and more than 1,200 would be merged, with the majority of small internet firms vanishing without a trace. After all, creating a portal website is straightforward, yet fending off a coalition of rival sites is exceedingly challenging. Chapter 22. Monopolies yield enormous profits at present. The only profitable model in the internet industry is wireless value-added services, abbreviated as business. Create a web page, post a few risque images, and recruit a few sultry voice ladies, and the business is halfway to success. Earning several thousand or even tens of thousands monthly is quite effortless. Consequently, 2 decades later, this outdated business model is referred to as old lecherous business by industry insiders. Such a business can yield small gains, but those wishing to claim a larger share must ask themselves if they possess the necessary fortitude. To rise above them, one must avoid industries already saturated with substantial capital. Ideas flashed through Chang Yi's mind, even contemplating the mining business multiple times. Ultimately, a singular idea began to take shape: opening an internet CAF. Chang Yi had not previously studied the internet CAF industry in depth. In fact, it could be said that even major investors would not invest their energy in competing with local tycoons for a share of this market. The internet CAF industry is, after all, one of the most primitive and straightforward sectors, expanding in a wildly chaotic manner. With a modest amount of capital, one can easily establish an internet CAF. Crucially, in such a low-barrier industry, only monopolization can yield exorbitant profits. To monopolize the internet CAF sector, it is essential to establish industry thresholds. Once these thresholds are in place, entertainment industry entrepreneurs will abandon internet CAFs and revert to more beneficial endeavors, such as hair and foot care services. However, instituting high barriers for this rampant industry necessitates the assistance of reliable technical personnel, as one individual alone clearly cannot accomplish this. It is well known that the limits of programming are determined solely by talent. A prodigious computer genius can outshine a seasoned programmer with decades of experience within a mere year or two. For instance, Liu Binbao astoundingly hacked into all attendees' mobile devices at a global cybersecurity conference using programming languages at the tender age of 11. Yet in this era, hiring such technical virtuosos is beyond the financial reach of someone with as limited funds. Furthermore, those technical experts are likely difficult to even approach. Just as Cheng Yi felt his aspirations might dwindle, he suddenly recalled someone, Lin Qingyin. She is indeed a preeminent computer prodigy. Logically, she should be residing in Dongsan County. Cheng Yi squatted by the curb, deep in thought. As for how to persuade her, he meticulously considered his own strengths. With 19 years of programming experience, he could relate to Lin Qingyin. Additionally, he possessed 8 years of experience in pursuing affection and 6 years in being a rogue. Coupled with his stature of 1.78 m and his handsome appearance, it should not be particularly challenging to charm a naive girl like Lin Qingyin, who had little romantic experience. Yet, he grappled with a moral dilemma. Was it appropriate to deceive a young girl, even after being reborn? It seemed rather unbecoming for a reborn individual. Other reborn souls either transformed into entertainment moguls, attracting throngs of starlets, or became financial titans like Buffett, adeptly navigating the stock market. Meanwhile, he contemplated deceiving an innocent girl. Cheng Yi underwent an intense internal struggle before suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Damn it! I am doing this to save her." With his conscience eased, he wasted no further time. Following his memory, he ventured into a mobile phone shop he had previously hesitated to enter, purchasing a newly released Nokia 8250 for over 3,000 yuan. Upon exiting the shop, he stared at the antiquated phone for a prolonged moment. This device lacked even the simplest of applications. How would he endure the nights ahead? Having grown accustomed to smartphones, Cheng Yi found himself at odds with this relic. After securing a mobile number, he suddenly recalled that this number would be of little use, as most people around him did not possess phones. During this period, Dongsan County, an obscure county, was still in the age of payphones and basic mobile devices. It was not until the end of 2002 that mobile phones gradually began to gain prominence in Dongsan County. For convenience, Cheng Yi purchased an additional basic phone, attaching it to his belt. With his hardware prepared, he hailed a motorcycle taxi to Shandong Commercial Plaza. Shandong Commercial Plaza is the largest shopping center in Dongsan County. Originally the county supply and marketing cooperative, which was later acquired by Lin Xingdong due to continuous losses and transformed into a commercial plaza. Lin Xingdong's office is located on the highest floor of Shandong Commercial Plaza. In Dongsan County, one might not know who the county chief is, but everyone must be acquainted with Lin Xingdong, as he owns the only Mercedes-Benz in the entire county, a vehicle that certainly turns heads on the road. As Cheng Yi strolled through the parking lot of Shandong Commercial Plaza, he quickly spotted the striking new Mercedes-Benz. Beside the car, a young man was meticulously polishing it with a fine sheepskin cloth. Upon noticing Cheng Yi's approach, the young man called out, Hey, don't come any closer. This car can bite." Cheng Yi feigned a cultured demeanor and inquired, "Could you tell me if Lin Qingyin lives nearby?" "Lin Qingyin?" The young man regarded Cheng Yi with a skeptical gaze, asking, "What is your business?" "Oh, I'm a student from Handong University. The admission notices have just been issued, and my teacher asked me to deliver some enrollment information." Cheng Yi fabricated the story smoothly. "Oh, I see," the young man replied, instantly changing his demeanor. "You came at an unfortunate time. Miss Lin is attending a training course in the provincial capital." "A training course?" Cheng Yi was taken aback. Even after the college entrance examinations, she was still attending a training course? Was such competitiveness truly necessary? Cheng Yi asked, "But the college entrance exams have concluded. Does Lin still need to attend classes?" This information was vital, and he preferred to deliver it personally. Cheng Yi smiled and declined. A programming class organized by Dazhong Company? Could it be Tianxing training? He speculated, quickly deducing Lin Qingyin's whereabouts. Since 1998, Dazhong Company, a pioneer in computer software magazines, had launched a programming class called Tianxing Training, which accepted students regardless of their educational background, even those with zero foundational knowledge, such as junior high school students. Many of the later, non-traditional hackers emerged from Tianxing Training. It could be said that Tianxing Training fostered the first generation of hacker experts in Huaxia. Chapter 23. The Journey to the Provincial Capital. Now aware of Lin Qingyin's location, Cheng Yi felt a sense of clarity. With just over 30 days until he would be heading to the provincial capital for university, he intended to establish a rapport with Lin Qingyin before the semester commenced. After all, Handong University is the finest institution in the province, brimming with talent and beauty. Once he stepped onto the university campus, Lin Qingyin, being a prominent figure among the female students, would undoubtedly become the target of many eager suitors. He needed to act swiftly to secure his advantage. At Handong University, there are various types of suitors. The first type, the high-quality suitor, hails from affluent backgrounds and possesses decent looks, exhibiting boldness even towards the most esteemed female students. The second type, the economic suitor, comes from average backgrounds with acceptable appearances, but lacks the courage to approach the more elite female students, only daring to pursue those of a slightly lower status. The third type, the wild suitor, indiscriminately pursues anyone, as long as the opportunity to woo is present, as they believe that once the lights are turned off. All are similar. Cheng Yi's circumstances placed him in the second category. Throughout 4 years of university, he never dared to meet Lin Qingyin's gaze. Boss. Just as Cheng Yi was about to leave Shingdong Commercial Plaza, he spotted Du Yuxing waving at him from a distance. Drest inalining traksuit. Du Yuxing sported a new plastic electronic watch worth a few dozen yuan on his left wrist, a gold-plated necklace around his neck, and an older model phone at his waist. He exuded an aura of wealth. Seeing Du Yuxing, Cheng Yi felt as if the term youthful vigor had taken form. Du Yuxing approached with an excited sprint, exclaiming, "Boss, what you up to? Have you discovered another lucrative venture?" After earning 300 yuan, Du Yuxing had begun to address Cheng Yi as boss. "You're always thinking about money. With your outfit, you've likely spent it all. Haven't you?" Cheng Yi teased. Du Yuxing scratched his head sheepishly and replied with a grin. 300 yuan for a dream is not too costly. Your dream seems rather inexpensive. Cheng Yi chuckled, saying, "I plan to make a trip to the provincial capital. Would you like to join me?" "Absolutely. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow." Du Yuxing pledged with fervor. "Even once I'm in university, I'll be at your beck and call, considering my school is not far from Handong University." Observing Du Yuxing still basking in his recent joy, Cheng Yi smiled. This was indeed a promising prospect. He felt akin to Liu Bang in the early stages of his enterprise, though lacking the ability to recruit the likes of Han, Exine, or Zhang Liang. He could at least enlist a Lu Wan to make do. Du Yuxing embodied many essential qualities of an entrepreneur: resilience, a thick skin, ambition, and an optimistic mindset. He placed his hand on Du Yuxing's shoulder with a sense of ceremony, saying, "Fatty, I present you with 2 choices. Listen carefully. The first option is that I will take you to a place that can alter your destiny. If you exert enough effort, your name will be etched in the annals of the internet's history. The second option is that I will give you 600 yuan. After uttering these words, Cheng Yi felt like a savior of another soul. Du Yuxing blinked his round eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, 600 yuan? Boss, are you really giving me 600 yuan? Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was not how it was supposed to be. In his previous life, upon hearing the motivational speech from an Amway lecturer about how it could change his fate, Du Yuxing had resolutely embarked on the path of destiny transformation. With a hint of desperation, he asked, "Are you truly willing to forfeit the chance to change your fate?" Du Yuxing blinked and proudly declared, "My fate is already splendid. Why would I want to change it? I've been accepted to a vocational college, I wear a prestigious watch, and I carry a phone. Who would want to change such a good life?" All right, Cheng Yi took a deep breath. He too felt that discussing fate and ideals with an 18-year-old Na'vi youth was quite absurd. Yet, none of this mattered, as long as his spirit remained unyielding. Solutions would always outnumber the difficulties. He was confident he could awaken the Amway cells within Du Yuxing and transform him into the most formidable brainwashing expert under his command. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, resources were scant, and talents like Du Yuxing were indispensable. After all, even the most fanciful of dreams were better than none at all. "Boss, do we really have to change? I'm already feeling quite happy," Du Yuxing expressed with reluctance, unable to contain himself any longer. Cheng Yi raised his hand in a swift motion, causing Du Yuxing to scramble away while shouting, "Change, change, change. I'll change. Whatever you want me to change. I will. Damn it. Can't you have some ambition while following me?" Cheng Yi scolded. "I understand, boss," Du Yuxing replied, clutching the 600 yuan and vanishing in a flash. As Cheng Yi watched his figure disappear, Du Yuxing quickly slipped into a nearby internet CAF. Red alert was his aspiration. Upon returning home, Cheng Yi shared his intention to attend a training course in the provincial capital with his parents. Naturally, Cheng Jianshu and Chu Yu Yi wholeheartedly agreed when they heard that Chung Yi would be going to the provincial city to get a head start on university courses. The following afternoon, Chung Yi eagerly took Du Yuxing aboard the bus headed for the provincial capital. Dongsan County is over 200 kilometers away from the provincial city, and when they arrived, it was already dusk. Du Yuxing, visiting the provincial city for the first time, was awestruck by the towering buildings surrounding the bus station. Much like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, he looked around, utterly bewildered, unsure of where to step next. Indeed, this is the provincial city. Every building is taller than our Dongsan Grand Hotel, he finally exclaimed after a long pause. Have you ever considered that one day one of these buildings could bear your name? Cheng Yi Intijit. Of course, I dream of that. If I had a building like that, Du Yuxing began to imagine. But suddenly curious, he asked, "Hey boss, why aren't you shocked at all? Have you been to the provincial city before?" Chung Yi fell silent. What was there to be astonished about with these modest 10-story buildings? As they spoke, they exited the back door of the bus station, only to be surrounded by a throng of women. "Hey, gentlemen, looking for accommodation? We have lovely ladies here," one called out. "No thanks." Chung Yi managed to squeeze through the crowd, only to turn around and find Du Yuxing ensnared in conversation with a group of women, his cheeks flushed. "Damn it," he muttered, rushing over and pulling Du Yuxing out by the collar. Irked as he questioned, "You can attract customers, but why are you engaging in conversation?" "He is still a child. Children get half price." A heavily made-up woman laughed heartily, prompting the others to giggle. Du Yuxing, blushing and wiping his cheek, protested, "Boss, I'm already of age." "Shut up." Chung Yi glared at him with a look of frustration. "Getting involved in such matters will ruin your youth." "Why?" Du Yuxing asked, astonished. "Because it becomes addictive," Chung Yi replied, dragging Du Yuxing away. Chapter 24. Nothing but skillful hands. The women of the provincial city were indeed delightful. Their skin was fair, their attire scant, and their personalities open. Suddenly, Du Yuxing grasped something, his face a mask of shock as he questioned, "Wait a minute, boss. How do you know it could be addictive? Have you experienced it?" Du Yuxing scrutinized Cheng Yi, somewhat incrédule. "Hey, young man, need a ride?" A tricycle driver grinned at them from the roadside. Chung Yi was about to decline when the driver opened his coat to reveal a stash of discs, chuckling. "Need a ride? I'll throw in a disc too. How much to the science building in the Southern District?" "That's quite a distance. It's over 20 kilometers to the science building." "Since you two look like students, I'll charge you 12 yuan, the driver said, handing a disc to Chung Yi. He swore he only wished to relive some nostalgia, having no base, sordid, or lewd intentions. However, Du Yuxing was already brimming with excitement, fixated on the disc in Chung Yi's hand, unable to tear his gaze away. It was no wonder that those easily swayed into Amway were often unskilled at concealing their true feelings. They became exuberant at the slightest good fortune. The science building in the Southern District was the first conceptual business office building in the provincial capital, hosting many small to medium-sized conferences. As a former student of the Tianqing training, Chung Yi remembered clearly that the Tianqing Training School of Dazhong Company was located on the 16th floor of the science building. Dismounting the tricycle, Chung Yi gazed at the familiar building, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. During his university internship, he had honed his skills here for 6 months, ultimately becoming a proud programmer, a journey that had spanned nearly 2 decades. Reflecting on the past was indeed a poignant experience. In that moment, Chung Yi felt compelled to compose a poem. Meanwhile, Du Yuxing succinctly captured their sentiments with an exclamation. Even if placed in a third-tier city 20 years later, the design and luxury of the science building were remarkable. It was now past 8 in the evening, and many spirited young men and women were strolling the streets. This road was a renowned pedestrian street in the Southern District, bustling with youthful energy. On either side, clothing stores, hair salons, and accessory shops thrived, each bustling with customers. Such prosperity was something that the e-commerce society of 20 years hence could scarcely imagine. "Let us go grab a bite," Chung Yi called to Du Yuxing as he headed toward a street vendor on the pedestrian walkway. All right. Du Yuxing eagerly followed, his eyes darting around, marveling at everything he saw. Each passerby's attire and demeanor struck him as far more fashionable than what they had back in their small county. Though it was his first time in the city, brimming with curiosity, Du Yuxing maintained his habit of raising his eyebrows whenever he observed someone. During high school, this habit had led him to endure countless beatings, but habits are hard to break, much like some people's penchant for blinking. Just as Chung Yi was about to warn Du Yuxing against staring too much, a young man nearby shouted at Du Yuxing, "Hey, If you keep looking at my girlfriend, I'll gouge your eyes out. Upon hearing the words, Du Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising an eyebrow at the young man. This provocative gaze was akin to poking a hornet's nest. In a fit of rage, the young man rushed towards Du Yuxing without a second thought. I apologize. It was not my intention. Du Yuxing hastily offered a sincere apology. My friend, my brother means no offense, Cheng Yi interjected, gripping the young man's arm as he passed by. Damn, you two are in cahoots? Then I shall deal with both of you. The young man swung his fist toward Cheng Yi's face. Initially holding onto the young man's right wrist, Cheng Yi swiftly yanked it, causing the young man to stumble and fall to the ground. Martial artist? The young man, having been thrown down, regained his composure. Cheng Yi retrieved a 50 yuan note, presenting it with a smile. Friend, my brother's eyebrow raise is merely a habit. He had no intention of provoking you. Take this money as an apology. The young man grasped the bill, feeling as though he were in a dream. With both martial virtue and generous spirit, this lad was no ordinary person. Rising to his feet, the young man jovially declared, All right, you are a reasonable one. I shall be your friend. My name is Kai Cohen. If you ever find yourself in trouble around here, just mention my name, and it will be useful. Very well, Cheng Yi nodded with a smile, refraining from introducing himself. The young man, curious about Cheng Yi's name, felt it awkward to inquire further upon seeing Cheng Yi's silent smile, and he turned to leave. Boss, I apologize for the trouble. Du Yuxing sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. Perhaps I should just shave my eyebrows. There is no need for that. Your eyebrows are quite popular abroad, known as the Zheng Shaoxian style. Cheng Yi responded with a hint of exasperation. You should buy a pair of sunglasses. That might spare you some trouble. All right. Du Yuxing nodded, losing interest in continuing to admire the scenery of the provincial capital. The two found a food stall to grab a bite before checking into 2 rooms at a guest house across from the technology building. This guest house boasted a higher standard, with a nightly rate of 80 yuan, significantly pricier than the usual 10 or 20 yuan establishments. Fortunately, the accommodations met the price point, with clean bedding and ample amenities like air conditioning and television. What pleased Cheng Yi most was the presence of a 1 yen brand device in the room. After fiddling with it for a while, he inserted a disc. The opening music was not the globally recognized tune. With a series of nonsensical melodies, the film quickly progressed. The picture quality was poor, with no subtitles. Disappointed, Cheng Yi lost interest after a few glances. He turned off the television and laid back on the bed, contemplating how to initiate a conversation with Lin Xinyin the following day. In the past, he had not dared to even look at her, yet now he was preparing to pursue her. Age and experience truly are remarkable. It is no wonder so many young girls are swept away by older men, as familiarity breeds confidence. As Cheng Yi pondered his meeting for the next day, a knock echoed at his door. Grumpily, he rose to answer, only to find Du Yuxing standing sheepishly at the threshold, stammering, Boss, this hotel actually has. Seeing the eager expression on his face, Cheng Yi immediately understood his intention. All right, thank you, boss. Du Yuxing gleefully clutched his very first enlightening disc and dashed away, beaming with excitement. Chapter 25. To be admired from afar, not to be profaned. After an exhausting afternoon of travel, Cheng Yi soon succumbed to sleep upon lying in bed. In his dreams, he envisioned riding a horse alongside Lin Xinyin across a vast prairie, the two of them entwined as the wind and the sand, forever intertwined on their journey. The following morning, he observed Du Yuxing, who appeared to be in a daze, lost in thought. Boss, Du Yuxing called weakly. Cheng Yi, uninterested in discussing the folly of youth, simply stated, I will sign you up for a programming class. You can start from the basics. Programming? Du Yuxing blinked in surprise. This sounded rather lofty. Did he really have the capability to learn? Moreover, his college major was tourism management, touted by the admissions officer as a highly sought-after field that promised easy earnings while exploring the world. Well, just give it a try. Even a dog can learn this. However, you need not delve deeply. A general understanding of the industry will suffice, Cheng Yi advised. Oh, Du Yuxing was entirely perplexed by Cheng Yi's intentions. After checking out of the guest house and hastily consuming a light meal, they made their way to the technology building in the southern district. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a recruitment poster from Dazhong Company regarding the Tianxing training program. Beneath the poster stood a table painted yellow, behind which sat a rotund, bespectacled young man. Upon seeing him, Du Yuxing suddenly felt a tad slimmer. Hello, we would like to enroll, Cheng Yi said with a smile. The young man struggled to his feet, adjusted his glasses, and warmly inquired, "Do you have any prior experience?" "I have some programming background," Chang'e replied with a nod. "In that case, you may join our 30-day accelerated class for 800 yuan. If you lack any programming foundation, you can enroll in our basic training class for 600. As he spoke, the young man produced 2 registration forms and handed them to Chang'e and Du Yuxing. 600? That's rather steep. That could cover 2 months of all-night sessions. Du Yuxing protested upon hearing the price. The young man adjusted his glasses and replied, "We're the top computer training institution in the country. Our fees are reasonable." With ease, Chang'e handed over 1,400 yuan for the registration fee. Seeing Chang'e cover the cost left Du Yuxing feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had received far too much from Chang'e. 300 yesterday, 600 the day before, and now another 600. His own father had never given him such a sum at once. Du Yuxing mused that perhaps his earlier call of dad had worked wonders. After completing the registration information, the young man took out his phone and, under Du Yuxing's envious gaze, made 2 calls. Shortly thereafter, 2 instructors emerged from the elevator. "Which one of you is Chang'e?" one male instructor inquired. "That's me." Chang'e raised his hand. "Follow me." The male instructor, appearing to be around 30, expressionless, gestured for Chang'e to follow, turning toward the elevator without waiting for him to approach. Du Yuxing was greeted by a girl wearing black-framed glasses, whose demeanor and clear eyes suggested she was likely a university student. She was sweet-looking, while not conventionally beautiful. Her figure captivated Du Yuxing's attention. "Du classmate, please follow me." The girl smiled. Sure. Du Yuxing exclaimed, excitedly following her. In that moment, he felt the 600 yuan was truly worth it, as the girl's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the female lead from the film he had watched the previous night. Both wore glasses, donned professional attire, and sported glossy lip color. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Chang'e entered a pristine computer classroom under the guidance of the consulting instructor. The room housed dozens of brand-new Pentium 2 computers, and the number of students was modest, with only about 30 present. "These are the new students," the consulting instructor introduced to the teaching instructor. The teaching instructor assessed Chang'e and inquired, "How many years of programming have you studied?" Chang'e replied with a smile, "I would say I am just a beginner." "Very well, take a seat. I will assess your level tomorrow before devising an appropriate training plan for you," the teaching instructor stated earnestly. "All right." Chang'e surveyed the classroom and soon spotted a strikingly beautiful girl sitting alone in a corner, surrounded by an invisible barrier that seemed to isolate her from the others. Indeed, Lin Qingyin was present. Upon seeing her, Chang'e immediately identified his target. He had initially considered finding a few reliable classmates if Lin Qingyin were absent, but her presence was fortuitous. Grasping his bag, he swiftly made his way to sit beside her. The moment many of the students noticed Chang'e sitting next to Lin Qingyin, they couldn't help but stifle their laughter. "Hello, my name is Chang'e," he greeted her. Lin Qingyin merely cast a fleeting glance at him before returning her focus to her notes, as if she had not heard his words. Chang'e felt a sense of disquiet at her reaction. Standing at 178 meters tall and possessing a handsome demeanor, was it truly possible that she wouldn't even spare him a glance? At that moment, a line from a television drama echoed in his mind. "With such a fine physique before you, you might remain indifferent on the first day, and even the second. But I find it hard to believe you could hold out until the 15th. What is your name?" Chang'e gathered his thoughts and, with a bold face, initiated conversation. "Do you always speak so little?" "I am Chang'e, and I just finished the college entrance examination. Your outfit is quite lovely." Yet it proved futile. Lin Qingyin did not even glance in his direction, remaining absorbed in her studies, occasionally typing a string of code on her computer. Soon, the class bell rang. "Time to go." The students in the training room rose in a flurry. Lin Qingyin, her expression unchanged, neatly packed her programming materials and gracefully exited the classroom, as though everything around her was of no consequence. She did not even glance at Chang'e. "Your name is Chang'e, right?" At that moment, a boy approached and initiated conversation. Chang'e nodded and inquired, "Is she always like this?" "Indeed, she is famously known as the Ice Queen of our training class." The boy replied, "One can only admire her from afar. She is not to be trifled with." Chang'e cast a sidelong glance at the boy, wanting to retort, "As a tech geek, you should refrain from such poetic musings. What do you mean by trifled with?" However, it was clear that this girl was not easily approached, She exuded an air of aloofness. The boy lowered his voice and cautioned. Did you notice how the seats beside her remain empty? Everyone has attempted and failed, so they keep their distance. I advise you to give up. I have personally witnessed her making phone calls. Girls who aren't financially constrained are the hardest to win over. That made sense. Chung-yi picked up his bag and asked, by the way, I still don't know how to address you. All right, thanks. Chapter 26. Knowing the difficulty, yet not practicing more. The two continued their conversation while walking, soon arriving at the next training classroom. This room lacked computers, featuring only a large blackboard. Once again, no one dared to approach Lin Qingyin, who sat quietly in her corner, engrossed in her book. Chung-yi once more settled beside her and smiled. Classmate, I haven't received my training materials yet. May I share a book with you? Lin Qingyin furrowed her brow slightly, wanting to refuse, but seeing Chung-yi genuinely engrossed in reading left her momentarily uncertain. The two squeezed together to read a single book, their faces mere fists apart, where they could even sense each other's breath. Lin Qingyin's breath carried a faint fragrance, likely a reflection of her dietary habits. Girls who prefer a vegetarian diet often possess a fresher scent. The other students in the training classroom were utterly in awe of Chung-yi, admiring his audacity. They never expected someone could be so unabashed. If he channeled such determination into his studies, his grades would surely skyrocket in no time. After a series of relentless efforts, Lin Qingyin finally frowned and uttered her first words. Classmate, did you have tofu pudding for breakfast? Laughter erupted among nearby students. Oh, I apologize. I'll brush my teeth shortly, Chung-yi replied sheepishly. Lin Qingyin raised her gaze to Chung-yi, and at that moment, he finally took in her entire visage. Her cool, serene face resembled a freshly blooming lotus. Her velvety lashes framed her clear and innocent eyes, imbuing her with an enchanting allure. Coupled with her scholarly elegance, she exuded an ethereal beauty, untouched by the world. To put it bluntly, Lin Qingyin resembled a pristine jade cabbage, untouched and perfect, evoking a sense of tender admiration. However, the challenge of pursuing her would be exponentially greater. Winning Lin Qingyin's affection was far more arduous than courting Songming, who had ulterior motives, thus providing a point of entry. But Lin Qingyin? She was flawless. Considering first impressions, Chung-yi chose to remain mostly silent. After class, Lin Qingyin left, still expressionless, clutching her books as if everyone else were mere air. Brother, you're quite impressive. You are the only one in our training class to have faced rejection twice in a row, Shirley remarked as he approached, teasingly. So what if I've faced rejection twice? Even Hanamichi Sakuragi failed 50 times before succeeding in a slam dunk. Chung-yi retorted, do you know why you all remain single? Shirley shook his head in confusion. Because you all are aware of the difficulty, yet do not practice more. With that, Chung-yi left, hurrying after Lin Qingyin while calling out, classmate, which classroom is our next lesson in? I'm new here and don't understand. Could you guide me? Wow, this guy's amazing. Indeed, this fellow is destined for greatness, several students remarked as they watched Chung-yi chase after Lin Qingyin. Upon hearing his call, Lin Qingyin quickened her pace, as if being pursued by a dog. She hurriedly entered the elevator and anxiously pressed the close button. By the time Chung-yi arrived, the elevator was already descending. Chung-yi glanced at the time. It was 11:14, lunchtime. Shortly thereafter, another elevator door opened slowly. He then heard Du Yuxing's excited voice from within. Boss, you finished class so quickly? Chung-yi looked up to see Du Yuxing and two girls enjoying rainbow popsicles in the elevator. Though the girls were not exceptionally beautiful, they were still beyond Du Yuxing's reach. To Chung-yi's surprise, the two girls waved goodbye to Du Yuxing cheerfully before leaving. With a love-struck expression, Du Yuxing waved until they were out of sight, then exclaimed, Boss, I've discovered my passion for programming. You've really started learning? Chung-yi stepped into the elevator, somewhat taken aback. Logically, a basic training class shouldn't have begun so soon. Not yet, but I find programming fascinating, Du Yuxing replied earnestly. Did you see those two girls? My classmates are decent looking, right? Plus, our teacher is wonderful, gentle, and beautiful. By the way, she is a junior at your university, so she is your senior. Damn it. Is that the extent of your aspirations? Chung-yi shot Du Yuxing a glare. I brought you here to learn computer science, not to scout for girls. The future belongs to the internet. You need to understand the basics of this industry. Boss, this isn't contradictory. I'll study hard, don't worry. Du Yuxing assured him. Viewed from an entrepreneurial perspective, Du Yuxing possessed innumerable commendable traits. His timid nature suggested a good temperament. His thick skin implied resilience. His avarice indicated a drive to earn money. His attraction to the opposite sex suggested a normal psychological and physiological state. Such an exceptional young man, Du Yuxing, would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for the Amway Group if he chose not to pursue it. Therefore, as long as Du Yuxing avoids indulging in a life of hedonism centered around women, he is bound to achieve success. Chang Yi had experienced such a life of indulgence himself. It was tolerable at first, but over time, it became rather meaningless. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly awaken the dreams residing within Du Yuxing's heart. As they conversed, the elevator arrived at the first floor, slowly opening its doors. Chang Yi instinctively glanced outside and spotted Lin Qingyin, who had just concluded a conversation with the front desk staff and was preparing to leave. "Classmate, wait for me. You lent me your textbook in the last class. Let me treat you to a meal," he called out, disregarding Du Yuxing entirely as he dashed out after her. Du Yuxing was once again left dumbfounded. He found it difficult to accept the stark contrast in Chang Yi's character. Just a moment ago, he had been seriously advising against focusing energy on women, and now he was chasing after a girl. Du Yuxing leisurely exited the elevator, observing Chang Yi, who was practically like a lapdog circling Lin Qingyin. Just as he was about to express his inner mockery towards Chang Yi, he caught a glimpse of Lin Qingyin's profile. Merely a side view took Du Yuxing by surprise, leaving him agape. Wow, isn't that the peak of beauty that the boss described? In an instant, he felt that the two girls he had just met paled in comparison to her. At that moment, his admiration for Chang Yi flowed like an unending river. While he was still grappling with simple human interactions, the boss had already begun to conquer the aloof computer, truly deserving of the title of boss. Upon reaching the revolving doors of the building, Lin Qingyin halted, fixing her captivating gaze, one that could make any man's heart race, upon Chang Yi. "Please do not follow me," she said, her voice cold and imbued with an air of rejection. However, Chang Yi, adept at reading between the lines, detected a hint of trembling in her tone. Was she afraid? Previously, he had not understood Lin Qingyin, perceiving her merely as a haughty and aloof young lady. Yet, after this brief encounter, he began to notice subtle nuances. Her aloofness seemed to be a facade. She lacked the arrogant demeanor characteristic of a wealthy heiress. If she truly possessed such a nature, she would have slapped him when he pulled her textbook towards him. Could it be social anxiety? That seemed unlikely, for she was the daughter of Lin Xingdong, a billionaire renowned throughout Lanling City. His children must frequent high-end venues daily, accustomed to grandeur. Could she really be socially anxious? This notion perplexed Chang Yi, prompting him to reconsider his understanding of Lin Qingyin's family background before acting further. As she did not appear to be a typical child of privilege. Noticing Chang Yi standing still, Lin Qingyin promptly lowered her head and entered the revolving door. "Boss, who is that girl?" She asked, stunning, like someone stepped out of a painting. Du Yuxing inquired as he approached. Du Yuxing gazed at Chang Yi's smug expression, falling silent. His earlier admiration for Chang Yi diminished by 80%. What audacity, he thought. He wanted to say, "Boss, you struggled to pursue Songming. So where does this confidence come from?" But he refrained. Chang Yi mused, "Seize the moment. Do not wait for the branches to grow bare." Du Yuxing was once again at a loss for words. Their pleasant conversation had suddenly turned pretentious. If pretentiousness was the order of the day, this mindset seemed excessively hypocritical. Was it that he was unworthy of such pursuits? "Let's go eat." Chang Yi clapped Du Yuxing on the back, grinning, "You can trust my judgment. I won't lead you astray." Of course, Du Yuxing raised an eyebrow, fully believing Chang Yi's words. Who would intentionally spend over 1,000 yuan to deceive him? He hardly seemed worth that much. Adjacent to the technology building was a large Chinese fast food restaurant, frequented by its employees, offering an excellent meal for just 3 yuan. Seeing Chang Yi navigate the restaurant with ease, Du Yuxing concluded he had been here before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so smooth. It was still early, and the dining area was sparsely populated, with only a dozen patrons present. Chang Yi scanned the room, and soon spotted Lin Qingyin seated in the farthest corner. She seemed to notice him as well, hastily bowing her head and nearly burying her face in the table, as if Chang Yi were a looming threat. Observing her fearful demeanor brought a smile to Chang Yi's face, reinforcing his hypothesis. This girl indeed suffered from social anxiety. With this realization, Chang-yi hesitated to approach her directly, fearing she might choose to flee. Pursuing a girl is a delicate art. One cannot simply chase relentlessly. Even a devoted admirer must exercise caution. For a high-strung girl, relentless pursuit might yield results, but for one with social anxiety, a more measured approach is required, one that showcases a gentle, brotherly side. Over here, Chang-yi beckoned Du Yuxing and settled into a corner where Lin Qingyin would not see him. Lin Qingyin, surprised by Chang-yi's choice of seating, peered out like a timid fawn and, upon confirming she could no longer see him, hastily exited the restaurant. Watching her flustered retreat, Chang-yi felt regret for his earlier actions. His previous assumptions had been utterly misguided. She was far from the haughty queen he had imagined. Boss, with such a golden opportunity, why did you not pursue her? Du Yuxing couldn't help but ask. Look at my face. Chang-yi gestured to himself and remarked solemnly. With my looks, do I need to lower myself to chase after girls? Du Yuxing fell silent, wishing only to lower his head and sip his noodles. He had thought his own audacity was considerable, only to find someone even bolder. Truly, he was the boss. After finishing their meal, Chang-yi checked the time and said, It's still early. Let's go online. Upon hearing this, Du Yuxing's eyes widened in excitement. Let us go. Adjacent to the technology building was a sizable internet CAF. Being the provincial capital, its standards and quality far surpassed the high-lang internet CAF in Dongsan County. Naturally, the prices were also higher, at 3 yuan per hour, a full yuan more than in Dongsan. Despite this, the CAF was packed. Many patrons munched on bread while gripping their mice, consuming both physical and virtual sustenance, their energy levels soaring. In Dongsan County, internet CAFs primarily featured single-player games like Red Alert and Age of Empires, with minimal chatting. However, this CAF was dominated by online gamers, with an array of titles on display. Boss, please set up 2 machines, Chang-yi requested at the front desk. The sleepy-eyed owner glanced up, surveyed the room, and replied, No machines available. Please wait a moment, or you can pay first and get priority when one opens up. I'll wait, Chang-yi replied, uninterested in playing. He merely wished to observe the clientele and their preferences. The lack of available machines suited him just fine. However, Du Yuxing was less accommodating, fidgeting as if he would spontaneously combust without access to a mouse. When he saw Chang-yi moving about the CAF, he instinctively followed. After only a few steps, he spotted a fellow gamer engaged in Red Alert. The mere sight of the game sent a thrill through Du Yuxing. He approached the young man from behind, observing for a brief moment before taking charge. You must take the initiative. While you are developing, so are others. You need the courage to change the game. Chang-yi initially thought Du Yuxing would face another beating, but to his surprise, the youth engrossed in Red Alert was also a novice. Instead of getting angry, he sought advice from Du Yuxing. This boosted Du Yuxing's vanity to new heights. Perhaps the actual gameplay was not so critical after all. Chapter 28. Handong University Town Chung. He circled around the internet CF, noting that the computer configurations were impressive, especially the monitors, which were the latest LCD models released this year. The cost of a single set of host and monitor likely exceeded 7,000 Huaxia coins. With over 100 computers present, the total was nearly 700,000, a staggering yet realistic figure. Damn, my point card has expired. At that moment, a young man slammed the table in annoyance, pulled out 15 yuan, and shouted, Hey you, ride or bike to Donghua Software and buy me a point card. All right. A younger companion cheerfully dashed out of the CAF. Point cards. Chang-yi noted this down. Such a novelty had yet to be integrated into the CAF. Acquiring point cards typically required a trip to a computer imaging store. After observing the games they were playing, he realized they did not demand high-end processors. Strictly speaking, a 486 could barely run them. Even the soon-to-launch popular online game, Legend, only recommended a Pentium 1 processor. Currently, the most pressing issue stemmed from internet speed. Most customers could hardly distinguish between a slow computer and a sluggish internet connection. As long as web pages loaded slowly or games lagged, it was all categorized as lagging. Chang-yi reached the back corner of the CAF, where a haphazard pile of computer cases and bulky monitors lay. He crouched down to inspect them, confirming that the hard drives and motherboards were still intact. Evidently, they were outdated computers. Back at the counter, he inquired, Boss, how much are those computers in the corner? The CAF owner yawned and replied, The host with the monitor is 1,200. They were just replaced not long ago and are still functional. What processor? Chung-E asked. Celeron 1. I bought it for over 4,000, the owner responded. The Celeron 1 is essentially a simplified version of the Pentium 2. Its performance is not significantly different, yet its price is nearly half. All right, I'll think it over. If I need it, I'll come back, Chung-E said. The owner handed him a cigarette with a smile, saying, You must be one of the trainees from the public training class, right? How did you know? Chung-E was taken aback. The owner chuckled. In this day and age, who else but computer students would buy such equipment? It's not only expensive, but the internet fees are also burdensome. Wouldn't you agree? That makes sense, Chung-E laughed. I just signed up for the public training class. Chung-E and the CAF owner chatted about various topics, gaining a general understanding of the internet CAF industry in the provincial city. Currently, there are over 20 licensed internet CAFs in the provincial city, 3 of which have opened over a dozen branches. Additionally, there are around 100 unlicensed establishments, and due to ample customer flow, competition is not fierce. After all, opening an internet CAF in this era is akin to picking up money. Having gathered sufficient information, Chung-E reluctantly dragged Du Yuxing out of the CF. Boss, can we stay a bit longer? That guy just wanted me to play for a while, Du Yuxing pleaded. In the future, you can play as long as you want. Chung-E similed mysteriously. Really? Du Yuxing was zolmovat skeptikad. He hopped onto a tricycle with Chung-E, who instructed the driver to Handong University Town, please. Sure. In 1996, to alleviate congestion in the city and invigorate the surrounding economy, the provincial government convened for discussions, ultimately deciding to establish Handong University Town in the southern suburbs. All universities in Jingzhou City were required to relocate unconditionally to Handong University Town. The town comprises 7 undergraduate institutions and 11 vocational colleges, gathering over 400,000 university students. Developers went wild over a unique commercial street constructed at the heart of the university town, aptly named University Town Commercial Street. This street, home to over 400,000 students, sparked a frenzy upon its launch. However, they soon encountered a problem, initially believing that university students would indulge in rampant spending. They found that on weekends, students preferred to take buses to the bustling city for shopping, while from Monday to Friday, they mostly spent within the campus. This left the commercial street in a precarious position. Most critically, during summer and winter vacations, University Town Commercial Street resembled a ghost town, with only fallen leaves and dust to fill the void. Gradually, waves of businesses unable to withstand the pressure began to withdraw, while others mistakenly thought they had discovered a gold mine started to settle in. After several years of continuous turnover, the commercial street ultimately fell silent. Chung-E vividly remembered that when he first enrolled, the commercial street had almost no stores aside from dining establishments and hair salons. Even the once thriving internet CAF industry had succumbed to the 4-month vacation, resulting in the closure of 3 establishments. Handong University Town is not far from the southern district of the city, taking less than 20 minutes to reach. Currently, during the holiday season, the streets of the commercial area are deserted, with most shops closed and a plethora of for rent signs in sight. A gentle breeze rustles the fallen leaves, creating a crisp, pleasant sound. Why we come to this desolate place? Du Yuxing exclaimed. Chung-E paid 5 yuan, pulled Du Yuxing down, and smiled. This is where you will spend the next 3 years, Handong University Town. What? I have to stay here for 3 years? Du Yuxing felt as if his university dream was shattering. This is utterly ridiculous. It's just the holidays. There will be plenty of people when classes start. Cheng Yi chocolate. What do you think about opening an internet CAF here? Open an internet CAF? Du Yuxing gazed at Chung-E in disbelief, questioning. But it requires a considerable amount of money. Do you have that kind of money? It doesn't need to be that much, Chung-E replied with a smile, heading toward the farthest corner of the commercial street. He recalled a shop at the end of the street, notorious for being a business graveyard. This establishment spanned 4 floors, each nearly 260 square meters. The number of businesses that had failed here was nearly a third of the entire commercial street. This place had hosted a restaurant, clothing store, training center, internet CAF, gym, and even hourly rooms, none of which had succeeded. Chapter 29. The landlord is actually a school leader? Chung-E remembered that during his sophomore year, Handong University had specifically chosen this shop as a case study, gathering top students to investigate the reasons for its failure. The group of bright students from various faculties rambled on, citing issues like its location being in a blind spot and problems with shop layout. They spouted a plethora of nonsense, ultimately concluding that the shop was doomed. In reality, many university town commercial streets feature such shops, nestled in corners. Some students graduate without ever knowing what that shop even sold. Ultimately, it comes down to the lack of competitiveness in the products offered by these businesses. Chung-E once provided a benign, yet realistic characterization of university students. The overwhelming majority possess two traits: laziness and craving. This is not intended as a derogatory term. The craving manifests in numerous ways: craving for computers, for companionship, for food, for beverages, for entertainment, for everything that one ought to crave. A single slice of watermelon can draw an entire dormitory's worth of people to partake in its enjoyment. The characteristics of college students have given rise to a plethora of convenience-oriented cultural industries, such as group buying, food delivery, and online shopping. Meanwhile, those obscure little shops are succumbing to the very essence of laziness. Simply put, if the distance is too far and there is nothing enticing to draw in the students, they will not bother to go. If there were free companions to entertain, it would not matter if it were at the end of a commercial street or even at the edge of the world. They would pedal there as if on fire. Chung-E and Du Sheng ventured further into the desolate outskirts, arriving at the end of the commercial street, where all the shops stood abandoned. Some even too lazy to post signs for rental. "Boss, this is far too desolate. It's worse than our county town," Du Sheng remarked incredulously. Chung-E chuckled. This was once farmland, with no residential areas or towns nearby. It's a wonder it isn't more desolate. As he reached the end, he raised his gaze to the forlorn shop. This nearly 1,000-square-meter, four-story establishment seemed cursed, exuding a sense of melancholy. Observing the rental number on the wall, Chung, under Du Sheng's astonished gaze, retrieved his mobile phone. "Wow," Du Sheng exclaimed, nearly speechless. "What are you doing?" Chung-E shot him a glare, saying, "Can't you see I'm on the phone?" "Boss, you actually have a phone?" Du Sheng stared intently at Chung-E's device, watching as he deftly dialed the landline number. Chung-E smiled at Du Sheng, reassuringly stating, "If you strive alongside me for a month, you too shall possess a phone of your own." Chung-E's words left Du Sheng astounded. He gazed at the phone in Chung-E's hand, his aspirations nearing fulfillment. After a few rings, an elderly voice answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Ah, yes, when are you available? I'll bring you over to take a look." The tone of the elderly man suddenly elevated, revealing his excitement. "I'm right next to your shop." Chung-E replied with a grin. You wait a moment. I'll be there shortly." The elderly voice hurriedly concluded the call. Listening to the urgency in his tone, Chung-E thought to assure him not to rush, but upon reflection, he realized that if he were in the elderly man's shoes, he would be even more anxious. A shop of over 1,000 square meters lying idle would make anyone anxious. In this day and age, rental prices for bustling urban shops had soared to 40 cents per square meter. Although this four-story shop was in a remote location, it was a newly developed property with proper fire safety measures, likely commanding a rental price of 80 cents to 1 yuan per square meter. Assuming the latter, that would equate to nearly 30,000 yuan annually, which could purchase a home in the suburbs of the provincial capital. Losing a house every year, who wouldn't he be anxious? Before long, Du Sheng pointed to a bicycle speeding toward them and exclaimed, "Is that the landlord? Looks like an old man. Wow." He.S. even standing while pedaling. The man was a remarkably fit elder, with a straight posture that exuded charisma, even while cycling rapidly. As the old man approached, Chung-E's expression transformed with intrigue. Isn't that the director of the Student Affairs Office at Handong University? Chung-E recalled that this elder was named Shun Dongxing, known for his principled demeanor. During the era when gangster films were popular, students affectionately nicknamed him C2 Hao Nindu to his striking appearance. Chung-E did not anticipate that the landlord they deemed the most unfortunate was indeed Shun Dongxing. No wonder Handong University had chosen this shop as a research project. It was likely Shun Dongxing's last desperate attempt. Shun Dongxing leaned his bicycle against the wall, his face flushed with excitement as he approached, saying, "Hello. Are you here to view the shop?" "Ah, yes, hello." Chung-E lowered his posture, recognizing that this was his superior for the next 4 years. He dared not act arrogantly, especially since Shun Dongxing had arranged his first job after graduation. Shun Dongxing was exceedingly devoted to student employment, allowing them to be discerning but never permitting a single student to graduate without securing a job. Even those overly selective students who remained at home would receive interview opportunities from Shun Dongxing a year later. He was a principled, responsible, and charismatic elder, which explained why he had been rehired by Handong University. Seeing Shun Dongxing again stirred emotions within Cheng Yi. Those signs of age had begun to appear on Shun Dongxing's face. His deep-set eyes still sparkled with wisdom. He stood tall, his neatly combed gray hair giving him an air of stability and charm. Even while pedaling his bicycle at high speed, he dressed impeccably in a crisp shirt and tailored trousers, complemented by shiny leather shoes. Wherever he went, he became a unique sight to behold. "You look quite young. Are you renting for yourself or your family?" Shun Dongxing inquired, surprised. Cheng Yi felt a hint of indignation. Did this elder doubt his boss's age? "Do you, Sheng?" Noticing Shun Dongxing's skepticism, interjected. Cheng Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I apologize. My friend tends to be a bit overfamiliar." No worries, no worries," Shun Dongxing chuckled awkwardly. As an esteemed member of the cultural elite, he refrained from asking Cheng Yi about the rental situation again. Cheng Yi continued, "I wish to rent it myself. What's the price for your shop?" Shun Dongxing hesitated before responding. "The rent here is generally 1 yuan per square meter, but if you are genuinely interested, I could offer it at 80 cents. He took a deep breath and continued, "To be candid, this shop has struggled to attract tenants for reasons unknown. Over the past few years, more than 10 businesses have closed down, leaving it unattended for over a year." Shun Dongxing was quite frank, and Cheng Yi speculated that his openness might have contributed to the shop's lack of tenants during his school years. Intrigued, Cheng Yi asked, "Is this shop your property?" Shun Dongxing sighed, "Yes, my wife purchased it. When a university town was first established, she insisted that the commercial street would be profitable. I couldn't dissuade her. So I sold our urban home and invested my remaining salary along with the relocation allowance, totaling 600,000 yuan to buy this shop. Only to end up like this. It was a heartbreaking tale." Hearing Shun Dongxing's plight, Cheng Yi felt immense sympathy. It was apparent that the elder was struggling financially, even at retirement age. The most admirable aspect was that, even in dire straits, Shun Dongxing had never compromised his principles. After all, he was a director of student affairs at Handong University. During that time, the Student Affairs Office wielded terrifying power, overseeing everything from admissions to employment, faculty management, and student support. The employment sector alone was an incredibly valuable resource. After serving as the director for over a decade, students who passed through Shun Dongxing's office could be found in various fields and government ministries. With a mere word from him, not only could the shop be rented out, but selling it for 10 times the price would likely be effortless. Yet, Cheng Yi remained unaware of the shop's ownership until graduation. "May I take a look inside?" Cheng Yi invited. "Of course," Shun Dongxing replied, immediately producing a key to unlock the shop. Over a year had passed without any inquiries, and the dust accumulation in the shop was considerable. The layout of the premises was remarkably well designed, with all fire escape routes in place. Shun Dongxing guided Cheng Yi through the first to the fourth floors and inquired, "What business do you intend to pursue?" Cheng Yi replied with a smile, "I plan to open an internet CAF." Shun Dongxing pondered for a moment and advised, "While I am eager to rent out the shop, I must caution you that this commercial street already has 3 internet CAFs, and their business does not seem to be thriving. Perhaps you should visit those CAFs first. You might reconsider your decision." Cheng Yi stifled a laugh at the amusing old man. Based on his approach, it seemed unlikely that he would ever find a tenant during his lifetime. "There's no need to check them out," Cheng Yi chuckled. "I am merely opening an internet CAF for leisure, not expecting it to be exceptionally successful. You don't appear to be very old. You must still be in school. Which university do you attend?" Shun Dongxing instinctively assumed Cheng Yi was a wealthy second-generation heir. Cheng Yi candidly replied, "I would say I am a student of Handong University." "You are from Handong University?" Shun Dongxing scrutinized Cheng Yi with a puzzled expression. He was familiar with most students from Handong University, yet he had never encountered Cheng Yi. "I just received my acceptance letter and have yet to register," Cheng Yi explained. "Oh, I see," Shun Dongxing thought. Upon learning that Cheng Yi was a new student at Handong University, he became even less inclined to rent out the shop. If word spread that he was profiting from students, it would not reflect well on him. Just as he contemplated declining, Cheng Yi interjected, "Uncle, I will rent your shop for 80 of the asking price." "Ah." Shun Dongxing was taken aback by Cheng Yi's straightforwardness. He found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to agree or decline. Sensing Shun Dongxing's hesitation, Cheng Yi handed him 800 yuan, saying with a smile, "This is a deposit. Once you finalize the contract, I will pay the remaining amount." With that, Chung Yi called out to Du Yuxing and left the shop together. As they strolled through the commercial street, it was evident, just as Shen Dongxing had mentioned, that the other internet CAFs were experiencing dismal business. The advertisement posters at their entrances boldly proclaimed rates of 15 yuan per hour and 6 yuan for an overnight stay. These prices were exceedingly low. It was precisely due to these low rates that the CAFs barely managed a 20 to 30 occupancy rate, likely attracting only those who were financially constrained. "Master, did you call for me?" came the clear voice of Zhang Lingyu from the other end of the line. Cheng Yi replied directly, "I intend to open an internet CAF in the provincial capital. I would like your assistance." "Ah, such a sudden request?" Zhang Lingyu sounded surprised. "Opening an internet CAF is a significant investment. The funds the boss provided you may not suffice. You need not worry about that. Just come over to be my network administrator, and I will pay you 600 yuan a month," Cheng Yi stated. 600? You're not joking, are you? Zhang Lingyu teased. "Then I can resign, right?" "Yes," Cheng Yi affirmed. "I cannot speak for long. The roaming fees are quite high." After that, Du Yuxing hurriedly dashed into the elevator. Cheng Yi felt a pang of anxiety, thinking, "Oh no, I hope I Haven Tea frightened her away." "Brother, over here." Upon entering the classroom, Shirley waved at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi sat beside Shirley and inquired, "Is Lin Qingyin absent today?" "I advise you to forget about Lin," Shirley remarked casually. "She was just called out by a remarkably distinguished young man. He clearly possesses wealth and status. He must be her boyfriend." "What?" Cheng Yi exclaimed, leaping from his seat. "Goodness, I just went to Handong University Town, and she has already been taken? Where do they go?" Cheng Yi asked urgently. Shirley shot Cheng Yi a disdainful glance and replied, "Brother, is it really necessary? Although Lin is exceptionally beautiful, she is already taken." Cheng Yi pulled out 20 yuan and placed it on the table, saying, "Just tell me where they went." As Cheng Yi rushed out of the classroom, Shirley sighed. Alas, surrounded by women, his future seems bleak. Cheng Yi quickly spotted Lin Qingyin in the CAF on the first floor. She was sitting with her head bowed, appearing quite frightened, while a young man in a leather jacket loomed over her. He had a hairstyle reminiscent of a celebrity and held a cigarette in his left hand. His right arm draped over the back of the chair, exuding an air of arrogance. "I'll like a latte." Cheng Yi called to the waiter as he took a seat behind the leather-jacketed youth. As soon as he sat down, he overheard the young man telling Lin Qingyin, "This is what Dad fully intends, and it is also my desire." Lin Qingyin spoke softly, but what?" The young man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, "What use is a university education for a girl? No matter how high your qualifications, in the end, it all boils down to marriage and motherhood. You should just stay at home and occasionally maintain our business system." "Brother, please let me finish my degree. I will do anything you ask after that," Lin Qingyin pleaded in an almost whisper, as if fearing that raising her voice might provoke the young man further. The leather-jacketed youth remained silent as he stirred his coffee and asked, "Really?" Lin Qingyin lifted her head, gazing at him with a pleading expression. "This is my greatest dream." The young man scoffed. "Under normal circumstances, I would never allow you to attend university. Your wretched mother nearly left me and my mother homeless, and although she has passed, that debt remains." His voice suddenly rose, startling Lin Qingyin into a tremor. "However, considering that you developed a management system for our business, I discussed it with Dad, and we decided to give you a chance." He retrieved a briefcase and pulled out a contract, stating, "Your management system is working quite well. Dad has instructed you to sign a transfer agreement, transferring the system to me. This is the first condition." "All right," Lin Qingyin responded without hesitation, taking the pen and signing the contract with utmost seriousness. The young man reviewed the contract and smiled. "Very well. Now let me present the second condition. You are likely aware that our family's status as the wealthiest in Dongsan County is due to the support of Wu Xiuqian. After his son met you, he has been unable to forget you. Wu Xiuqian wishes to arrange a marriage between our families to strengthen our ties. If you agree to this union, you may attend university and, upon graduation, marry immediately." Cheng Yi, sitting in the background, felt a surge of anger, realizing that Lin Qingyin had likely dropped out of school years ago to avoid marrying that Wu fellow. The leather-jacketed youth must be Lin Qingdong's son, Lin Qingchuan. Ultimately, the ringleaders Lin and Wu were sentenced to 6 and 10 years in prison, respectively. I do not know him, and I have never considered marriage," Lin Qingyin stammered, her voice quivering as she pleaded, "Brother, I promise to study hard and will write countless programs for the family. Please do not force me to marry that person. Sir, here is your coffee, the waiter announced, placing a mocha before Chung-yi. Noticing Chung-yi's trembling hand, the waiter inquired with concern, "Are you all right, sir?" "I am fine," Chung-yi replied, though his hand continued to shake uncontrollably. To his astonishment, he found himself grasping the mocha cup and slowly lifting it. With a sudden motion, he tipped the cup over Lin Qingchuan's head, spilling the hot beverage onto his thick hair. The unexpected turn of events left Lin Qingyin speechless, while Lin Qingchuan jumped up, startled by the scalding liquid. He glared fiercely at Chung-yi and shouted, "Are you looking for death?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." Chung-yi hurriedly grabbed a handful of napkins to wipe Lin Qingchuan. The sticky coffee was not something that could be wiped away with a mere napkin. Within less than a minute, Lin Qingchuan's face and head were covered in white residue. Frustrated, Lin Qingchuan grabbed with his left hand, collecting a handful of white particles. And with his right hand, he did the same. Enraged, he picked up the coffee cup on the table and smashed it brutally against Chung-yi's head. Anticipating the move, Chung-yi leaned back slightly and swiftly kicked Lin Qingchuan in the stomach. The unexpected kick sent Lin Qingchuan tumbling over, spilling the remaining coffee from the cup all over his face. "Damn it, I said I was sorry, and you still lay your hands on me? Haven't you ever been hit before?" Chung-yi, already filled with pent-up anger, decided not to hold back when he saw Lin Qingchuan's aggression. Once notorious as one of the top 10 villains of the internet, Chung-yi was known for his ruthlessness. He picked up a chair and brought it crashing down onto Lin Qingchuan. Lin Qingchuan, accustomed to being domineering in Dongsan County, was not prepared for such treatment. After enduring just 2 strikes, he could no longer withstand it and shouted, "Brother, it was wrong, I apologize. Where the hell were you earlier? My arm is sore from swinging it." Chung-yi tossed the chair aside and cursed, "Get lost." "Huh?" Hearing this rather juvenile question, Chung-yi nearly burst out laughing. Imitating Lin Qingchuan's tone, he teased, "Remember this, I'm the boss among the 400,000 university students of Handong University Town. My surname is Chung. My given name is Yi. All right, I will remember you." Lin Qingchuan swallowed hard and rushed out of the CAF with his briefcase. Lin Qingyin screamed and also fled the CAF. Chapter 32. The electric feeling Chung-yi looked perplexedly at the couple of waiters who had gathered around and asked, "Do I look frightening?" "You look quite handsome. If you could compensate for the damages, you'd be even more handsome," one waiter replied with a professional smile. Handing over the bill, "You broke 2 cups and damaged a chair. The total is 87 yuan. He contemplated calling the police. He had never suffered such a loss before. Just as he was about to make the call, the fierce gaze of Chung-yi resurfaced in his mind. Though Chung-yi appeared young, his ferocity and presence were qualities even his father, Lin Shengdong, could not match. Especially the wild aura that naturally emanated from Chung-yi confirmed to Lin Qingchuan that he was no ordinary person. "Forget it. I should first find out who this boss among the 400,000 university students really is." Lin Qingchuan abandoned the thought of calling the police. After all, this was a place where dragons and tigers hid, and as the son of the richest man in Dongsan County, he felt somewhat out of place here. He decided to investigate the identity of this so-called boss of Handong University Town. After compensating for the CAF's losses, Chung-yi sauntered out, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had thought he was helping Lin Qingyin, but she ran away with a scream instead of expressing gratitude. Was that 87 yuan not wasted? Upon returning to the classroom, he saw Lin Qingyin still hiding in the corner. She only revealed half of her head, occasionally peeking around with eyes full of vigilance. Chung-yi entered through the back door, unnoticed by Lin Qingyin, who was still searching near the front door. "What are you looking for?" Chung-yi sat next to Lin Qingyin and leaned forward on the desk to ask. The sudden presence of someone startled Lin Qingyin, causing her to scream. Many male students glared with anger, clearly thinking Chung-yi had made a move on her. They had witnessed Chung-yi's shamelessness, but did not expect him to act with such audacity. If someone was unwilling to engage, was he really planning to resort to force? And no, it's nothing. Perhaps feeling too many eyes on her, Lin Qingyin blushed and, in a flustered tone, said there was just a cockroach. "Well, let us continue the class then." Although Chung-yi realized Lin Qingyin was lying as the instructor of the training class, he did not wish to meddle further since the students were his valued clients. At that moment, Chung-yi grinned at Lin Qingyin and said, "Classmate, I believe I helped you earlier, didn't I?" Lin Qingyin, still blushing, slightly pursed her lips, and with a frown, quietly said, "Thank you. You seem quite afraid of me. You don't think I'm a bad person, do you?" Chang-yi inquired. Lin Xingyin quietly replied, No. Was that person just now your brother?" Seizing the opportunity while Lin Xingyin was speaking, Chang-yi pressed on. "Yes," Lin Xingyin nodded. "You are an adult now. You don't have to listen to his nonsense. Your fate is yours to control. You shouldn't heed their conditions. The best part about college is the opportunity for part-time work," Chang-yi encouraged. Taking charge of her own fate, a glimmer of light sparked in Lin Xingyin's eyes. For the first time, she mustered the courage to look at Chang-yi, catching a glimpse of his full visage. His face, fairly handsome, bore a mischievous smile that could make anyone blush. However, his smile was quite comforting, as if his gaze contained a reassuring power. Lin Xingyin's heartbeat gradually steadied, and she began to realize that this unfamiliar boy harbored no malice. Instead, he offered her an unprecedented sense of security. The only flaw was that a strand of chives was stuck between his teeth, starkly visible against his set of white teeth. He must be a good person, Lin Xingyin thought to herself, despite his fierce demeanor when hitting others. She found herself feeling a hint of joy when she witnessed her brother getting beaten. "Thank you." Lin Xingyin expressed her gratitude once more. "You said 4 sentences, 2 of which were thank yous. Aren't you going to show any practical expression?" Chang-yi joked. What he needed to do now was to open her heart. Lin Xingyin, being too reclusive and socially anxious, would eventually risk becoming withdrawn and depressed if things continued this way. Chang-yi's words left Lin Xingyin in a dilemma. She had never made friends and did not know what a tangible expression should be. Watching her furrow her brows in thought, Chang-yi nearly laughed. She actually took him seriously. Lin Xingyin replayed in her mind the gestures Chang-yi might appreciate, considering his potential needs over and over again. Eventually, her eyes lit up. She retrieved a piece of gum from her bag and handed it to Chang-yi. Seeing the piece of gum being offered, Chang-yi felt humiliated. "What? Do you think I have bad breath?" "This is probably what you need most right now," Lin Xingyin replied, brightly with a smile. Her smile was beautiful, radiating light from her eyes. This was the first time Chang-yi had seen Lin Xingyin smile. At that moment, his heart began to sing joyfully. "You look lovely when you smile, like the sunshine of summer." All the moments of this world are as beautiful as a painting, especially when she extended her hand. Delicate and fair, Chang-yi could not resist marveling at her. This boy is truly a bad person. He actually scratched her palm. She had seen in the promotional material of the girls' academy that such behavior was called being lewd. What's wrong? Chang-yi pretended not to notice Lin Xingyin retracting her hand. Lin Xingyin looked at Chang-yi, her beautiful eyes flashing with fear once more. Chang-yi chucked it. "Don't be afraid. I was just conducting a little test. Tell me, did you feel a jolt of electricity just now?" Lin Xingyin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A bit confused, gazing into Lin Xingyin's clear and inquisitive eyes, Chang-yi seized the moment and solemnly inquired, "Do you know why?" Lin Xingyin shook her head. "Have you ever heard a song called Chudian?" Chang-yi prompted. Lin Xingyin again shook her head. "No worries if you haven't," Chang-yi replied. "I'll hum it for you." The sensation of Chudian gradually emerged, a desire to have you by my side at all times. Upon hearing Chang-yi's rendition, the surrounding students appeared utterly astonished. They wondered what misdeeds they had committed in their past lives to encounter such an unabashed classmate. "Are you saying this is what Chudian feels like?" Lin Xingyin began to comprehend. "Clever. You've grasped it," Chang-yi praised eagerly. Chapter 33. The best of friends. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Xingyin's gaze as she remarked, "But we don't know each other yet." "What's your name?" Chang-yi asked. "I am Lin Xingyin." "And I am Chang-yi," he replied with a smile. "Now we are acquainted. Can one feel such a sensation with someone just met?" Lin Xingyin's large eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It depends on fate. If you experience this Chudian feeling with someone, it signifies that you are destined to be friends for 3 lifetimes, Chang-yi enticed. "Friends?" Lin Xingyin frowned. Having been solitary by nature since childhood, she had few heartfelt friends. After her mother passed away, she was sent to a girls' school in the city, alone and without relatives, with only a nanny for companionship. Her childhood revolved solely around academics. Only with stellar grades could she earn a compliment from her father, perhaps even a chance to meet him and avoid the ire of her formidable stepmother. Although Lin Xingyin's expression still bore traces of confusion, it was tinged with an unfamiliar emotion. After years of solitude, Chang-yi was the first boy with whom she could discuss such matters. "Chang-yi, genuinely fond of this girl, appreciated her innocence and lack of ulterior motives, an unblemished canvas upon which he could leave his mark, each stroke a masterpiece. So, if there is a Chudian feeling, does that make one a friend? Lin Qingyin inquired. Cheng Yi nodded seriously, stating, strictly speaking, only the one who brings you that initial Chudian sensation can be considered your friend. Am I your first? Cheng Yi gazed at Lin Qingyin, awaiting her response. Yes, she affirmed with a nod. Then we are friends. Cheng Yi secretly praised his own cleverness. The seal was set, and no one could interfere now. Now that we are friends, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance, Cheng Yi offered. Do you have a mobile phone? Yes, Lin Qingyin replied, writing down a number in her notebook. Cheng Yi took out his phone and dialed her number. The familiar ringtone echoed, causing Lin Qingyin to hurriedly retrieve her phone from her bag, inadvertently pressing the answer button in her fluster. This is the first mobile number I have dialed, Cheng Yi remarked through the phone. Hearing his voice emanating from her device, Lin Qingyin's cheeks flushed as she quickly hung up. Cheng Yi smiled at her and entered Lin Qingyin's name into his contacts. Gazing at this familiar yet surreal name, he marveled at the whims of fate. This renowned beauty from Handong University was now the first contact in his phone. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of a soul-stirring revelation. Initially, they believed it to be the typical tale of an underdog pursuing a goddess, but it soon dawned on them that it was merely a rich heir wooing another. Without monetary backing, who could compete with Cheng Yi in courting women? Observing Lin Qingyin enter his name in her phone, Cheng Yi promptly guided her, Cheng, as in Cheng Long, and Yi, as in Liu Yi. Oh, Lin Qingyin's delicate fingers trembled slightly as she input Cheng Yi's name. Cheng Yi discreetly glanced and noted that she had only 3 contacts, her father, her brother, and him. A close-knit family, he mused. Classmates, what I am about to share with you is something you cannot simply purchase with money, the teacher announced, raising his voice. He deliberately glanced towards Cheng Yi and Lin Qingyin's direction, prompting Lin Qingyin to focus intently on the lecture. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, stating, the technology we are exploring at Dazhong Company is known as multi-system coexistence. As you know, the number of computer operating systems is ever increasing. While 2000 is the most mature system, it does not support gaming software well, and 98 is quite the opposite. Many struggle with minor tasks due to the cumbersome need to switch operating systems. How can we resolve this? The teacher's words piqued the interest of many, including Cheng Yi. Could multi-system coexistence mean the resolution of virtual machine issues by 2001? He pondered, recalling that a mature virtual machine system only emerged in 2005. The teacher continued, this is where the application of multi-system coexistence comes into play. By allocating portions of your hard drive and memory, you can virtually create multiple machines with independent hard drives and operating systems, allowing you to partition, format, and install systems and applications just like any ordinary machine. With that, he proceeded to elaborate further on this technology, delivering a wealth of practical knowledge throughout the lecture. In comparison to the training sessions 4 years later, this current one could only be described as exhilarating, as if Dazhong Company was eager to cultivate a batch of loyal subordinates, offering knowledge freely without reservation. The instructor, the previously stoic male teacher who had guided Cheng Yi earlier, delivered the class with captivating passion, leaving all the students engrossed, none daring to rise from their seats as they absorbed the material. Cheng Yi, having already mastered these concepts, merely needed to listen briefly to grasp everything. He turned to Lin Qingyin and asked, did you understand? Yes, I think I got it. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. Lin Qingyin smiled. How could I not understand? It's all quite simple, Cheng Yi stated before abruptly falling silent, as many students shot him glares filled with ire. He bowed apologetically to the crowd and exited the classroom. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, he noticed Lin Qingyin quietly following him outside. Looking at her like a little tail, Cheng Yi inquired curiously, why did you come out too? Lin Qingyin gazed at him with a hint of confusion, as if his question were itself problematic. Aren't we friends? Lin Qingyin asked. Yes, Cheng Yi replied, momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't friends be together? She pressed. Cheng Yi nodded earnestly, acknowledging, that makes sense. Absolutely, he exclaimed, pleased by the simplicity of it all. At that moment, Du Yuxing emerged from a nearby classroom, asking, hey, you guys are done too? Off to the restroom? Cheng Yi understood that Du Yuxing's implication was to smoke. He is your friend too, Lin Qingyin asserted confidently. Yes. He's a very good friend of mine. Chang Yi smiled. Is he your best friend? Lin Qingyin inquired further. Why do you ask? Chang Yi replied, slightly puzzled. Chapter 34. The bold woman Chang Yi was taken aback. Where had she heard such things? He genuinely worried that this innocent girl might utter something as audacious as wanting to go to the restroom together. Boss, have you reached the pinnacle? Du Yuxing immediately pressed as he noticed Chang Yi approaching. What pinnacle? Chang Yi feigned ignorance. Are you still pretending? From afar? It seems she had a bit of interest in you, Du Yuxing teased. Du Yuxing spoke with a hint of jealousy. Could you refrain from deliberately stirring my troubles? Chang Yi shot him a glare. Du Yuxing, taken aback, inquired, troubles? What troubles? Chang Yi ran his fingers through his soft, flowing hair and sighed. Having too much charm with women can also be a burden. Forget it. I'm not going to bother, Du Yuxing said as he turned to leave. What's the matter? Cheng Yi Yili Gabi Du Yuxing. Du Yuxing fixed his gaze on Chang Yi and replied, I fear you might embarrass me later. Oh, come on. I'm just making a joke to lighten the mood. Chang Yi patted Du Yuxing's arm and countered. How's your beginner class going? Have you started your lessons? The mention of his class instantly energized Du Yuxing, who exclaimed, We have. I truly made the wrong choice in my major. I should have opted for computer application technology in college. He continued, We haven't learned much yet, merely an overview of the history of computing. Du Yuxing candidly admitted, Now I realize that computing is not just about playing video games. It can also lead to substantial earnings. Our teacher mentioned that a college student created something and earned tens of thousands. Cheng Yi smiled contentedly. Well done. That 600 yuan wasn't wasted. This kid is starting to get the hang of it. Cheng Yi remarked, I wouldn't have guessed you could listen so attentively. Had you possessed this attitude in high school, you wouldn't have had to worry about not getting into a university. But high school teachers never taught us how to make money, Du Yuxing lamented. Moreover, those high school teachers all look so miserable, unlike our teacher Lu, who is quite stunning. After a pause, Du Yuxing added, Boss, I think I might have developed a bit of crush on our teacher. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to provide Du Yuxing with a light-hearted introduction to the internet age, not to spark a teacher-student romance. Du Yuxing, slightly embarrassed, said, Boss, our teacher is a junior at your university. Do you think I have a chance if I pursue her? You'll have no chance at all, Cheng Yi replied bluntly. Unconcerned about bruising Du Yuxing's ego, he had never seen any semblance of pride in Du Yuxing since they met. You never know. She might have a soft spot for slightly chubby men like me. Du Yuxing retorted defiantly. A man? You're barely a boy. Cheng Yi scoffed. She's 3 years your senior. Older women are like gold bricks. She likely already has a boyfriend. I checked, and she doesn't have a boyfriend, Du Yuxing countered. Lack of a boyfriend doesn't mean you have a shot, Cheng Yi said seriously. Du Yuxing's expression turned earnest. Boss, from the moment I first saw her, I felt an attraction. Regardless of whether I can win her heart, she inspires my dedication to the computer industry. Hearing this, Cheng Yi fell silent. He was skeptical of the notion of love at first sight. Such feelings often stem from mere lust, albeit a thrilling kind. For a boy like Du Yuxing, accustomed to high school girls, encountering a seductive university woman could indeed be overwhelming. After a few moments of silence, Cheng Yi asked, What is her name? Lu Shangnan? Cheng Yi suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. Lu Shangnan. After a moment of contemplation, a news story surfaced in his mind. Oh my goodness, your teacher is Lu Shangnan? Cheng Yi exclaimed. Huh, is she famous? Du Yuxing asked with curiosity. Cheng Yi chuckled softly at Du Yuxing's innocent expression. Lu Shangnan, the most formidable woman in the computer science department of Shani University, dropped out in her 4th year. Officially, it was a dropout, but in reality, she was expelled. The reason was quite bizarre. Her boyfriend had found someone else, and she almost made him pay dearly for it. Cheng Yi was unaware of Lu Xingnan's programming skills. After all, he had only just entered his 2nd year when she wielded her symbolic scissors of justice. Unexpectedly, Lu Shangnan was also a part-time lecturer at a major company. Although she taught beginners like Du Yuxing, one could hardly imagine a company hiring her without solid programming skills. Fatty, I think you shouldn't only focus on a woman's appearance. Cheng Yi advised. You're a top student in tourism management. Once you enter university, won't you have your pick of beautiful women? Just think about it. In your major, the number of girls far outweighs the boys. But I like academic achievers. Our school is full of underachievers. Du Yuxing voiced his true feelings. To hell with that. Girls only care about looks, not whether someone is an academic, Chung Yi retorted angrily. Du Yuxing raised an eyebrow and asked seriously, boss, if both Lin Yu and Chen Wan pursued you, whom would you choose? Lin Yu and Chen Wan? Chung Yi's mind raced as he searched for the two names. After a half-minute of contemplation, Du Yuxing asked, seriously, is this a tough choice? After finally recalling, Chung Yi assessed, Lin Yu is the vice monitor of our class. She is not exactly beautiful, but rather graceful and excels academically, ranking just below Song Meng and me. Chen Wan, on the other hand, is quite pretty and could rival Song Meng in looks, but she's a complete slacker, not even making it to a vocational school. Chung Yi couldn't quite fathom why academic performance seemed to enhance a girl's appeal. In their class, Chen Wan was largely unnoticed, pursued only by boys from other classes with poor grades. In contrast, Lin Yu, though not particularly attractive, had countless admirers, as if winning her affection would guarantee them English tutoring. Before Chung Yi could finalize his thoughts, Du Yuxing interjected, boss, you're clever. Can you help me out? Chung Yi couldn't be entirely honest with Du Yuxing and merely advised, if you truly want to pursue her, you must ensure you're not playing the field. Playing the field? Damn, I'm no scoundrel. I can't stand those who do. I'd de-stab them if I could. Men who are scum and parasites. Du Yuxing exploded in frustration. All right, just express your feelings. Chung Yi quickly interrupted Du Yuxing's tirade, saying, let me think this through first. Chapter 35. Internet CAF. Let's go. The two strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the restroom. Just as Chung Yi pulled out a cigarette to smoke, his phone rang. Unter Du Yuxing's envious gaze. He answered, who is this? Boss Chung, it's Shun Dongxing, the landlord, came the voice on the other end. Hello. Chung Yi promptly discarded the cigarette and hurried out of the restroom. Observing the discarded cigarette on the floor, Du Yuxing picked it up regretfully, wiped it on his clothing, and tucked it into his pocket. Is it happening? Du Yuxing asked, excitement bubbling within him. The thought of Chung Yi soon opening an internet CAF and the prospect of free internet access brightened Du Yuxing's world. Chung Yi first withdrew 30,000 yuan from the bank downstairs before taking a tricycle to the commercial street of the university town. Upon entering the commercial street, he spotted Shun Dongxing waiting eagerly. As Chung Yi approached, Shun Dongxing's expression grew serious, and he hesitantly said, could we have a private talk? Of course, Chung Yi replied, fully aware of Shun Dongxing's intentions. Yet he feigned ignorance with a smile. Is it about the price? No, not at all. This way, please. Shun Dongxing led him aside, somewhat embarrassed, and confessed, I should be honest with you. I am a teacher at Handong University. Oh, no wonder I felt there was something extraordinary about your demeanor when I first met you. Chung Yi remarked, feigning surprise. A small compliment seemed to put Shun Dongxing at ease, and his demeanor softened considerably as he continued. You're about to enter Handong University. It feels odd to rent the place to you. What should I call you? Chang Yi Inwuited. You could just call me Uncle Shun. Chung Yi chuckled and remarked, Uncle Shun, what does it matter that you are a professor at Handong University? Our discussion revolves around business. Neither of us owes the other anything. If you are burdened by this concern or that, then why are you purchasing this property? Is it merely to incur losses? At that moment, I was not contemplating the implications. Shun Dongxing sighed with a bitter smile. Chang Yi promptly interjected, Professor Shen. Allow me to speak frankly. Your title or status holds no significance for me. I am but an ordinary student seeking to engage in a modest business to support my studies. If you truly harbor any reservations, it can be easily resolved. That is not my intention, Shun Dongxing replied, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment as his thoughts were laid bare. He had not anticipated that this young man could so swiftly penetrate his mind. I understand your sentiments. Here's what we can do. I assure you that I will never disclose the identity of the landlord of this property. Once I enter Handong University, I will not mention our acquaintance, not even if we happen to pass each other on the street. Does that suffice? Cheng Yi, fine impatience. However, this very impatience seemed to ease Shun Dongxing's worries. Very well. Shun Dongxing retrieved the contract from his briefcase and handed it to Chung Yi, stating, please review the contract. Chung Yi casually glanced through it and replied, there are no issues. Let's sign now. With efficiency, Chung Yi completed the signing and produced 30,000 yuan from his bag, presenting it to Shun Dongxing while saying, this is the rent for 1 year. Please count it. No need to count, Shun Dongxing replied, visibly uncomfortable with the financial transaction, as he felt it beneath his dignity as a professor. In a fluster, he placed the money into his briefcase, his demeanor resembling that of someone accepting a bribe, which elicited a chuckle from Chung Yi. Soon, Shen Dongxing handed the keys to Cheng Yi and said, I will grant you an additional 3 months of rent-free occupancy for renovations. After briefly outlining a few points, he hurriedly departed as if he were fleeing a crime scene. Cheng Yi opened the door to the ground floor and turned to Du Yuxing, asking, What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed, it is impressive, Du Yuxing replied, excitedly touching everything as he inquired, Boss, with such a vast area, how large will your internet CAF be? How does 500 computers sound? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. What? 500? Du Yuxing was taken aback. What scale is that? The total number of computers in all the internet CAFs in Dongsan County combined is hardly 500. This is a colossal investment. Cheng Yi clarified, of course. This must be approached gradually. We cannot take on too much at once. First, let us find a renovation team. We need to add 3 fire escape routes on each floor and external staircases to the building. Du Yuxing was perplexed. What do fire escape routes have to do with an internet CAF? Isn't that just wasting money? Cheng Yi, disinterested in explaining, left Du Yuxing to oversee the place while he went to the outskirts to find a renovation team. As dusk fell, while the renovation team was busy demolishing walls, Cheng Yi's phone rang again. Master, where are you? I've arrived in the provincial city, came the excited voice of Zhang Lingyu on the other end. So soon? How did you get here? Cheng Yi asked. I rode my bike, of course, Zhang Lingyu replied with a laugh. Isn't that much faster than taking a bus? I'm at the first phone booth on Qingyan Road in the South District. Upon reaching the intersection of Qingyan Road, he spotted Zhang Lingyu, clad in denim, standing beside a utility pole. My goodness, isn't that sister you from Highlang Internet CAF? Upon seeing Zhang Lingyu, Du Yuxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you know her? Cheng Yi inquired with a grin. She is a local celebrity in Dongsan County, Du Yuxing murmured. I've heard she is fierce in a fight. Even the local ruffians avoid her. Really? Cheng Yi was surprised. Boss, you didn't know this, and yet you called her over? Du Yuxing's voice trembled slightly. The name Sister Yu indeed carried weight in Dongsan County. Zhang Lingyu, Cheng Yi called from a distance. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, she turned around, waved happily, and exclaimed, Master. Master? Du Yuxing felt his brain short-circuit. What's going on here? In that moment, Du Yuxing felt utterly bewildered. Even if a centaur were to call Cheng Yi master, he would not be surprised. Master, Zhang Lingyu approached briskly, smiling. You really opened an internet CAF? I just rented the storefront. Waiting for you, the expert, to arrive, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Chapter 36. The triumvirate of the internet CAF industry. I am no expert, Zhang Lingyu humbly stated. What? You're not an expert? Cheng Yi immediately said. Then your salary will be reduced from 600 to 300. Hey, how can you do that? Zhang Lingyu protested, her voice rising. I've already quit my job. This is the provincial city. What can I do with 300 yuan? Let me ask you again. Are you an expert in the internet CAF industry? Cheng Yi said. Yes, I am. Zhang Lingyu quickly nodded. All right. Your salary will increase from 600 to 800, Cheng Yi declared. Zhang Lingyu and Du Yuxing stared in disbelief. What is this? At that moment, Du Yuxing felt compelled to shout, I am an expert too. Cheng Yi looked at Zhang Lingyu, who was filled with confusion, and said, Let me give you your first lesson. To stand out, you must cast humility aside. Modesty and self-effacement are the greatest hindrances. Cheng Yi continued, Take this situation as an example. If you believe you're an expert in the internet CAF business, then you are one, even if your initial claim may be a fabrication. I don't understand. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Cheng Yi smiled and said, Let me give you an example. If I were to tell you that my next venture is to ensure that no one in the country struggles to find business, would you believe me? Zhang Lingyu shook her head, asserting that such statements are either made by someone delusional or a grand deceiver. Your first impression would surely be that I am a deceiver. But what if I repeatedly articulated this idea to you? Year after year, you would hear my assertions, and I would tirelessly strive toward this seemingly unattainable goal. Gradually, as you listen to me often, it would no longer seem so outrageous. When you witness my efforts toward this endeavor, doubt would dissipate. Eventually, everyone would come to acknowledge me, and the moment they do, I have already become a successful individual. Even if my venture results in everyone losing their means of livelihood, it would not diminish my status as a successful person, for throughout my journey of weaving countless lies to mask that initial falsehood, I have ascended to a height worthy of admiration. Zhang Lingyu slowly nodded, while she still did not fully grasp the concept. She sensed that there was wisdom in Cheng Yi's words. Her gaze gradually shifted from confusion to clarity. Observing this transformation in her eyes, Cheng Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. His grand, metaphorical broth of wisdom had indeed yielded positive results. Zhang Lingyu looked at Cheng Yi with admiration and asked, "Master, I am hungry. What shall we have for dinner? Let's go for barbecue. I noticed a stall on the pedestrian street last night," Cheng Yi suggested. Upon hearing food, Du Yuxing became excited as well. "Great. I haven't had barbecue in ages." Zhang Lingyu chimed in joyfully. Cheng Yi suddenly felt as though he had served a grand meal of wisdom only to see it devoured by dogs. The three of them arrived at the barbecue stall, where Cheng Yi instructed the salivating Du Yuxing to place the orders. He then turned to Zhang Lingyu sitting beside him and said, "Tomorrow, I will take you to see the storefront and help you rent a place nearby." "Master, how large is our internet CAF?" Zhang Lingyu inquired curiously. However, recalling Cheng Yi's grand metaphorical wisdom, she felt there was a significant exaggeration in his words. For some reason, she had an unsettling feeling of having fallen into a trap. After finishing their meal, you should first head to Jingnan Bingguan to check into a room and enjoy a good rest. Just mention my name. I have deposited 1,000 there. All right. Zhang Lingyu nodded. Such a momentous occasion certainly calls for a toast. Cheng Yi exuberantly said to Du Yuxing, "Go fetch 6 gin of draft beer." Having witnessed Cheng Yi's drinking capacity, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but inquire, "6 gin? Master, are you sure you can handle that?" "Handle it? A man cannot tolerate such words," Cheng Yi retorted, glaring at Zhang Lingyu. "Fatty, bring 9 gin," he commanded. "Understood." In no time, Du Yuxing returned with a barrel of draft beer, saying, "Master, they have 10 gin per barrel, so I brought one directly." As he spoke, he filled glasses for Cheng Yi and Zhang Lingyu. "For our first toast, let us celebrate the opening of our internet CAF," Cheng Yi proclaimed while raising his glass. "Master, what shall we name our internet CAF?" Zhang Lingyu asked. After a moment's thought, Cheng Yi replied, "Momo Wangba." "Momo Wangba." Indeed, it is a CAF where strangers can connect. Hence the abbreviation Momo Wangba. Standing up with a smile, Cheng Yi declared, "Let us toast to the strongest Momo Wangba in the nation. From this day forth, we shall be the triumvirate of the internet CAF industry. Cheers!" Zhang Lingyu and Du Yuxing immediately rose to their feet. Thus, the Momo Chain Internet CAF Management Group was ceremoniously established an inconspicuous stall. The following morning, Cheng Yi groggily awoke to find himself in bed. Had he overindulged again? He sighed and patted his head. His drinking capacity needed improvement. It had been honed during his years of despair. As he attempted to rise, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his legs. Upon sitting up, he discovered that Zhang Lingyu was sleeping at the foot of his bed. Her clothes were neatly folded at the end, as if signaling something rather embarrassing to Cheng Yi. He quickly checked below, relieved to find his underwear still intact, avoiding complete exposure. In truth, Zhang Lingyu had seen him undressed twice now. That felt somewhat unfair. "Master, you're awake?" The movement stirred Zhang Lingyu, who rubbed her eyes and stood up. "Did you sleep like this all night?" Cheng Yi frowned slightly and remarked, "Did I not mention last night? I have already deposited money at the hotel. You may choose any room. I am accustomed to sleeping like this at the internet CAF." Zhang Lingyu smiled and replied, "The environment here is certainly far superior to that of an internet CAF. Besides, 80 yuan per night is quite outrageous. They might as well rob someone. You will be my employee from now on." "Do you think I'm the type of boss who is harsh on my employees?" Cheng Yi asked. I did not mean that at all," Zhang Lingyu hastily responded. "If that is not your intention, then go check into a room and get some proper rest." Cheng Yi, donning his robe, stood up and added, "From now on, you need not suffer any indignities while accompanying me." These candid words left Zhang Lingyu momentarily speechless. No need to suffer indignities. This phrase struck directly at her heart, which appeared strong but was, in reality, tender. At the age of 9, her father had been imprisoned, and her mother remarried, causing her to experience the harsh realities of life. No one had ever spoken such words to her. At an age when she could have been pampered, which girl would wish to endure hardship? Noticing Zhang Lingyu's unusual expression, Cheng Yi inquired, "What is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" No, it's nothing. I will go check into a room now." Zhang Lingyu turned and dashed away, fearing that if she lingered even a moment longer, tears would spill forth. After all, she was Yu Jia. It would be utterly embarrassing to cry in public. "What are you doing?" Cheng Yi asked, somewhat irritated. I just wanted to inquire about today's plans, Du Yuxing said while peering through the door crack, sneaking glances into Cheng Yi's room. Upon meeting Cheng Yi's inquisitive gaze, Du Yuxing lowered his voice and asked, Boss, is Yu Jia not with you? She did not rest well. I asked her to check into her room for some sleep. Do you need something from her? Cheng Yi sensed something was amiss with Du Yuxing. No, nothing at all. Du Yuxing hastily shook his head, adding, Boss, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to win over Yu Jia. Last night, after you drank too much, she was so concerned about you that she wouldn't let me intervene. Went over? Our relationship is strictly that of a teacher and a student. Teacher and student? Du Yuxing suddenly recalled the enlightening film he had watched yesterday. A teacher-student relationship is quite intriguing, even more so. Cheng Yi, uninterested in Du Yuxing's sordid thoughts, stated, We will not attend the training class today. Instead, we're going to purchase computers. Sound good? Upon hearing about buying computers, Du Yuxing brightened considerably. He could already sense the allure of red alert beckoning him. After a light breakfast, the two arrived at the Internet CAF next to the technology building. As Cheng Yi approached the CAF entrance, the owner happened to arrive on a motorcycle. Seeing Cheng Yi about to enter, he said, The Internet manager will be sorting the computer shortly. If you wish to surf the web, please come back after 9:30. Cheng Yi smiled and replied, Boss, you do not remember me? Who are you? The CAF owner scrutinized Cheng Yi for a moment before exclaiming, Oh, I remember now. You are the student from the training class. So, have you decided to buy computers? Yes, Cheng Yi affirmed with a smile. How many seller-in-one computers do you have? The CAF owner, unsure if he had misheard, instinctively replied, Quite a few. I just replaced the computers and should have over 100. I will take them all, as long as they can boot up at 900 each. Cheng Yi stated. You must be joking, the CAF owner said, utterly disbelieving. Given Cheng Yi's age, he looked barely 18 or 19. How could he possibly have that much money? Sensing the owner's skepticism, Du Yuxing immediately chimed in. My boss is a business prodigy from our county. As long as the computers are functional, money is not an issue. The CAF owner quickly retracted his dismissive attitude, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I apologize. Your sudden demand surprised me. However, I cannot accept this price. Even though my monitors are only 15 inches, they can still sell for a few hundred, along with a complete set of hardware. Computers depreciate rapidly. Each day they sit. They lose value. Although my price is similar to those offered by second-hand computer dealers, I am more straightforward. Cheng Yi feigned a confident demeanor and replied, As long as they are operational, I will take them without nitpicking. He made a couple of phone calls, and shortly after, a group of fierce-looking youths arrived. You lot, go upstairs and help me sort out those old computers. You others, move those piled-up computers from the corner upstairs, the CAF owner commanded, and the group immediately complied. Come on, brother, let us sit inside, the CAF owner warmly invited. It was just past 8, and the overnight patrons were sprawled about in disarray, with the unmistakable odor of tobacco filling the air. The CAF owner guided Cheng Yi into the Internet manager's lounge, brewing tea as he inquired, Brother, what do you plan to do with so many computers? I am a student at Handong University and wish to open an Internet CAF on the University Town Commercial Street. Cheng Yi repeated jandidly. University Town Commercial Street? The CAF owner was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. He offered Cheng Yi a cigarette and said, Brother, if you truly intend to open an Internet CAF with these outdated computers, I suggest you head to a rural town. The University Town Commercial Street is a place even dogs would avoid. During summer and winter breaks, the mice would starve to death. I am just dabbling for fun. It is not a big deal, Cheng Yi chuckled. The CAF owner understood that it was futile to advise someone determined to pursue a misguided venture. So he said, Let me be clear. Once I sell you these computers, there will be no refunds. If you provide me with such a low price, would I dare to return them? Cheng Yi laughed. Very well. As soon as you select the machines, I will arrange for transportation at no cost, declared the Internet CAF owner, Suhu. As he poured a cup of tea for Cheng Yi, flashing a broad smile. I am unaware of how to address you. My good sir, Cheng Yi inquired. My name is Suhu. You may call me Hugo. Should you encounter any challenging issues in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. As I am quite well connected in this area, Suhu replied with a grand flair. Hugo, I have a query. Since you have a second floor, why not utilize those computers? Cheng Yi asked, intrigued. My friend, you are quite the novice, Suhu laughed heartily. To outsiders, it may seem that Internet CAFs are an effortless way to earn money, yet there are myriad complexities involved. For instance, my CAF currently boasts 150 computers, with an average daytime occupancy rate of around 60 to 70%. The peak hours are from noon to 2 in the afternoon. In the evening, occupancy hovers around 90%, peaking between 8 and 10 o'clock. I cannot blindly expand my operations solely to enhance the evening occupancy rate. If I were to establish a second floor, I would first need to lay 2 network cables, one costing at least $3,000 per month, which totals $6,000 for both. Additionally, I would require 5 or 6 switches, which would cost upwards of $40,000 to $50,000. Considering our current occupancy rates, even if I increased the number of computers, the revenue would hardly see a significant increase. Coupled with repair costs, I would end up wasting over $100,000 annually. Moreover, this year's internet CAF landscape is strikingly different from last year. Many individuals have gravitated towards online gaming, which demands substantial computer specifications. Initially, my Celerin 1 computers were sufficient for playing games like Stone Age, but last month, a game called Dragon Clan emerged, rendering Celerin 1 inadequate and forcing me to upgrade my machines. Chapter 38. The year of the internet CAF's complete explosion. Furthermore, I have heard that a game called Miracle from Korea is gaining immense popularity, and it is expected to enter the domestic market soon. Its basic requirements include a Celerin 2 processor. I have a premonition that future games will increasingly demand higher specifications, making the internet CAF industry's investments ever greater. I see. Chung-Yi nodded. Given the current circumstances, Suhu's assessment was indeed sound. Little did Suhu know that in just 2 months, a phenomenon of a national online game would emerge, sweeping across the land. This game would quickly captivate the masses, not only due to its straightforward and exhilarating gameplay, but also because of its most significant advantage: minimal computer specifications. Even second-hand 486 computer priced at $300 could smoothly run the game with a 128 modem. This remarkable advantage would instantly encompass all computers in the country, leaving no one untouched, as they all became devoted fans. The game was named Legend. Crucially, with the rise of Legend, the year 2002 marked the definitive explosion of internet CAFs. Firstly, in 2002, the scrutiny of internet CAFs became exceedingly stringent. Even adding more computers required extensive approval processes. Secondly, the internet CAF industry officially transitioned into the era of online gaming, with online gamers demonstrating a dependency far surpassing that of single-player game aficionados. To put it bluntly, since 2002, the number of computers in an internet CAF has directly correlated with the number of patrons, a state of overwhelming demand that persisted until 2005, when conditions began to improve. After more than half an hour, a young man rushed downstairs, exclaiming, "Hugo, everything is organized. Come, brother, let us ascend and take a look." Suhu beckoned, leading Chung-Yi upstairs. All the monitors and computer cases were connected, neatly arranged around the room. Upon seeing Suhu and Chung-Yi enter, a young man holding an extension cord inquired, "Hugo, shall we test them now?" "Yes, let us begin with the first one," the CAF owner gestured. A few young men promptly started plugging in the computers, and as soon as Chung-Yi nodded, they brought the functioning computers to the center. By the time testing concluded, it was already past noon. A total of 128 computers successfully powered on. Chung-Yi noted the CAF's address and finalized the delivery time and payment method with Suhu when a call came through from the hotel. "Where are you?" Zhang Lingyu's voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Please meet me at the entrance of the Science and Technology building across from the hotel." Chung-Yi replied with a smile. "We've acquired the computers and will commence work after lunch." "So soon?" Zhang Lingyu expressed her surprise. Having experienced the arduous process of purchasing computers, she knew that each machine required meticulous inspection, often making the opening of a new internet CAF feel like a trial. Before long, Zhang Lingyu, clad in denim, hurried over from across the street, asking, "Where are the computers?" "They will be transported shortly. Come, let's dine first." Chung-Yi waved his hand and led Zhang Lingyu and Du Yuxing to a Chinese fast food restaurant located beneath the Science and Technology building. At this hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. After a brief wait, the trio finally secured a table. In this era, regardless of the nature of brick-and-mortar establishments, business was thriving beyond imagination. It was a period characterized by an accumulation of funds among the populace, resulting in a flourishing economy that exhibited robust growth. One could assert that the promising future was being woven together by the very individuals present at this moment. Gazing upon the throngs of bustling crowds, the packed shops, and the radiant smiles of young couples, Chung-yi was struck by a wild thought. The most criticized aspect of the previous life was the disparity created by the internet industry, leading to a competition between the internet sector and traditional industries. The pinnacle of this contest was epitomized in the wager between Sister Dong and Brother Jun. In truth, the internet itself was not at fault, even if certain missteps occurred. It was merely the individuals utilizing the internet who erred. Overall, the rapid evolution of the internet has yielded more benefits than drawbacks. Consider those often vilified, high-profile streaming companies. They constituted Chung-yi's most significant clientele, as every pop-up window generated a revenue of 0.5 to 1.5 yuan. During their large-scale streaming events, Chung-yi's company would facilitate millions of pop-ups daily, thus giving rise to the Gatling gun of pop-ups. For many, these companies elicited a complex mix of emotions. If in this life, he could position himself as a formidable force for these companies, the satisfaction would far surpass mere financial gain. Henceforth, he aspired to manipulate this colossal internet industry chain. After all, having been reborn, it would be rather mundane to merely engage in e-commerce and streaming, making a bit of money and courting a few women. That would be utterly uninteresting. After all, he was a notorious figure in the internet realm. Engaging in mundane affairs did not align with his persona. Moreover, for someone like him, the distinction between earning 100 million and 1 billion was negligible. As long as there was enough, he aimed to pursue grand endeavors. For instance, he envisioned challenging the titans of the internet landscape, assisting the most marginalized individuals in combating these internet magnates to witness the ensuing chaos. After all, it was all about making money, and perhaps a more exhilarating approach could yield even greater rewards. Observing the joyous expressions adorning the faces of those around him, Chung-yi's spirits naturally lifted. I am not a savior. Let's see what can be accomplished. If it is feasible, I shall proceed. If not, I can always join later, he mused. Boss, what are you pondering? Du Yuxing, noticing Chung-yi lost in thought, could not resist asking. Chung-yi smiled and replied, nothing much. He turned to Du Yuxing and said, Fatty, if our internet CAF were to close, and you found yourself unable to secure a job after graduation, what would you do? Me? Unable to find work? Even if I do not grasp computing, my tourism management degree should suffice for employment. Du Yuxing responded confidently. I meant if Chung-yi chuckled. In that case, if I truly could not find work, I would open a bookstore. My uncle runs one and earns quite well. Du Yuxing laughed. At the very least, we must prevent the middle-aged man who dreams like the third roommate from crying uncontrollably. Just as Chung-yi was about to say something further, Du Yuxing suddenly pointed not far away and exclaimed, Boss, look, your pinnacle seems to be approaching. Chung-yi turned his head and indeed saw Lin Qingyin, clad in a blue and white checker dress, walking towards them. Her expression was rather frosty, with her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, as if she had encountered some displeasing matter. She is so beautiful. Who is she? Zhang Lingyu inquired curiously. This is the pinnacle girl that the boss just won over. What do you think? Isn't she stunning? Du Yuxing whispered to Zhang Lingyu. Chapter 39. Have you skipped class? Zhang Lingyu gazed at Chung-yi, puzzled. Master, don't you already have a girlfriend? Don't listen to this fat guy's nonsense. Do you know who that girl is? Chung-yi asked. Who? Zhang Lingyu questioned, more confused. She is Lin Qingyin, Chung-yi revealed. Shocking everyone. What? Is this girl really that famous? Du Yuxing escaped, intrigued. Zhang Lingyu ignored Du Yuxing, looking at Chung-yi in astonishment. Master, you came here for her, didn't you? Chung-yi smiled and nodded. Finally, someone understood him. The feeling of being comprehended was delightful. Zhang Lingyu exclaimed. Did she agree? She will eventually. Chung-yi chuckled. What are you all talking about? Du Yuxing, becoming increasingly bewildered, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Lingyu shot Du Yuxing a glare and said, Just eat your meal and mind your own business. All right, Du Yuxing replied, instantly losing his temper and focusing on his food. Lin Qingyin, burdened with her thoughts, entered the dining hall, ordering only a small bowl of millet porridge. As she turned around with her porridge, she spotted Chung-yi sitting not far away. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingyin's body involuntarily trembled slightly. Why is he here? After not seeing Chung-yi that morning, she felt as though she had lost something significant. Was she really going to lose a friend so easily? Noticing Chung-yi was accompanied by another man and woman, her timid nature held her back from approaching. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have run away, but now, she found herself devoid of the impulse to flee. She desperately wanted to strike up a conversation with Chang. When she saw Chang Yi beckoning her, Lin Qingyin timidly approached their table. With a hint of awkwardness, she glanced at Chang Yi and quietly said, You skipped class. I took notes. Do you want to see them? No hurry. Let me introduce you to two friends, Chang Yi replied with a smile. This is Du Yuxing. You can call him Fatty. Du Yuxing quickly stood up, grinning at Lin Qingyin. His sudden movement startled Lin Qingyin, causing her to retreat a couple of steps, leaving Du Yuxing feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his face. This is Zhang Lingyu. You can call her Sister Yu. Hello, Sister Yu, Lin Qingyin whispered. Zhang Lingyu, surprised to be so close to the daughter of a wealthy family, felt an equal measure of shock and fluster as Lin Qingyin did. She hurriedly stood up and said, hello, please have a seat. Lin Qingyin first glanced at Chang Yi. Upon receiving a nod from him, she cautiously sat beside him. Her cheeks flushed as she introduced herself. I am Lin Qingyin, a friend of Chang Yi. Not particularly adept at socializing, she lowered her head after her introduction. It was hard to believe that the daughter of Lin Qingdong was socially anxious. Seeing the small bowl of millet porridge in Lin Qingyin's hands, Chang Yi frowned. Why are you only eating so little for lunch? That's not acceptable. You're at an age where you need nourishment. Finish this. Chang Yi placed the papaya milk steamed egg in front of Lin Qingyin. Okay, Lin Qingyin obediently nodded, taking small spoonfuls and feeding herself. Oh dear, this girl is still too withdrawn. Watching Lin Qingyin eat the steamed egg as if following orders, Chang Yi felt compelled to help her change her ways. With her personality, she might end up being taken advantage of without even realizing it. Lin, have you skipped class? Chang Yi asked. Skip class? Lin Qingyin hurriedly shook her head. Why don't you skip a class this afternoon? I'll take you to a place. Chang Yi smiled. Before Lin Qingyin could decline, Chang Yi added, Aren't you planning to work while studying? This is a rare opportunity for you. Subconsciously, Lin Qingyin felt uneasy about going with Chang Yi. However, having finally made a friend, she feared that refusing would make him dislike her. Lingyu, you can ride with Lin Qingyin and follow our tricycle, Chang Yi decisively arranged for her. All right, Zhang Lingyu responded, excitement bubbling within her at the thought of riding with the daughter of the richest family in Dongsan County, known for being the foremost talented girl in the area. After finishing their meal, Chang Yi and Du Yuxing took a tricycle ahead, while Zhang Lingyu, with a slightly trembling Lin Qingyin, closely followed to the commercial street of Handong University City. Upon arrival, Suhu's truck had been waiting for some time. Standing on the roadside, Suhu, smoking a cigarette, assessed the auspicious site Chang Yi had chosen. When Chang Yi approached, Suhu couldn't help but tease, Brother, you have a knack for selecting locations. I circled 3 times without spotting this building. Hearing the mockery in Suhu's tone, Chang Yi laughed heartily. Just playing around. I never intended to turn this into a serious venture. You really know how to have fun. Suhu gave Chang Yi a thumbs up, then waved his hand, calling out, Come on, move the computers inside, and be careful not to damage my brother's toys. A group of young men responded, jumping down from the truck to carefully carry over 100 computers into the building. Once everything was in place, Chang Yi and Suhu went to a nearby bank, depositing money into Suhu's account with a remittance slip. Chang Yi was now a legitimate internet CAF owner, although the computers were somewhat outdated. It was not a significant issue. Lingyu, you need to visit the telecommunications and internet companies to inquire about the pricing for dual internet lines. Our computers have low configurations, so we must secure an edge in internet speed. I think we should install 2 lines to achieve both telecommunications and internet access, Chang Yi instructed. Zhang Lingyu, taken aback, asked, Dual access? How do we achieve that? I'll see if I can set up automatic switching on a router, Chang Yi noted. He had not delved deeply into internet matters before, as this area belonged to the domain of Huawei Group, far removed from his simple aspirations. Why do we need dual access? At that moment, Lin Qingyin, who had been silent, spoke up. Chapter 40. Network Accelerator. The swift journey left Lin Qingyin's hair slightly disheveled. Yet this disarray lent her a touch of playfulness and vitality. As everyone turned to look at her, Lin Qingyin timidly said, I was just curious. Chang Yi smiled currently. Online games are categorized into 3 types: telecommunication servers, internet servers, and educational network servers. When opening an internet CAF, we must consider all 3 user types. Educational networks might be out of reach, but we should at least address telecommunications and internet first. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qingyin quietly asked, Can't we just solve the latency between different lines? Why do we need to install two lines? Chang Yi perked up at her words, looking at her in surprise. Do you have a solution? Lin Qingyin was startled by Chang Yi's reaction. She stammered, my laptop is connected to the educational network. So I wrote a packet sending program to address the latency issues when connecting to telecommunications websites. A network accelerator? Chang Yi felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. Lin Qingyin added, I'm not sure if this little program will solve your problem. It can absolutely, in a moment of exhilaration. Chang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to scoop up Lin Qingyin and bestow upon her a fervent kiss. The concept of a network accelerator was a product of the future. While some institutions in Zhongguancun were indeed researching network accelerators, their application in commercial use remained elusive. His choice proved to be astute, even before the venture commenced. Lin Qingyin presented him with a delightful surprise. Suppressing his impulse to embrace and kiss Lin Qingyin, Chang Yi declared, I announce that starting today, Lin Qingyin will serve as the Chief Technology Officer of our Momo Internet CAF, with a monthly salary of 800 yuan. Lin Qingyin was taken aback by Chang Yi's proclamation, stammering, I can't. Don't you wish to work part-time? Chang Yi inwitted. Yes, she replied, lowering her gaze. She had not acquiesced to her brother's terms, which implied that her monthly allowance of 600 yuan might be severed. Lin Qingyin murmured, I am worried I won't perform well. I know nothing about this. You need not fear. The network accelerator alone is worth that amount. Chang Yi encouraged. In the future, I will have many areas where I will require your assistance. You wouldn't want to refuse me, would you? Hence, let us start with 800 a month. Once we are profitable, I shall promote you and increase your salary. Chang Yi smiled. From today onward, you will earn your own money, free from the scrutiny of others. His words illuminated Lin Qingyin's eyes, and she felt a profound sense of camaraderie. Standing nearby, Zhang Lingyu observed with a bemused expression. In her view, her master resembled a cunning wolf, deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. If Lin Qingyin's program could indeed resolve the tri-network latency issue, its value would rival that of the network diversion program crafted by Chang Yi, perhaps even surpassing it. 800 yuan a month, coupled with a mere plea for assistance from a friend, could suffice. Moreover, Lin Qingyin appeared genuinely moved, as if she were the beneficiary rather than he. Lingyu, why do you gaze at me so? Hurry and connect the network cables. We are on the brink of great fortune. Chang Yi urgit. All right, I shall go. Zhang Lingyu replied, casting a resigned glance at Lin Qingyin before departing the CF. On the second, third, and fourth floors, several renovation workers were fervently enhancing the fire escape routes, rendering those areas temporarily unusable. The 128 computers were perfectly set up on the first floor. Throughout the afternoon, Chang Yi guided Lin Qingyin and Du Yuxing to numerous locations, acquiring all the necessary furniture, electrical wiring, and various items for the CAF. Lin Qingyin seemed inexperienced in such matters, diligently arranging tables and chairs, finding everything refreshingly novel, observing the beads of sweat on her nose and the smile gracing her face. Chang Yi felt a swell of satisfaction. It appeared he ought to assign her more tasks. By evening, the CAF area on the first floor began to take shape. Rows of pristine computer desks housed impeccably clean computers, and the two-entry cubicles had been transformed by Chang Yi into a break room for the network administrator and a storage room. Adjacent to the break room stood a large counter, behind which was a massive shelf salvaged from a second-hand furniture store, towering 3 meters high and 5 meters long. Surveying the CAF environment, Chang Yi nodded in approval. Although it appeared somewhat modest, it possessed all the essentials. Tomorrow, he would summon an electrician to clarify the electrical layout. Once the network cables arrived, they could commence operations. As for the network culture business license, they would address that once stringent inspections began. Are you tired? Chang Yi offered Lin Qingyin a fresh towel, smiling, wipe off your sweat. Lin Qingyin beamed sweetly, accepting the towel. I'm not tired. Du Yuxing, drenched in sweat, could not help but grimace at the sight. He was utterly exhausted, yet had not received a towel from the boss. He grabbed a towel to wipe his own sweat and inquired, Boss, what do you need such a large shelf for? To sell merchandise, of course. Chang Yi replied with a grin. Sell merchandise? Aren't we opening an internet CAF? Du Yuxing was taken aback. That's inconsequential, Chang Yi said, settling onto the newly purchased sofa, pulling out paper and pen to begin sketching. Lin Qingyin, curious about what Chang Yi was drawing, suddenly remarked, Are you planning to create a point system? Indeed, Chang'e chuckled. It is merely a rough draft, not fully fleshed out yet. Pointing at the terminal design Chang'e had sketched, Lin Xingyin said, creating a points entry system for the mainframe is feasible. I have experience with such shopping systems. However, connecting the local area network devices to it may prove challenging. Her admission that it might be difficult indicated the complexity of the issue at hand. Lin Xingyin nodded gently, her gaze fixed on the terminal design Chang'e had illustrated. Originally, Zhang Lingyu intended to stay alone at the CAF to watch over it, but Chang'e, still feeling uneasy, ultimately decided that all three would remain together. Each floor of the CAF had 2 cubicles. They procured some basic furniture and bedding, tidying up the rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors to create their own little sanctuaries. The boldest, Zhang Lingyu, chose to reside on the 2nd floor, while the moderately brave Du Yuxing took the 3rd, and the most timid, Chang'e, settled on the 4th. Lying on the wooden bed, Chang'e began to weave the vision of his future business empire. Launching an internet CAF as a starting point signified his intent to challenge the burgeoning internet industry with traditional business practices. This undertaking was undeniably ambitious. To succeed, he needed to extend the lifespan of the internet CAF industry. To achieve this, he must reduce the sales volume of personal computers. As the demand for personal computers waned, the growth rate of all computer companies would inevitably decelerate. From 1998 to 2003, due to the high costs associated with computers and internet access, the majority of people exhibited little inclination to purchase personal computers. With the decline in broadband prices and computer costs, a growing number of individual users began acquiring computers. By 2005, the computer industry experienced exponential growth, filling the coffers of countless computer companies, including Apple, which heralded the era of smartphones. Had the computer industry not developed so rapidly, Apple might still have been striving to enhance its market share, never shifting its focus to the mobile phone sector. In 2005, the computer market in Huaxia accounted for 27% of the global share, and this rate continued to surge by 30% annually. Just the Lianxiang Group alone sustained innumerable computer and chip companies, which, driven by exorbitant profits, incessantly innovated advanced chips and competitive displays. Ultimately, these advancements led to a qualitative transformation in chip and display technology, culminating in the emergence of smartphones, which effectively obliterated the internet CAF industry. To prolong the existence of internet CAFs, it was imperative to delay the advent of the smartphone era. How to diminish the desire for individuals to purchase personal computers posed a formidable challenge for Chang'e. He pondered this dilemma incessantly. After considerable contemplation, a thought struck him: if everyone had access to free computers for entertainment, save for those requiring computers for work, who would still invest heavily in purchasing a computer for leisure? With fewer people buying computers, production costs would rise, leading to higher computer prices, which would result in even fewer purchasers. Should this vicious cycle take hold, it could grant the internet CAF industry an additional 2 to 3 years of viability. After all, the ambience of an internet CAF surpassed that of solitary gaming at home. If, in the future, they integrated online gaming and identified a profitable equilibrium, the concept of free operation could indeed be viable. At the very least, he would have over 2 years to experiment with the feasibility of this idea. Presently, however, if he wished to implement a free operation model, the revenue sources would likely consist of selling instant noodles and beverages. Relying on such means to support the costs or generate profits for an internet CAF is utterly implausible, unless users indulge in meals every hour. In pursuit of profitability, Chang'e sat up, retrieved his notebook from his pocket, and began outlining his ideas. His initial concept was to implement a consumption point system, wherein users would earn 2 points for every 2 yuan spent, and could redeem 2 points for an hour of free internet access. This model, in the present context, would be remarkably competitive, especially in enhancing user retention, where it would stand unrivaled. However, this notion was soon dismissed by Chang'e. Since the ultimate goal is to allow everyone free access to the internet, he must now lay the groundwork. The current predicament faced by all businesses in the university town's commercial street presents a perfect opportunity for utilization. The pain point for these establishments is their inability to foster customer loyalty. From Monday to Friday, students patronize on-campus merchants, while on weekends, they flock to the more vibrant commercial streets downtown. Even if the products in the commercial street are priced very low, they still fail to entice students to linger. The balance point. Chung-yi inscribed 3 characters in his notebook. He must find a break-even point. If a point system were to be integrated into these struggling businesses, students could earn 110 points for every 10 yuan spent, depending on the profit margins of the products, while redeeming 10 points would grant them an hour of free internet access at the CAF. The merchants would subsidize this with a rate of 10 points per yuan, thereby compensating the internet CAF. Consequently, the CAF would ostensibly be free, yet it would effectively become a charge of 1 yuan per hour. Given that the CAF's cost is approximately 50 cents per hour, a net profit of 50 cents could be achieved. While this profit may seem meager, it introduces a significant issue pertaining to a fund pool. The state has yet to pay adequate attention to this aspect of fund pools, only beginning to impose strict regulations following the emergence of various illegal financing enterprises. From 2001 to 2013, no department regulated fund pools. This seemingly trivial 50 cents possesses a daunting fund pool effect, since the points earned through consumer spending cannot be immediately redeemed at the CAF. Many users may not require internet access for months, maintaining their points indefinitely. Meanwhile, merchants must settle the points subsidies with the CAF monthly. This scenario resembles the future distribution of crab vouchers, where only 575 tons of crab are produced annually, yet sales reach 800,000 tons. As Chung-yi pondered, he felt a twinge of trepidation. This venture appeared rather ambitious. It is entirely feasible. Chung-yi struck the table in excitement. The first step is to invigorate the university town's commercial street, a preliminary exercise to hone his skills. The crux of the issue lies in the points distribution system. Chung-yi's pen pointed to the most crucial term, the points distribution system. Furthermore, this system in the hands of merchants must be simple, direct, and efficient, with an operational process that is foolproof. Creating such a functional points system within a short time frame is virtually impossible. If paper vouchers were to be used instead, it would not take long before individuals began to print and sell counterfeit vouchers indiscriminately. He must first conquer this point system. Until then, the CAF will primarily rely on fees. Chung-yi closed a notebook and lay down on his bed. The next morning, the enticing aroma of instant noodles roused him from slumber. Upon reaching the second floor, he found Zhang Lingyu preparing noodles in an electric cooker. Upon seeing Chung-yi, Zhang Lingyu eagerly called out, "Master, you're just in time. Come try this. Eating out would be much better." Chung-yi replied as he strolled over to glance at the noodles. Zhang Lingyu shot him an exasperated look and retorted, "Why spend money eating out? This Wafeng instant noodle costs only 30 cents a pack and tastes quite good. I often eat it." Chung-yi chuckled, "I haven't had it in ages. Let me give it a try." He grabbed a stool and sat beside her. Indeed, it had been many years since Chung-yi had tasted Huafeng's 3-flavor noodles, as domestic brands like Kong Shifu had gradually diminished in the face of fierce competition from joint venture brands. "How does it taste?" Zhang Lingyu asked, her eyes glimmering with the desire for praise. "Quite good," Chung-yi complimented, slurping up a few bites. "Today, I'll be heading to a training class with Fatty. You can manage here during the day." "No problem," Zhang Lingyu beamed. "I am an expert in Internet CAFS." Chapter 42. "Excuse me, this is my spot." Chung-yi produced 10,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Lingyu, stating, "Take this for the CAF's essential expenses." It was Zhang Lingyu's first encounter with such a substantial amount of money. She accepted the thick stack with a giggle. "You trust me with so much money? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it?" Chung-yi chuckled. "It's masteress money. Do as you please." Zhang Lingyu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes reflecting a blend of tenderness and gratitude. Upon entering the hall, they found a registration area bustling with people. Observing du Yushengis infatuité d'expression, Cheng Yi teased. "What is this? Have you fallen in love?" "Nonsense, who is in love? I am among du Yisheng hostiliacitet." "Hard to say," Chung-yi joked. "You don't like men because you haven't met the one who captivates your heart." Du Yusheng surprisingly found this notion compelling. The boy from earlier indeed had a way of stirring emotions within him. "What am I thinking? My heart belongs to Teacher Liu," Du Yusheng thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. That boy was too striking. He nearly altered his orientation. "Where is he? I want to take a look," Chung-yi inquired. He swept his gaze toward the registration point and, indeed, spotted a boy resembling a celestial being just finishing his registration and turning around. The boy seemed to notice Chung-yi's gaze and offered him a subtle smile. "Oh my, Chung-yi felt a jolt of electricity. The boy stood approximately 185 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and exquisite features. Particularly when he smiled, a certain charm radiated from him, appealing to all ages. Such boys typically grace the highest-end clubs. How could an ordinary person encounter one? So what do you think? Handsome, right? Du Yuxing asked. Not bad. Finally, someone who can match me in looks, Chung-yi boldly remarked. Du Yuxing regarded Chung-yi with an expression akin to Li Yunlong gazing at Chu Yunfei, staring intently for several seconds without uttering a word. To Du Yuxing, comparing Chung-yi to that beautiful boy felt like a frog croaking in the presence of a thoroughbred horse. At the registration desk, the usually laid-back fatty appeared to be nearly overwhelmed. Chung-yi approached him with a smile. So many people registering today? You must be raking it in. Fatty replied irritably. Raking in what? The magazine office is hosting some programming experience class. These folks are just here to try it out, and I'm swamped. Fatty spoke candidly before the crowd, showing no concern for the free rider's potential displeasure. In this day and age, those who can afford to subscribe to your computer magazine must already own a computer, right? Chung-yi chuckled. They're all potential customers. The future is promising. Chung-yi suddenly grasped the situation and promptly dashed toward the elevator. Boss, why the rush? Wait for me. Du Yuxing hurriedly followed. Students, please remain calm. Form an orderly line. There are seats available. First, submit your registration forms, and we'll enter the classroom in an orderly manner. Several teachers maintaining order shouted. You, take that seat. You sit there. Shortly after, it was the boy's turn. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Lin Qingyin's position. He wore a charming smile, reminiscent of a romantic male lead, as he confidently approached the vacant seat beside Lin Qingyin. Witnessing his actions, numerous onlookers cast astonished and envious glances his way. The seat next to Lin Qingyin had been attempted by many, all of whom had been politely declined. However, he was different. His striking good looks rendered him irresistible to any girl. Hello, may I sit here? Zai inquired with a polite smile. Lin Qingyin slightly turned her face, casting him a cold glance before responding. No, someone is sitting here. Oh, is this your boyfriend's seat? Zai asked, unfazed, maintaining his courteous demeanor. The term boyfriend momentarily startled Lin Qingyin. Surely, there must be a distinction between a boyfriend and a friend? But what exactly was that difference? After a brief hesitation, she shook her head, saying, no, this is my friend's seat. Zai smiled and suggested, how about this? I will sit here for now, and when your friend arrives, I will relinquish the seat to him, all right? Without waiting for Lin Qingyin's consent, he took a seat. What a sight to behold. Observing this scene, several students expressed their admiration. Being handsome allowed one to act with impunity. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been too embarrassed to remain after being rejected by Lin Qingyin. Nevertheless, many could not help but recall Chung-yi's presence, as if shamelessness also granted one the freedom to act as they pleased. Within the classroom, several girls cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Qingyin. To have such a handsome boy as a deskmate was the dream of countless young girls. Zai sat upright, exuding an air of sophistication. He gazed at Lin Qingyin and, adopting his most appealing posture, inquired, what should I call you, classmate? Lin Qingyin did not even glance at him. She stood up, clutching her textbook, and, amidst the astonished gazes of many, made her way toward the classroom door. Zai Smilla instantly froze. He had always been adored by others. He had never experienced such a blow. For a girl to simply walk away after his friendly overture, with his looks and physique, what girl would not be captivated? For the first time in his life, Zai felt a pang of insecurity. He raised a hand to touch his face, wondering if something had marred his appearance. As Lin Qingyin approached the door, the students gathered there moved aside. What are you up to? Upon stepping out of the classroom, she heard a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw Chung-yi standing at the entrance, smiling at her. Chung-yi, you came to class? Upon seeing him, Lin Qingyin's previously cold demeanor transformed into a radiant smile. Her smile was truly enchanting, captivating everyone around her. Indeed, Chung-yi chuckled, asking, where are you headed? And not anywhere. Lin Qingyin stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. Upon noticing that someone else occupied Chung-yi's seat, she simply wished to leave the classroom. As for where she intended to go, she was uncertain. Zai glared at the approaching Chung-yi with hostility. Before he could speak, Chung-yi said, excuse me, that's my seat. Watching Chung-yi grasp Lin Qingyin's wrist, Zele's expression darkened further. In his mind, he envisioned a toad clinging to a swan, croaking in dismay. Didn't the teacher say that the seats aren't reserved? Zele remained seated, unwilling to yield. The dignity he had lost earlier weighed heavily upon him. What a spectacle! All eyes turned to Ching-yi, as any normal person would find it difficult to remain composed when confronted by someone of such striking beauty. Many instinctively lowered their heads or averted their gaze in the presence of such stunning individuals, as their innate charm could easily evoke feelings of inferiority. However, this pressure seemed ineffective against Chang-yi. Some students who had witnessed Chang-yi's demeanor could not help but chuckle. To resist the pressure of beauty, there was but one solution: to possess a thick skin. It appeared that Chang-yi had indeed perfected this quality. Chang-yi looked down at Zele, who refused to stand, and said, "What is your intention in sitting in my seat so brazenly? Surely, you do not wish to be labeled as a lickspittle?" What is a lickspittle? Zele was taken aback. A lickspittle is one who, despite being ignored, continues to wag their tail and refuses to leave. Chang-yi replied with a grin. Zele's cheeks flushed, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Do not speak nonsense. I'm not a lickspittle. If you're not a lickspittle, then why not vacate my seat? You're disrupting my studies," Chang-yi retorted, his tone laced with irritation. "There are far too many people like you who do not focus on their studies and instead indulge in idle thoughts. It is truly lamentable." As the laughter subsided, admiration for Chang-yi's audacity only grew. It seemed that the internet was indeed correct. While looks may not matter, a thick skin was essential. Seeing Zele glare at him in fury, Chang-yi coldly stated, "I will count to 3. If you do not remove yourself from my seat, I shall not be so courteous. 1, 2. In front of so many witnesses, Zele, fearing a confrontation, obediently moved aside, grumbling, "This is outrageous. I have never encountered someone like you." "Ah, but today you have," Chang-yi chuckled, taking a seat. "Oomph." Zele scoffed, selecting another seat at random. The teachers at the classroom door, witnessing the resolution of the conflict, finally called out, "All right, this classroom is full. Others, please follow us to the next room. Here are the notes I took yesterday. Would you like to see them?" Lin Xingyin inquired as she set down her notebook. "I'll take a look," Chang-yi responded, taking the notebook from Lin Xingyin and starting to read from the first page. This was the 4th programming training session organized by the Dajon Company. Chang-yi had heard that the first 6 sessions had been rich in content, never holding back, with each lesson focused on practical application. It was precisely for this reason that their training was dubbed the Huangpu Military Academy of Programming. Regrettably, later sessions had gradually become formulaic, with an increasing emphasis on theory and a diminishing focus on practice, ultimately transforming into a profit-making venture. Lin Xingyin's notes were meticulously detailed, documenting everything from the first class up to yesterday. Chang-yi already possessed a solid foundation. The only thing lacking was an understanding of the current programming trends. Lin Xingyin's notes were indeed invaluable to him. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Lin Xingyin said cautiously. The words anxious and fearful plainly etched across her face. A typical case of social anxiety and a people-pleasing personality, Chang-yi thought to himself, sighing inwardly. He truly wondered what Lin Xingyin had experienced in her childhood as the daughter of a wealthy family, to become like this. Lin Xingyin indeed felt apprehensive. She had finally made a friend and did not wish to lose this connection. The feeling of having a friend was truly wonderful. They could skip classes together, work together, tidy their rooms, shop, buy furniture, and embark on many adventures that she had never dared to imagine. Yesterday afternoon, she had experienced numerous firsts in her life and suddenly realized that the world she had always feared held beautiful aspects as well. "Could you explain this cascading technique to me?" Chang-yi inquired, pointing to a section in the notebook. "Of course," Lin Xingyin replied. Lin Xingyin gazed intently at the page of notes and said, "This is a hub device within a local area network, LAN, capable of cascading up to 4 levels, thus enhancing the LAN's speed by 6-fold. This is the access method employed by most LANs. For instance, a LAN comprising 2 16-port hubs. If we were to infiltrate this LAN, we must first locate the ports and then find the main switch through the cascading ports." Chang-yi acknowledged that Lin Xingyin was an exceptionally skilled programmer, albeit not a competent teacher. Many concepts that sounded intricate to the average person were glossed over by her, for she believed these notions were elementary and should be understood by everyone without further explanation. After thoroughly explaining how to breach a LAN, she intended to elaborate on it further. Chung-yi promptly interjected, "By the way, if I wanted to establish a diskless workstation, would that be feasible?" "Diskless workstation?" Lin Xingyin pondered for a moment and replied, "It should be feasible, provided the network card is equipped with a boot chip and the remote boot feature is enabled. If I were to convert all the computers in the Internet CAF to diskless boot, how many host machines would we require?" Chung-yi inquired. "An Internet CAF implementing diskless boot?" Lin Xingyin hesitated. "This technology is still not very mature. Someone must be brave enough to take the plunge." Chung-yi chuckled. "If it succeeds, we could save several thousand in hard drive costs. Teach me in detail." Chung-yi's interest was piqued. The concept of diskless boot gained traction in 2003, coinciding with a widespread implementation of Internet CAF management systems. Prior to 2003, the absence of diskless boot technology exacerbated the issue of online game account theft. A Trojan could be implanted on a single computer, yielding dozens of online game accounts in a single day. During this period, Internet CAFs, as byproducts of the Internet era, attracted little attention from technical personnel, and CAF owners were reluctant to invest heavily in resolving these issues. The vast majority of Internet CAF proprietors treated their establishments as side ventures, driven solely by the desire for quick profits, with little regard for other considerations. Chapter 44. Is he the champion of the high school programming competition? The income of Internet CAFs, as remnants of the Internet age, paled in comparison to that of genuine Internet enterprises. While this income might appear substantial to the average person, what could it accomplish when juxtaposed with Internet companies that secure tens of millions in funding? A simple 123 URL navigation site could generate monthly earnings of 100, while running an Internet CAF with 500 computers might yield only around 100,000 per month, alongside various unforeseen challenges and cutthroat competition from peers. Additionally, during this era, any programmer with a modicum of skill was swiftly courted by several major Internet corporations with lucrative offers. To these individuals, Internet CAFs were merely venues for the lower echelon, branded with tags of violence and chaos. Even if an Internet CAF owner was willing to spend money, programmers were often reluctant to associate with them, fearing potential complications. After all, those who opened Internet CAFs in this era were either Navi newcomers unafraid of danger or so-called gangsters of society. It was not until 2003, when the government limited Internet CAF licenses and issued 10 national chain CAF licenses, that these financially robust chains began to address the technical maintenance and upgrades within the CAF industry. Within less than a year, systems for Internet CAF management, diskless booting, prepaid card platforms, and point systems sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Thus, the era of rampant growth for Internet CAFs came to a close. If the diskless system were to be developed now, at the very least, it would curb the current wave of account theft. Although Lin Xingyin specialized in breaching LANs, she was also well-versed in their construction, akin to how one must learn the fundamentals of card games before mastering the art of deception. Chung-yi, despite being a seasoned programmer, was not adept in these areas. While he was a proficient software engineer, his expertise lay in client-side development for consumer electronics, a common role among software engineers. He had never delved into hacker techniques or LAN-related technologies. In contrast, Lin Xingyin had a broad knowledge base. She could articulate matters related to computers with remarkable clarity. "Can you elaborate further?" Chung-yi requested. Lin Xingyin began to instruct verbally, but upon realizing Chung-yi's lack of understanding, she resorted to drawing diagrams. After 10 minutes of teaching, she could no longer contain herself and softly suggested, "How about I assist you in setting up a LAN? Our teacher recently provided us with a systematic approach, and I would like to apply it practically." At that moment, Chung-yi felt a pang of embarrassment. Habitually, he rubbed his nose and said, "All right, you can demonstrate. This concept truly requires hands-on practice for comprehension." Excellent. The prospect of visiting Chung-yi's Internet CAF filled Lin Xingyin with joy. Just then, a middle-aged man, resembling a large egg, ascended the stage. Chung-yi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of this rotund figure in his 30s. In a previous life, this man was the principal of the Tianxing Training School, renowned for his programming expertise and considered a pioneer in mobile development. Having worked for both Samsung and Qualcomm before becoming the chief technology officer of Huawei Group, the man took the stage and introduced himself. my name is Yusan, the vice principal of this Tianqing training school, and I am also the responsible instructor for your advanced training class. We have welcomed many new students in recent days, and I will first assess your programming skills before tailoring appropriate training subjects for you." He glanced at his watch and called out, "Wang Chong, present." A bespectacled gentleman immediately raised his hand. "Please introduce yourself and share your background," Yusen requested. Wang Chong stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Chong, a sophomore at Jingzhou Vocational College, majoring in computer science with 1 year of programming experience. I hope to make friends with all of you. Do you have any programming projects to showcase?" Yusen inquired further. Wang Chong replied, "I designed and developed the website for Jingzhou Vocational College." "Very well. Please take your seat." Yusen called out. Li Bing, present. A rather elegant individual raised his hand. He did not stand immediately, but waited until all eyes were upon him before brushing back his hair with one hand while the other rested in his pocket, standing proudly. "I believe I have seen you before," Yusen remarked. Li Bing's pride swelled as he sported a charming smile and said, "We met during the first high school programming competition in Jingzhou. You were one of the judges." "Ah, indeed, I presented you with an award," Yusen recalled. Li Bing smiled and asked, "Teacher, may I now introduce myself?" "Certainly. Please proceed," Yusen gestured. Li Bing first surveyed the room with an air of superiority, a smirk forming on his lips as he declared, "My name is Li Bing, a local resident. My father is the general distributor for Lianxiang Computers in Jingzhou. I encountered computers at the age of 6 and began learning programming at 9, winning the title of champion in the first high school programming competition in Jingzhou. Impressive, truly remarkable." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The title of champion in the first high school programming competition in Jingzhou was indeed formidable. Li Bing relished the adulation, raising his head slowly with a smile. "However, programming is merely my hobby. I am currently a freshman in the Chinese department at Handong University and also the vice president of the Poetry Society. Compared to the coldness of coding, I prefer the warmth of poetry, just like Su Jima's poem Sha Yang Na La. The most gentle moment is that bowing of the head, akin to a water lily, shyly resisting the cool breeze, uttering a word of care, uttering a word of care. Within that care lies sweet sorrow." Sha Yang Na La. Li Bing recited the verse with emotion, and the audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Numerous young women gazed at Li Bing with excitement, their hands reddened from applause. In this era, he epitomized the perfect man, handsome, poetic, and adept at navigating the currents of modern technology. Li Bing smiled at the crowd, instinctively glancing towards the corner where Lin Qingyin sat. Cheng Yi did not applaud. He merely observed Li Bing's smile, which he found quite irksome, almost mocking. As for Lin Qingyin, her attention was wholly devoted to Cheng Yi, completely disregarding Li Bing. "Li Bing, do you have any programming projects?" Yusan inquired with a smile. Li Bing reached into his pocket and astonishingly produced a USB drive. He elegantly displayed the USB drive, immediately drawing envious glances from many. This was no ordinary USB. It was a coveted item among programmers. A Panasonic USB drive of 16 gigabytes cost as much as 1,999 yuan. Li Bing flashed a charming smile and declared, "I created a simple snake game with over 50 levels, so I need the USB to showcase it." With this statement, Li Bing conveyed 3 messages. First, his ability to develop games. Second, the possession of a 64 gigabytes USB drive, which was worth at least 4,000 yuan. And third, his eagerness to present it publicly since he had already retrieved the USB drive. "Now, let us invite Li Bing to demonstrate," Yusan suggested with a chuckle. Li Bing gracefully ascended the stage, connecting the USB to the teaching computer. Soon, the audience viewed the game Li Bing had crafted via the projector. It was a simple game, essentially a reiteration of the original Snake code with added features. Cheng Yi found little to commend in it, but considering Li Bing's age, it was still respectable. After Li Bing's demonstration, he received enthusiastic applause from many of the girls, while the boys felt somewhat disgruntled, experiencing a sense of rivalry. Li Bing was simply too ostentatious. Occasionally flaunting one's abilities was acceptable, but Li Bing seemed to be relentlessly showcasing his prowess. How can anyone tolerate that? "Thank you for your demonstration, Li Bing," Yusun remarked with a smile, gesturing for him to step down. Li Bing graciously acknowledged the audience, removed the USB drive, and strolled off the stage. Shortly thereafter, Yusun called out, "Cheng Yi, present." Cheng Yi responded promptly, rising to his feet. Li Bing assessed Cheng Yi, intrigued by his newcomer status. Cheng Yi appeared somewhat reserved in front of Yu Sr. As a former member of the mainstream programming community, he had received considerable assistance from Yu Sun, which he had sought out with great humility. At that time, Yu Sun was already a prominent figure in Android technology, and Cheng Yi's software had proliferated swiftly, thanks to the distribution channels Yu Sun provided. On the day Cheng Yi was labeled one of the internet's top villains, Yu Sun had even congratulated him via WeChat. Yu Sun smiled at Cheng Yi, who sat at the back, and said, "All right, please introduce yourself." Cheng Yi stood, "Humebedistitting. Hello, classmates. My name is Cheng Yi, and I hail from Lonling City. My parents are farmers, and our family faces considerable hardships. My mother instilled in me the belief that the children of the poor must mature early. Thus, while preparing for the college entrance examination, I also taught myself programming, hoping to one day become a competent programmer so that my parents would no longer have to toil from dawn till dusk. Thank you all." The classroom fell silent. Had they not witnessed Cheng Yi's phone, his demeanor, or his previous arrogance, they might have believed him. However, while the others remained skeptical, Lin Qingyin was convinced. With teary eyes, she gazed at Cheng Yi, vowing to treat this friend well. With determination, she thought, if you work hard, you will undoubtedly become a programmer. Among the 360 professions, programming is the one that can truly change one's fate. Yu Sen's gaze upon Cheng Yi softened, acknowledging the inspiring young man who, despite his difficult background, pursued education. "Do you have any programming projects, Cheng Yi?" Yu Sen asked. Cheng Yi humbly replied, "No. I just finished the college entrance examination and am still in the self-study phase." "Oh, I see," Yu Sen began, but was interrupted as Li Bing raised his hand. Standing, Li Bing smiled and said, "Teacher, this student has clearly just begun his journey in programming. I believe keeping him in an advanced training class will be detrimental to him. Programming cannot be mastered overnight, nor should we rush the process. I suggest he start in the beginner class and progress gradually to achieve success." Yu Sen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Li Bing makes a valid point. Upon hearing that Cheng Yi might be transferred to another class, Lin Qingyin panicked. Without a second thought, she stood up and exclaimed, "No." Her abrupt interjection startled Yu Sun, who asked, "Lin Qingyin, do you know Cheng Yi?" Although often reticent, Lin Qingyin was a natural talent destined for the age of computers and was regarded as a treasure by many instructors. Some even viewed her as a favored disciple, eager to bask in her future successes. Now, seeing the usually quiet Lin Qingyin so emotionally charged was unexpected. Yu Sen's instinct was that his beloved pupil had encountered an undesirable influence. "Cheng Yi is my friend," Lin Qingyin asserted. "How long have you known each other?" Yu Sun probed further. Lin Qingyin pondered before replying earnestly, "Although we only became friends the day before yesterday, we were good friends in our past lives." "Huh?" Yu Sun was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Li Bing cast a glance at Lin Qingyin and chuckled. "So you're Lin Qingyin. A lovely name indeed. However, whether your friend transfers classes is determined by his programming skills, not by your wishes. I can offer him supplementary lessons, and he will surely catch up." Lin Qingyin was on the verge of tears, having never been so courageous or argumentative, especially in front of so many people. Had unexpected bravery, surpriset Cheng Yi, who looked at her with a fatherly affection. This was a promising development. He slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Li Bing, and asked, "May I inquire what level of programming proficiency is required to remain in this class?" Li Bing scoffed. "That is for the teacher to determine. How would I know? What if my skills are just slightly superior to yours? Can I stay in this class?" Cheng Yi inquired. "Superior to mine?" Li Bing was thoroughly provoked by Cheng Yi's challenge, retorting, "I was the champion of the first high school programming competition in Jingzhou. That's enough. No need to elaborate. How many high school students actually study programming? Did more than 10 even sign up?" Cheng Yi countered. Even in 2006, such high school programming competitions attracted little participation. Most high school students preferred engaging with computer games rather than programming. Cheng Yi's words rendered Li Bing speechless. Indeed, that year's competition had only 9 participants, and the sponsor was none other than his father. Li Bing glared at Cheng Yi with disdain, saying, "You're just sour grapes. If you claim to be better than me, prove it." Cheng Yi smiled. "In the game you just demonstrated, there's a significant flaw. Would you like me to help you identify it? Go ahead. I would like to see how you plan to uncover it," Li Bing retorted, pulling out the USB drive and striding back to the podium. He connected the game, and soon, the projector displayed the simple game he had created. At that moment, Chung-yi swiftly ascended the stage. With remarkable proficiency, he utilized the built-in functions to access the game development directory code files. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chung-yi deftly inputted a multitude of code strings into the file. Pressing enter, he declared it finished, raising his head with a beaming smile directed at Li Bing, and said, "Please showcase it for us again." Chapter 46. Is this a snake or a diarrhea snake? What are you altering in my program? Li Bing retorted, visibly displeased. This is a painstakingly crafted program of mine. If you render it inoperable, I will hold you legally accountable. Enough of this nonsense. I made some adjustments to your program. Try it again, Chung-yi replied, stepping aside. Li Bing quickly executed the game, and soon, the projection screen displayed his creation. Indeed, after Chung-yi's modifications, the previously slightly jerky movements of the snake had transformed into a smooth glide. This remarkably fluid motion left Li Bing feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was enough to demonstrate that Chung-yi's programming skills surpassed his own. Most impressively, Chung-yi had not even studied the game in detail. He swiftly identified the pain points and resolved the movement issues with the ease of leaves falling in autumn. It was utterly astonishing, as if Chung-yi were the true developer of the game. At this moment, not only Li Bing, but also the students in the audience exchanged bewildered glances. Were it not for the rivalry between Li Bing and Chung-yi, they would genuinely suspect that the two were conspiring in a theatrical performance. Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Chung-yi silently sighed. Snake games had existed since the 1970s and had been replicated thousands of times by 2024. Chung-yi had developed similar snake mini-programs dozens of times, such as the Master of Snake, Super Snake, Limited Edition Snake, and Snake Battle. He could write the code for a snake game with his eyes closed. Li Bing, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his pride and joy, suddenly exclaimed, "This lag was intentionally designed to increase the game's difficulty." "Who told you that?" retorted some boys, filled with disdain. "Are you mocking me?" Li Bing pointed at one boy. The boy quickly lowered his head, feeling the pressure. "It's exceedingly rude to modify someone else's work without permission," Li Bing mumbled, flustered, as he restored the file to its original state. Once fully reverted, he stood up and snorted, "That smooth snake has no challenge. How can it be considered a game?" As he spoke, he executed the game again. He had to prove to everyone that a lagging snake offered true gameplay. After a simple opening page, the little snake appeared before them. Li Bing controlled the snake, stating, "I believe everyone has played the snake game on handheld devices, which also moved in a jerky manner. I designed this retro setting as a tribute to handheld devices." Many rolled their eyes at this. The jerky movement of handheld devices was due to their grid-based design, and your snake's movement was erratic, to say the least. What a stubborn denial. At that moment, Li Bing was quite pleased with his excuse, believing he was clever for invoking the themes of homage and nostalgia. However, his smile soon froze in shock. He discovered that his snake was moving smoothly, which was a slap in the face after he had just claimed it was intentionally designed for retro appeal. His expression grew even more grim. The snake that had just consumed a small apple was inexplicably pulling another apple from its tail. Indeed, it was dragging a small apple from its rear. Doubting his own eyes, Li Bing manipulated the snake again to consume other food items. The result was that the more it ate, the more apples it produced. Regardless of the food consumed, the screen was filled with green apples. Laughter erupted within the classroom. "Is this a snake or a diarrhea snake?" The boy who had mocked Li Bing earlier laughed heartily. Li Bing's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Chung-yi, exclaiming, "What have you done to my program? Did you not restore everything?" Chung-yi inwitted. "You must have altered something else." Li Bing fumat. Chung-yi sighed. "Everyone saw my process via the projector. Ask them if I modified any other files." "No," a chorus of boys answered in unison, their expressions filled with mockery. This was immensely satisfying. "Let's see how you handle this." Li Bing, trembling with rage, declared, "It's impossible. You must have altered something else. I have completely restored the file. There cannot be any issues. Tell me, what exactly did you do to my program?" The issues in Li Bing's game were indeed present. The lagging movement was merely one manifestation, while the peculiar production of apples was another. Programming is a curious endeavor. If a certain code is altered, even a complete restoration may not rectify the underlying issues. In Li Bing's case, the lag was just a symptom. And Chung-yi's fix inadvertently triggered another issue when Li Bing restored the file. There existed two manifestations, one where the snake occasionally lagged while consuming items, and another where it moved smoothly but failed to grow. The core issue lay within the code governing item consumption and growth, harboring a critical error. As long as this existed, one of the two manifestations would randomly trigger. Li Bing, filled with humiliation and indignation, yanked out his USB drive, shot Cheng-Yi a furious glare, and fled the classroom. He could no longer face the training class. Cheng-Yi truly was remarkable. Cheng-Yi, you are indeed a hidden gem. Some remarked, that guy thought he could show off in our class. We have many experts here. Exactly. Lin Qingyin hasn't even shown her skills yet. If she does, he'll be finished for sure. As Li Bing departed, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Yusin stood on the podium, gazing at Cheng-Yi, who had just taken his seat, feeling immensely pleased. This joy was akin to a master sculptor discovering a pristine piece of jade to carve. This new student had just graduated from high school, and paired with Lin Qingyin, they could be regarded as a remarkable duo. Yusun envisioned a future where his two prot.gs commanded respect in the field, while he, as their mentor, would also be held in high esteem. The future was indeed promising. As for Li Bing, Yusun could hardly be bothered. Li Bing's skills were superficial. Merely afade. The so-called first high school programming competition was nothing more than a tool devised by Li Bing's father to bolster his college entrance exam scores. What a splendid demonstration, Yusun chuckled. It appears our current cohort at Tianqing training is truly exceptional. Turning to Cheng-Yi, he continued, Cheng, I have only taken on 3 students. One is employed at Kingsoft, another serves as a senior technical director at our company, and the last is your classmate Lin Qingyin. Would you like to become my student? Chapter 47. Brother E is impressive. This newcomer is incredibly fortunate. What do you mean fortunate? He earned it through talent. How enviable. When will I have the chance to apprentice? Yusen's invitation sent the entire classroom into a frenzy. Although Yusun is merely 37 years old, his programming prowess is renowned in Zhongwankan, nearly earning him a spot on the prestigious 5 heroes list. The most eminent among these heroes is the illustrious Qiu Bojun. While this name may be unfamiliar to many, his subordinate Lei Jun is undoubtedly a household name. To have the opportunity to study under Yusun is akin to stepping into the upper echelons of the internet elite. Yusen's interest was piqued. Compared to Cheng-Yi's innate talent, he found Cheng-Yi's humble origins even more appealing. In the age of the internet, it is often said that from humble beginnings come great talents. The more challenging one's background, the better one can endure the solitude of the arduous programming journey. In Yusen's view, Cheng-Yi's achievements might even surpass those of the affluent Lin Qingyin, as Lin Qingyin lacks the motivation to earn money. However, it is also true that programming and a poor background often seem at odds, as those who can access computers are rarely from impoverished families. This further highlights Cheng-Yi as a rare gem. Such matters require no hesitation. Even a moment's doubt would be a sign of disrespect towards the internet industry. At that moment, Cheng-Yi's heart was indeed conflicted. In his previous life, he had caused Yusun considerable distress, especially when Yusun's name topped the list of the internet's 10 most notorious figures. In this life, he did not wish to drag his mentor down with him. Should his forthcoming endeavor succeed, they would render him an adversary in the internet realm. The scorn from other internet practitioners alone could drown you, Senator, after all. Yusun is not a deity who can simply utter, in the future, should you bring trouble, do not mention your master. Cheng-Yi slowly rose, a bit embarrassed, and said, Teacher Yu, I apologize, but I currently have no intention of becoming your disciple. In truth, programming is merely a hobby for me. You do not also enjoy poetry, do you? Yusen's lips twitched slightly. Oh, not at all. Cheng-Yi chuckled. I have opened an internet CAF, so I lack the energy to delve deeply into programming. An internet CAF? Yusen's eyes nearly bulged out. How could such a brilliant programmer consider opening such a mundane establishment? It was akin to asking Shi to sell tofu. A gross waste of talent. What are you thinking? Yusun stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. With your talent, within 3 years, you could become a pivotal figure in the Huaxia internet industry. And yet you choose to open an internet CAF? That is the business of ruffians. Teacher, I find the internet CAF quite interesting. Lin Qingyin earnestly chimed in. Her words startled Yusun, prompting him to exclaim, Lin Qingyin, I forbid you from opening an internet CAF. This is an order. If you dare to do so, I will expel you from my tutelage. Lin Qingyin gazed at Yusun, her expression conflicted, and said, Teacher, do not explain. I will not listen. Yusen's heart was on the verge of collapse. If both Cheng-Yi and Lin Qingyin became internet CAF owners, He would indeed become a laughingstock in the eyes of his peers. If this news reached Zhongwankan, he would undoubtedly be labeled the foremost fool among the 5 fools of Zhongwankan. Class dismissed. Fearing that Lin Qingyin would continue to argue about the internet CAF, Yu Sun hurriedly fled the classroom, observing his round physique. Cheng Yi was genuinely concerned that he might accidentally tumble down the corridor and roll into the lobby on the first floor. Why does the teacher harbor such prejudice against internet CAFs? Lin Qingyin inquired, puzzled. It is quite normal. The teacher does not understand the joys of an internet CAF. Cheng Yi replied with a chuckle. Cheng Yi, you really opened an internet CAF? At that moment, several boys gathered around. Cheng Yi laughed. Indeed. You are all welcome to come and play. It's free for you all. Is that for real? The boys immediately became excited. It's located in the university town Commercial Street, called Momo Internet CAF. When you go, just mention my name, and you'll have free access. Cheng Yi proclaimed with a generous smile. Though these trainees might appear somewhat naive now, they would undoubtedly become the CR me de la CR me of the internet sector in the future. If he could rally this group, he could potentially save himself years of hard work. You said it, don't backtrack later, one boy laughed. A gentleman's word is his bond. Cheng Yi replied with hearty laughter. I'll also cover instant noodles and drinks for you. Wow, from now on, you're our big brother. Yi-ge. If I were a girl, I would spend a few nights with you. Get lost. Cheng Yi kicked at the scheming, effeminate boy. Having eclipsed Li Bing, defied Yu Sun, and offered free access to the internet CAF, Cheng Yi had evidently become the leader among the advanced training class. Great. Several boys enthusiastically agreed. Cheng Yi said, my internet CAF isn't connected yet, so how about this? You all come and help me set up a local area network, and once it's done, we can have an Age of Empires showdown. Whoever wins will receive 100 yuan as a reward. Sounds good. Let us go. A dozen students could hardly contain their excitement. Gather on the first floor. I'll call for a ride. Observing the dozen or so free laborers, Cheng Yi smiled with satisfaction. Cheng Yi first called out to Du Yuxing, then led the somewhat shy Lin Qingyin downstairs. Seeing Cheng Yi easily bond with so many students upon his arrival, Lin Qingyin's eyes radiated an admiration that was hard to conceal. In her eyes, Cheng Yi was akin to a miracle worker. Only a god could make so many friends in such a short span of time, right? Cheng Yi flagged down several tricycles, and the group made their way to the university town Commercial Street. Upon arriving at Momo Internet CAF, he noticed that the first floor had undergone a significant transformation. All the computers had been rearranged, giving it the appearance of a proper Internet CAF. Upon seeing Cheng Yi arrive with such a crowd, Zhang Lingyu immediately approached and greeted him with a smile. Master, who are these? They're all my brothers. Please register them. From now on, whenever they come, they can enjoy free internet and refreshments, Cheng Yi instructed. Understood, Zhang Lingyu replied with a smile. Cheng Yi surveyed the computers in the CAF and asked, are the lines all set up? Zhang Lingyu promptly produced 2 lists from a counter, saying, yes, the electrician has completed all the wiring. 3 new distribution boxes have been added, totaling 861 yuan. The network fees have also been paid. The fees here are cheaper than in our county. The connection fee is only 3,600 yuan, and we also purchased a router and rented 6 switches. Chapter 48. This bamboo pole is no ordinary one. Yi-ge. You can rest assured, we VE got this covered. Shirley and the others, familiar with the task, quickly divided into groups to begin setting up the local area network for the computers. I can help as well, Lin Qingyin timidly offered. You have more important matters to attend to. Take a break. Let them handle the heavy lifting, Cheng Yi smiled. He planned to have the diskless workstation set up today. Not to mention that a diskless workstation resolves the issue of account theft. The savings on hard disks alone would be substantial. In this era, the cost structure of computers primarily consists of the motherboard and hard disk, with memory and graphics cards contributing insignificantly. Among all components, hard disks are the most expensive. A second-generation Tenglong 75 hard disk retails for as high as 3,100 yuan. If the diskless workstation is established, over 100 computers would only require 5 hard disks, resulting in significant savings. Cheng Yi set up a computer for Lin Qingyin to use alone, and then took Du Yuxing to Jingzhou Computer Part City. Jingzhou Computer Part City is the largest hub for computer components in Handong Province, a place teeming with both quality and substandard goods, where one can often find something worthwhile. Many smuggled overseas goods fill every corner, With a discerning eye, one could purchase a barely functioning laptop for as little as 600 yuan. Many computers from the previous life, selling for a few hundred yuan, were procured through this very route. With good fortune, they could last a lifetime. With bad luck, they might fail within a month. Emerging from the three-wheeled vehicle, Du Yuxing gazed in awe at the bustling computer market before him, exclaiming, "My heavens, so many people. It resembles a bustling market." Cheng Yi replied, "This place is akin to a gold mine. Anyone with a modicum of market insight will flock here. Should I venture into the computer trade as well?" Du Yuxing's eyes shimmered with envy. "Your entire fortune wouldn't suffice to purchase a single memory stick," Cheng Yi retorted bluntly. "Just think about it. The wealthy grow wealthier while the impoverished sink deeper into poverty." Du Yuxing muttered discontentedly. Cheng Yi entered the computer market, making a beeline for the hard drive section. Before long, he spotted the Tunglong hard drive display. The attendant, a plump young woman, was engrossed in a lively chat within the Jingzhou Information Port forum. Her computer screen occasionally revealing sensitive phrases like, "Are the hourly rates acceptable? What is the minimum price for a 75 hard drive?" Cheng Yi inwitted. The young woman glanced at him and responded, 2,900. "How many do you require?" "The price remains the same regardless of quantity," she added impatiently, her focus still on the forum, her fingers feverishly typing, revealing a hunger for attention. Being a branded counter, there was an inherent arrogance. They hardly catered to individual customers. "Brother, how many hard drives do you need?" A youth with a center parting approached with a forced smile. When it comes to hard drives, one must never be tempted by a meager discount, for the potential losses can be staggering. This youth, with a pointy face and a lanky figure clad in an ill-fitting light gray suit, wobbled with each movement. "Brother, brother, brother," he called out as Cheng Yi began to walk away. "All my hard drives are brand new, not refurbished. I implore you for just 1 minute of your time." The youth's enthusiasm halted Cheng Yi in his tracks. He recalled his own struggles during a low point in life, where youthful resilience, life's hardships, and aspirations intertwined, compelling him to seize every opportunity. "Thank you for the opportunity. I am a sales representative for Kuintang Hard Drives at the Handong branch. Our company was acquired by Maiduo Group last year, and I've started my own venture. I possess numerous high-quality Kuintang hard drives, and you can inspect them at the lowest price." Kuintang hard drives? Few were familiar with the name, but if one were to mention its future name, Seagate, it would be well known. "All right, let us take a look. If they are refurbished, I shall dismantle your stall," Cheng Yi asserted with a stern expression. Du Yuxing raised an eyebrow, mirroring a fierce demeanor. "Lead the way. This way, please." The youth quickly led them, producing a business card with deference, saying, "Brother, my name is Li Xiang. I've just opened a computer parts store. Here's my card. What did you say your name was?" Cheng Yi asked, visibly shocked as he scrutinized the youth, and then glanced at the card. "Li Xiang, Xiang Dang Dang Computer Parts Store in the Central District," he replied. Li Xiang was startled by Cheng Yi's reaction, quickly reviewing his creditors to ensure none resembled Cheng Yi. Li Xiang. Cheng Yi was indeed astonished. If not for the coincidence of names, this lanky figure before him was rumored to be the largest smuggler of electronic waste in Handong Province in 2018, with an alleged involvement of 1.8 billion. His case had indirectly spurred the legislative process to prohibit foreign waste in the country. A rather impressive name, Cheng Yi mused. Increasingly intrigued by Li Xiang, the ambiguous glances exchanged stirred something within Li Xiang, making him wonder if he had encountered a figure of great significance. Following Li Xiang, they meandered through the market until they reached a secluded corner behind the computer market, adjacent to a public restroom, where a modest 10-square-meter store bore a hand-painted sign, Xiang Dang Dang Computer Parts Store. Inside, a delicate-looking young woman rose to greet Li Xiang. "Xiao Kui, quickly fetch several Kuintang hard drives for my brother," Li Xiang called out. "Oh, all right." The girl swiftly disappeared into the cramped store, rummaging until she produced a foam box filled with individual Kuintang hard drives. Li Xiang handed one to Cheng Yi, stating, "Brother, please inspect it. Brand new and unopened. 600 for the 20s, 1,000 for the 40s, and 1,500 for the 60s. The 60S performance is nearly identical to the Maiduo Golden Diamond 60, and all come with a 3-year warranty." "All right, I'll take 5, Cheng Yi replied readily. "The 60s? Li Xiang's eyes lit up. "Yes," Cheng Yi smiled. "I may require many more in the future." Li Xiang and the girl exchanged excited glances. They had finally made their first sale. "Oh, by the way, do you have any inexpensive laptops?" Cheng Yi inwitted Josuali. In this day and age, any laptop priced below market value is undoubtedly smuggled. None, Li Xiang sheepishly admitted. To be honest, my store has only recently opened. You are my first customer. I intended to handle the hard drives before restocking. All right. Also keep an eye out for secondhand seller and one desktop computers. The cheaper, the better. Just so you know, my acquisition price is 800. Cheng Yi deliberately understated by 100. No problem. I'll contact you when I have stock. What should I call you? Li Xiang realized he had a significant customer. My name is Cheng Yi. Here is my phone number, he said as he handed Li Xiang his contact information, which Li Xiang cherished. Once the cash was counted, Cheng Yi asked, "Make sure the amount is sufficient. And do you accept second-hand Kuintong hard drives at 10? Yes, I'll take them for 200, Li Xiang replied while counting. 200? Cheng Yi frowned slightly. That price is too low. Hard drives are among the most expensive components of a computer. In 1998, a 10 hard drive cost over 3,000. After finishing counting, Li Xiang raised his head with a wry smile. That's the current market rate. The selling price for second-hand 10 hard drives ranges between 260 and 350, and they are indeed hard to sell now. All right, I have over 100. You can trade them for the seller in one computers. Cheng Yi chuckled. So many? Li Xiang queried. Brother, what industry are you in to have so many hard drives? Oh, I own Internet CAF. Cheng Yi smiled. My boss runs an establishment with 500 computers. Du Yusheng did. Great. Cheng Yi nodded with a grin. Glancing at Du Yusheng, who promptly rushed to fetch the speakers. As Cheng Yi departed, Li Xiang reflected. This person is remarkable. He appears quite young, yet manages a CAF with 500 computers. The girl remarked, didn't this elder brother mention needing a seller in one computer? What does he need that for? It's nearly obsolete. I'm not sure, Li Xiang shook his head. The girl continued. Didn't Lu Zi say there would soon be a batch of very cheap computers to process? Why not ask Lu Zi? Li Xiang fronut. Lu Zi's computers are all overseas waste. 8 out of 10 1T even power on. Can we rely on them? We'll swap whatever parts are missing. You know how to assemble computers. What is there to fear about them not powering on? We could always offer after-sales service to that elder brother. As long as the price is right, we can profit, the girl urged. You're right. Li Xiang finally made up his mind and rushed into the store to pick up the landline. Upon returning to the Internet CAF, Shirley and the others had already set up the local area network, launching the grand battle of empire. Lin Xingyin had also switched to a new computer and was diligently studying the local network. That's because the hard drive's read speed is too slow, Cheng Yi remarked, pulling out the newly purchased hard drive with a grin. With this, the speed will increase tenfold. The 1998 Quantum hard drive had a seek time of 15 milliseconds, while the new hard drive in Cheng Yi's hand boasted a mere 3 milliseconds and a rotation speed reaching 15,000 RPM. The acceleration in access speed is not simply a matter of dividing 15 by 3. It comprises seek time, rotation time, and transfer time. A tenfold increase is already a conservative estimate. The meticulous Zhang Lingyu had already moved all the local area network hosts to the side of the counter. Cheng Yi skillfully took Lin Xingyin's computer out, installed the new hard drive, and then reinstalled the system, saying, try installing the diskless workstation again. Okay. Lin Xingyin took out her USB drive and reloaded the pre-written diskless workstation program into the host, beginning the reconfiguration. After more than half an hour, she declared, it's ready. Great. Du Yusheng immediately ran over to power on the computers in the left row. In less than a minute, all 30 computers had booted to the desktop. Why is it so fast? Zhang Lingyu was also astonished, as the boot speed had previously taken at least a minute and a half. Cheng Yi approached it, and, without shutting down, he pulled out the hard drive from computer 124. To everyone's amazement, even with the hard drive removed, the 24 computers remained stable in their booted state. Fatty, restart all the computers. Okay. Du Yusheng followed Cheng Yi's command and rebooted all 24 computers, resulting in a noticeably faster boot speed this time, under 40 seconds. What is the principle behind this? Zhang Lingyu gazed at this magical scene, utterly bewildered. Cheng Yi checked it. This is called a diskless workstation. 24 computers only need a single hard drive. Once we have gigabit network cards, even 200 computers can operate with just one hard drive. Is it really possible? Zhang Lingyu felt her breath quicken. If other Internet CAFs learned about this, they would surely go mad. This was simply too incredible. With this innovation, the cost per computer was effectively halved. Cheng Yi smiled, open one computer, save something on the desktop, and then restart to see. Obediently, Zhang Lingyu followed Cheng Yi's instructions. After the computer rebooted, she was astonished to find that the saved files on the desktop had vanished. Skilled hackers can also transmit viruses to the host via extensions, Lin Xingyin honestly added. Cheng Yi laughed, saying, "Those skilled hackers won't even realize we're using a diskless workstation. Haha." Lin Xingyin quietly continued, "But the diskless workstation I set up isn't very stable. It needs maintenance and upgrades every few days. With you here, these won't be issues." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Lin Xingyin was completely stunned. The feeling of being needed and valued was truly delightful. Turning back, Cheng Yi looked at Zhang Lingyu, who was so shocked she could hardly speak, and asked, "When will the telecom come to lay the network cables?" Cheng Yi smiled. "All right, our MOMO Internet CAF will officially open tomorrow. Boss, can I be the network administrator?" Du Yuxing asked excitedly. "Haha, Du Yuxing, are you skipping classes? Even 2 months as a network admin won't cover your registration fee." Shirley and the others laughed. Du Yuxing replied, "Do you know how much Sister Lingyu's salary is? 600 yuan. My dream is to work here as a network admin right after the training course ends." 600? Upon hearing this, Shirley and the others became excited, shouting, "Iga, we want to be network admins too." Chapter 50. The first Empire Age Championship, 600 yuan a month to be a network admin? This is like a pie falling from the sky. The highest salary for network admins at other internet CAFs is only 300 yuan, and that's for experienced ones. New admins earn at most 150 yuan. Even with such meager pay, there is a throng of people vying for the positions. Stop looking for trouble. If teacher Yusun finds out, he'll probably come after me with a knife, Cheng Yi jested. At this time, Yusun was already the vice principal of Tianxing Training School and would soon be the principal in 2 years. If all the students in his class became network admins at Internet CAFs, he would have no face left in the industry. A hint of disappointment washed over Shirley and the others' faces. As students, they did not yet comprehend what programming meant for them. All right, stop thinking about unnecessary things. Let's officially start the competition. Cheng Yi laughed. The winner will receive a reward of 100. All right, let's go. Let you all experience my heavy cavalry. Not a chance. Your turtle shell strategy will be flattened before you can even upgrade to heavy cavalry. Damn, I want to duel you. The crowd's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. I want in too. I'm a red alert expert, and Empire Age is no problem. Du Yuxing excitedly powered on a machine. Lin, do you want to join? Cheng Yi turned to Lin Xingyin. Can I really participate? Lin Xingyin looked at Cheng Yi with eager anticipation. Of course. Everyone is participating, including me. Lingyu, you too. Sure. Zhang Lingyu giggled. Then I shall reluctantly accept that 100. You all are boasting like crazy. Cheng Yi retorted. Back in my day, I was unbeatable in Empire Age. Back in your day? Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. It felt strange for an 18-year-old to refer to back in the day. Just a few years ago, Cheng Yi chuckled. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's begin. Under Cheng Yi's direction, over a dozen participants were divided into 3 groups, starting a 3v3 battle on the map. The condition for the battle was a face-off in a series of 1v1 matches on the 3v3 map. In the first round, Du Yuxing, the theoretical expert, was eliminated. In the second round, Cheng Yi, the previously unbeatable player, was also eliminated. In the third round, Zhang Lingyu, who fancied claiming the 100, was also ousted. It must be said that these programmers were quite remarkable. Their maneuvers all relied on shortcuts, their hands moving in a flurry of dazzling operations, akin to coding. Especially Lin Xingyin, whose expression was unusually serious, her fingers dancing as if she had entered a state of unity with the machine. Cheng Yi suspected that she might have secretly written a cheat. This was indeed a high-level match. Du Yuxing indignantly exclaimed, "Exactly. How is this fair? I'm using a mouse, while they have 10 extra fingers." Typically, a game of Empire Age lasts over an hour, yet their matches concluded in under 10 minutes. Shortly after, Shirley also got eliminated. He stood up in frustration, cursing, "You all are ridiculous." One by one, they were ousted until only Lin Xingyin and a bespectacled young man remained. Grain, 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 the tax collector. Mine, 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 mine. Build, 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 build. Builder. After the two began, the bespectacled young man rapidly pressed the shortcuts on the keyboard with both hands, displaying no emotion, his wise eyes fixed on the computer screen. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyin's speed lagged considerably. In less than 10 minutes, the bespectacled young man's army was at the gates. Despite Lin Xingyin's swift defensive maneuvers, the city ultimately fell, and defeat was hers. Wow, that was spectacular. Du Yuxing watched, nearly breathless, and, as the outcome became clear, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Qingyin rose from her chair, uttering not a single word, and approached Cheng Yi, saying, I am sorry, I have lost. What is there to apologize for? Cheng Yi chuckled softly, rippling. You have performed remarkably well. At that moment, the bespectacled young man also stood up, his expression blank as he gazed at Cheng Yi. Just when everyone anticipated he would utter some humble pleasantries, he directly inquired, Where can I collect my prize? The crowd was taken aback. Was he really that straightforward? Cheng Yi inquired with a smile. I do not even know your name yet. The young man adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, I am Sun Baxin. You are truly impressive, Cheng Yi remarked. With your skills, you could compete professionally. What is a professional competition? Sun Baxin asked, puzzled. Holding the money, he continued. Can we skip writing my name? Why? Cheng Yi asked, curiosity evident on his face. Sun Baxin, somewhat bashful, explained, I was sent to the provincial city to learn programming because I always hung out in internet cafes playing games. If my father finds out, he will send me away again. All right, then you can use a pseudonym, Cheng Yi suggested with a smile. Just label it as number 8. That is my name. Sun Baxin offered a rare smile. Fine, then let us label it as number Cheng Yi. The two stared at each other in astonishment for a few seconds. And Cheng Yi exclaimed, Your online name is the number 8? Is there a problem with that? Sun Baxin responded, puzzled. Cheng Yi was profoundly shocked. This Tianqing training truly deserved its reputation as the Huangpu military academy of the industry. Such treasures were abundant. Cheng Yi distinctly recalled that in 2003, all the students in their department were fervently playing Red Alert. That same year, the inaugural World Individual Championship of Red Alert concluded splendidly. The name of the champion was mysteriously the number 8. This sparked considerable speculation at the time, with many eager to uncover the identity behind this enigmatic number. Even by 2010, the legend of the number 8 persisted, with numerous professional players incorporating the digit into their names, such as Red Alert 8, Red Alert 08, and Red Alert 18. Lingyu, make sure to rent a DSLR for the photos. They must be clear and large, especially the number 8. Also, the trophy should be made of crystal, and the logo of Momo Internet Cafe must be prominently displayed. Do you understand? Cheng Yi, suppressing his astonishment, instructed earnestly. Got it. Zhang Lingyu nodded promptly. She could not fathom why Cheng Yi suddenly placed such importance on this evidently playful competition. Cheng Yi grasped Sun Baxin's hand and asked, Old 8, you do not seem too old. How long have you been learning programming? Sun Baxin replied, I self-studied for over a year and attended a training class for 3 months. Shirley interjected, Sun Baxin was my high school classmate. He has talent, but unfortunately, he missed the college entrance exam because he spent the night in an internet cafe. Sun Baxin cast a calm glance at Shirley, who laughed heartily. What are you looking at? You played the hardest just now. Cheng Yi scrutinized Sun Baxin and asked, Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Sun Baxin shook his head, his eyes filled with a clear longing as he surveyed Cheng Yi's internet cafe. Young people of this age possess a profound admiration for internet cafes, akin to the ancient adage that states, an internet cafe holds treasures, and it has beauty. I plan to form an esports team. Would you like to join as a partner? Cheng Yi inquired. What is an esports team? Sun Baxin questioned, confused. Cheng Yi explained it. It is akin to the Nintendo World Championship. Once a team is formed, you can participate in various video game competitions and earn prize money. You can earn money playing games? Sun Baxin was bewildered. Rest assured, I will not let you work for free. The base salary will be 800 per month, and you will receive 30 of the team's earnings. What do you think? Cheng Yi proposed. 800? Sun Baxin stood frozen, gripping the 100 yuan bill in his hand. In his eyes, Cheng Yi seemed to be an easy mark. Upon hearing the monthly salary of 800, Shirley and the others immediately jumped up, exclaiming, Bro, I was just off my game earlier. I'm usually not like this. Me too, bro. My gaming skills are excellent. It's just that I'm not familiar with Age of Empires. If it were Red Alert, I would dominate Sun Baxin. Cheng Yi pushed Shirley aside, his serious demeanor returning as he turned to Sun Baxin, asking, So, if you are willing, I could set up a gaming studio for you on the 4th floor. However, the prerequisite is that you leave Tianqing training and come work for me directly. No problem, Sun Baxin finally responded, immediately adding, But you must sign a contract with me. I want a long-term contract, the kind you get when entering a factory, and you need to specify the salary of 800. You cannot lower my salary during the contract period. Cheng-Yi was momentarily taken aback by Sun Baxin's words. Such a condition should reasonably be proposed by him, the capitalist. Having the worker bring it up was quite unexpected. How long do you want to sign for? Cheng-Yi asked. Sun Baxin replied, at least 5 years, otherwise I won't feel secure. Wow, Sun Baxin, aren't you a bit greedy? 5 years means nearly 50,000. Shirley, as a classmate of Sun Baxin, was nearly beside himself. Sun Baxin's demands were simply outrageous, akin to knocking on the door of absurdity. This was not just a job. It was akin to seeking a permanent position. Cheng-Yi laughed. I will sign a 10-year contract with you. Wow, this is even more surreal. Shirley and the others were left bewildered. They had heard of the term favor exchanged, but witnessing it materialized so vividly was a first for them. When shall we sign? Sun Baxin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us start signing in 7 days. I will give you a 7-day cooling-off period. Cheng-Yi smiled. I'm already quite calm. Sun Baxin replied, a sense of eagerness palpable in his tone. No, Ba Xian, you must allow the big brother a 7-day period to calm down too. Shirley interjected, seeing his classmate's lack of social awareness. All right, then 7 days it is, Sun Baxin nodded. Cheng-Yi handed Sun Baxin 800 yuan, saying, you can start working tomorrow. I will not breach the contract. You can test the waters during these 7 days. If you decide not to continue, you do not need to return the 800. If you wish to stay, we will sign the long-term contract at 8 a.m. 7 days from now. Deal. Sun Baxin swiftly grabbed the money without hesitation. He truly lacked social finesse. Later in the afternoon, around 5, the personnel from the telecommunications company finally arrived. Upon entering, they complained, wow, is this place clandestine? We circled 3 times without finding the entrance. Just so you know, even if we disassemble the equipment tomorrow, the account opening fee is non-refundable. One of the telecommunications staff handed over a form, saying, here, just sign, and we'll get started. Zhang Lingyu stepped forward to sign, and they promptly began their work with practiced ease. Within half an hour, the router and switch were fully connected. We can access the internet now, Du Yuxing exclaimed excitedly. Who will stay up with me tonight? I will. Me too. Shirley and the others responded enthusiastically. She, like a curious little kitten, glanced at Cheng-Yi and, seeing that he was engrossed in his computer, quietly stood to the side. Miss Lin, why not open machine to play for a while? Zhang Lingyu, noticing Lin Xingyin standing alone by the counter, quickly suggested. Lin Xingyin looked at Cheng-Yi's back, smiled, and shook her head at Zhang Lingyu, remaining silent. Cheng-Yi was using the primary host connected to the router. He took out a CD case from his bag and extracted a disk. The disk contained the network speed limiting program he had written at Hailang Internet Cafe to install the program for the other 5 locations. Cheng-Yi had specifically lugged his computer to burn the program disk, which had cost him quite a bit of money. Gazing at the disk in his hand, Cheng-Yi suddenly recalled a certain individual. It seemed that Dongzi Ge was still in Zhongwankan, burning disks for others, wasn't he? What a pity. Cha Mei is merely 9 years old now. Cheng-Yi dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and swiftly began installing the network throttling program. After installing the software on the computer, Cheng-Yi meticulously reviewed it and called out, Lin Tongxue, come help me take a look at this program. I'm coming. Upon hearing Cheng-Yi's call, Lin Xingyin immediately rushed over. Cheng-Yi opened the program code and smiled. This is a network throttling program I wrote. Could you help me optimize it? You wrote this? Lin Xingyin's eyes sparkled as she beheld the elegant strings of code. Taking her seat, she scrutinized Cheng-Yi's code, exclaiming, Cheng-Yi, I didn't realize your programming skills were so remarkable. Please don't flatter me. Just help me find the errors, Cheng-Yi replied with a grin. Standing beside Lin Xingyin, after carefully reviewing it a few more times, Lin Xingyin remarked, some of the code is not entirely compatible with the current operating system, which may lead to minor errors affecting network distribution. Let me make some adjustments. Chapter 52, Challenge Letter to the Entire Province. Cheng-Yi, you're quite impressive. The entry point of your program is extraordinarily innovative. It's something I could never conceive. Lin Xingyin praised as she made modifications, causing Cheng-Yi to feel a bit bashful. In comparison to a genius programmer like Lin Xingyin, the only thing he could truly take pride in was perhaps his ideas. Lin Xingyin soon optimized Cheng-Yi's program, suggesting, shall I integrate the network acceleration program as well? That would indeed be ideal. Cheng-Yi replied with a smile. Should work. Lin Xingyin contemplated for a moment before commencing her modifications. Meanwhile, Du Yuxing and the others had already entered a state of pure enjoyment. The 6 local area network hosts were equipped with the system and games from Suhu's Internet CAF, and they had already begun playing Stone Age. Seeing them engrossed in online gaming, Chung-E understood that this group of youngsters would not be getting up anytime soon. Online gaming possesses an irresistible allure for the youth of this era. Once they are hooked, it becomes a lifelong companion. Even decades later, they may fondly reminisce about the games they once played, longing to revisit the landscapes, as if they were gazing upon their own youth. "All right, I'll give it a try," Chung-E said, beckoning. Everyone stopped playing and shut down all the computers. Reluctantly, Du Yuxing and the others stood up and obediently turned off all the computers. Chung-E then launched Lin Qingyin's integrated program on the first host and said to Du Yuxing, "Fatty, try logging into the Netcom area with your Stone Age account." "Is it going to lag?" Du Yuxing muttered, quickly booting up and entering the Stone Age server as instructed. He deliberately chose the most populated Netcom area, and, usually, upon entering the game, the surrounding character animations would take 5 to 6 seconds to display. To his astonishment, this time, as soon as he entered, the characters around him appeared instantly. Did I enter the wrong area? I've never experienced this smoothness in the telecom area. Du Yuxing exited his account and re-entered, confirming repeatedly, and then exclaimed, "Wow, I can play in the Netcom area now." After playing for a while, he looked at Chung-E with a shocked expression, saying, "Boss, how did you do this? Playing in the Netcom area on a telecom line without any lag?" "That's the result," Chung-E replied, his face radiating joy. "Lingyu, please check all the computers tonight, and in the morning, head to the wholesale store to stock up on instant noodles and cola to fill the shelves." "Understood," Zhang Lingyu promptly responded. At 10 o'clock that night, all computers were shut down for inspection. "Let's all get some rest early tonight. We'll gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and by noon, the Momo Internet CAF will officially open." "All right." The atmosphere was infectious, and Shirley and the others echoed the shout. The next morning, as Chung-E descended the stairs, he found that Zhang Lingyu had already filled the shelves with various instant noodles and beverages. "You're up so early?" Zhang Lingyu smiled. "It's not too early. The wholesale store opens at 6 a.m. Chung-E compared Zhang Lingyu and Du Yuxing for a few seconds before turning and heading upstairs, directly dragging the drowsy Du Yuxing from his bed. After a quick bite of plain noodles, he took Du Yuxing and left the Internet CAF. "Boss, what are we doing?" Du Yuxing ganquayod. Chung-E stated, "I'm assigning you a very important task today. Whether our opening is a grand success depends on you." "Oh, what task?" Du Yuxing's eyes lit up. Having never felt so valued before, he was intrigued. Chung-E handed him a recording speaker and instructed, "Rent a tricycle and roam around the bustling areas within a 20-mile radius, especially the pedestrian streets, commercial zones, and roller skating rinks where young people gather. Whenever you see a crowd, just shout out, using your provocative eyebrows to draw their attention, and play the recording whenever you catch their eye." Du Yuxing activated the speaker, which announced 1 versus 2. 1 versus 2. Momo Internet CAF in Handong University Town challenges the Empire Age Masters of the entire province. If you dare, come forth. Win, and you get a month of free internet. Lose, and you must sing conquer. "Boss, am I going to get beaten up?" Du Yuxing guessed. "Not at all. You'll be in the tricycle, and they won't be able to catch you." Chung-E reassured him with a pat on his shoulder, smiling. "Just go for it." "All right. For the sake of the Internet CAF, I'm all in." Du Yuxing, accustomed to taking hits, was unconcerned about the possibility of scuffle. Initially, he had contemplated enticing customers with discounts and gift vouchers, but the emergence of Sun Buoxin prompted him to rethink his strategy. Sun Buoxin's gaming prowess is considered peak in the gaming community. Promoting the Internet CAF using Sun Buoxin in the early stages would yield far better results than simply lowering prices or offering gift vouchers. Men possess 2 notable traits: a competitive spirit and an unwavering confidence. For instance, Du Yuxing proudly regarded himself as the foremost expert in Red Alert, while Chung-E once confidently believed himself to be the strongest player in Empire Age at Handong University. As for their actual skills, they had already proven themselves in yesterday's match. Not long after returning to the Internet CAF, Shirley and the others arrived one after another. "Big brother, give us something to do," Shirley exclaimed with laughter as he entered. Chung-E chided, "Did you all come running here? Teacher Yu's son won't come to take me down, will he?" Shirley chuckled, "Haha, it's Saturday, no classes." Sun Buoxin entered last, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. His aura bore some resemblance to the character Rukawa Keed from Slam Dunk. Chung-E gestured for Sun Buoxin to come over, saying, Old 8, sit here and play. Many will challenge you shortly. Eliminate them as swiftly as possible. 1 versus 2, is that all right? Empire Age, is it? Sun Buishin inquired. Indeed, Chung-yi nodded. Sun Buishin's casual remarks rendered Shirley and the others momentarily speechless. Following the silence, emotions erupted. Shirley exclaimed angrily, "Wow. Are you deliberately humiliating us?" Sun Buishin shook his head, his expression innocent. "I didn't mean it that way." Shirley was ready to pounce on him, but was restrained by several students. Chung-yi then asked, "Shall we have both Red Alert and Empire Age? Are you confident you can take on 2 opponents? I've already boasted about my abilities." Sun Buishin replied, glancing at Shirley. "If it's someone of Lin Qingyi's caliber, I can take on 2. But if it's Shirley's level, I should be able to handle 2 or even 3. I can't take this anymore," Shirley exclaimed, bouncing around. Had he not been firmly held back by several students, he would have lunged at Sun Buishin. "That works," Chung-yi chuckled. Chapter 53. Conquered by you, the gaming prowess of Shirley is indeed remarkable. He secured 4th place in yesterday's competition. If Sun Baoshin were to challenge 3 Shirley, Chung-yi could easily envision the scene post-opening. It would be a grand chorus of conquer. With so many helpers arriving at once, Chung-yi felt a surge of joy. And under his guidance, everyone swiftly got to work. For safety's sake, they first installed the main server and 6 local area network machines in a vacant room on the 4th floor. Before some began putting up posters and others started writing on the blackboard, Chung-yi affixed a poster to the glass door of the Internet CAF, inscribing with a marker several bold characters. New store opening, 2 yuan per hour for internet access, 10 yuan for overnight use, free hot water provided. After completing the writing, Chung-yi stepped back to admire his handiwork. Indeed, the strokes flowed like a dragon, quite aesthetically pleasing. "Master, the 2 Internet CAFs right at the center of the business street only charge 5 yuan per hour. Can we really set our price at 2 yuan? Asked Zhang Lingyu, glancing at the price on the poster. "They can charge whatever they like. We cannot engage in a price war. If they set it at 5 yuan, we lower it to 1 yuan. They might then drop to 0. 8 yuan. Would we still be able to operate?" Chung-yi replied. However, Zhang Lingyu remained somewhat apprehensive. If those 2 CAFs were packed, she wouldn't worry, but their occupancy rate was only around 30. No need to fret. If there are no customers, there are none. After all, I could support all of you. Haha. Chung-yi chuckled, alleviating Zhang Lingyu's worry slightly. With everything in place, they awaited the right moment. At 11 a.m., in the Wangqing Shun Internet CAF on the commercial street, a middle-aged man in a shirt scrutinized a young blonde youth before him. Frowning, "Is that new Internet CAF really charging 2 yuan? "Indeed, I went there specifically to check," replied the blonde youth. "The owners are a group of young people. They are likely all university students. They truly do not know the risks they're taking." The middle-aged man scoffed. They chose such a terrible location and still set their price at 2 yuan. They certainly have guts. Within a month, they will be gone. The blonde youth laughed heartily. "Boss, I reckon it won't even take a month." The middle-aged man, casting a reluctant glance at the sparsely populated Internet CAF, remarked, "We should consider leaving as well. Once we have reaped the benefits from the back-to-school rush, we should move out before their winter break. Staying here will lead to our downfall." Exactly. The Internet CAFs in the urban district have occupancy rates of 70 to 80 during the day, and they charge the same 2 yuan, the blonde youth concurred. "Ah, rent and such are another substantial investment," the middle-aged man sighed. He stood up and said, "Forget those thoughts. The more I think about it, the more it annoys me. Go buy 2 packs of calcium biscuits. We'll visit that new Internet CAF. After all, they're our neighbors." The blonde youth chuckled. "If we go over there and find not a single customer inside, that would indeed be embarrassing." The middle-aged man laughed. "What is happiness? Happiness is when you hold an umbrella in the rain, watching the unprotected pedestrians rush by in a frenzy. Happiness is when your CAF has 20 to 30 patrons while theirs is utterly empty." The middle-aged man stood up, filled with self-satisfaction. And as he and the blonde youth reached the door, he spotted a dozen bicycles approaching in the distance. The riders, all young, exuded vigor and enthusiasm. "Come in. 5 hours of internet access comes with a free bottle of soda," the middle-aged man beamed. The leader of the young cyclists halted at the entrance of Wangqing Shun Internet CAF, looking up at the sign and inquiring of the middle-aged man, "Sir, could you tell us how to get to MO Internet CAF? We've searched everywhere and can't find it." Montag Internet CAF? The middle-aged man was taken aback, laughing. "That CAF? I have everything you need right here. Stone Age, Dragon Clan. We're only looking for MO Internet CAF. The young leader said dismissively, waving his hand as the group resumed their search on the commercial street. What could they possibly seek at MO Internet CAF? Aren't all Internet CAFs the same? The middle-aged man found it perplexing. Soon, another 4 or 5 bicycles came to a stop nearby. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell us how to get to MO Internet CAF? The middle-aged man felt overwhelmed. Was MO CAF perhaps offering beautiful women? Why else would these young people specifically seek it out? Boss, look over there, the blonde youth pointed. The middle-aged man glanced and inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. A throng of 30 to 40 bicycles surged toward the direction of MO Internet CAF, with many riders even standing as they pedaled. The blonde youth shook his head in disbelief. This scene was unprecedented and utterly extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, could it be that the owner of MO Internet CAF hired people to create an atmosphere? There isn't a single soul on this street. What atmosphere are they trying to create for ghosts? The middle-aged man retorted. I can't say, the blonde youth conceded, shaking his head. Let us go take a look. The middle-aged man had lost all desire to buy calcium biscuits. Without a sense of happiness, what was the point of purchasing them? The two hurried to the street where MO Internet CAF is located and found it bustling with bicycles parked outside. Such bravado. You dare challenge the entire province. I am Zhou Qiang from the 2nd High School, and I'll take you on an age of empires and red alert. I challenge you one-on-one, shouted an enthusiastic young man. Exactly. What S with the arrogance? I'm Zhang Wei from the 3rd High School, the wind rider of Feiyang Internet CAF. Faced with the fervent crowd of spirited youths, Shirley and the others immediately stood alert, positioning themselves behind Cheng Yi. Zhang Lingyu even picked up a mop. Standing at the entrance of the CAF, Cheng Yi chuckled, it's pointless to boast to me, whether you're a horse or a mule. We'll find out soon enough. You can freely choose your partners. Gather 2 people and come and challenge us. Of course, you'll need to cover the cost of your gaming time, which is 2 yuan per hour. If we win, do we get a month of free internet access? Zhou Qiang from the 2nd High School asked. Precisely. If you win, both of you will enjoy a month of free internet access, Cheng Yi replied. Come in, esteemed challengers. Turn on the machines. I want one. Give me one too. 50 to 60 individuals surged in, tossing money onto the counter. Zhang Lingyu was somewhat bewildered. Where did these people come from? It was quite unexpected. Fortunately, as a professional network administrator, she completed the registrations in under 10 minutes. Everyone, you may practice a bit. Both Red Alert and Age of Empires are available for challenges. Cheng Yi's words were barely out when Zhou Qiang of the 2nd High School stood up and exclaimed, Enough chatter. I want a one-on-one duel. If I win, can I get 2 months of free internet access? Absolutely. Let us start right away. 10 minutes later, Zhou Qiang, the top student of the 2nd High School, stood at the entrance of the CAF, belting out, just like that, I have been conquered. Drinking down the poison you had carefully concealed, my story has reached its conclusion. My loves and hates have been buried. Chapter 54. The Conquer Chorus. The middle-aged man and the blonde youth watched from a distance, utterly perplexed. What on earth is that young man doing? The middle-aged man inquired. It seems he's engaged in some kind of wager, right? Didn't he just mention challenge? The blonde youth murmured. Should I go inside and take a look? Go ahead, urged the middle-aged man. The blonde youth rolled up his sleeves, saying, Boss, just wait and see. If it's a gaming challenge, you'll witness how I disrupt his plans. Indeed, the middle-aged man had great faith in the blonde youth. This youth had been with him for 3 years. Not only was he adept at managing the CAF, but he was also an exceptional gamer. Watching the blonde youth enter MO Internet CAF, the middle-aged man waited for about 15 minutes, only to see the blonde youth emerge with an awkward expression. The blonde youth first glanced around, then lifted his head. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. Indeed, the blonde youth took a deep breath and loudly sang, just like that, I've been conquered, drinking down the poison you had carefully concealed. Damn it. The middle-aged man's face turned bright red. The young man with yellow hair finished his song and, with a look of discontent, dashed towards the middle-aged man's position. Boss, I am certain they are engaged in a gaming challenge, competing in Red Alert and Empire. The winner enjoys a month of free internet, while the loser must sing conquer at the entrance, the young man said awkwardly. There is a bespectacled fellow inside whose skills are exceptional. I am no match for him. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. Are you there to perform? You are our esteemed network administrator. How shameful. After hesitating for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. It is better not to embarrass ourselves. If they dare to host such an event, they must be quite confident." As he spoke, dozens of bicycles whizzed by. A group of youngsters parked their bicycles in front of the Internet CAF, exclaiming, "Is this the Momo Internet CAF? You certainly have bold claims." After announcing their names, they surged into the CAF. The middle-aged man and the young man with yellow hair stood by for over half an hour, and the entrance to the Momo Internet CAF was soon filled with bicycles. A rough count revealed at least 150 to 600 bicycles, indicating that the CAF was overflowing with patrons. Those who lose, please wait until we gather 30 people for a grand sing-along, and we will take photos for you, Chung-yi proclaimed from the stairs leading to the second floor. "We cannot be insulted. Who wants to team up with me? We must settle this today." Zhou Qiang, who was singing for the first time, shouted from within the CAF. "Let us first compete internally to determine the strongest duo before seeking vengeance." That sounds feasible. Let us do it. As time passed, the CAF became increasingly crowded, and by around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally gathered 30 members for the choir. Zhang Lingyu, suppressing her laughter, held a rented DSLR camera as she led the 30 individuals, who looked like frostbitten gourds, out of the CF. Since it was a mass sing-along, accompaniment was provided. Chung-yi connected the sound system gifted by Li Xiang to the computer at the counter and made a few adjustments before the music began to play. Outside, the 30 individuals sang conquer with a sense of humiliation. Upon finishing the song filled with shame, their anger reached a boiling point. "I have a cousin who is exceptional at red alert. Does anyone have a phone I can borrow to call him over? My uncle is also quite skilled." To wash away their humiliation, they began to call their friends. Chung-yi watched the CAF, which was about to burst with excitement, with a paternal smile. Picking up his phone to dial the Jingzhou Daily, stating, "Hello, I have an astonishing breaking news story. The CAF is forcing a group of young people to sing conquer with an extremely rude attitude. Some have even cried out of anger. Yes, their address is in the commercial street of Handong University Town, called Momo Internet CAF. Hurry over and expose them." "Who am I? I'm a concerned citizen." After hanging up the phone, Chung-yi exclaimed, "If you cannot win, then do not bother. Let the machines be handed over to the new skilled players. They are our hope. We will not allow that. We just didn't coordinate well earlier. Wait until we practice our teamwork. If we win, you two must sing conquer at the entrance 100 times, said a chubby member of the choir while wiping his tears. "Damn it, they are too arrogant. Why don't we just beat them up? Let us win first. Otherwise, it will seem as if we cannot handle defeat. Exactly, once we win, I will definitely give him a whack." Watching the fervent scene before him, Chung-yi instinctively took a few steps back until he reached the staircase leading to the second floor, telling Shirley and others upstairs, "You all must protect me." "I would love to give you a whack myself," Shirley replied, unimpressed. The intensity of the situation exceeded Chung-yi's expectations. This time, Du Yuxing was undoubtedly the star of the show. Considering Du Yuxing's safety, Chung-yi hurried downstairs to a glasses shop on the commercial street to buy a pair of sunglasses for him. Upon entering the street where the Momo Internet CAF was located and seeing the sea of bicycles, Du Yuxing doubted whether he had taken a wrong turn. He glanced left and right and then at the Momo Internet CAF sign, muttering to himself, "Wow, where did all these bicycles come from? This is all you're doing?" Chung-yi laughed as he placed the sunglasses on Du Yuxing. "You have no idea how great your potential is." "My doing?" Du Yuxing was still somewhat incredulous. He merely shouted a few lines, and it had such a significant effect. Chung-yi chuckled, "After practicing your eyebrow-raising taunt for so many years, your mocking prowess is undoubtedly at its peak. This battle is the best proof." Chung-yi handed Du Yuxing 300 yuan, saying, "Here, take this. It's your reward." Du Yuxing, somewhat in disbelief, took the money and said, "Boss, should I shout for another night? I suddenly feel an endless reserve of energy." "All right, then I will go to another place for an all-nighter." Delighted, Du Yuxing tucked the money into his pocket, handed the recording speaker back to Chung-yi, and dashed away. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, a compact car parked near the Momo Internet CAF. The doors opened, and two hurried figures emerged, a man and a woman. The man, in his 30s, wore a press badge, sported black-rimmed glasses, and was slightly plump. The woman, clearly an intern, followed behind him with a bag, looking timid. At that moment, the third grand sing-along was just being organized outside the Momo Internet CAF. "Ready, go." Chung-yi stood on a chair, waving chopsticks as he shouted. Thus, 30 young individuals, faces filled with humiliation, began to sing loudly. Some cried as they sang, while others laughed through their tears. Quickly, take pictures. The male reporter called to his assistant as he rushed forward. The female assistant quickly snapped several photos and hurried to catch up. What are you doing? The male reporter approached, indignantly questioning. I am a reporter for Jingzhou Daily. We received a complaint stating that you are forcing others to sing. Is there anything wrong with singing? Chung-yi retorted. Singing itself is not wrong, but coercion is, especially forcing others to sing in unison. You are imposing your will upon others. The male reporter exclaimed. You must cease this deplorable behavior at once. I might consider going easy on you in tomorrow's article. Mind your own business. Chung-yi glared at the reporter, spitting out a single word. Scram. You are truly unreasonable. The reporter pointed at Chung-yi, angrily declaring, I was trying to kindly advise you. What is your attitude? I have always had this attitude. What are you going to do about it? Chung-yi displayed a lack of decorum. All right, just wait. See how I'll bring you down. The reporter was undeterred. Bring me down? Huh. Chung-yi elongated his tone, calling out, Shirley, brother, I'm coming. Shirley quickly rushed out with a group of people. They surrounded the male reporter, feigning a fierce demeanor. You think I'm afraid of such a small show? The reporter shouted. I have reported on the Bai Swan bathhouse during the day. Do you think I would fear a bunch of small-time punks? Rolling up his sleeves, the reporter revealed a scar on his arm, declaring, I, Zhao Gang, have never expected to end well since the day I became a reporter. This scar is from when I infiltrated the Bai Swan bathhouse. Come on, if you dare. You can try to cut me. Zhao Gang's bravado left Shirley and his peers at a loss. They were either fresh university entrants like Chung-yi or had only studied for 2 years. After 10 years of hard work, they had never been involved with thugs. Chung-yi jumped off the chair and approached Zhao Gang, smiling. We are all educated individuals. We do not engage in such base acts. If I doubt you dare. Shou Gong scoffed. Chung-yi continued. However, everything should be based on reason, right? You claim I forced them. Ask them if I did. Lying at such a young age. You people from the ADS have truly tarnished your generation. Chung-yi spat, and the 30-member choir simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him. Chung-yi retrieved a loudspeaker from his waist and declared, the entire sequence of events is recorded in this speaker. You should listen first. 1 against 2. 1 against 2. The Momo Internet CAF on the business street of Handong University town openly challenges all the age of Empire's experts in the province. If you have the courage, come forth. If you win, you get a month of free internet. If you lose, sing a song of conquest. 1 against 2. 1 against 2. Handong University town. Zhao Gang replayed the broadcast from the loudspeaker repeatedly, remaining silent. This indeed did not seem to be coercive, as Zhao Gang pondered how to apologize. He heard Chung-yi chuckle. I came all the way from Lanling City, thinking that with so many people in the provincial capital, there would be many skilled individuals. Yet, it turns out they're all just a bunch of boastful fools. If you want me to stop, feel free to find an expert to defeat me. If you win, I will personally issue a public apology. Have you heard of Age of Empires and Red Alert? I am open to challenges for both games. A bunch of amateurs. Chung-yi tossed out this remark and leaped back onto his chair amidst the angry gazes of the crowd. Brother Lei, why do I feel like the big brother just insulted us too? A participant whispered to Shirley. Shirley mumbled, Big brother has spoken the truth. What does that mean? The participant was taken aback. Have not played Red Moon? All out attack. Shirley exclaimed before rushing back into the CAF. Chung-yi looked at the 30 youths before him and chuckled. The previous chorus was interrupted. Let us start over. You can blame this reporter Zhao for being all bark and no bite. Arrogant. This is truly too arrogant. Zhao Gang's body trembled slightly with rage as he stated. Let's get it published. I will write him into a public enemy of Jingzhou City. Huh? The 30 youths looked at Chung-yi with confusion, not understanding how this scoundrel suddenly gained a conscience. Chung-yi, feeling accomplished, watched Zhao Gang leave and remarked, What a benefactor. It seems I must expand the scale of this CAF. Upon returning to the second floor, Chung-yi calculated the remaining funds at his disposal. He had over 160,000 left, barely enough to add 200 more computers. The CAF was currently at full capacity, earning over 200 per hour, which meant he could earn a new seller in one configuration computer every 3 hours on average. However, this pace was evidently insufficient to meet the expansion needs of the CAF. After all, he had 4 floors. He needed at least 800 computers, right? Chung Yi contemplated and dialed the mobile number of Li Ziqiang, the owner of Hailang Internet CAF. You still have the audacity to call me? Making money off me and poaching my staff. Li Ziqiang expressed his dissatisfaction as soon as the call connected. Boss Li, I feel quite guilty, which is why I'm calling to apologize. Chung Yi replied with a sheepish smile. How's that program working for you? Well, the program is quite decent. You are reliable in that regard, Li Ziqiang responded. Boss Li, to express my apology, I have decided to introduce you to an even more powerful program, which can speed up single lines and ensure multi-lines do not lag, Chung Yi inquired. I understand how single lines can be faster. What do you mean by multi-lines not lagging? Li Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming. Could it be that the telecom line plays games on the netcom server without lagging? Clever. Boss Li is indeed a mastermind in this industry, Chung Yi flattered. Is that for real? Where are you? Let's discuss in person. Li Ziqiang was almost desperate to leap through the phone. Chapter 56. What you wish for comes true. Shortly after hanging up, Chung Yi received a call from an unfamiliar landline number. Upon answering, he recognized a familiar voice. Big brother, are you available to talk? This is Li Xiang from Xiang Dang Dang Computer Store. Of course, go ahead. I have a channel here that can procure a batch of Celeron 1 and Celeron 2 computer parts. Since they are parts, I will need to reassemble them into computers. They might have some flaws compared to finished computers. Would you be able to accept that? Chung Yi thought to himself, what you wish for comes true. He knew that the channel Li Xiang referred to was likely surplus goods. Due to overseas development outpacing domestic progress by a decade, parts like Celeron 1 are practically unwanted. What is the price? Chung Yi asked. Please quote me the price excluding hard drives. A complete Celeron 1 set is only 320 yuan, and a large monitor is 220. Do you find this price acceptable? Li Xiang inquired cautiously. What about Celeron 2? How many Celeron 1 units do you have? Li Xiang's tone was filled with hopeful anticipation. If Chung Yi could place an order, he could cover his rent for the next few months. He could earn nearly 50 yuan for each assembled computer. Big brother, do you mean you will take all future orders? Li Xiang felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Future orders? So, are there no limits? Yes. Once you have them set up, send them to me. I will accept them all, Chung Yi concluded before hanging up. At Xiang Dang Dang Computer Parts Store, Li Xiang's wife, Li Chui, awaited the outcome with bated breath. Upon seeing Li Xiang hang up the phone, she eagerly asked, what did the big brother say? He will take all future orders? Yes, Li Xiang replied, calming himself for a brief moment before lifting Li Chui into the air, laughing heartily. Wife, from now on, we will have money. Li Chui, elated and unable to contain her excitement, was lifted high by Li Xiang. They had grown up together, and both their families were from Li family village, struggling for a living. Having moved to the provincial capital for 2 years, not only had they not earned money, but they had also accumulated quite a bit of debt. Chung Yi's appearance was like a lifeline thrown to them. Quick, let's place the order now, Li Chui urged. The big brother trusts us. We must carefully select the parts and assemble them diligently, so we do not disappoint him. I understand. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with hope. In that moment, he suddenly believed in the light. Net manager, bring me a bowl of instant noodles. I want a bowl too. In the first floor of Momo Internet CAF, many challengers had grown hungry. Between challenges and singing, it had indeed consumed quite a bit of energy. Chung Yi slipped down to the first floor and said to Sun Ba Xen, Old 8, come up and grab something to eat, take a break, and continue when the experts they called for arrive. All right, Sun Ba Xen replied blankly as he ascended the stairs. Many in the first floor had already begun to gaze at Sun Ba Xin with admiration. Aside from an unshakable confidence and an infuriating competitive spirit, the admiration of strength could also be seen as a virtue. However, this strength needed to be sufficiently overwhelming to instill fear and extinguish any will to resist. Sun Ba Xin had evidently achieved this. Among those present, aside from a few stubborn individuals, the rest had already surrendered. They remained in the CAF for mere amusement. For them, surfing the net while enjoying the entertainment was quite delightful. They did not want to leave. Net manager, your machines are too few. We have been waiting all afternoon and still haven't touched a mouse. Several people standing around shouted in dissatisfaction. Exactly. Can we hurry along with those who have finished singing? It should be our turn to challenge now, right? Why should we leave? We still want to watch your choir performance. Don't worry, I guarantee they sing better than you. You all are tone deaf. Oh, so you practiced beforehand? The patrons in the CAF had clearly divided into factions, no longer united as they were in the afternoon. Come on, old eight, sit. Chung-yi chuckled as he pulled Sunba Xin onto the sofa. You must be exhausted. Can you handle this level of intensity at work? Intensity? Sunba Xin looked at Chung-yi in confusion and asked, what intensity? Those people's skills are even below Shirley's. What the heck? Why do you keep bringing me into this? Shirley, who was preparing instant noodles, exclaimed in frustration. Can you stop hurting me? I've already been hurt enough today. First by the big brother, and now by you. Chung-yi produced 200 yuan and handed it to Shirley, saying, all right, Shirley, stop indulging in instant noodles. Take this money and procure some stir-fry dishes and beer. Let us have a drink tonight. So much? Shirley exclaimed in surprise as he accepted the money. You all helped me today and didn't even get to touch the computer. I must reward you. Shirley chuckled. Fine, in light of the fine food and drink. We shall forgive you. Several other students echoed his sentiments. Chung-yi continued. Tomorrow, I will set up 10 computers in the 4th floor room for you. It will serve as your exclusive internet space. Even in your absence, those 10 computers will remain idle. Brother, I swear to the heavens. You're the most handsome man I have ever seen, Shirley declared. Indeed, when it comes to looks, no one can rival our brother. Hurry and buy the ingredients. Chang Yi visst. I truly do not understand whether you are learning programming or merely flattering me. Can you not be as mature and discreet as I am? Shirley and the others hurried off to order the food, and Chung-yi turned to Sunba Xin, asking, how many games have you played today? Sunba Xin pondered for a moment before replying, from 11 until now, I must have played over 40 games. Good, besides your fixed salary. I will give you a bonus. For every game you win, I will reward you with 2 yuan, Chung-yi said with a smile. 2 yuan per game? Sunba Xin questioned, unsure if he had heard correctly. This is the first time I have heard of getting paid for gaming. Chung-yi laughed. I will have Ling Yu keep track of your game count, and once you reach 50 games, I will settle the payment. Will it always be at this rate? Sunba Xion's eyes sparkled with interest. If I play 50 games a day, that would amount to 100 yuan daily. Over a month. That would total 3,000 yuan. Adding my fixed salary of 800, that brings it to 3,800. This is indeed an unimaginable fortune. With this thought, Sunba Xian promptly stood up and headed toward the stairwell. Hey, where are you going? Chung-yi asked, perplexed. Chapter 57. Let us have a grand century competition. Everyone was engaged in toasting and drinking merrily. Sunba Xian and Zhang Yu only managed a few sips before returning to the noble cause of revitalizing the internet CAF. The group continued drinking until after 9 o'clock, and once satiated, Chung-yi arranged accommodations for them at a hotel on Commercial Street. Upon returning to the internet CAF, it was already 10 o'clock at night. At this hour, many challengers had left on their bicycles, leaving only 30 or so youths who had clearly become fans of Sunba Xian, opting to stay overnight. After providing them with overnight access, Zhang Yu excitedly reported to her mentor, Master, today has been exceptionally fruitful. I estimate we have earned at least over 2,000 yuan. Not bad, Chung-yi smiled. Retrieving a wad of cash. Count this money. In addition to what you have, go procure 3 lines of 8 network cables, rent 18 switches, and acquire tables and chairs. All in preparation for the addition of 500 computers. What? Are we expanding so soon? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. We must expand quickly. In a few days, we may not be able to accommodate everyone here. Chung-yi sighed. If anyone else had said this, Zhang Yu would have doubted it. But coming from Chung-yi, it was 100% credible. Although she did not understand why Chung-yi was so confident, she nodded and said, all right, I will handle it first thing tomorrow. Oh, and tonight, shout in the chat room at the information port in the city's southern district. Say we are recruiting 3 female internet managers with a salary of 500 yuan, including meals and accommodation. Chang Yi instructed. 500? Such a high salary will surely shatter our thresholds, Zhang Yu remarked. Casting a glance at Chung-yi, are there any requirements? Only one. They must be attractive. It was truly outrageous how he remained so unrestrained despite already having a companion like Lin Qingyin, who was of ethereal beauty. I can also conduct interviews. Zhang Yu offered. You cannot. Only men can truly understand women. Chung-yi replied, rising and addressing Sunba Xian. Old 8. Just use your standards for finding a wife in the interviews. Perhaps they could indeed become your wives. I have no interest in women, Sunba Xian replied flatly. Chung-yi was taken aback. Sunba Xian frowned. I have no interest in men either. my sole interest lies in gaming. He stood up and went downstairs to play games. Cheng-Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Lingyu, "You and old H should swap duties for the overnight shift. I will retire to sleep first." "Understood," Zhang Lingyu nodded. Watching Cheng-Yi ascend the stairs with a weighty bag of money, which made her feel Cheng-Yi's trust. Having worked as an internet manager at Hailang Internet CAF for 2 years, she recalled how Li Ziqiang would personally handle the money collection, always fearful that they might misappropriate funds. Although this was understandable, it often left an uncomfortable feeling over time. In truth, if they had wished to steal, they would have had countless opportunities during collections. Trust between individuals is paramount. However, the new boss's approach seemed excessively trusting. With more internet managers in the future, I must assist my master in safeguarding the CAF diligently, Zhang Lingyu sighed. Without her, this CAF would surely falter. Upon returning to the 4th-floor bedroom, Cheng-Yi once again retrieved his diary, beginning to contemplate his forthcoming endeavors. The Jingzhou Daily is the most widely circulated newspaper in Jingzhou City, reaching nearly 80 of its residents. The paper is typically published at 3 o'clock in the morning. This means that, no matter how swiftly Zhao Gang works, the advertisement for MO Internet CAF will not appear until 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Thus, Cheng-Yi has just over a day's preparation time. With such extensive traffic from the Jingzhou Daily, relying on only over 100 computers would be a tremendous loss. In Jingzhou City, no publication surpasses the Jingzhou Daily in terms of influence. A single morning edition can reach over 1 million people, and direct advertising costs at least several 100,000 yuan at the minimum. It is worth noting that during this period, a 5-second advertisement slot after the CCTV weather forecast sold for an astronomical 1 billion yuan. First, let Li Xiang work overtime to assemble 400 computers for me as quickly as possible, Cheng-Yi said, putting down his pen and dialing Li Xiang's number. "Brother." The phone rang only a few times before Li Xiang answered, his tone exceedingly respectful. "I hope I am not disturbing your rest," Cheng-Yi said with a smile. "Not at all. I am currently assembling computers," Li Xiang hurriedly replied. Cheng-Yi directly stated, "I need 400 computers. How quickly can you provide them?" 400? Li Xiang hesitated. "Brother, even if I find someone to help, it will still take at least 4 days. While assembly can be expedited, I cannot afford to be careless with the pressure testing." "All right, I will give you 4 days. Deliver 50 computers as you finish them, and I will settle the payment on-site to relieve any financial pressure. Just focus on getting them done," Cheng-Yi instructed. "Rest assured, brother, I will forego sleep these next few days to ensure you have them on time," Li Xiang assured him. "Good." Cheng-Yi hung up the phone and slowly began to jot down notes in his diary. This was his habit, whether conceptualizing a program or contemplating matters. He preferred to write and sketch with a pen. 4 days' time is precisely when the Jingzhou Daily will be promoting with the utmost vigor. How can I retain this momentum? Cheng-Yi pondered, his gaze falling upon the poster at his bedside. It was a poster featuring the complete cast of Slam Dunk during its finale. As he read the words national domination, Cheng-Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Of course, we can capitalize on this momentum to host a grand esports competition. Let us orchestrate a spectacular tournament with thousands of participants. The competition will adopt a 3v3 format, allowing them to practice cooperation within the Internet CAF. A little training would translate to profits for MO Internet CAF. Regardless of whether they train at other cafes, they would still need to come to MO Internet CAF to adapt for a few hours, wouldn't they? The allure of Jingzhou's gaming community, while commendable, is insufficient to entice a stoic individual like Sun BXN. A monetary reward is imperative. The champion team shall receive a prize of 5,000, the runner-up 3,000, and the third-place team 1,000. For those placing 310th, the reward shall be 500, and for those at 1,130th, 300. With a total prize pool of 20,000 for this monumental competition, the registration fee should certainly be at least 10 yuan, right? 10 yuan? That barely covers the costs. It must start at 30 yuan, and there will be no discounts. Understanding the psyche of these men is crucial. This group, brimming with competitive spirit and unwarranted confidence, would hardly concern themselves with trifles. What if the registration fee were 100? Everything is fought for the dignity and honor of Jingzhou. Chapter 58, Quality of Service Above All Else. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Cheng-Yi emerged from the Dongsan County passenger station. The station was bustling with activity, filled with laborers carrying various bags. Despite the hardships, every face radiated with the hope of a brighter future, weary yet joyful. Their family's small shop was thriving, with the previously empty storefront now adorned with an array of snacks and fruits. Cheng Jianshu shot Cheng Yi a glare, though internally he felt a surge of delight. At that moment, Chu Wei also stepped out. Cheng Yi chuckled. How could that be? I maintain perfect balance. Has she been here? Cheng Yi was taken aback. Dad, what are you looking for? I can help you. Cheng Yi offered eagerly. Where's my stick? Cheng Jianshu rummaged around. Stick? Cheng Yi's heart skipped a beat. This wooden stick was once the bane of his childhood, having endured countless beatings throughout his upbringing. He hurried over, urging, Dad, we don't need to escalate things to that level. Let us communicate properly. That little girl, Cheng Jianshu began, don't listen to her nonsense. The girl is Zhongling Yu, and we are merely friends. Besides, the term little girl is quite derogatory. She is also her parents' beloved child, so why label her as such? Hearing the phrase little girl made Cheng Yi slightly displeased. Indeed, she cried for an entire morning. She is beautiful and academically gifted. What were you thinking, Xiao Yi? Chu Yue inquired. Didn't you quite like her? Just a few days ago you asked me for money to take her shopping. How can your feelings change so drastically? Xiang Yi replied, I don't think Song Ming and I are suitable for each other. There is no need for us to be together. There must be a reason, right? Chu Yue sighed. Initially, we didn't support your early romance, but you argued it would motivate you to catch up with Song Ming. Now that you have that motivation and have indeed caught up, why the sudden breakup? Cheng Yi looked earnestly at his parents and stated, let me speak frankly. Cheng Jianshu and Chu Yue immediately focused on him, bewildered. Is this really our son? They pondered in disbelief as they watched Cheng Yi walk away, silence enveloping them for a long moment. Chu Yue furrowed her brows and remarked, I wonder how our son became a heartless villain. Whom does he take after? Cheng Jianshu felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, Chu Yue gradually turned her gaze towards him, arching her brows and exclaiming, I suspect he takes after you. Explain to me why you gave Chunjia next door 3 eggs yesterday. Unsettled, Cheng Yi arrived at Hailang Internet CAF, Branch 1. As he entered, Li Ziqiang, who had been waiting, greeted him with a smile. Come in, come in. He ushered Cheng Yi into his small tea room, stating, since we VE collaborated before, let us get straight to the point. How much for your multi-line acceleration program? Before discussing the price, do you understand the benefits of this program? Cheng Yi replied with a knowing smile. Benefits? ISNT, it's just to make the internet speed faster? Li Ziqiang was taken aback. Cheng Yi shook his head with a smile. Not merely. It enhances your expansion speed as well. Oh, how so? Li Ziqiang's interest peaked. Now, with 6 internet CAFS, you should be unable to meet the online demands of Dongsan County's netizens, correct? Cheng Yi observed. You'll soon need to increase the number of computers. The greatest challenge in expanding your internet CAFS is the broadband fees. One 8-line connection costs 600 yuan monthly. With the surge in online gamers, to provide them with a satisfactory experience, you must pull 2 or 3 lines from different operators, which could amount to nearly 7,000 to 10,000 yuan monthly. However, with my program, you can save several thousand just for one internet CAF, not to mention the connection fees. That may be true, but your program likely comes at a high price. Li Ziqiang thought about his 300,000 yuan investment. Feeling a pinch, that's the cost of 10 apartments. It's not expensive. It's 20,000 a year, a very reasonable price, Cheng Yi replied. With your 6 CAFS and my program, you'll save 20,000 to 40,000 yuan monthly on broadband fees. We are on the brink of entering the online gaming era, and the allure of dual-line connectivity is something you should readily comprehend. 20,000? Li Ziqian azitata. He had already monopolized the internet CAF market in Dongsan County. Even without purchasing this program, his current operations wouldn't be significantly impacted. However, as Cheng Yi had mentioned, some formidable CAFS in the city were beginning to adopt dual or triple line connections. The costs were staggering. But what if he didn't implement multi-line connections and lost customers? Li Ziqiang, who owned a foot massage establishment in Dongsan County, understood the principle that service quality is paramount. If the girls at his establishment weren't appealing or special enough, customers would prefer to drive to neighboring counties for service. even if it was a mere few dozen kilometers away. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziqiang gritted his teeth and declared, 20,000 a year is too steep. I cannot accept that. I want permanent regional authorization at a flat price of 40,000. Within Dongsan County, you cannot sell to anyone else. Chapter 59, punching 5 districts and treading 3 counties. Cheng Yi feigned hesitation, then sighed. All right, as a loyal customer, I will accept your terms. In Cheng Yi's eyes, Li Ziqiang was akin to an intelligent mobile machine. Li Ziqiang said, I recently ordered 300 computers, and I don't have that much cash on hand. Please give me 7 days. I will gather the funds and transfer them to you. Not an issue. I will install the program for you first. Additionally, I have made some optimizations to the previous program and will upgrade it for you. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. After installing the programs at each internet CAF, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Time was precious to him. At Sun BXN's location, a dozen young admirers surrounded him, with each of his maneuvers eliciting gasps of amazement from them. Didn't TU organize a chorus today? Cheng Yi inquired upon entering. We had one this morning, but there weren't many challengers in the afternoon. Zhang Lingyu emerged from the counter, smiling. Oh, has the enthusiasm waned so quickly? Cheng Yi expressed surprise. However, he understood the reason. Yesterday, Sun BXN had played with a lighter touch, but upon realizing that each victory came with a monetary reward, he no longer held back. With Sun BXN's prowess, the outcome could be determined within 5 minutes of play. This rapid-fire style could easily dissuade players from gaming, leading to frustration and a loss of confidence. By the way, have you hired an internet manager? Cheng Yi asked again. The chubby guy is in training. Cheng Yi chuckled. When he possibly train? Eyebrow raising? Perhaps due to staying up all night. Du Yuxing bore heavy bags under his eyes, yet his face radiated vitality. He was accompanied by 3 attractive girls, with fair skin and striking beauty. She stands tall and possesses a figure that merits a score of 75, while her looks barely pass muster. This is our boss, referred to as Lao Ban. Du Yuxing gemacht. Lao Ban Hao. The 3 girls immediately chimed in. How old are you? Cheng Yi scrutinized the trio of girls, inquiring. I am 21. I am 18. They were formerly employees of the Fancy Town Electronics Factory. She is Wu Yan, and she is Zhang Lingyu. Just as they were about to elaborate, Cheng Yi interrupted. No need to introduce names. Henceforth, we shall use nicknames in our internet CAF. He pointed to the tallest girl and declared, you shall be called Jinjin. You will be AI. And you, Lian. Boss, give me a nickname as well, Du Yuxing excitedly exclaimed. You shall be called Beiji. Never mind, I prefer to stick with my original name, Du Yuxing declined. Cheng Yi cast a glance at Zhang Lingyu and instructed, Lingyu, from now on, let these 3 girls take shifts in the internet CAF. Clear out the room next to yours and convert it into their dormitory. Buy 2 double beds to manage for now. All right, Lao Ba, come upstairs with me. Cheng Yi gestured to Sun Baxin. Bring your camera too. Cheng Yi tossed a remark to Zhang Lingyu and ascended the stairs. What is going on? Sun Baxin questioned, his face etched with confusion. Stand by the wall, strike this pose, and look a bit arrogant. Watch my demonstration. Cheng Yi crossed his arms, tilted his head back, and glared provocatively at the camera. Now give it a try. Sun Baxin, bewildered, approached the wall, mimicking Cheng Yi's stance by crossing his arms and raising his head. No, it lacks presence. Inject some emotion. Still not right. The arrogance is not quite there. Make your gaze more defiant. Although Sun Baxin was uncertain of Cheng Yi's intentions, he obediently complied. However, after posing for over 10 minutes, he failed to meet Cheng Yi's expectations. Zhang Lingyu could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Master, what are you attempting to do? I intend to create a massive poster challenging the entire province. Cheng Yi replied, to be displayed on the wall outside the internet CAF. A poster? Zhang Lingyu and Sun Baxin exchanged glances, both perplexed by Cheng Yi's meaning. At that moment, Du Yuxing peeked into the hallway. Fatty, come here, Cheng Yi beckoned. And Du Yuxing obediently hurried over, grinning, Boss, what's the matter? Imitate Sun Baxin's earlier pose for me to see. Sure. Du Yuxing mimicked Sun Baxin's stance, crossing his arms and lifting his head, then instinctively raised an eyebrow. Perfect. Flawlessly executed. Cheng Yi exclaimed, delighted with the provocative effect he desired. Yes, that's the spirit. It requires someone like Fatty to pull off. Cheng Yi praised him highly. Sun Baxin, observing Du Yuxing's obnoxious demeanor, quietly asked if this gets posted. 1T he get beaten up? Beaten up? We live in a society governed by law. Cheng Yi brushed aside Sun Baxin's concern, beaming at Du Yuxing. Fatty. Give me 2 more shots. Maintain that attitude. All right. Du Yuxing struck an even more arrogant pose. That's it. Cheng Yi, holding the DSLR camera, laughed joyfully. He removed the memory card and said, all right, you all can resume your tasks. I need to visit the advertising company. With that, he hurried away. Zhang Lingyu and the others stared blankly as Cheng Yi departed, their minds filled with questions. As dusk fell, a delivery truck halted at the entrance of the Internet CAF. Its cargo bed loaded with a massive roll of printed fabric and bundles of dragon bones. The truck door swung open, and Cheng Yi jumped down from the passenger seat. He instructed, install it meticulously. If there are any issues, I won't pay the final installment. The 4 workers nodded vigorously, setting up frames and affixing dragon bones. After more than half an hour, a colossal poster, 5 meters in height and 4 meters in width, was mounted on the wall above the entrance of the Internet CAF. What first caught the eye was Du Yuxing's picture, exuding an extreme level of arrogance, arms crossed, eyebrow raised, and casting a condescending gaze at every onlooker. His expression filled with disdain and mockery, emanating an aura of superiority that incited an impulse to retaliate in anyone who laid eyes upon it. To the left of the poster, it read, Fist strikes the 5 districts. To the right, it stated, Foot kicks the 3 counties. The horizontal banner proclaimed, overlooking Jingzhou. At the top of the poster, a striking phrase declared, the first Red Alert esports competition is officially open for registration, with a grand prize of 5,000 yuan. In the center, 8 enormous blood-red characters proclaimed, if you're a man, come defeat me. I am truly handsome. Unaware of the impending danger, Du Yuxing gazed at his own likeness on the poster, genuinely marveling at it. Chapter 60. Little thief, I see you shall not live. Master, what are you planning? Zhang Lingyu trembled as she gazed at the enormous poster. Isn't it clear? I am organizing a Red Alert esport competition, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. An esport competition? Zhang Lingyu questioned, puzzled. In simple terms, it means these 3 will form a team to compete in our Internet CAF. We will devise the rules and determine the champions, awarding prizes accordingly. Cheng Yi explained with a grin. Boss, we will need many participants, right? Just me shouting with a loudspeaker 1T attract enough people. Du Yuxing murmured, I could shout all day and at most bring in 100 or so. You need not worry about the turnout. I will print flyers tomorrow, and you can distribute them at the entrance of the Internet CAF. They will come to us. Cheng Yi chuckled. They will come to us. Zhang Lingyu and the others expressed skepticism. Organizing an event of this scale without spending tens of thousands on promotion would hardly generate interest, especially for a 3-on-3 team competition. I have already discussed the training camp with my parents, Du Yuxing added. Besides, for such a large competition, I will certainly stay to assist. Sun Baxin interjected. Brother, it means it may be dangerous for you to stay here. Dangerous? What danger could there be? Du Yuxing looked at his handsome poster, stating, are they going to harbor resentment upon seeing my poster? The group ignored Du Yuxing's comment, and after a moment, Sun Baxin turned to Cheng Yi, asking, can I participate in this competition? You must participate, Cheng Yi insisted. This competition is tailor-made for you. Not only will it give our Momo Internet CAF significant exposure, but it will also elevate your reputation in the Red Alert community. Sun Baxin frowned. For a 3-on-3 match, I will need to find 2 teammates. And that might be challenging. What about Shirley? Cheng Yi suggested. Sun Baxin shook his head. If I bring him, it will be like 1 against 4. Lao Ba. My skills in Red Alert are frighteningly strong, Du Yuxing proclaimed with unwarranted confidence. I lost the last competition simply because I hadn't played Age of Empires before. Oh. The naive Sun Baxin took Du Yuxing's word for it and said, let us play a match and see. Sure, I promise you won't be disappointed. Du Yuxing assured as he eagerly followed Sun Baxin into the Internet CAF. Cheng Yi and Zhang Lingyu watched the 2 retreating figures in silence. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Du Yuxing emerged with his head drooping. The light had vanished from his eyes as he glanced at Cheng Yi and said, Boss, I think Stone Age is 1,000 times more entertaining than Red Alert. Shortly thereafter, Sun Baxin also stepped out and looked at Cheng Yi, asking, how do we resolve the issue of finding teammates? Let me think. Cheng Yi found himself at a loss. Figuring out how to help Sun Baxin find teammates was indeed a troublesome matter. Sun Baxin's skills could easily handle average Red Alert players, easily winning 1 against 3. However, once the Jingzhou Daily picked up the story, The competitors arriving would not be mere young folks from these few days. After all, the influence of Jingzhou daily far surpasses that of Du Yuxing's loudspeaker by thousands of times. There are always higher mountains, and true experts in red alert are bound to emerge. If he encounters a master, Sun Baxin might still hold his own in a one-on-one. But facing 2 or even 3 experts simultaneously would be a daunting challenge. The selection of teammates has become the foremost dilemma confronting Chang Yi. Should he change it to one-on-one? Chang Yi hesitated. His intention to choose 3-on-3 was to extend the competition duration to a month, enticing participants to engage in team training at internet cafes. If it were one-on-one, the contest could wrap up in a week and participants could train anywhere, diminishing the incentive for internet cafe consumption. After pondering for a moment, Chang Yi furrowed his brow and suggested, "How about this? Lin Qingyin and I join your team. You?" Sun Baxin looked at Chang Yi with skepticism and remarked, "Lin Qingyin is fine, but are you up to the task?" Chang Yi scoffed, "I'm not boasting. I played this game for over a decade. If I dedicate a few days to intensive training, my skills will rival yours." "All right, I believe you." Sun Baxin nodded and said, "Then let us select Shirley. I'll give him some training in the next couple of days." With that, Sun Baxin turned and left. "It seems you still doubt me. Just wait and see. Give me 3 days, and we'll have a one-on-one match for a wager of 50 yuan. Chang Yi called out. "Fine, 200 it is." Chang Yi readily agreed, brimming with confidence. Upon returning to his room on the 4th floor, Chang Yi swiftly drafted the content of a flyer. If anyone could secure victory under the 3-on-3 rules, Momo Internet Cafe would publicly apologize and additionally reward the winning team with 10,000 yuan. Moreover, the Red Alert competition would feature 30 awards, with total prize money reaching 20,000 yuan. Having finalized these details, Chang Yi rushed to a nearby print shop and printed 10,000 copies. To enhance visual impact, he overlaid the poster's original file on the back of the flyers. Chang Yi had unwavering faith in Du Yuxing's charisma. Once people laid eyes on Du Yuxing's obnoxious demeanor, even a registration fee of 300 yuan would not deter them. He placed the flyers in the cabinets flanking the entrance, gazing towards the city center while muttering, "My Zhao Daming, you better not let me down tomorrow. I have invested over 3,000 yuan for you." As night fell, in the editorial office of Jingzhou Daily, Zhao Gang was troubled by the task of writing. He had expended great effort to secure a page in the social section from the editor-in-chief today. The social section is the most read segment of Jingzhou Daily, akin to the front page. Unfortunately, he only obtained 1/6 of the page. This meant he needed to convey Chang Yi's arrogance and contempt for the entire Jingzhou city in the most succinct language possible. After a day of writing, he remained dissatisfied. The paper felt short of adequately expressing his sentiments. In this context, even 100 phrases would fail to encapsulate his deep feelings towards Chang Yi. Soon, he bent over his desk, fervently scribbling, muttering, "You little rascal, I'll see if you can withstand this." Chapter 61. The Edict Against the Thief. The Edict Against the Thief? In the early morning, Chang Yi gazed at the Jingzhou Morning Post in his hands, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. Comrade Zhao Gang truly lived up to his expectations. In the lower right corner of the first page of the social section was a striking headline, "The Edict Against the Thief." In just a few hundred words, every sentence was like a precious gem. Each word seemed to resonate with profound animosity, vividly illustrating the arrogance of an outsider. Especially the lines mocking Jingzhou for having no one to challenge him, which serve as the paisida, or assistance, to express more within the limited space. Zhao Gang masterfully blended colloquial and classical language, showcasing a writing prowess that left readers in awe. Finally, he noted the location of the thief's base at the Internet Cafe. The conclusion implied that winning against Momo Internet Cafe would elevate him to the status of a hero in Jingzhou City. Whereas the fatty, Chang Yi set down the newspaper, suddenly reminded of something. He grabbed a mask from the drawer and called out loudly as he descended the stairs. "Boss, what is wrong?" Du Yuxing emerged from the bathroom, toothpaste foam still on his mouth, looking bewildered at Chang Yi. Chang Yi handed the mask to Du Yuxing and said, "For the next few days, you must wear the mask, sunglasses, and a hat. From now on, do not let anyone see your face." "Why?" Du Yuxing asked in confusion. Chang Yi replied sternly, "You will know soon enough. Just remember, do not show your face." "Oh, okay." Du Yuxing wiped his mouth and obediently put on the mask. At that moment, the streets of Jingzhou City were abuzz with excitement. in an era where information was scarce. Even a news story about an old man falling into a well could make headlines. The impact of this news was palpable. An outsider audaciously declared a challenge to the provincial capital. Although it was merely in the realm of computer gaming, the provincial capital is still the provincial capital. Even if the competition involved eating meat buns, they could not afford to lose. Even children as young as 10 would check the newspaper daily for news about the Olympics. In the alleys and streets. Did you see the news this morning? Some kid from Lonling City is mocking us for having no one in Jingzhou. Some of my students often sneak off to play that red alert game. I've caught them several times. I even had them help out. At the internet cafe and disco. Damn, that is so arrogant. It's like a slap in our faces. When we were playing red alert, this kid was probably still playing Tetris. He must be shown a lesson. Otherwise, all my years of practice will be in vain. At the nursing home, help me up. I can fight too. This piece titled The Edict Against the Thief exploded on that unremarkable morning. Bicycles, motorcycles, and cars at this moment. Nearly all vehicles surged in the same direction, towards the Handong University City in the Southern District. On the street opposite the Handong Provincial Library, Song Meng and Zhao Shasha stood by the roadside, watching as throngs of people rode bicycles southward, their faces reflecting confusion. Song Meng, is there some major event happening in the provincial capital today? Zhao Shasha, holding her newly bought clothes, inquired curiously. Song Meng, clutching a book she had just rented, shook her head. I haven't heard anything. Could it be a celebrity concert? Let me ask. Zhao Shasha's eyes sparkled. She quickly approached a newspaper stand and asked, Old man, is there some event today? Why are so many people heading in the same direction? The newspaper vendor glanced at Zhao Shasha and said, Buy 2 newspapers. And I'll tell you. How much? Zhao Shasha asked. 50 cents each, total 1 yuan, the vendor replied. All right, I'll take 2. Zhao Shasha readily handed the vendor a yuan. The vendor pocketed the money leisurely and said, The answer is in the lower right corner of the social section, the edict against the thief. After that, he resumed listening to the radio. Let us go. Let us go. It's a perfect opportunity to see what our future university looks like. Zhao Shasha linked her arm with Song Meng and said, You must have a beautiful campus at Handong University. I just wonder what Handong Agricultural University is like. Universities are probably all similar. Song Meng forced a smile and replied, All right, let us go take a look. Noticing Song Meng's less than pleasant expression, Zhao Shasha remarked, Are you still thinking about that jerk Chang'e? I advise you to forget him. He's just a scoundrel. You'll regret it when he realizes what he has lost. Song Meng furrowed her brows slightly, but said nothing. She, too, was uncertain about her feelings. If one were to insist on an explanation, then Chang'e might be likened to a chair upon which she sits comfortably, a chair that lacks presence and is only occasionally occupied when she is fatigued. Even if it were to be discarded, she would feel no sorrow. Yet, should this chair be snatched away by another, discomfort would undoubtedly arise within her. The two hailed a taxi and swiftly arrived at the bustling commercial street of the university town. Upon disembarking, they were astounded by the scene before them. The entire street teemed with people, countless voices clamoring, as a throng of eager reporters snapped photographs with unbridled excitement. This spectacle was reminiscent of the night they celebrated their successful bid for the Olympics. Now, they were reliving it once more. People from MO Internet Cafe, come out. I challenge you. Didn't you say that Jingzhou was deserted? I, Tian Tanglei, am the first to disagree. Come out, come out. Zhao Shasha murmured, How magnificent! Has this internet cafe incurred divine wrath? Song Meng furrowed her brow, replying, It's too chaotic here. We should leave. Wait a moment. Let us see a little longer. This could become a topic of conversation at the university, Zhao Shasha exclaimed with burgeoning excitement, pulling Song Meng a few steps forward. Suddenly, she spotted a colossal poster hanging on the wall in the distance. That's. She stammered, pointing at the ostentatious image of Du Yuxing. Her mind momentarily blank. After a prolonged pause, she finally articulated her thoughts. ISNT that Du Yuxing? Chapter 62. An opportunity for you to achieve fame. Could it be? Song Meng gazed at the massive poster, whispering, It must be a mere coincidence. Coincidence? That rotund fellow pursued me. His flamboyant eyebrows are one of a kind in the whole nation, Zhao Shasha retorted. I never expected him to be so unassuming. Song Meng commented, If you say so. I do recall hearing classmates mention that Du Yuxing excels at gaming. Indeed, Zhao Shasha nodded. He boasted to me that his skills in Red Alert were unrivaled in the county. I thought he was just bragging, but it seems he truly is formidable. Zhao Shasha gazed at the enormous poster and inquired, Song Ming, do you think he is wealthy now? Song Ming shook her head, I don't know. Could it be that this MO Internet Cafe is his establishment? Zhao Shasha suddenly recalled something and immediately pulled out a newspaper to scrutinize it. Lanling City. The owner of MO Internet Cafe hails from Lanling City. It must be that rotund fellow. Humph. I shall confront him now, Zhao Shasha declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the distant MO Internet Cafe. If it were indeed owned by Du Yuxing, she would grant him an opportunity to pursue her. Song Ming grasped Zhao Shasha's arm, saying, don't go. There are too many people. That one do. I must demand an explanation from that rotund fellow as to why he concealed this from me. When he was courting me, he only dared to buy me a 2 yuan breakfast, Zhao Shasha insisted. Despite knowing Zhao Shasha's intentions, Song Ming relented. Fine, I'll wait for you by the roadside. All right, Zhao Shasha replied with a smile. Once I've won over this rotund fellow, I'll treat you to free internet access. Zhao Shasha squeezed into the crowd and soon arrived at the entrance of MO Internet Cafe. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted a figure she recognized all too well, one that inspired both familiarity and loathing. Chang'e. As she watched him emerge from the internet cafe, Zhao Shasha was left momentarily dumbfounded. Chang'e stood at the entrance, taking up a loudspeaker and clearing his throat to announce, there are many people here today. Kid, what does this poster mean? You boast so much, yet come face me. I will show you what it means to be the god of Red Alert. The crowd was stirred, numbering in the thousands. Due to the enormity of the commotion, the police station in the university town dispatched officers to maintain order, with numerous vigilant police officers stationed near MO Internet Cafe. Officers, I am a student of Handong University, a member of this university town. Please ensure my safety. Chang'e shouted into the speaker. Several officers shot him a glare, their expressions brimming with hostility. They, too, were inclined to remove their uniforms and give Chang'e a sound thrashing. Such youthful audacity. One middle-aged officer approached Chang'e, advising, you should apologize and resolve this matter. If it escalates and reaches the university, you will surely face disciplinary action. Chang'e chuckled. All right, I will heed your advice and handle it immediately. He raised the loudspeaker again, exclaiming, I understand that you are all quite upset, but please do not be angry just yet. Hear me out. You have all seen the poster, and I assume you wish to strike that rotund fellow, don't you? Yes. A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. I wish to strike him too. However, there is a protocol to follow, Chang'e replied with a grin. This rotund fellow has expressed his understanding of your desire to bring honor to Jingzhou, and thus he has entrusted us at MO Internet Cafe to host this competition. If you defeat his team in the contest, you may do as you please with him, and you will also receive a personal compensation of 10,000 yuan. Moreover, if your skills are sufficiently impressive and you rank among the top 30, MO Internet Cafe will also offer substantial cash rewards. Chang'e's words incited a wave of excitement among the crowd. A competition? This piqued their interest. I hereby declare the inaugural Handong Province Red Alert Esports Tournament and the grand opening of MO Internet Cafe officially commenced. Chang'e gestured, and Du Yuxing and Sun Baxin, who had been waiting on the fourth floor, promptly released prepared streamers and ribbons. The atmosphere brimmed with ceremony. Soon, Zhang Lingyu, accompanied by Zhenjin, Ai, and Lian, stood at the cafe's entrance, politely distributing informational flyers to every individual entering the establishment. The flow of people was remarkably orderly, with no signs of chaos. The police chief, standing beside Chang'e, was equally astonished. This young man was evidently well prepared. He glanced at Chang'e and gravely remarked, I thought they might harm you. Impossible. We are all civilized individuals. Chang'e chuckled. Moreover, the police chief is here. Who would dare cause trouble in your presence? The police chief, with a stern expression, huffed, Are you truly a student of Handong University? How dare you act so recklessly, exploiting your status? He glared at Chang'e. The identity of being a Handong University student indeed held considerable weight. As the most renowned university in Handong Province, its graduates occupied various influential positions throughout the region, including many leaders in the law enforcement system. This prestigious reputation was a valuable asset. Aside from a few reckless youths, Individuals with even a modicum of social experience would refrain from provoking hand-on university students, fully aware of the dire consequences should they harm one of them. Chief, these individuals did not come at my behest, Chung-yi protested. The police chief, unconvinced by Chung-yi's claims, retorted, let this be your last warning. Should you engage in any further disturbances of public order, I will detain you for 3 days. No questions asked. Chung-yi sighed. Chief, you are truly unjust. I was merely enjoying my time at the cafe when calamity befell me. I have always been an exemplary student, never engaging in any improper conduct. Is that so? The sheriff's gaze fell upon the poster, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, if throwing punches in the 5th District and delivering kicks in the 3 counties doesn't constitute outrageous behavior, then pray tell, what unremarkable deeds have you engaged in over these years? He produced a small notebook and a marker, fixing a serious look upon Chung-yi as he said, go ahead. Speak, I shall record it. Chapter 63. Let the bullets soar for a while after bidding farewell to the amiable sheriff. Chung-yi gazed at the throng of people, a joyful smile gracing his face. This was merely the first wave of modest foot traffic. By afternoon, a greater influx was expected. Zhao Gang indeed possessed the talent to draw a crowd. As most individuals gradually entered the internet CF, Chung-yi caught sight of Zhao Shasha, standing not far away. With a look of surprise, he exclaimed, ah, is that not Zhao Shasha? Oof. Is Du Yuxing present? Zhao Shasha approached, her tone brusque. Do you have business with him? This is between him and me. It does not concern you. Zhao Shasha disregarded Chung entirely, striding into the CAF and calling out, Fatty, come out. Upon hearing the call, Du Yuxing's vigilant round head appeared at the staircase. He peeked cautiously, hesitant to show himself. Zhang Lingyu shot Chung-yi a questioning glance, as if inquiring whether she should toss this woman out. Chung-yi shook his head, moving closer to Zhao Shasha, saying, Zhao Shasha, the fatty is upstairs. If you seek him, you may go directly. Zhao Shasha cast Chung-yi a sidelong glance, snorting, are you now working with the fatty? Ah. Chung-yi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. Indeed, fatty is generous and has provided me with a commendable job. Then you need not come tomorrow, Zhao Shasha declared with an air of authority. Zhang Lingyu, standing nearby, glared with irritation, nearly hurling the thick stack of brochures she held. Zhao Shasha adjusted her skirt, hastily ascending to the 2nd floor. Master, who is she? Zhang Lingyu inquired angrily. An amusingly self-deluded woman. It does not concern us, Chung-yi chuckled. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Zhao Shasha quickly recognized Du Yuxing, adorned with a mask and glasses. She marched over, demanding, how dare you, fatty? Open an internet CAF without informing me? Peering through his glasses, Du Yuxing stood up and echoed Chung-yi's words. Ah, is that not Zhao Shasha? Zhao Shasha scrutinized the fully clad Du Yuxing, scoffing. Why are you so bundled up? In a hushed tone, Du Yuxing replied, I am now a celebrity in Jingzhou City. I must conceal myself, for my appearance would cause a stir. Such narcissism, Zhao Shasha chuckled, gazing at Du Yuxing. Do you recall the words I spoke when you pursued me? Do you understand the meaning of those words? Zhao Shasha pressed. Du Yuxing shook his head. Zhao Shasha beamed. The meaning of good person implies that you are quite agreeable, and I harbor a measure of fondness for you. Oh, Du Yuxing répondait, seemingly indifférent. Oh, is that all? Zhao Shasha's mood darkened. This insufferable fatty truly lacked romantic insight. She had expressed a degree of fondness, yet he remained nonchalant. Zhao Shasha stomped her foot, chiding, you insufferable fatty, can't you discern the meaning behind my words? What do you mean? Du Yuxing inquired. Feigning shyness, Zhao Shasha articulated. What I mean is, we have graduated. We could consider attempting to be together. Zhao Shasha. Du Yuxing's countenance betrayed an expression of regret. Du Yuxing sighed. I understand your feelings, however. I must apologize, as I cannot accept your confession. I have already found my lifelong beloved. My confession? Zhao Shasha nearly leaped up in exasperation. How had it become her confession? Had this insufferable fatty become so self-absorbed? Who is she? Zhao Shasha forcibly suppressed her anger, questioning. She's my teacher. Teacher? Zhao Shasha felt as if she might turn to stone. How had she not noticed Du Yuxing's playful nature before? I understand your emotions, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Du Yuxing lamented, I hope you find your ideal partner soon. I am quite busy and cannot keep you for dinner. Xiaoba, Please escort our friend. Du Yuxing gestured to Sun Buoxin, who was engrossed in a game of Tetris. Xiaoba. Sun Buoxin, bewildered, glanced at Du Yuxing, then stowed his game console in his pocket and stood up. No need for you to see me off, Zhao Shasha shouted, angrily descending the stairs. Du Yuxing stood on tiptoe, waiting until Zhao Shasha's figure vanished before throwing a series of punches, exclaiming, "Wow, this feels exhilarating." Sun Buoxin gazed at Du Yuxing with a blank expression, unable to comprehend what brought him such joy. "Can you not feel my elation?" Noticing his sole audience's lack of understanding, Du Yuxing felt his exhilaration rapidly diminish, hastily explaining, "In our class, I pursued her, and she rejected me in front of the entire class, leaving me the subject of ridicule for quite some time." "Is that what you call a class?" "It seems your class has not been well nurtured," Sun Buoxin retorted, tossing out the comment before reclining on the sofa to resume his gaming. Zhao Shasha burst forth from the internet CAF and ran straight to Song Meng, growing increasingly aggrieved, unable to contain her emotions as tears streamed down her face. "What troubles you?" Song Meng inquired, astonished. "That insufferable fatty has betrayed me," Zhao Shasha wailed, recalling how she had been rejected by the most inconspicuous Du Yuxing in the class, her sorrow intensifying. Just as Song Meng intended to offer some comfort, Zhao Shasha cried, "Song Meng, why are our fates so cruel, being dumped one after another? You've been dumped? Your entire family has been dumped. Song Meng, where are you going? Wait for me. I must tell you, I just saw Cheng Yi at the internet CAF." Zhao Shasha, oblivious to the fact that her words had inadvertently hurt her best friend, chased after her while sobbing. "He is working for Du Yuxing." "Are you referring to that girl on the motorcycle?" Yes, I saw her. She was standing next to Cheng Yi." Zhao Shasha ceased her tears, suddenly realizing she was not the most unfortunate person after all. Self-indulgent. Song Meng glared at the direction of MO internet CF, her body trembling with indignation. At that moment, numerous individuals who had received the competition flyers were scattered along the street, engaged in lively discussions. The prize money is set quite high. This MO internet CAF truly has confidence. Indeed, the total prize money is 20,000 yuan, with 30 awards established. Securing a spot in the top 30 guarantees a profit. 3 people form a team, so that averages to merely 10 yuan per person. The registration fee is not steep. We can give it a try. What if the registration fee is high? We are doing this to save face. Let us form a team of 3 and register. Many who had finished reading the competition flyers hurried to MO internet CAF to sign up. By 4 in the afternoon, all 10,000 flyers have been distributed. Cheng Yi smiled. "No need to rush. Let the bullets soar for a while. Tomorrow may bring even greater excitement." Chapter 64. A sensational news story. Fatty, Lao Ba come. "Let us go print another 20,000 flyers for tomorrow." Cheng Yi rose, chuckling. 20,000? Zhang Lingyu and the others doubted their hearing. How could there possibly be that many people? If we distribute another 20,000, wouldn't the registration numbers exceed 10,000? Just imagining such a scene is terrifying. As soon as Cheng Yi descended the stairs, Li Xian's call came through. "Brother, I've assembled 100 computers. When should I deliver them to you?" Li Xiang's tone was tinged with apprehension. This batch of computers was on credit. If Cheng Yi suddenly declined them, it would spell disaster for him. With the Pentium 3 nearing ubiquity, few sought out the outdated seller-in-one computers. "Money is not urgent," Li Xiang chuckled. "I will deliver them to you right away." The internet CAF was relatively quiet today, primarily due to the daytime clamor that had frightened off many patrons. Cheng Yi stood at the entrance, observing Zhun, AI, and Lian, each dressed in a distinct manner. He could not help but remark, "Indeed, the competition is about to commence, and your attire must be unified." Zhun looked at Cheng Yi with a troubled expression and replied, "Boss, we do not possess identical clothing. I shall design and create the outfits for you. You need only wear them," Cheng Yi stated. As he assessed the figures of the 3 young women, he envisioned a particular outfit that would be exceptionally suited to them. "Boss, you can design clothes?" I inquired. "I can sketch a rough outline." Cheng Yi chuckled. He approached the front desk and quickly sketched the outline of a made outfit in the record book. In this era, it should not be too revealing. A more modest neckline would be preferable to avoid offending sensibilities. However, the hem should not be too long. It should cover only half of the thigh, he added. Then, complement it with white stockings and round-toed shoes. Perfection. Let me take a look. Diyushing leaned in for a closer inspection and exclaimed, "Wow, boss. You truly are a design genius. Is it really that good?" Zhang Lingyu also curiously approached. Upon seeing the maid outfit that exposed half of the thigh, Zhang Lingyu retorted, "Do you men all fancy this? Do not view my creation through a biased lens," Cheng Yi replied sternly. "This is art, a form of artistic expression unique to men." He handed his drawing to Zhen Zhen, saying, "You three take a look. If there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, I shall make adjustments. Once you confirm its suitability, I will order them from the tailor." "Boss, can we truly wear this?" Zhen Zhen and the others gazed at Cheng Yi's drawing, their cheeks flushing crimson. 19-year-old Lian Lian shook her head, stating, "Boss, I cannot wear such clothing." "Neither can I," 18-year-old AI also declined. 21-year-old Zhen Zhen handed the drawing back to Cheng Yi, her expression wary as she asked, "Boss, do you have such peculiar tastes?" "No." "What do you mean by peculiar tastes?" "This attire is perfectly normal." Cheng Yi wanted to express that in 20 years, not only would such modest clothing be worn, but also garments far more revealing would be donned by numerous girls on the streets. With a sweeping glance, he thought, the allure of youth. "Boss, we truly cannot wear this. If you insist, we will have no choice but to resign," the three girls asserted firmly. "That poses a dilemma," Cheng Yi sighed. "I have been contemplating raising your salaries to 1,000 after the competition." "Oh." The eyes of Zhen Zhen and her companions instantly brightened. "Boss, upon further reflection, your design is quite appealing," Zhen Zhen remarked. Yes, one can be made." "Boss, I believe we should each have 2 sets, allowing us to alternate them." Zhang Lingyu, who had been observing from the side, also expressed interest. "You wish to wear them as well?" Cheng Yi asked. Zhang Lingyu replied softly, I'm fine with it. You need not wear them. Go buy yourself a proper suit. Once this competition concludes, you shall be the manager of our MO Internet Cafe." Cheng Yi chuckled. "Thank you, master." Zhang Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. She moved to embrace Cheng Yi, intending to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Hey!" Cheng Yi stepped back, glaring. "Are you trying to take advantage of me? That's excessive." "I did not." Zhang Lingyu retorted, clearly flustered. "All right, you all go move the items from the 2nd floor to the 3rd. The new computers will be arriving shortly." Cheng Yi instructed, carefully tucking his drawing into his embrace. "Understood." Zhang Lingyu and the others promptly ascended the stairs to begin their tasks. Seizing this moment, Cheng Yi began formulating the competition's procedures. He initially estimated that at least 10,000 participants would register. Zhao Gang had merely provided a platform for this event. The media would take the stage tomorrow. Today, the explosive topic had attracted numerous reporters from various newspapers and magazines. These individuals thrived on sensationalism. Coupled with the ostentatious and grand poster, it had garnered both animosity and attention, encapsulating all the elements necessary for a media sensation. To boost their newspaper sales and personal performance, these journalists would undoubtedly engage in extensive coverage and hype. Thus, waves of increased attendance were anticipated in the coming days. All of this was thanks to the well-meaning Zhao de Mingji from Jingzhou. Cheng Yi reflected, rapidly drafting the relevant rules and procedures for the competition. Just as he was preparing to finish for the day, Zhao Gang received a phone call from the editor-in-chief. He answered, puzzled, and listened as the editor-in-chief inquired Zhao Gang, "Do you know the owner of that MO Internet Cafe?" "No, but don't be alarmed. You can get to know him." The editor-in-chief's tone was surprisingly gentle. "I truly do not know him," Zhao Gang replied. "I merely wrote an article to temper that kid's arrogance. That is no longer important." The editor-in-chief's tone shifted to seriousness. "You may not be aware, but that MO Internet Cafe has leveraged the heat generated by your article to host the inaugural Red Alert electronic sport competition, which is currently generating immense buzz. The industry has already begun analyzing the media effects of this event." "What?" Zhao Gang nearly choked on his disbelief. He had purely intended to undermine that insolent brat. How had it come to this? "Editor Li, I swear I do not know him," Zhao Gang insisted. "That is irrelevant now. The attention garnered by this competition is entirely due to your article, which means you are, in a sense, half his benefactor." Zhao Gang suddenly comprehended the editor-in-chief's implication. "Indeed," the editor-in-chief continued, "we have discussed in the editorial office and decided to secure exclusive coverage of this competition. We believe you are the most appropriate person to handle this." "Editor Li, it is merely an internet cafe. Is that truly necessary?" Shougong attempted to resist. It is indeed necessary. This year, we have distinctly felt the diminishing influence of print media. The future may very well belong to the internet. So we must stay abreast of the trends. The rapid success of your article was due in part to your adeptness at pinpointing a point of contention, but more so because you tapped into the current hot topic, computer games. If we can secure exclusive coverage of this competition, we plan to launch a new internet section in the morning newspaper featuring news related to the internet industry, thus converting young people into our clientele, the editor-in-chief explained. Could we not host our own competition? Why must we seek his approval? Zhao Gang questioned in confusion. Can you create the same excitement he has generated? Punching through 5 districts and challenging 3 counties, if you have candidates like that, then recommend them to me, and we can hold a monthly event. The editor-in-chief's tone grew colder. As a seasoned journalist, you should be well aware that igniting a social phenomenon demands a confluence of timing, location, and talent. Can you replicate that now? He has already stirred up animosity. If you attempt to do the same, you will merely be mimicking him. I have already sent you the owner's contact information via text. This matter is entirely in your hands. Remember, you're only allowed to succeed, not to fail. The editor-in-chief concluded before hanging up. Zhao Gang fell silent. He acknowledged that the editor-in-chief had a point, but to seek Cheng Yi's favor, he would rather perish. After all, a scholar must maintain his integrity. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gang opened the text message. Indeed, there was a message. Cheng Yi, 138-6666. As dusk approached, Li Xiang and his wife delivered 100 computers. Cheng Yi and his team busily transported the computers to the 2nd floor. Looking at the multitude of computers, Cheng Yi remarked, "It seems I will have to call Shirley and the others to assist again tomorrow. I do not know how to set up the local area network and switches. I can handle it. Let me do it," someone offered. Spoke in a calm tone. This is the foundational course of the advanced training program. Just as he instinctively wanted to utter his catchphrase, he suddenly sensed a hint of implicating his boss and promptly closed his mouth. Cheng Yi cast a glance at Sun Baoxin and remarked, "Old 8. Is your sharp tongue a natural gift?" "I am not sharp-tongued. I merely enjoy speaking the truth," Sun Baoxin replied nonchalantly. He instructed, "You all set up the tables and chairs and arrange the computers. I will install the switch and establish the local area network." "Understood." Zhang Lingyu and the others immediately busied themselves. Under Cheng Yi's watchful gaze, the most industrious were undoubtedly Li Xiang and his wife. Observing Li Xiang moving the computers back and forth, Cheng Yi genuinely worried that Li Xiang's slender frame might not endure the strain. Just as Cheng Yi was about to offer assistance, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Boss Cheng?" A familiar yet unfamiliar voice greeted him on the other end. "Who is this?" Cheng Yi inweited. "It's Xiao Zhao. We met the day before yesterday." The caller's tone was exceedingly respectful. "Xiao Zhao." Cheng Yi was perplexed. "Who is Xiao Zhao? We met the day before yesterday." "I am Zhao Gang from Jingzhou Daily. Do you recall me now?" Zhao Gang finally introduced himself. Cheng Yi's hand trembled in disbelief, nearly causing him to drop the phone. "Shou Gong, the very same who dared infiltrate the Baiheswan bathhouse? The one who remained unfazed when confronted by a dozen individuals? The one who audaciously claimed he would write me to death, and indeed almost succeeded? Had he lost his mind?" Zhao Gang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I sincerely apologize. I should not have written about you in that manner. I have been feeling guilty ever since." No, Reporter Zhao, what troubles you?" Cheng Yi asked. "If you've been kidnapped, just shout, and I will help you call the police." Cheng Yi's words ignited Zhao Gang's ire. If it weren't for the stringent orders from the Jingzhou newspaper group, would he be groveling like this? Who was he? He was Zhao Gang, the most upright journalist in Jingzhou City. "Boss Cheng, I heard you were hosting an esport competition." Zhao Gang even addressed him with respect. "Sure, that works. No problem." Cheng Yi readily agreed. Zhao Gang hesitated and said, We would like exclusive reporting rights." "Exclusive reporting?" Cheng Yi unabashedly replied. "That puts me in a difficult position. You should know the immense popularity of our competition. It will last for 20 days, akin to a major talent selection event in the esports industry. Frankly speaking, in the last 2 years and the next 2, no one will surpass us in this arena." Listening to Cheng Yi's boastful words, Zhao Gang's fury boiled over. What popularity? Isn't that popularity thanks to me? He thought to himself, but still maintained a respectful tone, saying, "Our Jingzhou Daily is the most influential publication in Jingzhou City. Collaborating with us would elevate your recognition even further. To be honest, I am inundated with media inquiries, including from the Jingzhou television station. I find myself in quite a dilemma. Chung E fabricated. If I grant you exclusivity, other media outlets would be unable to follow up, which would be a significant loss for us. How about this? I can offer you 3/6 of our social section space for your use at any time. The social section is our earliest edition with the highest exposure. Even a casual glance would provide a general overview, Zhao Gang quickly suggested. I still find it a bit challenging, Chung E sighed. 6 pages. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Reporter Zhao, this is not merely about a few pages. 8 pages. That is the maximum I can offer. Please, allow me to owe you a favor. Zhao Gang was on the verge of tears. If he failed to secure this exclusive coverage, he would likely be sidelined, whether from the newspaper group or the television station. Being sidelined was as simple as eating and drinking. His salary would plummet from thousands to mere hundreds, leaving him in a state of mere survival. Fine. I suppose our acquaintance warrants some concession on my part, Chung E sighed. I shall take a loss. Thank you, Boss Chung. I will bring the contract over tomorrow and express my gratitude. Zhao Gang was overwhelmed with emotion. After hanging up, Chung E felt a twinge of regret. For reasons unknown, having merged his memories with those of his 18-year-old self, he had become softer-hearted. In the past, he would have seized the opportunity to thoroughly exploit Jingzhou daily. Otherwise, he would not be Chung E. Chapter 66. Is this a monster? This is not a matter of blind confidence. It is the result of meticulous calculations. For he considers himself a half-hearted media person. The pop-up advertising business he once engaged in, while seemingly simple, actually requires profound media insight. Unlike conventional media, such as newspapers, which earn money solely through sales and whose content must be read regardless of interest, pop-ups operate differently. Users are exposed to pop-up advertisements for only a fleeting few seconds, and a quick-handed user might dismiss them in less than 3 seconds. Thus, conveying the intended message within those few seconds is an intricate art. To be profitable, a pop-up must capture the user's attention within 1 second and convey the advertisement clearly within 3 seconds. The finest pop-up ads can linger in the user's mind long after they have closed them. Consider phrases like, "Fight hard, I'm the legendary Zatsa, come and challenge me." Or green joy, enjoy the thrill of green joy. Understanding trends is a daily task for those in the pop-up industry, followed by repeated testing and deployment. For seasoned pop-up professionals, they can generally predict whether a gimmick will become a hot topic with high accuracy. The same applies to this competition. All the explosive points have been maximized by Chung E. From 1999 to 2005, urban development surged, with a mass influx of workers disrupting the local populace's comfortable lives. This period saw a significant intensification of conflicts between locals and newcomers. The core explosive point of this competition lies in the confrontation between the two groups. Chung Yi's actions as an outsider ignited the emotions of countless migrant workers who felt he was truly admirable, while simultaneously stirring the sentiments of the locals. In addition, by precisely targeting the competitive spirit and self-confidence of these users, this explosive point is something only someone with decades of pop-up advertising experience like Chung E could conceive. The timing, location, and interpersonal relations have all converged perfectly. Chung E harbors no worries about the visibility of this competition. Although we are not yet in the era where traffic reigns supreme, the influence of this competition will undoubtedly rival that of a billion-view viral video in the age of social media. If only there were smartphones and short video platforms now, he would surely have been trending overnight. His initial plan was to entice the city and even provincial television stations to participate. Based on his estimates, the provincial television station, being more traditional and formal, would be less likely to engage, but the city television station, which has seen declining ratings, would surely be interested. A televised broadcast would mark his first significant achievement since his rebirth. After all, during the inaugural Red Alert competition in 2003, media coverage was extensive, capturing immense attention and popularity. Thus, securing exclusive reporting rights for this competition with Jingzhou Daily was, in fact, a loss. But who could blame Zhao Gang for being his benefactor? Chung E holds a profound admiration for Zhao Gang's unique resilience. He bows when necessary and stands tall when challenged, never yielding even when faced with the sharpest of blades. He is a formidable man who only concedes to authority, if wielded wisely. Zhao Gang could serve as a remarkably effective weapon. The internet CAF industry in this era is exceedingly chaotic, and as he begins to carve up the pie among his peers, it is inevitable that some conflicts will arise. At such a time, a keen blade must be at hand, and this blade is named Zhao Gang, whose given name is Tai Tu. On the following morning, before the night's activities had concluded, a compact auto car came to a halt outside the internet CAF. Shortly thereafter, the sharp-witted Zhao Gang entered, carrying a handbag and 2 boxes of peach crisps, his face radiating warmth. Upon spotting Chung emerging from the restroom, Zhao Gang rushed over with a beaming smile, clasped Chung Yi's hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Boss Chung, thank you for granting us this opportunity for profound collaboration." Chung Yi replied, "Zhao Ji, you are too kind." Zhao Gang handed over the boxes of peach crisps, sighing, I truly apologize for what happened last time. I feel immense guilt every time I think of it." Haha. Zhao Ji, let us consider that we became acquainted through this little scuffle. If you don't mind, I shall call you Zhao De, and you can call me Chung Lao Di. How's that sound? Chung Yi proposed with a smile. Sounds good, Zhao Gang replied, surprised by Chung Yi's understanding and sense of propriety. He had expected the 18-year-old to belittle him upon achieving success, and he had prepared himself for ridicule. Chung Yi's reaction completely transformed his initial thoughts. This young man was indeed worthy of friendship. Reflecting on his previous actions, Zhao Gang felt a pang of shame. His earlier guilt had been merely a fade under the pressure from the editorial office, but now he felt genuine remorse. Looking at Chung Yi, he sighed. "Chung Lao Di, you truly have impressed me." Chung Yi laughed heartily. "We are brothers now. Let us dispense with the formalities. Come, Zhao De, let us go upstairs for some tea." Upon reaching the third-floor tea room, Chung Yi began brewing tea while saying, "Zhao De, I owe much of my success in this competition to your assistance. The main reason I agreed to collaborate with you is my sense of gratitude." Hearing this made Zhao Gang feel somewhat embarrassed. "I was actually aiming to undermine you." "That's just serendipity," Chung Yi chuckled. "It seems fate has brought us together for collaboration." "Indeed, you are right," Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Chung Yi's sentiments. "Zhao De, how many years have you been a journalist?" Chung Yi inwitted. 10 years, Zhao Gang replied. 10 years is quite a substantial period. If I may be so bold, have you been promoted to chief reporter? Chung Yi poured Zhao Gang a cup of tea and asked, "How could that be?" "A chief reporter must achieve significant accomplishments in a specific field," Zhao Gang replied with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm just an ordinary reporter." Chung Yi simulate. "There's a brand new field emerging, and I believe Zhao De should consider entering it." "What field?" Zhao Gang asked, intrigued. Chung Yi smiled slightly and said, "The realm of internet new media. You may currently overlook portals like Xinlong and Suhu, but I can assure you that within 2 years, these portals will dominate half of the news industry." Zhao Gang, observing Chung Yi, felt waves of astonishment. The young man's eloquence belied his age, presenting him not as a mere 18-year-old, but as a seasoned veteran. Moreover, Chung Yi's insights mirrored those of their chief editor from the previous day, and even extended beyond them. Zhao Gang cautiously inquired, "Chung Lao Di, do you also have experience in news media?" Suddenly, Zhao Gang realized that the remarkable success of the competition organized by Chung Yi in Jingzhou was likely not a mere stroke of luck. He gazed at the smiling Chung Yi with a hint of trepidation, feeling an unsettling shiver run down his spine. Could this be a prodigy? Chapter 67. All is prepared. Only the wind is missing. Noticing Zhao Gang's astonished expression, Chung Yi smiled. "Zhao De, did I say something amiss?" "Oh no, no issue," Zhao Gang chuckled awkwardly. "Your words were strikingly similar to our chief editor's, which caught me off guard." Chung Yi laughed. "What did your chief editor say?" Chung Yi praised, "Truly, the chief editor of Jingzhou Daily possesses remarkable insight. With that said, my forthcoming suggestions will be much easier for you to implement." "What suggestions?" Zhao Gang inquired with utmost seriousness. Chung Yi stated, "First, you should seize this opportunity to enter the field. Second, leverage the influence of Jingzhou Daily to establish a news website. Ensure that it operates under your name without the involvement of Jingzhou Daily, allowing for free expression." "Why should it be under my name?" Shogun questioned, pursued. "Quite simply, if Jingzhou Daily imposes its constraints on the site, it is doomed to fail. Moreover, even if you wish for Jingzhou Daily to spearhead the website, they would likely refuse, given their current disdain for it. Thus, Creating it under your personal auspices is the way to go. The core principle is to allow everyone to voice their opinions freely, Cheng Yi advised. "I don't know how," Zhao Gang said with a wry smile. "Well then," Cheng Yi sighed, revealing his ultimate intention. "How about this? I will handle the site's creation and maintenance, and you can serve as the chief editor while I pay you a monthly salary." Huh? Zhao Gang was taken aback. How did this conversation devolve into him becoming an employee? Cheng Yi smiled. "In addition to a monthly salary of 1,200 yuan, I will also give you 20% of the website's revenue." 1,200? Zhao Gang felt a flicker of interest. His monthly salary was only 1,800, so this amount was considerable. A monthly income of 3,000 yuan is a lofty figure, even in the competitive landscape of Jingzhou. All I need to do, Shou Gong in Quid, as I mentioned earlier, leverage Jingzhou Daily to drive traffic to the website. There are many ways to attract traffic in your field. I trust you have the means, Cheng Yi smiled. "I understand," Shou Gong nodded slowly. Cheng Yi remarked, "Currently, news websites face challenges. But with perseverance over a year or two, success will surely follow. As long as you allow netizens to freely publish information, the site will continuously provide you with valuable content for the internet segment. Now, let me raise a toast with tea to our fruitful collaboration." Cheng Yi lifted his cup to a successful partnership. Zhao Gang took a sip of tea and added, "By the way, Chung Lao Di, what shall we name this website? It should sound formal enough for me to promote as chief editor. Let us call it Jinri Tushio," Cheng Yi suggested. "Jinri Tushio? I think that name works. It's concise and to the point." Zhao Gang's eyes lit up, his admiration for Cheng Yi growing even stronger. Soon, Zhao Gang produced the exclusive reporting contract and presented it to Cheng Yi, saying, "Chung Lao Di, please take a look at the contract. If everything is satisfactory, let us sign it." Cheng Yi carefully reviewed the contract twice, ensuring there were no hidden pitfalls before signing it with satisfaction. "All right, Zhao De Ge. Feel free to drop by for tea anytime." Cheng Yi nodded. "There will undoubtedly be areas where I seek your guidance. Farewell." Zhao Gang traditional bowed slightly and hurriedly departed. After bidding farewell to Zhao Gang, Cheng Yi resumed organizing the competition logistics. Having granted exclusive reporting rights to Jingzhou Daily, there was no need to expend energy negotiating with other newspapers and magazines. With 9 days remaining until the competition, he could ensure that the Internet CAF's computers would number 500, adequately fulfilling the requirements for the event, assuming that 10,000 individuals have registered. With each machine participating in 10 matches, the preliminary rounds could be completed within 2 days. The early stages of the qualifiers and elimination rounds can be expedited, as they lack compelling interest. He must devise a method to extend the duration of the competition to between 16 and 20 days. This time frame is neither excessively long nor too short. It is precisely the limit within which the average person maintains enthusiasm for a new phenomenon, mirroring the duration of the Olympics. If prolonged, viewers may experience fatigue. If shortened, the potential for maximizing profit diminishes. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Yi finally completed the competition process. In the top 10 matches, he introduced resurrection rounds, infusing the otherwise rigid outcomes with an element of unpredictability. Every match of the top 10 will be recorded and stored on the computer at Momo Internet Cafe, allowing all to observe and learn, thereby attracting customers to the establishment. The resurrection rounds could be transformed into a voting format. Cheng Yi began contemplating ways to maximize benefits. Should Lin Qingyin successfully develop the point system, customers could utilize points to vote for their favorite top 10 contestants, rendering the resurrection rounds even more engaging. Cheng Yi silently prayed for Lin Qingyin to overcome this challenge. He believed that if the point system could be implemented before the competition, Momo Internet Cafe would truly soar to new heights. In that moment, Lin Qingyin became Cheng Yi's sole beacon of hope. Despite the bustling crowds on both the first and second floors and the rapidly increasing number of registrants, Cheng Yi cannot find joy. Without the point system, Momo Internet Cafe would merely gain some notoriety and a few thousand yuan in registration fees. Only if the points system succeeded would they achieve a genuine victory. As night fell, Lin Qingyin's call finally came through. Cheng Yi hastily answered, but before he could speak, Lin Qingyin timidly confessed, "Cheng Yi, I'm sorry, but I seem unable to write this program." A bucket of cold water doused Cheng Yi, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. "Is there something insurmountable?" Cheng Yi inquired. The mere mention of her inability to write indicated that the issue was not merely technical. Yes, Lin Qingyin responded, her tone laden with regret. The framework I've created is unsupported by the system. Unsupported? Chengyi was taken aback. Lin Qingyin elaborated. The current system does not support multi-terminal connections. I understand. Continue your work. I'll handle the system issues. Chengyi sighed with relief. If it were merely a matter of the system, resolution would be straightforward. In their pop-up industry, what were they best at? Identifying system vulnerabilities, inserting plugins into the system. In his past life, they had created countless systems to facilitate plugin integration, green, pure, streamlined versions of 7 and 10 professional editions. Once installed, their systems would flood users with incessant pop-ups, ensuring that while engaged in gameplay, a plethora of links to games like Lihuo Launching, Tianwan Linyu, and Shabei Jingba would mysteriously appear on their desktops. The beta version should have been released by now. He could use it to create a super streamlined system suitable for Seller in One. Chapter 68. Lin Qingyin, you are my treasure. The beta version would evolve into the later system, divided into personal, professional, server, and advanced server editions. Compared to the commercial version, its functionalities were actually more comprehensive. If the system was designed for Pentium 3 and Pentium 4, then this was tailored for Pentium 1 and Pentium 2. The realm of operating systems is replete with intricacies. Each operating system is continuously developed to replace the outdated, much like the subsequent systems that consistently propelled Apple phones to new sales peaks. A Pentium 1 computer runs smoothly with Windows 98, but becomes unmanageable if installed with newer systems. Some models, rendered nearly unusable, can still perform for an additional 3 years with Chengyi's modified streamlined system. The impending system would significantly phase out models below Pentium 2, ushering Pentium 3 and Pentium 4 into a sales boom. Chengyi searched online for a while and managed to find a personal version. Observing the 340 megabyte software, he braced himself for an all-nighter. Fortunately, each floor was equipped with an 8 megabits per second broadband connection, essentially allowing him to enjoy the full speed alone. After over 2 hours of downloading, he finally completed the task. He dismantled the operating system and began the familiar process of refinement. All unnecessary functions were eliminated, and the built-in upgrade feature was entirely disabled. He aimed to create a system so streamlined that it would allow Seller in One to run with remarkable speed. Many believe that computer lag stems from rapid software updates outpacing hardware capabilities, yet the core issue lies in the operating system's scheduled upgrades. These upgrades silently bog down the system, compelling users to replace their computers sooner than necessary. They exploited the operating system to monopolize the market, achieving an unprecedented pace of annual computer replacements. Pentium 2 in 97, Seller in 1 in 98, Pentium 3 in 99, Seller in 2 in 00, and Pentium 4 in 01. No era has witnessed such a rapid turnover in computers, effectively achieving a paradigm of annual replacements. This dilemma sparked the globally renowned Microsoft antitrust case. In 2001, a U.S. federal judge found Microsoft guilty of monopolistic practices, ordering the company to split into 2 independent entities, one focused on operating systems and the other on software products. Following this event, the frequency of computer replacements significantly diminished. Even in 2005, Pentium 4 remained remarkably fast. After over 3 hours of modifications, Chengyi successfully streamlined the cumbersome features, reducing the size from 340 megabytes to 80 megabytes. In his previous life, they had trimmed a 17 megabytes system down to 216 megabytes, and that streamlined version garnered over 37 million downloads online, saving countless aging low-spec computers, though the cost was enduring their pop-up advertisements. Perfection. Next, he would incorporate the features that Lin Qingyin required. Chengyi reopened the compiler and integrated the multi-terminal connection function into the system. Now, that was a truly pristine system. I am indeed a genius, he mused, smiling at his refined creation. This system would enable his Seller in One to endure for another 3 years. Regrettably, without access to the source code, he could only modify it superficially. After conducting several tests to ensure the system's integrity, Chengyi installed it on the main computer on the second floor via the local network. He planned to test it on a group of network computers for a few days. If all went well, he would proceed with widespread implementation. After lying in bed for a few hours, he finally rose at 8 in the morning, had a light meal, and took a taxi to the Science and Technology building in the Southern District. In the classroom of the advanced training program, a young teacher whom Chung-yi had never encountered before was delivering an impassioned lecture. Chung-yi quietly slipped in through the back door and stealthily made his way to Lin Qingyin's designated spot. Changyi, upon seeing him unexpectedly appear, Lin Qingyin was initially startled, but her previously cool demeanor softened into a warm smile. "Did you bring your laptop?" Chung-yi asked quietly. "Yes," Lin Qingyi nodded. "Bring your laptop and follow me. I believe I have resolved the issues you encountered," Chung-yi said in a hushed tone. "Okay." As Lin Qingyin packed her laptop into her bag, Chung-yi promptly took hold of it. "Come, I have a small gift for you," he added, holding her hand with one hand while carrying the bag with the other. Lin Qingyin felt her heart flutter, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her. She lowered her head shyly, allowing Chung-yi to pull her out of the classroom. At that moment, the young teacher stood there, dumbfounded. Only after watching the two depart did he come to his senses, throwing down his textbook and rushing out of the classroom like a madman. As he ran, he cried out in anguish, "Vice Principal Yu, this is serious. Lin Qingyin has been taken away by a rogue." He activated a computer equipped with a genius system and said to Lin Qingyin, "Connect your laptop to the local network and transfer the program you wrote to this computer. Let us see if it runs." "All right, I'll give it a try." Though somewhat puzzled, Lin Qingyin followed Chung-yi's instructions and transferred the program to the computer. She quickly opened the program's backend and clicked to run it. The program, which had previously been producing errors, suddenly operated with the grace of flowing water. Watching as each component of the program activated, Lin Qingyin's mouth slightly parted in astonishment. "This is astonishing." She gazed at Chung-yi in shock and asked, "Chung-yi, how did you manage this?" "I streamlined the system. From now on, the Momo Internet Cafe will entirely switch to this system," Chung-yi replied with a smile. "Could you briefly describe the functionality of your program?" "I incorporated a points system and multi-terminal functionality into the original shopping mall system. To use this system, we need to issue users a card similar to a shopping card, which has both stored value and points functionalities. Users can earn points when they spend a certain amount. As for the multi-terminal system, we can only implement it through card swiping devices placed in the shops of your choice. As long as our cardholders make purchases there, we will have records on our backend." After explaining, Lin Qingyin discreetly observed Chung-yi's expression and, with a hint of regret, said, "I can't make it easy for shop owners to upload points themselves, as many operational processes require training." "Are you saying our cardholders can swipe their cards at other shops?" Chung-yi's voice trembled with excitement. "Yes, but we need to distribute the card swiping terminals to them. These terminals connect to our backend." Before Lin Qingyin could finish her sentence, Chung-yi excitedly grasped her shoulders and exclaimed, "Lin Qingyin, you are my treasure." Chapter 69. "You are a boundless treasure, ah?" Lin Qingyin trembled at Chung-yi's reaction. At that moment, Chung-yi truly saw Lin Qingyin for who she was. One could not deny that Lin Qingyin's figure was exceptional. Was it typical for children of affluent families to develop so splendidly? The word exceptional was indeed fitting. In Chung-yi's line of sight, her form appeared remarkably well-defined, and as Lin Qingyin raised her head, it seemed to take on an even more captivating allure. Lin Qingyin's clear eyes locked onto Chung-yi's, and she inquired, "Chung, what do you mean by treasure?" "It is quite literal. It means you possess treasures that are inexhaustible." Chung-yi replied with a smile, "I have no treasures." Lin Qingyin shook her head. "Aside from my programming skills, I am just a fool who knows nothing." "Who said that?" "My father and brother both say so." "They are mistaken," Chung-yi stated. "What do you mean?" "They are deceiving you. I would never do such a thing," Chung-yi said. "Well, because we are friends." Chung-yi chuckled. "Exactly. You must always believe that friends will not deceive you. Come, I will take you somewhere and give you a small gift." "All right." Lin Qingyin instinctively extended her right hand slightly forward. A hint of discomfort flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Chung-yi's retreating figure, and she suddenly felt a wave of unhappiness wash over her. With her head lowered, she followed Chung-yi out of the internet cafe, burdened with her thoughts. Many of her close friends from the girls' school would hold hands while out together. She had felt joy when Chung-yi had taken her hand earlier, but now that joy had dissipated. As they walked along the commercial street, Chung-yi noticed Lin Qingyin's unusual demeanor and asked, "Lin Qingyin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Lin Qingyin shook her head. "Why you seem off?" "I truly am fine," Lin Qingyin replied, her voice laced with a sense of grievance, as if she were on the verge of tears. Is there a problem with any step? As a seasoned programmer, Chung Yi immediately began to investigate. Upon returning to the cafe, Lin Qingyin activated the point system and praised herself, which made her happy, and the code was functioning normally. So what could possibly be wrong? The intricacies of a girl's heart are often subtle. Much like programming, issues tend to arise in places one least expects. Found it, Chung Yi exclaimed, grabbing Lin Qingyin's hand. It's fine now. Let us go change your hairstyle. Okay. In that fleeting moment of hand-holding, Lin Qingyin smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, and her delicate cheeks blossomed with two sweet dimples. Lin Qingyin's hairstyle was simple, just her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Due to her programming endeavors, she rarely attended to her appearance, and it was precisely because she neglected her looks in her previous life that many infatuated suitors at Handong University pursued her foolishly. From this day onward, Chung Yi intended to let Lin Qingyin shine with the brilliance she deserved, making those foolish suitors feel ashamed of themselves. After hailing a taxi, the two arrived at the most bustling pedestrian street in the city center. In Jingzhou City, the Harvard Hair Salon reigned supreme in the high-end hairdressing sector. While an ordinary haircut might cost just a few coins, the starting price at Harvard Hair Salon was already 30. Welcome. Upon entering, two stylists promptly approached. After casting a glance at Lin Qingyin, they quickly shifted their gaze to Chung Yi, feeling inferior. It was far more comfortable for them to look at someone of similar appearance. Who was the best stylist here? Cheng Yi Inwit. One stylist quickly responded. That would be our salon manager, a true luminary in the hairdressing industry, affectionately dubbed Golden Scissors. Golden Scissors? Cheng Yi's lips twitched slightly. Can you handle that? The stylist replied. Our manager has 20 years of experience, and many celebrities have sought him for their hairstyles. However, the fees are steep, starting at $350. My hairstyle only needs a simple touch-up. Lin Qingyin tugged at Chung Yi's sleeve and whispered. Chung Yi regarded her seriously and said, How can a hairstyle be treated casually? From now on, I will take care of your hairstyles. Brother, you really are something. No wonder your girlfriend is so beautiful, one stylist flattered. Enough with the flattery. Summon your manager, Chung Yi commanded. Please have a seat. I will fetch the manager right away. After a few minutes, Chung Yi heard a melodious voice exclaim, Oh my, how could there be such a beautiful girl? My, this innate aura, this handsome visage, simply stunning. Only I can design a hairstyle for her. Anyone else would be a sacrilege. A middle-aged man in a shirt, adorned with heavy makeup and flamboyant gestures, approached. Chung Yi was taken aback. The flamboyant man circled around Lin Qingyin, rubbing his hands together while exclaiming, Perfection! This look is precisely suited for my new design. Let us go, Chung Yi said, pulling Lin Qingyin away. How can a simple haircut lead to encountering such a character? Hey, handsome, where do you think you're going? The flamboyant man, noticing Chung Yi try to leave with Lin Qingyin, grew frantic and stomped his feet, pleading, Don't go. How can you just leave? It breaks my heart. As Chung Yi and Lin Qingyin near the exit, the flamboyant man shouted urgently, I can waive your fees, how about that? Upon hearing the word waive, Lin Qingyin halted. She looked at Chung Yi and whispered, Let us stay. Chung Yi understood that she was trying to save money, yet he felt somewhat uneasy about letting such a seemingly unreliable character give Lin Qingyin a haircut. He decided to wait for a moment. The charming uncle hurried to the counter, flustered as he rummaged through to pull out a picture, calling out to Chung Yi, Take a look at this. It's my new hairstyle design. Tell me, does it suit my dear friend? Upon seeing the hairstyle, Chung Yi couldn't help but smile. This was the bun hairstyle that would become quite popular in the coming years. However, at this moment, the bun was still considered a rather avant-garde style. The charming uncle's design philosophy diverged from the simple and sweet fluffy bun. This hairstyle was perfectly suited for a tall girl like Lin Qingyin. Visually, it resembled a double bun adorned with airy bangs, accented with a heart-shaped hairpin, exuding both sweetness and coolness, akin to a beautiful girl stepping out of a comic. In his previous life, Chung Yi had seen a female celebrity sporting a similar style, possibly named Dili Riba or Guli Naja. Having received Chung Yi's approval, the charming uncle invited Lin Qingyin into the hairstyle design area to commence a serious design process. The walls of the design area were adorned with numerous photographs of hairstyles designed by the charming uncle, featuring familiar stars. The teacher's photos with superstars and movie stars reflected the uncle's talent. Now, it seemed that despite his somewhat off-putting charm, this uncle possessed genuine skill. Boss, What features does your membership card offer? Chung Yi inquired, noticing the membership card logo on the wall. Is it rechargeable? He asked. Rechargeable? Oh dear. You're not referring to those recharge cards from large supermarkets, are you? The charming uncle asked, his voice playful. Yes, Chung Yi nodded. Don't joke around. Handsome. Designing such a recharge card costs a fortune. Why would I bother with that? It seems only Mei Lian's supermarket in the entire province has such a thing. The charming uncle chuckled, lowering his voice to whisper. I heard these recharge cards are anonymous shopping cards, meant solely for gifting purposes. Understanding. Chung Yi stepped out of the design area, retrieved a notepad and pen from his pocket, and sat down on the lobby sofa, contemplating his next steps. Such anonymous recharge cards were not particularly practical. Aside from gifting, hardly anyone used them for actual consumption. Losing one equated to losing everything. Who would dare to use them? To create a rechargeable membership card, a real name system and password were necessary. Even if lost, one could still apply for a replacement. For this competition, the plan was to first promote the membership card, and once the member count reached a certain threshold, discussions with these businesses could commence. In this era, there was no competition from similar membership cards. A straightforward offer of spending 50 to receive 10 extra, or spending 100 to receive 20, would suffice to attract interest. Additionally, spending points could be redeemed for internet usage time. However, this alone was insufficient. Chung Yi wrote down his thoughts, realizing that it lacked the appeal that wealthy individuals favored. The card categories needed stratification: black iron card, bronze card, silver card, gold card, platinum card, diamond card, honor card, and king card. Each category should offer distinct privileges, with card designs and upgrade criteria that set high thresholds to create an aura of prestige. The initial application would be for the black iron card, accumulating 500 points for a bronze card, 5,000 points for a silver card, 50,000 points for a gold card, 500,000 points for a platinum card, 5 million points for a diamond card, 50 million points for a star card, and 5 billion points for a king card. The internet consumption could directly calculate the cashback ratio, while spending at other shops would return points based on varying profit margins. Chung Yi felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of laying out this plan. Once established, he would effectively become the decision-maker for millions of merchants, with cash flow reaching astonishing levels. However, this would also tie him closely to the fortunes of physical stores, compelling him to confront the emerging internet powers head-on. After all, with the rise of e-commerce, physical stores would inevitably decline, and should that happen, it would encroach upon his interests. He decided to take one step at a time, focusing on solidifying this initial plan. Just as he finished jotting down his ideas, a man and a woman entered the hair salon. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding charisma, while the girl, masked and obscured, nonetheless hinted at beauty through her figure and demeanor. Li Bing. Chung Yi was somewhat surprised to see Li Bing so soon. At the same moment, Li Bing recognized Chung Yi, initially taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the city center, his territory. Did your mother not tell you that the children of the poor grow up quicker? You have money to spend in a place like this? Li Bing approached Chung Yi, his tone dripping with mockery and skepticism. Is it wrong to indulge a little after earning some money? Cheng Yi replied kindly, maintaining a composite demeanor. Li Bing pulled out his phone, sneering. This is the city center, and I decide what goes. Do you believe I could make one call and have you unable to leave this place? What makes you so tough? Are you a thug? Chung Yi scratched his head and stood up. Li Bing, we are here to seek sponsorship for the welcome party, so let us not create trouble, spoke the girl beside Li Bing, who wore a mask. This girl's aura was unlike ordinary people, possessing a unique elegance that defied description, yet it was palpable. Why does her voice sound so familiar? Chung Yi wondered, casting a glance at her. Upon noticing the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, a name instantly surfaced in his mind. Yan Wanxin, the most renowned talent from the literature department of Handong University, president of the Youth Literature Society. She was also viewed as a super goddess by his dormitory brothers. At Handong University, there was a saying, Liu Lin Qingyin, when you Yan Wanxin, referring to Lin Qingyin from the computer science department and Yan Wanxin from the literature department. During their time, Chung Yi's 3 dormitory brothers devoted all their passion to the gentle and refined Yan Wanxin. Yan Wanxin was the quintessential traditional girl, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At every welcome party, she would either play the guzheng or sing, captivating the new students to the point of dreaming about her. Li Bing looked at Chung Yi with reluctance, saying, On account of our president. I'll let him off this time. You should leave. Chang-yi smiled. I came for a haircut. It's not finished yet. Li Bing, with an air of arrogance, turned to the approaching stylist, dramatically stating, I'll pay double the haircut fee to have him kicked out. The stylist was taken aback by Li Bing's words, looking at him as if he were a fool, as if to say, has this kid watched too many idol dramas? Yan Wanxin seemed to feel a tinge of embarrassment, slightly turning away, feigning unfamiliarity with Li Bing. I'm opting for a haircut worth 120 yuan. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Chang-yi pointed to the price list on the wall. Director, 120 yuan. Even if it's 240, I'll pay double. Li Bing showed the. Fine. Then I'll offer 4 times that. Chang-yi chuckled. I'll pay 6 times. 8 times. I'll pay 10 times. Chang-yi glanced at Li Bing, sighing, you're impressive. I concede. Ha ha ha. You fool. What makes you think you can compete with me? Li Bing laughed, but as the laughter faded, his expression froze. Sensing something amiss. Chapter 71. Is he indifferent to women? Brother, it's a total of 1,200 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Teacher Tony fetched several machines and chuckled. We have all 4 major banks machines here. Li Bing's lips twitched slightly, a hint of reluctance flickering in his gaze as he glanced at Teacher Tony, contemplating a withdrawal. However, Teacher Tony, perceptive to Li Bing's intention, added, May I inquire if the payment is for you or for your lovely girlfriend? This reminder from Teacher Tony rendered Li Bing unable to backtrack. Yan Wanxin was still beside him. If he were to withdraw now, in her eyes, he would be nothing but a deceitful scoundrel. Faced with the choice of 1,200 yuan versus the potential favor of a goddess, he was no fool. He understood the weight of his decision. With a forced air of nonchalance, Li Bing produced a card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank and handed it to Teacher Tony, suppressing a pang of discomfort as he declared, Charge it. Ah, brother, you truly are generous. Whoever becomes your girlfriend would be truly fortunate. Teacher Tony praised while swiftly processing the transaction. His attitude greatly satisfied Li Bing's vanity. Once the transaction was complete, Li Bing cast a glance at Chang-yi and coolly remarked, Why are you still here? Oh, my friend's hairstyle isn't finished yet. I must wait, Chang-yi replied. Oomph. Li Bing snorted, choosing not to say more. Allowing this fellow to linger a while longer would serve to broaden his horizons and highlight the disparity in their standings. Truth be told, Li Bing felt a twinge of jealousy towards Chang-yi. Despite his ordinary appearance, he managed to capture the affection of Lin Qingyin, a girl of extraordinary beauty. While he acknowledged Lin Qingyin's attractiveness, he believed she paled in comparison to Yan Wanxin. Yan Wanxin possessed a kind of exquisite beauty that radiated from within, so delicate it seemed almost surreal. With Yan Wanxin present, Li Bing resolved to let Chang-yi witness what true beauty looked like. After all, which girl would remain indifferent to his earlier display of extravagance? Stealing a glance at Yan Wanxin, Li Bing noticed she had shyly turned away. Indeed, money was the most potent weapon when it came to women. He prolonged his tone, asking, What is the price of your most expensive hairstyle? Brother, what you currently have is the most expensive, Teacher Tony quipped, earning a jab at Li Bing's pride. I meant the standard price, Li Bing replied sternly. Do you not understand human language? Oh, our prices are not fixed, Teacher Tony smiled. We can design hairstyles according to the customer's wishes, starting at 350 yuan. Very well, summon your best designer to style my friend's hair, Li Bing commanded. All right, I'll inquire right away. Please hold on, Teacher Tony said with a grin. Li Bing nodded in satisfaction, his peripheral vision catching Chang-yi's presence as he remarked. It seems your girlfriend, Lin Qingyin, hasn't tended to her hair in a while. The last time I saw her hairline, it was quite messy. Why not call her over? My treat? That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Yi chocolate. It's just money. My monthly living expenses are 3,000. I can afford a few treats. Li Bing replied with great satisfaction. At this point, Yan Wanxin could no longer hold her tongue and frowned, saying, Li Bing, we came here to seek sponsorship for the welcome party, not for haircuts. We should discuss serious matters with the store manager. President, this is the best hair salon in the provincial capital. Since we're here, let us design a hairstyle together. I'll cover the bill. Li Bing remained oblivious to the fact that his behavior had already embarrassed Yan Wanxin. Not accepting orders? Li Bing glared, angrily exclaiming, What nonsense is this? You open for business and then refuse to take orders? Teacher Tony, looking apologetic, replied, I'm truly sorry. Today is a special circumstance. Li Bing, Yan Wanxin, unable to contain herself, adopted a much colder tone as she said, "Stop messing around." Seeing Yin Wanxin somewhat upset, Li Bing fell silent. Yin Wanxin removed her mask and politely addressed Teacher Tony. "Hello, I am Yin Wanxin, the head of the Welcome Party Organizing Committee from Handong University. We are here to discuss sponsorship for the Welcome Party." The moment Yin Wanxin removed her mask, Teacher Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there exist such a stunning girl? Her skin was flawless, snow-white, and translucent, resembling jelly, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Teacher Tony had encountered numerous female celebrities, yet compared to this girl, they appeared as mere commoners. Those actresses, while captivating on-screen, often bore unsightly appearances in reality, their flaws masked by layers of foundation due to irregular sleep schedules. The only woman he had seen who might rival her beauty was the obedient girl inside. But their styles differed vastly. Yin Wanxin embodied a refined elegance. Every detail, from her eyeshadow and lipstick to her eyelashes and attire, was meticulously curated, exuding a sense of surreal sophistication. In contrast, the obedient girl embraced a carefree style, her hair and clothing casual, even her makeup merely a light touch. These two girls represented the pinnacle of exquisite and carefree beauty, respectively. Sponsorship? You will need to discuss that with our manager. Otherwise, please wait a moment. Teacher Tony chuckled. You are indeed fortunate. Our manager has designed hairstyles for a year and has finally found someone suitable for this style today. He is in high spirits, so I believe the sponsorship matter will go smoothly. Thank you, Yin Wanxin replied gratefully as she settled onto the sofa opposite Cheng-Yi. Her gaze fell upon Cheng-Yi, and she was slightly taken aback. She had grown accustomed to the astonished expressions from men, which served as motivation for her meticulous appearance each time she stepped out. Yet, from the moment she removed her mask until now, Cheng-Yi's expression had remained utterly unchanged. This was unusual. The reason she had removed her mask was not only to show respect to Teacher Tony, but also to showcase her own beauty. After all, in the realm of acquiring sponsorship, appearance played a significant role. At this moment, their eyes met, and Cheng-Yi merely smiled at her, his gaze devoid of any astonishment. This man, could it be that he is indifferent to women? A ludicrous thought flickered through Yin Wanxin's mind. Little brother, come take a look. Are you satisfied with my design? Before long, a melodious call echoed from the high-end hairstyle design area. Although the voice was sweet, it unmistakably belonged to a man. I'm coming, Cheng-Yi said as he rose to leave. Yin Wanxin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It was confirmed. Chapter 72. In this outdated era, at the moment he laid eyes on Lin Qingyin, Cheng-Yi was indeed taken aback. To evoke awe in a young man with the youthful visage of 18, yet harboring the scheming heart of a 42-year-old man, was no trivial feat. This astonishment was significant. To complement Lin Qingyin's hairstyle, the effeminate designer had instructed two lovely female assistants to apply a light and elegant makeup on her. Little brother, what do you think? Oh my, this is definitively a template for makeup and hair, the designer exclaimed joyfully. If this were presented at a global hair design competition, it would surely win an award. The more he looked, the more delighted he became, clapping his delicate fingers together in excitement. Indeed, Lin Qingyin's sweet double bun hairstyle struck a chord deep within Cheng-Yi's heart. The low, casual style paired flawlessly with her youthful face, exuding a blend of sweetness, confidence, and cuteness. I plan to create a hairstyle along the hairline, Cheng-Yi stated firmly, rejecting the proposal. What? That won't do. It's too imperfect, the designer insisted anxiously. This is merely the first step. Too perfect would be unrealistic. Cheng-Yi shook his head. Art must have its flaws. Flaws? The effeminate young man carefully savored Cheng-Yi's words, his eyes suddenly brightening as he remarked, What you say makes perfect sense. You wouldn't happen to be an art student, would you? He scrutinized Cheng-Yi with delight. Cheng-Yi shook his head. He had never studied art, but he had encountered countless women in his previous life. With a mere smartphone in hand, he could immerse himself in a plethora of short videos overnight, exploring every conceivable type, from lowly style to mature allure. Strangely enough, despite his upright character, big data had mistakenly categorized him within the realm of beauty, inundating his mind with images he could hardly escape. You are right. Hairstyles shouldn't be overly polished. They should embody a certain nonchalance, the effeminate young man concluded, gently tugging at Lin Qingyin's bangs. In that instant, a playful aura enveloped them. Gazing at her own reflection in the mirror, Lin Qingyin felt a twinge of disbelief. Was the girl in the mirror truly her? She instinctively raised a hand to touch her face, confirming it was indeed her. All right, let's take our leave. Thank you, Chung Yi said gratefully, taking Lin Qingyin's small hand in his own. Wait, my dear brother, the effeminate young man called out, hurrying after them. Even if we can't take a photo, could you spare me 5 minutes? That would suffice. Without waiting for response, he retrieved a sketchbook and a 2B pencil from the counter and began to draw with remarkable speed. Within a minute, Lin Qingyin's likeness was vividly captured on paper. The young man's artistic skill was exceptional. In just 5 minutes, he produced a lifelike portrait of Lin Qingyin. Your sketching skills are impressive, Chung Yi remarked, surprised. In this day and age, possessing such talent could surely charm any girl. It was a pity, however, that this fellow likely preferred a different type. The effeminate young man beamed at his work, gazing at Lin Qingyin's portrait with satisfaction. You flatter me. After all, I graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. How fortunate I am to have created such a perfect piece. Nearby, Li Bing and Yin Wanxin, perched in the sofa area, were utterly transfixed, particularly Yin Wanxin, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. As the most beautiful girl in Handan University, she prided herself on having no rivals in appearance. Yet upon seeing Lin Qingyin, she felt envious. In fact, she couldn't discern whether her feelings were envy or admiration. No wonder he showed no reaction when faced with me, Yin Wanxin murmured, her gaze drifting to Chung Yi, who was holding Lin Qingyin's hand. Did this boy save the world in his past life? Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Chung Yi led Lin Qingyin out of the hair salon. Do you know him? Yin Wanxin inquired. Oh, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Qingyin was not a student from their university. In stark contrast, Li Bing's expression was akin to that of someone who had just tasted something foul. He had intended to impress Chung Yi, yet he ended up being outshone. The 1,200 yuan he had spent felt utterly wasted. Stop dawdling. Get my hair done quickly. This is a 1,200 yuan hairstyle, and if it's not done well, I will shut you down. After leaving the salon, Chung Yi intended to select a few dresses for Lin Qingyin. However, after much searching, he found only low-waisted pants and gaudy styles. On this bustling pedestrian street, there was not a single piece of Lolita fashion to be found, let alone a pair of white stockings. Cheng Yi pondered it. Perhaps he should abandon the idea of a net CAF and instead pursue a career in fashion design to benefit humanity. He envisioned creating alluring uniforms, pure and innocent styles, and all manner of enticing attire. After wandering for over an hour, he reluctantly chose 3 dresses that were somewhat appealing. Lin Qingyin, would you like to watch a movie? He asked as they approached a cinema. A call from an unfamiliar landline number interrupted him. Yu Wusen. Cheng Yi was taken aback. He hung up, chuckling wryly. It seems our movie plans are thwarted. Vice Principal Yu has gone to the net CAF. Huh? What does the teacher need to go to a net CAF for? Lin Qingyin asked, puzzled. Cheng Yi knew the reason behind Yu Sen's visit, but could not disclose it to Lin Qingyin. Upon returning to the commercial street, as Chung Yi and Lin Qingyin stepped out of taxi, they spotted Yu Sun waiting at the net CAF entrance. With a furious glare, Yu Sun shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you take my apprentice away by force? I will confront you." Force? Chung Yi was bewildered. Before he could explain, Yu Sun charged at him. For most programmers, a disheveled appearance had become an integral part of their lives. Consequently, after just 3 steps, Yu Sun tripped over his own shoelaces. With a thud, his bulky body collided with Chung Yi, who instinctively jumped aside, reaching out in an attempt to catch him. He swore he had considered doing so. Instead, he opened the taxi door beside him. With a crash, Yu Sun tumbled into the back seat, causing the entire taxi to jolt violently, the shock absorbers protesting under the sudden weight. Chung Yi gasped at the sight. That must have hurt. Teacher, are you all right? Lin Qingyin exclaimed with concern. Oh. After a few moments, Yu Sun finally groaned in pain, clutching his hip where the car door had struck him, tears streaming down his face. What on earth was that? Were you trying to perform a stunt? The young taxi driver, recovering from his shock, leapt out of the car, exclaiming in anger. Chung Yi handed him 100 yuan and smiled. My apologies. Our teacher was in a hurry. Oh, it's fine, the driver replied, his demeanor brightening upon receiving the money. I thought he had been watching too much Naruto. The driver pocketed the cash and drove off. Teacher, do you need to see a doctor? Cheng Yi inwided, squatting down with genuine concern. I'm not that fragile. Yu Sun protested, struggling to stand, indignantly demanding, "Why did you take Lin Qingyin away by force?" "By force? I did no such thing," Cheng Yi replied, looking distressed. "Lin Qingyin, am I violent?" Violent? It seemed inappropriate to answer definitively, given that she had witnessed Cheng Yi's fierce confrontation with her brother. Yet, it also felt wrong to claim he was not, as he had always been gentle and caring in her presence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingyin quietly replied, "Just a tiny bit violent." Cheng Yi was taken aback. "You scoundrel! I will fight you." Yu Sun erupted in fury, raising his hand as if to strike Cheng Yi. "My dear apprentice, is it easy to find one with such talent? This scoundrel has sunk to running a net CAF and is attempting to lead my apprentice astray. He is truly despicable." "Teacher, please calm down." Cheng Yi retreated while explaining, "I assure you, my relationship with Lin Qingyin is entirely innocent." Innocent? In Yu Sen's mind. A scene from Stephen Chow's version of The Deer and the Cauldron flashed. "Minister Wei, we are innocent." "Kid, you're doomed." Yu Sen took a sudden step forward but tripped over his shoelaces. This time, his pace was slow, merely stumbling before losing his balance and kneeling before Cheng Yi. "Teacher Yu, please don't do this." Cheng Yi quickly stepped aside, supporting Yu Sun on either arm alongside Lin Qingyin, and said, "Let's discuss this civilly." Yu Sun awkwardly rose. Realizing his imposing presence had diminished, fearing he could no longer intimidate this bothersome young man. With lingering anger in his eyes, he demanded, "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" Cheng Yi was taken aback. "You possess talent yet lack ambition, but Lin Qingyin is different. She will undoubtedly become a brilliant star in the future. State your terms. What must be done to ensure her studies remain unaffected?" Yu Sun stated solemnly. "Teacher Yu, there must be some parameters regarding the non-disruption of her studies." Cheng Yi responded with a wry smile. After pondering, Yu Sun remarked, "The time outside of her studies is between the two of you, which I cannot interfere with, but during her study hours, you must refrain from harassing her, as you did today." Harass? That term was indeed harsh. Noticing Cheng Yi's silence, Yu Sun added, "If you truly care for her, you should not jeopardize her future." Cheng Yi chose not to listen to Yu Sun's continued rhetoric, as his mind was preoccupied with what conditions he could persuade Yu Sun to agree upon. Ignoring an opportunity would indeed make him the bastard Yu Sun referred to. "Cheng Yi, perhaps you should reconsider. Your talents may even surpass Lin Qingyin's. If you wish to persuade him with reason and emotion." Yu Sun's words were interrupted by Cheng Yi's proposal. "Teacher Yu, how about you become an advisor for my internet CAF? Is that a condition you could accept?" He was indeed a thoroughgoing scoundrel. Yu Sun was left speechless with anger. He was a prominent figure in Zhongwankan, a close friend of Qiu Bojun, the leader of the 5 heroes of Zhongwankan. To suggest he become an advisor for an internet CAF? It was utterly absurd. What kind of establishment is an internet CAF? It was rife with chaos, violence, and lowly behavior. "Change your terms," Yu Sun rejected. "I cannot agree to this condition." "Then let's forget it." Cheng Yi smiled, looking at Lin Qingyin and suggesting, "Lin Qingyin, shall we go watch a movie tomorrow?" "Wait, how long do you want me to be an advisor?" Yu Sun's glare could have devoured Cheng Yi whole. "A 3-year contract will suffice," Cheng Yi replied with a grin. "We can renew it after that." "I will renew your banana." Yu Sun's frustration was palpable. Only someone as talented as Lin Qingyin could compel him to compromise. 3 years? Very well. That should suffice to nurture Lin Qingyin's talents. Cheng Yi remarked. "Teacher Yu, I assure you, after 3 years, you will certainly want to renew our contract." "All right, no problem." Yu Sun conceded. Cheng Yi's face radiated with a sincere smile. Having Yu Sun as an advisor was akin to having a mentor in the art of comedic storytelling. While it may not be necessary during ordinary times, this role would become exceedingly significant when Cheng Yi faced harsh criticism from the industry. For him, Yu Sun was like the 3 magical hairs given to Sun Wukong by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, rarely used but immensely powerful when needed. Chapter 74. The spiritual leader of outsiders after Yu Sun signed the advisor contract penned by Cheng Yi, he, along with the 2 teachers, headed to the hospital. Upon returning to the internet CAF, the occupancy on the first floor had reached full capacity. Inside, Du Yuxing was imparting his expertise in red alert to 2 young men, gesturing animatedly, embodying the essence of a commanding presence. Today, Du Yuxing had neither glasses nor mask, appearing in his natural state. Upon seeing him unmasked, Cheng Yi felt as though his head might explode. Did this kid have a death wish, or was he simply drawn to trouble? "Fatty, come here." Cheng Yi Belovit. Du Yuxing jumped and hurried over. Put on your mask and glasses, Cheng Yi instructed in a stern tone. Haha, boss, still wearing a ball, huh? Du Yuxing chuckled proudly, handing Cheng Yi a newspaper he had retrieved from the counter. I'm now an idol-level celebrity. Who would dare touch me? Look at this newspaper. What idol-level celebrity? Cheng Yi shot him a glare and took the newspaper. It was a city entertainment tabloid that had just been delivered today. This publication had a modest circulation in Jingzhou, primarily relying on sensational headlines to boost sales. The tabloid consisted of 4 pages, 2 dedicated to news and 2 to advertisements. They would even publish ads seeking one night stands for the right price. The front page headline was striking. The first read Alert Esports Championship, a battle of esports or a clash of outsiders and locals. Beneath the title was a large poster featuring Du Yuxing from the Internet CAF. The article expounded on this contradiction, extolling Du Yuxing as a paragon for outsiders. After reading the article, Cheng Yi finally understood why Du Yuxing was so boastful. It turned out that today's patrons were all part of the migrant worker community, traveling from afar to find solace in this unfamiliar, lonely city. However, the direction of this narrative was somewhat unexpected for Cheng Yi. Perhaps due to Cheng Yi's confrontational approach towards Du Yuxing, many on the first floor began casting unfriendly glances in his direction. The world is often mysterious. A seemingly trivial incident can tap into the deepest softness of human nature. Clearly, Du Yuxing had become a hero and idol in the eyes of the outsiders. What are you staring at? Go on with your internet. Zhang Lingyu noticed the hostility directed at Cheng Yi and immediately erupted. Although these people exhibited animosity toward Cheng, they held a mix of respect and fear for Zhang Lingyu. Earlier that morning, 2 local youths had caused a ruckus in the CAF but were swiftly thrown out by Zhang Lingyu. You too, come with me, Cheng Yi whispered, leading them upstairs. Upon reaching the tea room on the 4th floor, Cheng Yi instructed Zhang Lingyu, from today on, Fatty is the boss of Momo Internet CAF. In front of outsiders, you must report any issues to him first. Ah, why? Du Yuxing exclaimed in surprise. Boss, I have no intention of usurping authority. Usurp what? Cheng Yi laughed and scolded. Just follow my lead. Henceforth, you will be the public face of Momo Internet CAF. Lingyu, as the store manager, you must show Fatty respect to enhance his authority. Understood? Understood. Zhang Lingyu nodded. Fatty. Cheng Yi turned his attention back to Du Yuxing. Boss, I'm listening. Du Yuxing was overwhelmed by the attention, barely containing his excitement. Cheng Yi patted his shoulder, saying, From now on, you'll be the spiritual leader of the outsiders. Be mindful of your words and actions. Also, practice your sprinting. In case of trouble, the best strategy is to retreat. Boss, I'll remember that. Du Yuxing grinned. The title spiritual leader sounded invigorating. Master, I've heard people say that the entire Jingzhou is in an uproar. The Internet CAF owners here are mostly locals, and they're offering hefty sums to recruit red alert experts, aiming to crush us and make a grand entrance. Zhang Lingyu expressed concern. Will our competition backfire on us? How much are they offering? Cheng Yi inwitted. It appears that the monthly fee is 300, which includes internet access, meals, and accommodation, provided one passes the test. Furthermore, those who rank among the top 10 will receive an additional bonus of 1,000 yuan, and should any of us be surpassed, each member will receive another 1,000 yuan. Zhang Lingyu remarked that the entire Jingzhou city is currently abuzz with discussions about this matter. Cheng Yi chuckled and tossed the newspaper to Du Yuxing, saying, Fatty, please reach out to the individual who wrote this report and request a special interview. During the interview, you should mention that we are seeking to recruit 5 experts in Red Alert. The compensation is 500 yuan monthly, inclusive of meals and accommodation, with 2,000 yuan awarded to each of the top 10 participants, and 3,000 yuan for those in the top 3. Remember to specify that we are only recruiting non-Jingzhou residents. Let the locals roll as far away as possible and adopt a rather stern tone to cultivate some animosity. Additionally, please provide that reporter with 300 yuan as a writing fee. You can obtain the funds from Lingyu. In the future, all media-related expenses will uniformly allocate 300 as a writing fee. This expense must not be overlooked, lest they write you into a corner, Cheng Yi cautioned. Understood. Lingyu, we need to install a landline at the front desk on the 1st floor. Please take care of that this afternoon. Having delegated tasks to the 2, Cheng Yi ascended to the 2nd floor, where he found a considerable number of customers, with occupancy reaching approximately 40 to 50%. He approached a computer equipped with a genius system and stood behind a young man engrossed in a millennium-long game. "Brother, do you find this computer lagging?" Chang Yi inquired. After observing several machines outfitted with the genius system and receiving confirmation that they were all responsive, he contemplated a complete system overhaul if there were no issues in the coming days. The genius system streamlined numerous unnecessary features, significantly enhancing both boot and program execution speeds, far surpassing the conventional Windows 98 and 2000 systems. In order to draft the outline for the esports tournament, he had temporarily strayed into a romantic subplot. But now the outline was complete. The competition between outsiders and locals would soon be unveiled. Chapter 75. Shizi Hanyan Tailor Shop. There is much to accomplish. The design and production of membership cards, the selection of membership machines, as well as the integration of recharge, deduction, and points refund functions within the point system, all require his personal attention. Additionally, the custom ordering of made outfits is paramount. Surely, one cannot overlook the need for bunny ear headbands, which presents yet another challenge. The operation of the Internet CAF is adequately managed by Zhang Lingyu, while Sun Baxin can handle the installation and debugging of the new computers. As for media relations, Du Yuxing, who enjoys being flamboyant and is unafraid of confrontation, can manage that with ease. For now, Cheng Yi need only focus on executing these tasks well, and all will be well. In the afternoon, Cheng Yi took a taxi to the Handong electronics market to begin selecting machines. At this time, machines had only been on the rise for a few years, and they were not yet capable of multi-transaction processing. Each machine could only be linked to a single bank. The industrial and commercial bank had its own machines, as did the construction bank. This regulation was undoubtedly favorable for machine manufacturers, as many stores would purchase 10 or more machines from different banks. As for membership machines, they were typically modified from unsold bank machines, as the necessary back-end programs and databases were prohibitively expensive, resulting in a limited market predominantly catering to chain supermarkets. Consequently, the prices for these membership machines were relatively low, averaging around 100 yuan each. After visiting 3 shops, Cheng Yi entered a direct sales store for machines. "Hello, what can I assist you with?" The shopkeeper was a girl in her early 20s, quite ordinary in appearance, the sort you could glance at and quickly forget. However, she displayed an unexpected enthusiasm for sales. Her presence reminded Cheng Yi of Jiang Yushi, who had harbored an almost fervent passion for sales since childhood. Even their childhood games revolved around the roles of shopkeepers and customers. Cheng Yi vividly recalled how, at 5 years old, his refusal to purchase a clay bubble crafted by Jiang Yushi had led her to grab him in a fit of rage, resulting in a day of tears for him. In turn, Jiang Yushi had faced a severe reprimand from Jiang Aigua, crying even harder than he had. "I would like to place an order for a batch of membership cards and membership machines with interfaces," Cheng Yi said with a smile. "An order?" The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately inquired, "How many would you like? 1,000 units?" The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. "This model is our factory's latest production, the 12, with a cost price of 78 yuan. This model, our bestseller, the 08, costs 128 yuan. After a moment of shock, the girl eagerly began to introduce Cheng Yi to the various options available. "What is the price for the supporting cards?" Cheng Yi inquired further. "Let's start with 10 units of the 12, Cheng Yi suggested with a smile. "Also, please show me the accompanying magnetic strip membership cards." "Certainly, please hold on." The girl swiftly retrieved several boxes. Inside were a dazzling array of membership cards, each with distinct designs, yet sharing a similar aesthetic, all rather unattractive. "Here we have cards priced at 4 mao each, 6 mao each, and 2 mao 50 each," the girl explained. "If you purchase 1,000 cards, we can print your specified text for free." After perusing the 2 mao 50 section for a while, Cheng Yi finally picked up a rather dull gray card. This card featured a solid gray gradient without any design, utterly mundane. "If I order a large quantity, can the price be lowered further?" Cheng Yi asked, holding the card. "Are you certain you want this card?" The girl looked at him in surprise. This card had become the least popular option in their store due to its unattractiveness. Chosen only once by a customer in the food service industry. "Is there something wrong with this card?" Cheng Yi inquired. The girl chuckled wryly and replied, "This is our factory's slow-selling card. If you truly wish to take it, we can offer it at 2 mao each for orders over 10,000 units. That is truly a cost price. Is it because the card's color is too ugly?" Cheng Yi mused as he toyed with the card. "Indeed, our designer must have been dozing off when it was created, the girl admitted sheepishly. Ugly, indeed, he agreed. A drab gray, quite unappealing. However, this card's appearance is perfectly suited for the lowest tier of membership cards at Momo Internet CAF. As a starter card, it needed to be unattractive. If it were too appealing, who would bother upgrading their membership? Chingy asked, "How much inventory do you have left?" "Our printing machine produces 100,000 cards at a time," the girl informed him, "and we still have over 90,000 available." "I'll take them all," Chingy declared. The girl beamed at this news and quickly produced a business card, her voice tinged with excitement. "This is our shop's business card, featuring our landline and email. You can send your requirements to our email, and for any other requests, we can communicate in real time." "Very well." Chung Yi accepted the card and asked, "What is the required deposit?" "A deposit of 500 will suffice. Your 10 machines will cost 780 yuan, totaling 1,280 yuan. After settling the payment, Chung Yi left the shop amidst the girl's effusive compliments. Now that he had both the membership machines and cards, the next task was to order the maid outfits. Around 2001, due to the lack of many international fashion brands, tailor shops for custom clothing were plentiful, nearly on every street corner. Some reputable vocational schools even offered specialized sewing and tailoring programs. Chung Yi vaguely recalled that the finest custom clothing store in Jingzhou was called Shizi Hanyan. He remembered that during his graduation year, Shizi Hanyan was at the height of its popularity, and his dorm mate had even commissioned a suit from there, costing nearly 1,000 yuan. It was time to pay Shizi Hanyan a visit. Following the trail of memory, Chung Yi arrived at the street where Shizi Hanyan was located. This was the old street of Jingzhou City, flanked by quaint and antiquated alleys. After wandering the street twice, Chung Yi failed to spot the sign for Shizi Hanyan. Had they not yet relocated to this place? As uncertainty lingered in his mind, he turned and caught sight of a small wooden sign, measuring merely 1 foot in length and half a foot in width. It bore the inscription Shi Zihan Yin Tailoring Shop in blue paint. The shop was quite modest, with an old wooden door typical of the 1980s and 1990s, featuring a grid of glass panes and barely over a meter wide. Could it have fallen into such disrepair in just 4 years? A hint of doubt crept into Chung Yi's thoughts as he ascended the concrete steps. The wooden door was securely locked, but he could faintly hear a woman's voice from within. 3 minutes is your problem. Why should I give you a discount? Chapter 76, Membership System Established. Chung Yi was about to peer through the glass to discern what was happening inside when the door swung open with a bang. A heavily made-up woman, dressed rather inappropriately, stormed out, her fierce demeanor momentarily stunning Chung Yi. She quickly rebuked him. "What kind of man spies like that? If you want to see, hand over $60, and I'll let you look all you want." The woman had a robust physique that instinctively caused Chung Yi to step back. Noticing that Chung Yi was still quite young, she let out a dismissive snort and swayed her curvaceous figure away. As he watched her depart, Chung Yi glanced inside the shop and noticed a middle-aged man with a rather disheveled appearance sitting dejectedly on a stool beside the counter, sighing heavily. Spotting Chung Yi's gaze, the man grumbled, "What do you want?" "Oh, I'd like to order a few sets of clothing," Chung Yi replied. "What kind of clothing? A suit or jeans?" The middle-aged man, rolling a cigarette without a filter, impatiently asked after taking a deep drag. He was in a foul mood, having felt cheated after someone paid $60 for just 3 minutes. After all, if one were to calculate by the minute, that would be an outrageous loss. Chung Yi handed over his carefully designed sketches, stating, "Take a look at this first. Can you make it?" The design depicted a maid outfit, drawn based on character modeling from pop-up advertisements. While it diverged somewhat from traditional clothing design, its essence remained. Many of the women featured in their previous web advertisements were striking, whether in terms of physique or attire, rivaling those who had dedicated decades to the trade. What happened after users entered the game was of no concern to Chung Yi. The middle-aged man examined the sketches, his eyes lighting up with increasing interest. He scrutinized Chung Yi with astonishment, asking, "Did you draw this? Can it be made? Can it be done?" Chung Yi countered. The man chuckled. "You've come to the right person. In Jingzhou City, aside from me, Shi Zihan, no one else could pull this off." Shi Zihan smiled prude. He had indeed immersed himself in this craft for many years, and this was no mere boast. Shi Zihan gained renown in Jingzhou precisely because his women's designs had become the go-to choice for many affluent clients. "This design is quite intriguing. What is it for?" Shi Zihan asked, peering at Chung Yi with keen interest. "You're not a pimp, are you?" "I'm no such thing. I'm using it for a business launch," Chung Yi retorted. Shi Zihan laughed, understood. Do you have specific quality requirements? The quality must be evident, and the price shouldn't be exorbitant. Also, the 2 rabbit ears on top should be crafted from soft leather and attached with hairpins. 200 per set. How many do you need? Shi Zihan agreed. 6 sets to be collected in 3 days. 3 days? I can only manage 1 set per day. This tailoring is quite complicated, and your sketches can only serve as a reference. You're not very professional at all. All right, I'll come back in 3 days for 3 sets. Chung Yi pulled out 200 yuan and placed it on the cutting board, saying, this is the deposit. Please put some effort into it. If it meets my expectations, your shop will serve only me from now on. Leaving the tailor shop, Chung Yi found himself at the street's end, where he noticed a giant bicycle specialty store across the road. Giant bicycles were all the rage in this era, and Chung Yi had long desired one, but their price tags often exceeded 1,000 yuan. He entered the shop, inquired about the price, and before the owner could finish his sales pitch, he readily handed over 1,200 yuan for a giant multi-gear bicycle. As he rode away, the store owner stared, stunned by the thick stack of cash in his hands. Was today a stroke of luck with a wealthy, second-generation heir? Riding this bicycle felt more exhilarating than driving a Porsche in 2020. Upon returning to the MO Internet CF to ensure its safety, Chung Yi moved the bicycle to the storage room on the first floor. In this day and age, leaving such a valuable bicycle outside the CAF was akin to inviting theft. Before he could secure the bicycle, Du Yuxing spotted the giant and exclaimed, wow, isn't that a giant? He approached, captivated, and began to caress the bicycle's frame as if it were a beloved woman, exclaiming, boss, this is my dream car. Chung Yi grimaced, suddenly feeling the bicycle had lost its allure. He took it upstairs and began configuring the system backend using the number 7 mainframe. The system crafted by Lin Xingyin included a database that, from a programming perspective, was quite meticulous. However, due to her limited foresight regarding the future, her programming was somewhat conservative. By 8 o'clock that evening, Chung Yi had thoroughly revamped Lin Xingyin's program. He incorporated an extension login mode, allowing users to access any computer equipped with the Genius system using their membership card credentials. The system would automatically deduct fees at a rate of 2 yuan per hour. If a user had points, deductions would occur at a ratio of 13:1, effectively charging 50 cents per hour in addition to 15 points. 10 points could offset 1 yuan. This arrangement eliminated the cumbersome process of having to rely on the network administrator to log in. As long as the membership card had a balance, users could browse freely without needing assistance. After completing this, Chung Yi began to contemplate features to stimulate consumption. He decided to add a voice prompt function to the backend program. Whenever a user logged into a machine, the CAF speakers would automatically announce their arrival. As he pondered this, he began to create a subroutine. Soon, a robotic voice echoed in his headphones. Welcome, esteemed Black Iron user, to machine number 167. Young people have an innate tendency to show off, and when everyone is a Black Iron user, the sudden announcement welcoming a distinguished Diamond user, accompanied by a few seconds of upbeat music, would undoubtedly elevate their vanity to new heights, especially when accompanied by friends. The effect would be akin to entering a 5-star hotel, greeted by beautiful hostesses calling out your name. Additionally, he decided to include promotions such as recharge 50 to receive an extra 10 and recharge 100 to receive an extra 30. Carefully considering these additions, Chung Yi implemented another subroutine. After a flurry of adjustments, it was already 10 o'clock at night. By this time, the second floor was nearly empty, with only a few bespectacled individuals lingering in the corners, clearly engrossed in less than appropriate content. Chapter 77. Is this MO Internet CAF or Bai Hua Tea House? After completing his tasks, he ascended the stairs, feeling somewhat fatigued. Passing the 3rd floor, he noticed 50 newly arrived computers neatly arranged on the desks, with a local area network already established. The anticipation was palpable. Chung Yi stretched lazily and chuckled to himself, expressing his eagerness for the day to arrive sooner. Over the next 3 days, Chung Yi diligently tested the Genius system and the point system. From the feedback during this period, the Genius system exhibited no issues, as they had extensively modified it in his previous life, becoming quite adept at its operation. The point system, however, had a few minor flaws that did not hinder its functionality. The Internet CAF's revenue over these 3 days was impressive, bolstered by the star appeal of Du Yuxing and Sun Baxin, attracting numerous migrant workers who filled the CAF. They hailed from various corners of the country, finding a sense of belonging in this space. People tend to be sensitive when they find themselves in unfamiliar surroundings, even if those surroundings are pleasant. However, when they're accompanied by others of similar backgrounds, it feels like two individuals bravely traversing a dark path together, fearful yet comforted by each other's presence. This is reminiscent of Jin Xiefeng's song Lao Xiang, which speaks of the emotional connections among fellow villagers, questioning one another about their hardships and struggles. The individuals of this era are innocent, a group of young adults in their 20s who, in search of family recognition and a clearer future, leave their homes behind, shouldering the weight of a new era's development. At that time, they were blissful, guided by Xing Xing Dian Deng, and emboldened by Shui Shou. Unfortunately, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life and societal pressures, they gradually learned the deceitful lies and the pursuit of fame and fortune. The saying evolved into a lament of villagers deceiving villagers with tears in their eyes. Now, with over 370 computers in the Internet CAF, daily revenue was consistently maintained around 8,000. For safety reasons, Cheng Yi designated a room on the 4th floor to house the main server, which connected 24 main computers through a 24-port switch. Each main computer was linked to 24 terminals, accommodating a total of 576 computers, with 150 on each floor. He planned to officially commence the operation of the new system and the point system the following day. His funds were nearly depleted. Had he not secured a 50,000 yuan advance from Boss Lee of Hailang Internet CAF yesterday, he would have struggled to cover the previous day's computer expenses. Each high-end Pentium 3 computer cost him 9,000 yuan, a painful yet unavoidable expense. Once the point system was operational, the main server would need to handle an extensive load. Relying solely on the Celeron 1 would not suffice for the interaction of hundreds of computers. Any computer in the CAF could malfunction, but the main server absolutely could not. The database alone demanded meticulous attention. After setting up the Pentium 3 computers, Cheng Yi promptly installed the Genius system, which enhanced the speed of the 2001 Pentium 3 computers to rival that of 2024's 5th-generation computers, running seamlessly without the need to refresh the desktop upon startup. At 6 p.m, Cheng Yi announced a temporary closure for maintenance. Reluctantly, hundreds of patrons logged off and migrated to 2 other Internet CAF south on the commercial street. With the meteoric rise of Momo Internet CAF, these establishments also found themselves thriving, as their once empty halls now brimmed with customers. They regarded Momo Internet CAF as a lifeline, sending several staff members to patrol its vicinity. If any trouble arose, they would spring into action, understanding that the success of Momo's competitions would elevate their own businesses. With the CAF doors closed, Cheng Yi directed his team to commence their tasks, installing systems, programs, and games, arranging tables and chairs, hanging posters, and decorating the CF. By the time they finished, it was already 11 at night. Cheng Yi treated everyone to a small barbecue, officially announcing the opening of the point system for the following day. The next morning, Zhan, AI, and Lian Dan made costumes and bunny ears. Standing at the entrance of the CAF, the first customer walked in, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had the Internet CAF industry become this competitive? Was this scene something a mere 2 yuan patron could witness? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhan handed him a thin promotional flyer, smiling as she recited Cheng Yi's scripted pitch. Sir, we are offering a membership card recharge promotion. Deposit 50 yuan and receive an additional 10 yuan. Deposit 100 yuan and receive an extra 30 yuan. Wait a moment. The young man stepped back, glancing at the Momo Internet CAF sign. He was certain he hadn't taken a wrong turn, yet it felt as if he had entered a high-end tea house. Did you just mention a membership card? Is there really a membership card for Internet CAFS? He inquired. Yes, indeed. Deposit 100 to receive 30 yuan, equating to 15 hours of free Internet access. If you factor in the points redeemable against Internet time, it amounts to 216 hours of complimentary usage, Zhan explained, encouraging him to review the details. The young man scrutinized the flyer, muttering, "Is this for real? With such discounts, wouldn't it be just a yuan per hour?" "Absolutely. You can sign up right here," Zhan said, guiding him to the membership reception area next to the entrance, where the computer faced outward for customer convenience. "I'll try depositing 50 yuan," he said, pulling out several 10 yuan bills to hand to Zhang Lingyu at the reception. Great. Please set up your username, account password, and security question. Remember the security question. It enables card replacement if you lose your membership card. Zhang Lingyu smiled as she followed the training instructions from the previous night. Use my details. Username, Lung Ku Xiao Nian, account, 3764. This needs to be entered by you, Zhang Lingyu replied, maintaining her professionalism. Please keep your account password secure and do not share with others. Oh, the young man quickly inputted his information and set his username and security question. As he finished, Zhang Lingyu assisted him in completing the recharge and handed him a receipt, saying, "Here, that's your card number. Please return in 3 days with this slip to collect your exclusive membership card, 000000011. With so many digits, are you planning for billions of users?" "Ha!" he joked, clutching the receipt as he made his way to the computer area on the first floor. Before long, the sound system of the Internet CAF announced, "Welcome, esteemed Heidi user Lungku Xiaonian, to machine number 71. The young man, somewhat surprised, lifted his gaze to the speakers suspended in the four corners of the CAF, a smile gracing his face. It was rather impressive that they even pronounced his flashy username. He found the login process quite intriguing. After powering on the computer, a user login interface appeared, and with a mere input of his username and password, he effortlessly accessed the desktop. This was remarkably convenient compared to the past, when he had to call out for the technician to assist with booting up and renewing his time, often shouting, "Technician, please renew an hour for machine 71. I will come by to pay shortly." In the lower right corner of the desktop, there was a small member backend displaying membership level information and balance, alongside the real-time internet usage duration. The speed was significantly improved. Had they upgraded the computers? As the young man navigated the computer, he felt elated. The speed was unparalleled, devoid of intrusive pop-ups that often plagued other internet CAFs. He joyfully logged in and opened his favorite game, Stone Age. Soon, customers began to trickle in, all equally captivated by the new membership system, where a recharge of 100 equated to an extra 21 hours of internet access. What a lucrative deal. Before long, those with ample funds recharged 100, while others opted for 50, resulting in over 10,000 yuan in earnings within just one morning. Throughout the day, Cheng Yi remained on the fourth floor, observing the usage of each machine. He had installed a monitoring program across 24 main computers, allowing for real-time tracking of all terminal security statuses. Should any malware arise, the 3 firewalls in the main console could swiftly isolate it, preventing any spread. To deter users from logging in without restarting the computer, Cheng Yi had linked the logout button to the shutdown function within the program. Consequently, when users logged out, the computer would automatically shut down, ensuring that all programs were reset upon restart, effectively preventing any malicious software from waiting for the next user to log in. Perhaps due to the discounted membership recharge and points system, the Internet CAF was unusually crowded today, with all 370 computers occupied and many waiting for availability. The waiting process had also become much more convenient. As soon as someone logged off, members could promptly take a seat, power on the machine, and log in with minimal steps. At 10 o'clock that night, Cheng Yi began tallying the day's earnings based on the back-end data. In just one day, they had amassed an astounding total of 450 yuan, with 441 new member registrations. This was truly astonishing. Staring at the pile of cash before him, Du Yuxing and Zhang Lingyu were left dumbfounded. Over 30,000 yuan in a single day? What a concept! This was merely a promotional form of prepaid service. While it appeared substantial, the profit margins were somewhat diminished. Cheng Yi chuckled. "You've all worked hard today. Lingyu, please distribute some money to everyone, 200 yuan each. Starting tomorrow, we will implement a shift system. Zhenjin, AI, and Lian will alternate 8-hour shifts, and you, Laoba and Pongzi, will do the same." "No way. I want to work for 12 hours, Du Yuxing immediately protested. "Me too," Sun Baxin chimed in. "You bunch just want free internet," Cheng Yi jested. "Your health is your capital. Remember to balance work and rest. We have a tough battle ahead in a few days." Zhang Lingyu hesitated. "Boss, the technicians don't work 8-hour shifts. They came here to be technicians to enjoy free internet. If we give them a break, what will we do? Besides, sitting at the counter isn't tiring. They can still play on the computer." "Exactly. Are we getting paid to use other CAFs?" Du Yuxing voiced his confusion. I will set up a recreation area on the fourth floor with a few computers. You can play if you want, or go out and enjoy life if you prefer. Cheng Yi stood up, addressing Zhang Lingyu. Let's hire 3 more girls, following the same standards as Junjun and the others. That's settled. You all get back to work. After everyone left, Cheng Yi gazed at the substantial amount of cash before him, lost in thought. Clearly, he needed to find a dedicated financial manager. The stability and rapid growth of a business heavily relies on its financial management. A familiar figure emerged in Cheng Yi's mind, Huang Wenrong, the chief financial officer of their rogue software company. Huang Wenrong had been instrumental in navigating the company through years of tumult. Without him, they would have surely succumbed to the repeated crackdowns. He was a cantankerous old man, stern and unsociable, who had once worked as an accountant for a renowned corporation until it faced a catastrophic collapse, leading to his 6-year imprisonment for tax evasion. Huang Wenrong joined Cheng Yi's company in 2010. The year he proclaimed was his 10th year of regained freedom. This meant he had been out of prison for a year. However, locating this distinguished individual who had studied at Talankio prison would be exceedingly challenging. Given Huang Wenrong's age, he was now 42. In this era, unlike in previous times, ex-convicts struggled to find work, only gaining attention in the explosion of private enterprises that followed. Cheng Yi vaguely remembered Huang Wenrong mentioning his experience selling Jianbing Guozi in Zhonghai City. Name: Huang Wenrong. Age: 42. Address: Zhonghai City. Occupation: Jianbing Guozi vendor. This was all the information Cheng Yi possessed. Attempting to locate someone with such limited details in an underdeveloped internet age was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps fate would grant him the opportunity. After this competition, he would take a trip to Zhonghai City. Cheng Yi sighed. Old Huang, I hope your appearance hasn't changed too much, or else my efforts to find you may be in vain. Chapter 79. As a son, what's wrong with taking my father's kickbacks? As Cheng Yi busied himself with further system optimizations, Internet CAFs across Jingzhou City were fervently preparing for the upcoming competition, displaying various lists at their entrances to recruit red alert experts. In recent days, the media had been buzzing with reports on this sensational news following the Olympic bid, igniting a heated debate between locals and outsiders. Even children's games involving sandbag throwing were labeled as local versus outsider contests. This topic was trending and fervent. For locals, this was a battle they absolutely could not afford to lose. Defeat would mean losing both face and reputation. For outsiders, it was clearly a chance for redemption. Even if they understood that winning the competition wouldn't alter their circumstances, at the very least, it would bring them prolonged satisfaction. Due to the heightened excitement surrounding the competition, hotels and internet CAFs intensified their scrutiny of temporary residency permits, fearing that outsiders might seize the opportunity to cause trouble. What the heck? Your skills are worse than my CAF janitor, and yet you dare to come for an interview? In Feiyang Internet CAF, the largest in the city center, owner Zhou Rongjuan glared at the so-called red alert experts applying for jobs, nearly exploding with frustration. In 2001, during a stable development phase for red alert, most players found enjoyment in challenging AI opponents. These half-hearted players, who thrived in AI matches, often boasted about their invincibility, significantly complicating the task of selecting true experts for the CAF. If you do not assess his skills, he stubbornly boasts of his invincibility. Yet, when given the chance to showcase his abilities, he forcefully offers you excrement with a spoon. Over the past few days, Zhou Rongjuan has indulged in numerous lavish meals, nearly reaching his limit. These individuals who come to test their skills occupy computers in the already overcrowded internet CAF. And what is most infuriating is that some obstinate fools claim their nerves hindered their performance, demanding multiple attempts. After 3 days of interviews, the count of skilled players stands at 0. Boss, your computer is lagging. Please provide me with a better one. I am truly exceptional, a chubby youth insisted. This cannot continue. Zhou Rongjuan glared at the several internet CAF attendants and exclaimed, Aren't you all supposed to be gods? Show me your divine prowess. One attendant stammered, Boss, this is a different realm. We only need to kill indiscriminately. Red alert requires strategy. Think of a way quickly, whether you dig or steal, within 3 days. You must find me 3 experts. The competition is being reported by the Jingzhou Daily. If our Feiyang Internet CAF fails to qualify, I will have no face left to show. Zhou Rongjuan slapped his own face in frustration. Boss, Please, we will go find them immediately. Several attendants hurried to comfort him. I heard that Honghu Internet CAF has recruited some skilled players and is currently training them. Let's see if we can lure them over. Fine. Zhou Rongjuan angrily sat down. And just as he intended to sip his tea, his phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, Zhou Rongjuan immediately stood up respectfully and answered, smiling. Ah, Boss Li, please grant me another 10 days to transfer the payment for those computers. I am not here to remind you about the payment. A commanding voice resonated from the other end. Did you see the competition mentioned in the newspaper? Yes, I was just interviewing red alert experts for the competition. Zhou Rongjuan replied with a chuckle. Rest assured, I will ensure our local players shine. What are you trying to prove? The voice turned cold. Only a fool would let money dictate their pride. Do you know the owner of Momo Internet CAF? What do you mean, Boss Li? Zhou Rongjuan was taken aback. For this competition, I intend to provide them with exclusive sponsorship. Please inquire if 300,000 is acceptable. This afternoon, I will have Li Bing drive you over. After Boss Li hung up, Zhou Rongjuan's mouth twitched slightly. Sponsorship? That's utterly ridiculous. 300,000 for a mere competition? If it were worth that much, I could organize a grand event myself, and with the so-called gods in my CAF, winning would be a breeze. Nevertheless, Zhou Rongjuan understood that this competition was incredibly popular, and the exposure from exclusive sponsorship was akin to the advertising slots during the provincial television weather report. However, 300,000 still seemed excessive. Boss Li, it seems, is far too wealthy. Li Baoyang, the general distributor of Lianxiang computers in Jingzhou City, is regarded as the wealthiest figure in the local computer industry. His contributions have been instrumental in the establishment of Feiyang Internet CAF as the largest in the city. Half of the 600 computers in Feiyang CAF were acquired on credit from Li Baoyang. In the afternoon, a Santana 2000 pulled up in front of Feiyang Internet CAF. As the door opened, a strikingly handsome young man stepped out, habitually adjusting his sharp suit and wearing what he believed to be his most charming smile. He entered the CAF. Ah, my dear young Master Li, you are becoming increasingly handsome, Zhou Rongjuan exclaimed, laughing heartily as he rose to greet him upon seeing the youth enter his tea room. Uncle Zhou, just call me by my name. Please refrain from referring to me as young Master Li. It sounds like something from a play, Li Bing replied, though he was secretly delighted. That title suits you splendidly. Zhou Rongjuan chuckled. Shall we set off now? No rush, Li Bing replied with a smile, sitting down opposite Zhou Rongjuan and quietly inquiring, Uncle Zhou, how much sponsorship does my father plan to provide for that shabby CAF? You don't know? Zhou Rongjuan was taken aback. Li Bing shook his head, saying no. He only sent me here as a driver. Zhou Rongjuan raised 3 fingers, saying he intends to offer 300,000. 300? Li Bing jumped up, exclaiming, 300,000? I could buy that shabby CAF. Indeed, I have no idea what Boss Li is thinking, Zhou Rongjuan sighed. Wealth does strange things. Uncle Zhou, I have an idea. What if we offer them 100,000 up front? If they are unwilling, we can increase the offer. Once we successfully acquire it, we will report the full 300,000 to my father, and we can split the surplus 70-30, with you getting the larger share. What do you think? Li Bing suggested, looking at Zhou Rongjuan. That doesn't seem right. Zhou Rongjuan hesitated. He was indeed in urgent need of funds, but if Li Baoyang were to find out, his good fortune would be over. I will handle everything. You need not worry, Li Bing reassured him. Besides, this will be our little secret. We can sign a confidentiality agreement with that CAF afterward, ensuring everything remains seamless. While he acknowledged the logic, Zhou Rongjuan worried whether the owner of Momo Internet CAF would agree. A person without money perceives 100,000 as a fortune. If they had money, would they have opened a CAF in such a desolate area of the University Commercial Street? Li Bing scoffed. This time he merely got lucky and unexpectedly became popular. However, the poor will always remain poor. Chapter 80. My father is Li Baoyang. Zhou Rongjuan found himself in agreement with Li Bing's words. Locals in Jingzhou City knew well that the commercial street in Handong University was a veritable pit, nearly impossible to rent out. Zhou Rongjuan asasa Li Bing, loving Li Bing. You certainly do not lack funds either, resorting to your father's money. Chasing girls? With your conditions, do you still need to chase them? Zhou Rongjuan laughed heartily. That kind of superficial girl does not attract me at all. The girl I am pursuing is recognized as the most beautiful at Handong University. Capturing her is truly exhilarating. Li Bing replied, I cannot comprehend the thoughts of you young people. Zhou Rongjuan chuckled, shaking his head. Let us proceed as you suggest. Shall we depart now? Yes. Let's go. Li Bing stood up, adding, by the way, Uncle Zhou, I particularly despise someone right now. Could you find a few people to help me teach him a lesson? In the city district? Zhou Rongjuan inquired. No. He is near the South City Science and Technology Building. Li Bing gritted his teeth. This guy has repeatedly embarrassed me. If I don't give him a beating, my anger will not subside. That is simple enough, Zhou Rongjuan laughed. As long as he is not a student from your hand-on university, feel free to deal with him. He is just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a student at hand-on university? As they spoke, the two exited the internet CAF. Upon entering Li Bing's Santana, Zhou Rongjuan remarked, You must be the only one driving to school in your university? Li Bing smiled proudly. I suppose so. This Santana 2000 was Li Bing's pride. Throughout hand-on university, he was the sole student who drove to class, attracting the admiration of countless girls. He was handsome, came from a well-off family, and even had a poetic flair. Most importantly, he owned a powerful Santana 2000. This was truly the dream of 300 young women. Li Bing drove quickly, and within half an hour, they arrived at the commercial street of Hand-On University. Due to the unexpected popularity of Momo Internet CAF, the streets were beginning to buzz with activity. Occasionally, they spotted a few food stalls and young people out buying snacks. Why did they choose such a remote corner? Had it not been for the abundance of bicycles here, I would have never found it after searching 3 times, Li Bing complained, gazing at the Momo Internet CAF at the end of the street. Indeed, it is quite secluded. Zhou Rongjuan chuckled lightly, stating, well, this just further proves that this lad truly lacks funds. It seems that 100,000 is rather excessive. Li Bing exited the vehicle, instinctively straightening his tailored suit, and remarked, let us proceed and see what this country bumpkin looks like. The pair walked side by side towards Momo Internet CAF. Zhou Rongjuan gazed at the rows of bicycles before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. This unexpected surge in popularity has certainly allowed them to profit immensely. So many people online. Once the excitement fades, they will swiftly revert to their former selves, as such competitions are not held daily. As he spoke, Li Bing stepped into the Momo Internet CAF. Welcome, the amiable Junjin called out from the counter as they entered. Li Bing was momentarily taken aback by Junjin's blue and white made outfit adorned with bunny ears. This attire is truly appealing, he thought. Comparing the charming Junjin to Zhou Rongjuan's Internet CAF staff, Li Bing felt that Zhou Rongjuan's establishment paled in comparison to Momo, which seemed like a mere hovel beside this place. Is your boss present? I wish to discuss a matter with him. Li Bing inquired with a stern expression. Junjin regarded Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan with a hint of confusion. Zhou Rongjuan, with his commanding presence and polished appearance, contrasted sharply with Li Bing, whose exquisite features and meticulously styled hair exuded an air of sophistication. Sensing Junjin's gaze upon him, Li Bing elegantly raised a finger to adjust his bangs, which had cost him 1,200 yuan. My father is Li Baoyong. He wishes to sponsor your upcoming competition, so please summon your boss to meet with me. Junjin's expression turned conflicted. According to Cheng Yi's instructions, the official owner of Momo Internet CAF was Du Yuxing, and any matters required reporting to him. Yet, could Du Yuxing handle such a significant issue? Why are you still hesitating? Our time is quite valuable, Li Bing said impatiently. Please wait a moment. I will fetch our boss immediately, Junjin replied before dashing upstairs. Shortly thereafter, Du Yuxing appeared on the first floor, still groggy and clad only in his shorts. Upon seeing him, Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, he was the audacious figure from the poster. Du Yuxing rubbed his eyes and yawned, clearly displeased. He had pulled an all-nighter and was abruptly awakened by Junjin. What do you want? He asked, sounding rather unenthusiastic. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Rongjuan. Zhou Rongjuan said with a smile. Zhou Rongjuan? Several young patrons nearby exchanged glances upon hearing the name. What was the owner of Feiyang Internet CAF doing here? Zhou Rongjuan was quite renowned in Jingzhou City, particularly in the Central District, where many young people took pride in knowing him. He owned 2 karaoke bars, a pub, and a billiard hall, and his Feiyang Internet CAF boasted 3 branches with a total of 1,800 computers, earning considerable respect in society. Confident in his reputation, Zhou Rongjuan boldly introduced himself without any titles. Zhou Rongjuan expected Du Yuxing's attitude to improve upon hearing his name, yet to his surprise, Du Yuxing ignored him and turned his attention to Li Bing, who he found somewhat familiar. And you? I am Li Bing. My father is the general distributor for Lianxiang Computers in Jingzhou, Li Baoyang. Li Bing promptly revealed his background. Lianxiang Computers? Du Yuxing's eyes lit up at the mention. He had seen Li Bing in the technology building and was astonished to learn of his impressive connections. Lianxiang Computers was the largest computer company in Huaxia, renowned for its near monopoly in the industry, with its leader revered as a business magnate. To be direct, my father wishes to offer 100,000 to sponsor your competition. If you are agreeable, we can sign a contract, and I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow, Li Bing stated. 100,000? Du Yuxing was taken aback. The shock on his face elicited smiles from both Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan. As anticipated, the owner of Momo Internet CAF appeared to be somewhat naive. Li Bing, disinterested in Du Yuxing's name, simply said, "Shall we draft the contract now?" Draft the contract? Du Yuxing felt overwhelmed. With Cheng Yi absent and Zhang Lingyu occupied with a phone inquiry, he hesitated to make such a substantial decision. Clearing his throat, he replied ambiguously, let me think about it. Please grant me some time. How long? Li Bing frowned. Perhaps half an hour. Du Yuxing responded politely, smiling, please. Make yourselves comfortable upstairs in the tea room while I consider. No need. We will wait right here, Zhou Rongjuan declined. Very well. Du Yuxing called out to Jinjin. Jinjin, bring 2 stools for these gentlemen. Sure. Jinjin promptly fetched 2 stools and placed them at the entrance of the CAF. Aren't you supposed to be considering the contract? Li Bing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but I have a habit of needing fresh air while contemplating. Du Yuxing chuckled, attributing his behavior to a song by Zhang Xueyou. After speaking, he instinctively raised an eyebrow. Li Bing felt an odd sense of familiarity with Du Yuxing's gesture. Although he had only glanced at Du Yuxing in the technology building, the eyebrow raise left a faint impression. Watching Du Yuxing hurry away, Zhou Rongjuan took a seat on the stool, expressing his dissatisfaction. This fellow seems rather unreliable. Country bumpkin, what can we expect? Li Bing scoffed, standing at the entrance. His impeccably tailored suit should not come into contact with a stool, lest it diminish his stature. Du Yuxing hurried to a nearby phone booth, inserted a calling card, and dialed Cheng Yi's number. What is it? Cheng Yi answered. Du Yuxing, with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, Boss, good news. Someone wishes to sponsor our tournament and is willing to offer 10,000. 10,000? Cheng Yi questioned. That cannot be an exclusive sponsorship. Inform them that sponsorship is acceptable. 10,000 will secure their name on the trophy for the 3rd place team, and we can hang promotional posters in the CAF. Additionally, their boss can present the award to the 3rd place team for publicity. If they agree, have them leave a contract and return tomorrow. Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Du Yuxing was out of breath. Hadn't he gone out for fresh air? After catching his breath, Du Yuxing stated, upon reflection, 100,000 is indeed acceptable. Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan were elated. However, after the initial excitement, Li Bing felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would be so smooth, he should have offered 50,000 instead. Zhou Rongjuan shared the same sentiment. Astonished that the owner of Momo Internet CAF was so inexperienced, it seemed a few thousand would suffice to sway him. Took a deep breath and spoke again. We could engrave your brand on the trophy for the 3rd place team. And furthermore, your CEO could come to present the trophy to them if you agree. What are you talking about? Li Bing instantly became furious. What is wrong? Du Yuxing looked at Li Bing with a puzzled expression. Li Bing retorted angrily. We are offering 100,000 for exclusive sponsorship rights. What nonsense about presenting awards to the 3rd place. Every corner of this competition should be adorned with our Lianxiang computer promotional materials. Exclusive sponsorship? Du Yuxing quickly replied, then please wait a moment. I need to gather some thoughts and consider this. Just as Li Bing was about to say something, Du Yuxing had already dashed out of the Internet CAF. Li Bing, filled with rage, turned to Zhou Rongjuan and said, Uncle Zhou, why do I feel like this kid is playing us? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Zhou Rongjuan frowned and replied, he cannot be foolish if he can organize such a significant event. If he is not a fool, then he is treating us as fools. Zhou Rongjuan stood up from his seat, a flicker of anger igniting within him. When had he, Zhou Rongjuan, ever been trifled with? At that moment, Du Yuxing, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Li Bing and Zhou Rongjuan's minds, hurried to a phone booth and dialed Cheng Yi. Boss, they're seeking exclusive sponsorship rights. As soon as the call connected, Du Yuxing gasped for breath and said, I've considered it, and we will not be accepting exclusive sponsors this time. We are only looking for sponsors for the second and third places, which require 200,000 and 100,000 respectively. If you wish to sponsor, choose one. You brat, are you toying with us? Du Yuxing's words sent Li Bing into a complete fury as he raised his hand to strike him. Zhou Rongjuan quickly intervened, saying in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive." Zhou Rongjuan glared at Du Yuxing and asked, "What is your name, brother?" Zhou Rongjuan chuckled. "You see, we genuinely wish to obtain exclusive sponsorship rights. How about this? We will offer 200,000, and you grant us the exclusive rights. We could be friends. And should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to approach me." "Brother, didn't I just say we are not accepting exclusive sponsors this time?" Du Yuxing replied. "I think you should reconsider." Zhou Rongjuan's gaze turned menacing as he threatened. "Without an exclusive sponsor, you may find it difficult to host this competition." "Oh." Du Yuxing raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly elevated as he questioned, "Is this a threat? What can you do if it is?" Li Bing interjected, poking Du Yuxing's shoulder angrily. Their hostile gazes were met by Zhou Rongjuan and Li Bing, and one young man shouted, "Damn it, you think you can bully us outsiders?" Chapter 82. Knowledge is power. Who dares to bully outsiders? At that moment, those on the second floor rushed down in a flurry. The atmosphere in the internet CAF was charged, ready to erupt in a conflict at any moment. In that instant, Li Bing felt his legs weaken, and he instinctively glanced at Zhou Rongjuan, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Uncle Zhou, what should we do?" Zhou Rongjuan, having weathered many storms, laughed heartily at the crowd of youths. "Apologies, brothers, it's just a misunderstanding, ha ha ha." After saying this, Zhou Rongjuan pulled the shaky Li Bing towards the exit of the internet CAF. As they passed by Du Yuxing, Zhou Rongjuan gave him a meaningful glance and whispered, "Du Yuxing, is it? I've remembered you." Du Yuxing, feeling a surge of arrogance these past few days, was infuriated by Zhou Rongjuan's audacity to threaten him. He slapped Zhou Rongjuan on the head and scolded, "Let me make this even clearer for you." Though he did not exert much force, the slap still stunned everyone present. Their expressions were filled with shock, all eyes fixed on Zhou Rongjuan. That was Zhou Rongjuan, after all. Was it merely intimidation due to numbers? Or had he truly been struck? Was he that brave? Zhou Rongjuan was momentarily taken aback by Du Yuxing's slap, staring at him in shock, his mind blank. Had he just been struck? "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll hit you again," Du Yuxing threatened, raising his hand. All right. Zhou Rongjuan, furious yet amused, repeatedly uttered the word "all right" before turning to leave. Seeing the group of stunned youths before him, Du Yuxing exclaimed, "What is wrong with you all? Is my reaction really that surprising?" "Diduga, do you know who you just hit?" A young man stammered. "Is he famous?" Du Yuxing asked. "He is Zhou Rongjuan, the notorious gang leader of the Shizhong district. Du Ye, you re incredible. He will definitely come after you. Zhou Rongjuan is ruthless." The voices of concern from the crowd made Du Yuxing break out in a cold sweat. This was his first time hitting someone, and it had only been a light tap. How had he managed to strike someone so formidable? Du Yuxing felt as if his head was about to explode, and with a dazed expression, he pushed through the crowd and headed upstairs. "Dugo, where are you going? I want to be alone." Dugo is so calm. That's impressive. Indeed, this Dugo is not an ordinary person. He slapped Zhou Rongjuan and is still in the mood to reflect. The praises and discussions behind him faded into the background as Du Yuxing's mind was consumed by a single thought. "I am doomed." "Fatty, what is wrong with you?" Cheng Yi shouted. "What calamity has turned you into this cowardly state?" Cheng Yi became intrigued. Du Yuxing trembled as he replied, "I slapped Zhou Rongjuan." "Zhou Rongjuan?" Cheng Yi vaguely recognized the name, but could not recall immediately. However, Li Xiang exclaimed from the side, "No way. Is it the Zhou Rongjuan from the Shizhong district?" "Yes, it is him." Du Yuxing lamented, "I slapped him across the face." "Then you are doomed," Li Xiang exclaimed. "Zhou Rongjuan is a notorious thug in the Shizhong district." Li Xiang's words made Du Yuxing lament even more. "Oh, I remember now." Cheng Yi finally recalled who Zhou Rongjuan was. He had seen news about him during his senior year, mentioning that he was sentenced to 15 years for gang-related crimes. "Stop crying. It's all right," Cheng Yi said dismissively. "He wouldn't he dare to touch you?" Du Yuxing shakily asked, "Why wouldn't he dare to touch me?" The Jingzhou Daily had reported that the owner of MO Internet CAF was a prospective student of Handong University. Cheng Yi Simulith. Now you're the owner of MO Internet CAF, making you a prospective student of Handong University. What does it have to do with whether he dares to touch me? Du Yuxing still did not understand. Li Xiang explained, Du boss, you can't be that clueless, right? Handong University is the highest institution in Handong province. Students who gain admission are the pride of the province. With that status, even if Zhou Rongjuan had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Is that true? Du Yuxing's sobs ceased abruptly. Of course it's true. There was an incident where a drunken thug randomly assaulted a female student from Handong University. The student was admitted to the hospital at 8 in the evening, and by 9, the police issued a warrant. Within a week, the court sentenced him for intentional injury, giving him 3 years in prison. Wow, Du Yuxing exclaimed. No wonder our teacher always says knowledge is power. It truly is. In that moment, Du Yuxing deeply regretted not taking his study seriously. If only he had also been admitted to Handong University, even if he raised his eyebrows to the sky. Perhaps no one would dare to strike him. Fatty, the one you want to sponsor today wouldn't happen to be Zhou Rongjuan, would it? Cheng Yi inquired. That's right. Du Yuxing quickly recounted the day's events with embellishments, saying, that guy threatened me as he was leaving, so I couldn't help but act. Are you saying that Li Bing has also arrived? Cheng Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the very same Li Bing whom we encountered in the lobby of the KG Dasha. The handsome fellow. Boss, do you know who his father is? Du Yuxing remarked with a hint of gossip. His father is Li Baoyong, the chief distributor of Lianxiang computers in Jingzhou. Li Baoyong? No way. Li Xiang gasped. Isn't he a formidable figure? Whether he is formidable or not is a matter for later discussion. Cheng Yi chuckled, gazing at Li Xiang. Li Xiang, do you wish to earn fortune? Earning a fortune? Li Xiang looked at Cheng Yi in confusion. Brother, you have already enabled me to earn quite a sum. This is merely pocket change. Cheng Yi, with a persuasive tone, said, do you want to make millions, tens of millions, or even billions? Do you aspire to replace Li Baoyong and become the leader of the computer industry in Jingzhou? Brother, you must be joking. How could that possibly happen? Li Xiang replied with a bitter smile. I would be content just to earn enough to buy a house and settle in the provincial capital. Cheng Yi gazed earnestly at Li Xiang and said, I am not jesting, Li Xiang. I want us to partner in establishing a computer company. I've even thought of a name, Rongyao Computer. If you're willing to participate, Rongyao Computer will be the champion sponsor of this competition. Leveraging this momentum, Rongyao Computer could undoubtedly achieve meteoric success. Chapter 83. Party A and Party B, a computer company? Li Xiang's face was a canvas of disbelief as he murmured. But that is a high-tech company. How could ordinary people like us possibly run such a business? Who told you that computer companies belong solely to the realm of high technology? That is merely a barrier they have constructed for the industry. Cheng Yi smiled, pulling out a notepad and pen from his pocket. He hastily sketched a design and inscribed the words Rongyao. Affixing the notepad to the upper right corner of a computer screen, he exclaimed, Behold, this is the first prototype of our Rongyao computer company. Li Xiang was utterly dumbfounded. Is this real? Wasn't it said that computer companies are all high-end industries? Are we merely an assembly company like the rest? Cheng Yi chuckled. Many things need not be cloaked in mystery. To put it simply, for most non-research-oriented computer companies, the only technical challenge is to make the design aesthetically pleasing. The rest is not particularly difficult. Cheng Yi's words completely transformed Li Xiang's worldview. Li Xiang trembled as he asked, So you mean to say that we can sell branded computers simply by affixing a logo? It's not quite that simple. The computer industry is unique, and we will need to undertake a few additional operations, Cheng Yi explained. I need you to travel to Xiangang the day after tomorrow. Xiangang? Li Xiang felt somewhat lost. He had never ventured beyond Handong province in his life. Remember, the trademark registration must be submitted within 7 days. Everything else can follow at a leisurely pace. Cheng Yi smiled. Although Li Xiang did not fully comprehend, he knew that Cheng Yi was a capable individual. In just a few days, Cheng Yi had established such a significant enterprise. Working alongside someone like him would surely yield no issues. All right, I will follow your arrangements, brother. In his previous life, Li Xiang had indeed accomplished great things. Not only had he become one of the largest electronic waste distributors in Huaxia, but he also garnered a notable reputation in the shipping industry. It was said that he had even clashed with Somali pirates. Unfortunately, he never learned to temper his ambitions. After the state classified electronic waste as smuggling, he continued to operate defiantly, ultimately meeting a tragic end. To open internet cafes nationwide, exceptional software alone would not suffice. A substantial quantity of computers was essential. Hence, he needed to elevate Li Xiong, accelerating his rise. The larger Li Xiong's business grew, the more computer components would flow into the market. These components were all legally imported electronic waste, which remained compliant with laws and regulations until 2017. Cheng Yi required a vast number of computers. The more, the better. The more computers available, the faster his development would be. Furthermore, if Li Xiong rose to prominence, he might change the trajectory of the computer industry. In recent years, overseas computer companies, in collaboration with domestic agents, had voraciously exploited the wallets of Huaxia netizens. The same computers were available overseas at high specifications and low prices, while domestically they were offered at low specifications and exorbitant prices. Coupled with self-developed systems, software, and games, they had effectively ensnared everyone in this high-speed vehicle. The same game could be played smoothly on a Pentium 2 overseas, but in the domestic market, even a Pentium 3 would struggle. Though they used the excuse of localization delays, it was merely a FAAD. Ultimately, the fundamental issue lay in the vastness of Huaxia's computer market, accounting for 35% of global sales. Each time they released new graphics cards, several premium games would be launched simultaneously, compelling users to spend profusely and reaping substantial profits. In truth, Huaxia possessed such a vast consumer base that it should have played the role of the affluent party, needing no one to dictate their actions. Unfortunately, domestic technology companies were lackluster, willingly accepting the role of the subordinate party. Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle as these thoughts crossed his mind. He envisioned a scenario where the mainstream entertainment computers throughout Huaxia transformed into Celeron-1 and Celeron-2 models. One astounding scene that would be. With billions of users, could those esteemed overseas internet companies not lower their haughty heads to optimize games and software? Cheng Yi entered his room and powered on an outdated computer that frequently malfunctioned. Skillfully, he began designing software that in his previous life required a 5-computer and a 1050 graphics card to function adequately, but now could run swiftly on a Celeron-1. This was the epitome of optimization and upgrading. The software's functionality had not significantly improved, yet the minimum requirements had skyrocketed by hundreds of times. In Feiyang Internet Cafe, Zhou Rongjuan and Li Bing sat across from each other, sipping tea in silence. After finishing the tea in his cup, Li Bing reached for a refill, only to find the teapot empty. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Uncle Zhou, what are we going to do about this? We can't just let it go, can we? Zhou Rongjuan gritted his teeth. Of course, we cannot let it go. These outsiders dare to disregard my authority. Li Bing suggested, shall we take some people over and smash up his internet cafe? Zhou Rongjuan looked at Li Bing in shock, questioning whether he had misheard. How could such a clever and capable businessman likely not have raised a more sensible son? Smash up an internet cafe? How dare he even think of that? This was not Tongluan, and he was not Chun Haonan. It seemed that finding a wife should not involve searching for a fair-skinned, beautiful, and foolish girl. Just look at the son they produced, who is equally fair-skinned and foolish. What do you think, Uncle Zhou? Li Bing, seeing Zhou Rongjuan's shocked expression, believed he had proposed a brilliant idea. Zhou Rongjuan took a deep breath and said, let's put this aside for now. Don't put aside, Uncle Zhou. My father is waiting for our response, Li Bing urged. If my father thinks I lost the exclusive sponsorship rights because of my bargaining, I will be in serious trouble. Zhou Rongjuan retrieved a newspaper he had examined repeatedly from behind him and tossed it to Li Bing, saying, take a look at the report from Jingzhou Daily. What report? Li Bing scanned it, but failed to grasp its significance. Zhou Rongjuan snorted. The report clearly states that the owner of Momo Internet Cafe is a soon-to-be college student from Handong University, and he will be enrolling in a month. And so, Li Bing still did not understand. Zhou Rongjuan could not help but scold. Who among us street urchins dares to beat up students from Handong University? Only someone with a few screws loose would even think of that. Chapter 84. The greatest regret of the previous life is the identity of a Handong University student really that powerful? Li Bing exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Have you ever seen news reports about thugs assaulting students from Handong University? Zhou Rongjuan asked. Li Bing shook his head and said, no, Uncle Zhou, but why is that? Because all the procedures are handled with special considerations. The case is already closed without the need for any announcements. Zhou Rongjuan cursed in displeasure. When Zhou Rongjuan first entered society, his elder brother was caught and sentenced to 7 days for beating a female student from Handong University after drinking. It was said that he worked very quickly on a sewing machine in prison and even earned the title of sewing machine expert in the 6th prison district. It is estimated that once he is released, many foreign trade garment factories will be eager to hire him. Aside from the prestigious name of Handong University, the political science and law department of Handong University boasts an extraordinary reputation, with graduates scattered throughout the national legal system. That makes things difficult, Li Bing murmured. Is that how it ends? There is a way. Zhou Rongjuan frowned and replied, using barbarism to counter barbarism. Using barbarism to counter barbarism? A slight disdain appeared on Li Bing's lips. As a top student from the Chinese department, he was particularly discerning about language. Do you even know what that means? Despite his inner contempt, Li Bing said, Uncle Zhou, do you mean I should find some students from Handong University to deal with Du Yushin? Exactly, Zhou Rongjuan affirmed. Internal disputes among students are quite normal, and won't cause any public disturbances. It's merely a matter for your campus. That makes sense, Li Bing said, suddenly cheerful. I understand now. I'll go find a few people to teach this guy a lesson. Zhou Rongjuan shook his head and said, Don't go just yet. Wait until the storm passes. Right now, this fellow has become a pillar of support in the eyes of outsiders. We can discuss it again once the competition is over and the impact of this matter has subsided. What about the exclusive sponsorship rights? Li Bing asked anxiously. Forget about the exclusive sponsorship rights, Zhou Rongjuan retorted. From the moment we left the Momo Internet CAF, this matter has already fallen through. Go ask your father if he still wants that runner-up sponsorship spot. That bastard Du Yuxing, just wait. When he enrolls, I'll show him what's what. Li Bing said through clenched teeth. He took out his phone and dialed Li Baoyang's number, saying, Dad, the Momo Internet CAF 1T agreed to the exclusive sponsorship rights. They only want to offer the runner-up and third place sponsorship spots, so it seems they can award prizes for those positions. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Li Baoyang replied, What about the championship award? Well then, let us take both the runner-up and the third place spots. You need to go again. Whether it's necessary is up to me to decide, not you. Li Baoyang said coldly. I'll arrange for Manager Chun to go with you to check how many promotional posters need to be put up. Remember, make the advertising spots prominent. As long as they don't object, we should fill our posters everywhere. Even if we don't secure the exclusive sponsorship rights, we must create the momentum of having them. Okay, Li Bing said, somewhat irritated as he hung up the phone. Damn it, my dad actually agreed. It's infuriating. Zhou Rongjuan silently brewed tea, his own anger simmering. Although the slap Du Yuxing gave him was light, the humiliation was profound. If this were to spread, where'd he put his face? At that moment, a few young men leaving the Internet CAF walked past the tea house, discussing. Did you see the chat room on Jingzhou Information Port? It seems Zhou Rongjuan was beaten by the owner of Momo Internet CAF. I saw it, but I can't be sure if it's true. Who would dare hit Zhou Rongjuan? Hey, who wouldn't he dare? Did you not see the poster from the owner of Momo Internet CAF? Punching in District 5 and kicking in 3 counties. With that kind of bravado. Not only Zhou Rongjuan, but I reckon even Bao Ge would think twice. Ridiculous. Unless he is insane. Bao Ge was once involved with the Hai Gang gang. Do you even know who Hai Gang is? Of course I know Hai Gang. The discussion gradually faded away, leaving Zhou Rongjuan feeling a surge of frustration. In this internet age, everything is convenient, but the rapid spread of information is the most exasperating aspect. Zhou Rongjuan said with annoyance, Let us follow your father's instructions then. But I can't swallow this indignation. You have to swallow it. What is this slight compared to what I've endured? I once crawled through someone else's legs. Zhou Rongjuan slammed the table and huffed. Just wait. Once the competition's hype dies down, it will be your chance for revenge. How magnificent. I should have been a designer in my previous life. As night fell, Chang-Yi gazed at the 2 logos on his computer screen, growing increasingly fond of them. These logos represented the Momo Internet CAF and the Glory Computer Company. He admitted to having drawn inspiration from the logos of Momo and Glory from his past life. Yet he infused his own design elements, making it not mere imitation, but rather a reference. After admiring them for a while, Chang-Yi took out the business card from the girl at the shop and sent the Momo logo and membership card text via email. Looking at the girl's number, Chang-Yi suddenly remembered that he had not logged in since his rebirth. In his previous life, due to the emergence of WeChat, he had hardly used it for years. and this habit had caused him to forget about this popular instant messaging software after his rebirth. My number is 382. Chung E entered a few digits, suddenly recalling that this might not have been registered yet. He remembered vividly that after finishing the college entrance examination, his frequently used 6-digit number had been stolen at the internet CAF. Afterward, he worked in a factory to earn money and had no opportunity to go online until after military training in college, when he registered this 8-digit number starting with 382. I want to see what kind of scoundrel that thief is. With the desire to rectify the regrets of his past life, Chung E casually registered a new account, using the system's default red-haired woman avatar, and named it Lonely Night. He first searched for his 6-digit number and found that even the name had been changed. He remembered his previous name was Cooling Ice, but now it had been altered to Melancholic Prince. Chung E clicked to add a friend, writing in the friend request section, "What are you busy with? Can we chat for a bit?" After sending the friend request, Chung E quickly opened the programming tool and began writing a Trojan program with lightning speed, muttering, "You little brat, you've made me feel unsettled for so many years. Just wait until I clean out your computer." The theft of his 6-digit number was Chung Yi's greatest grievance from his past life. Chapter 85. Competition process. This simple Trojan program was as easy for Chung E as having breakfast. After completing the program and binding it to the email for receiving account passwords, he proceeded to write a simple personal blog. Soon, he disguised the Trojan program as a photo viewer and uploaded it to the homepage of the blog. It still felt like something was missing. Chung E thought for a moment and searched a few motivational quotes from portal websites to hang on his blog. What to do if your husband ignores you? Try these tricks. Women should know how to appreciate their own beauty, and so forth. With these motivational quotes as embellishments, his blog took on a flavor of solitude and longing. Before long, the sound of a friend's cough echoed from his computer. Melancholic Prince, hello. How old are you? What is your name? Melancholic Prince seemed rather eager. Can I see your personal photo? Sure. Chung E sent over the blog link. In less than 5 minutes, his email chimed with a message containing account passwords. Passwords for the game 1000-Year Game, and even 2 accounts from popular literary original websites of that era. Besides these, there were also some documents operated by the thief that day. Chung E first changed the account passwords to his own, then casually altered the password for 1000-Year Game before opening those documents. The second document was an account book detailing the thief's expenditures. Upon opening the third document, Chung E sensed something amiss. It was a draft of a love letter addressed to Yin Wanxin of Han-Dan University, the overly sentimental language sending shivers down his spine. A glance at the signature revealed it was Lin Sipeng, the president of the Computer Science Student Union at their university, a person of impeccable character and positive energy, often prone to lecturing others on minor infractions. His positive energy stemmed from a penchant for generous donations, having initiated numerous fundraising activities for impoverished mountainous regions, with all contributions attributed to him as the student union president. It was this individual who had stolen my account. I shall gather evidence of his transgressions and confront him once enrolled. Chung E saved the document and logged into his account. His previous friends had all been deleted by Lin Sipeng, leaving only 3. Lonely Night, Terror That Cuts Through the Sky, and a rather trendy one named Alaliai's Little Wings. Ignoring these acquaintances, he first added the girl from the internet CF, sending her his request. After agreeing on a pickup date, Chung E opened the list of registered teams to devise the upcoming competition's procedures. With over 2,000 teams registered, which represented over 6,000 participants. This was a daunting figure. While it paled in comparison to the esports competitions of his past life, which often attracted hundreds of thousands, this was an offline event. Organizing a seamless competition for over 6,000 participants was indeed a scholarly endeavor. The first task was to create a simple lottery system based on the team names. The unforgiving computers of this era were not easily challenged, especially the ruthless versions that rapidly advanced in the early stages. Despite having played Red Alert for over a decade, Chung E could barely contend with 2 of these coal machines. The ranking matches following the preliminary rounds would utilize the same mechanism until the top 64 teams were identified. Subsequently, a challenge tournament would commence, with each team participating in a lottery to be assigned to one of 8 competitive zones, ultimately determining the champions and runners-up. Chung E pondered as he organized the details, laboring until late into the night to finally streamline the competition rules. In this era, the rapid development of websites required a model akin to Tianya, a forum that granted users ample freedom of expression to ensure their engagement. In contrast, Portal sites like Suhu and Xena offered little more than online newspapers with limited interactive features, resulting in insufficient user retention. Once users found alternatives, they were quick to abandon them. Moreover, the development and maintenance costs of forum sites were significantly lower than those of portal sites. Chung-Yi sketched out a basic framework for the website before leaving the room. Upon reaching the second floor, he heard Du Yuxing's voice from afar. "You really let me down. You've caused me considerable trouble." From a distance, it appeared that Du Yuxing was playing Red Alert with two young men. Were they friends of the chubby boy? Chung-Yi approached Sun Buoxin's computer and inquired, "Oh? How's the training going?" "Barely able to take on 5 normal difficulty computers," Sun Buoxin replied casually. "Currently challenging 1 ruthless computer and 4 normal ones." "You can take a look." Chung-Yi glanced at Sun Buoxin's screen, where he was indeed facing 7 ruthless computers. The advantage of these cold machines lay in their rapid early development, but against Sun Buoxin, who was even quicker, they were utterly outmatched. Within 5 minutes of the match, 2 ruthless computers had already been defeated. Brutal. Du Yuxing's battle was even more merciless, albeit in a reverse manner. A single ruthless computer had completely annihilated his team, while he shouted in despair, blaming his equally bewildered teammates. At this rate, the preliminary rounds might eliminate 90 of the teams, Chung-Yi murmured. Chapter 86. The essence of business lies in integrity. The following morning, after breakfast, Chung-Yi immersed himself in coding for the forum. There were no source code templates to rely on in this era, so he had to write everything from scratch. With the competition approaching, Chung-Yi resolved to outline some core functionalities and establish the forum. The user registration and login process was overly complicated, so he temporarily removed it, allowing guest comments instead. He added an administrator posting feature, a daily visitor count, and a few banner ad spaces. Gradually, a rudimentary forum began to take shape. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung-Yi finally completed the code. Due to a lack of resources, the forum's appearance was rather unappealing, but it prioritized functionality. He registered 3 domain names and set up 5 virtual servers to guard against minor traffic attacks. After designing the logo for today's headlines, he placed it in the top left corner of the forum. With that, he had accomplished his task for the day. It was now essential to secure intellectual property rights. Beyond registering the trademark for Glory Computers in Hong Kong, he needed to expedite the registration for the trademarks of Momo Internet CAF, today as headlines, and the various software copyrights. After visiting 3 departments in succession, he finally submitted all the application materials, along with the registration name application for Beijing Momo Internet CAF Company. At that moment, a brand new Santana 2000 was parked outside the CAF. Did even Santana drivers now require internet access at CAFS? With a hint of curiosity, Chung-Yi entered the CAF. Upon stepping inside, he overheard Du Yuxing's voice from the second floor. "I'll step outside for some fresh air to think it over." "Boss Du, could you please engage in the negotiations with us earnestly? We come with sincerity," said a voice that sounded familiar, Li Bing's. Ascending to the second floor, Du Yuxing, upon spotting Chung-Yi, displayed a look of immense relief, pointing at Chung-Yi and exclaiming, "This is our chief financial officer, Chung-Yi. You can discuss the sponsorship with him. I'm overwhelmed with other matters." Overwhelmed? Both Li Bing and the sharply dressed manager appeared taken aback. "You were just playing a game, right? Did you not check the calendar before stepping out today?" Li Bing felt a surge of annoyance, yet refrained from expressing it in front of Manager Chun. He forced a grim smile at Chung-Yi, turning his head away in silence. In stark contrast, Manager Chun was exceedingly cordial, producing his business card and respectfully handing it to Chung-Yi. "Hello, Mr. Chung. I am Chun Qingchuan from the Beijing Lianxiang Computer Sales Center. We are here to discuss sponsorship for the competition." "Oh, hello, Manager Chun," Chung-Yi replied, shaking hands with Chun Qingchuan and smiling brightly. Chun Qingchuan continued, "Mr. Li, our boss, wishes to secure exclusive sponsorship rights. May I inquire if you would consider granting us these rights if we offer a higher bid?" Chung-Yi sighed. "If only you had come with sincerity yesterday. There might have been a glimmer of hope, especially since we hadn't signed a contract with the championship sponsor yet. However, that is no longer possible. The contracts are signed, and we cannot afford the penalty for breach." Manager Chen looked surprised as he glanced at Li Bing beside him, saying, "Didn't we send someone over yesterday?" Upon hearing Chung-Yi's words, Manager Chen's face turned pale. 100,000? How could it be a bid of 100,000? Wasn't the initial offer 300,000? with an additional 20,000 for negotiation? Manager Chen shot a shocked glance at Li Bing, his expression reflecting disbelief. At this moment, Li Bing's face had darkened significantly as he exclaimed loudly, I offer 100,000 to provide you with room for negotiation, yet you have not increased your bid. And who might this be? Cheng Yi Inwude deliberately. This is our boss, Li's eldest son. Manager Chen forced a smile. Oh, Cheng Yi responded with a grin. In business, integrity is paramount. It is akin to that Santana 2000 parked outside. If you were to propose a price of 20,000 at a car dealership, do you truly believe the manager would continue negotiating with you? Li Bing's countenance grew increasingly grim, and with a cold snort, he fell silent. Cheng Yi maintained a professional smile and addressed Manager Chen. Currently, we have sponsorship opportunities for both the second and third places. You may choose one. Although they may not be as prominent as an exclusive sponsorship, their advertising effectiveness is still commendable. The Shizi Hanyin clothing store is also in talks with us. So if you wish to sponsor, a swift decision would be prudent. We have already committed to both sponsorship spots. Manager Chen promptly replied. Let's discuss the costs. The second place sponsorship is 20, while the third is 10. The prices are non-negotiable. Cheng Yi laughed. We need to include your information in the reports and photographs in the Jingzhou Daily. Hence, we must allocate a portion of the advertising fee to them. The profit margin is already quite slim. Understood. Manager Chen had not anticipated a price reduction. A popular advertisement in the Jingzhou Daily would cost around 30 to 40,000 per day. And the benefits and reach of such advertisements pale in comparison to sponsoring a prestigious competition. Manager Chen added, however, we do have certain requirements. We must have our promotional posters displayed as extensively as possible. No problem at all. You may affix them to the interior and exterior walls, the entrance, and the building itself. If necessary, we can even place small stickers of your brand on our internet CAF computers. Additionally, you can advertise on buses and shopping malls and at exhibition booths, clearly indicating that you're the sponsor for the second and third places. Otherwise, our champion sponsor may not be pleased, Cheng Yi generously remarked. Chapter 87. Confirming the preliminary selection schedule, may I inquire, which company is the champion sponsor? Manager Chen asked quietly. A company from Hong Kong. Cheng Yi replied mysteriously. Ah, no wonder they are so affluent, Manager Chen realized. Cheng Yi continued. However, it is of little concern, although they hold the champion sponsorship. They have yet to send anyone to make requests. You can take the initiative and cover all the necessary places in my internet CAF, as well as the advertising spots in Jingzhou City, thereby maximizing your promotional efforts. By the time that Hong Kong companies send someone, they may find no available advertising space. Brilliant, Mr. Cheng. You are truly a commercial prodigy. No wonder Boss Du entrusted such an important task to you. Manager Chen exclaimed joyfully, promptly producing a check to hand to Cheng Yi. Here is the check. Please accept it. Can we sign a contract now? Of course. Please follow me to the 4th floor. After signing the contract, Manager Chen left the internet CF, ecstatically accompanied by a nearly tearful Li Bing. With this 300,000 secured, they could indulge for a while. Today is August 2nd, with only 3 days remaining until the competition begins. Cheng Yi hastily consumed a few bites of instant noodles before calling Zhao Gang. Finally, you've called me, Cheng. Our editor-in-chief is nearly frantic. Zhao Gang exclaimed as soon as the call connected. Cheng Yi chuckled. The preparations were quite tedious. I just finished up and contacted you immediately. Are we ready to commence? Absolutely. I have prepared the forum for today's headlines. Tomorrow, we will announce the preliminary selection dates and include the forum's domain for detailed scheduling. Inform your editor-in-chief that due to the overwhelming number of participating teams, the schedule cannot be fully represented in the paper. Thus, I created a forum for schedule viewing. While all competition progress and results will still be exclusively reported by your team, with no online coverage, Cheng Yi explained. Got it. I will promptly request approval from the editor-in-chief. We will finalize the printing tonight and have it in tomorrow's paper, Zhao Gang readily agreed. I will send you the approximate content shortly. After hanging up, Cheng Yi edited and sent the schedule information to Zhao Gang. Once the message was dispatched, he logged into the forum administrator account to publish the details regarding the preliminary selection. The next morning, as the Jingzhou Daily reached every corner of Jingzhou City, excitement erupted once again. The competition, which had captivated countless hearts and sparked conversations, finally confirmed the preliminary selection date and method. Preliminary selection date, August 5th. 8 a.m. to August 12th, 10:00 p.m. Selection method. Teams must successfully defeat 5 formidable computers in land combat mode. August 5th preliminary team list. Lone Wolf Team, Storm Team, Battle Team, Haggling Team, and Pretty Girl Team. August 6th preliminary team list. August 7th preliminary team list. What madness is this? Challenging 5 formidable computers in land combat mode? Incredible. This preliminary selection will undoubtedly eliminate a large number of teams. I might barely manage to challenge one. I could take on 2. Challenging 2 is pointless. If the 3 members of your team do not cooperate well, they could easily be overwhelmed by 5 formidable computers. Let's hurry up and practice. By mid-morning, all internet CAFs in Jingzhou City were packed to capacity. Some opportunistic internet CAF owners even raised their fees from 2 yuan to 3 in hopes of profiting handsomely. The Momo Internet CAF, with its 420 computers, was also at full capacity. While this surge was partly due to summer vacation, the full occupancy across all internet CAFs was undoubtedly linked to the impending first red alert electronic sports competition. The fervor surrounding this event continually reshaped the understanding of ordinary people. Just as the editor-in-chief of the Jingzhou Daily had predicted, this competition was a case of doing the right thing at the right time. Timing, location, and human connections are all essential. It is an irreplaceable grand event. At 1 p.m., Li Xiang personally delivered 180 computers. In order to expedite their journey to Hong Kong, Li Xiang reluctantly outsourced the assembly of computers yesterday and managed to gather 600 computers for the Momo Internet CAF. This allocation comprised 150 computers per floor, with 6 local area network hosts and 144 terminals. Each floor had a small room partitioned with gypsum board to house the 6 local area network hosts, which were solely accessible to professional programmers like Shirley. Even Zhang Lingyu and others were prohibited from touching them. The arrival of these 180 computers kept Cheng Yi and his team occupied throughout the day. As night fell, they finally completed the setup of the computer areas on the 3rd and 4th floors. The 4th floor computer area was designated as the competition zone, and once the competition commenced, access would be restricted to ensure a relatively quiet environment for the competitors. Many individuals yearned to visit the legendary regions of Hong Kong and Macau, giving rise to numerous travel agencies specializing in these routes. The travel agency Cheng Yi arranged for Li Xiang is the largest and most expensive business travel agency in Jingzhou City. In addition to the 3-day group fee of 1,500 yuan, there were additional charges for the tour guide, business negotiations, and services for company and trademark registration. All in all, the total approached 7,000 yuan. Staring at the staggering bill, Li Xiang was left speechless. For that amount, one could purchase a reasonably well-equipped Pentium 3 computer. With all arrangements in place, Cheng Yi solemnly instructed Li Xiang, once you arrive in Hong Kong, rest for the night. The following day, follow the business tour guide, who will assist you in completing all necessary tasks. Understood. Li Xiang, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded and exclaimed with excitement, Brother, may I go to Tongluan for a visit? Once the matter is settled, you can go wherever you please. Cheng Yi retrieved a paper bag and slipped it into Li Xiang's pocket, saying, This is 2,000 Hong Kong dollars I just exchanged with the travel agency. Since you made the effort to come this far, you should explore a bit. Rest assured, brother, I will fulfill my mission. Li Xiang gazed at Cheng Yi with deep gratitude and spoke resolutely. In that moment, he felt a renewed sense of hope in life. Meanwhile, in the tea room of Feiyang Internet CAF, Li Bing, clutching her bruised cheek, furiously addressed Zhou Rongjuan. Uncle Zhou, you must help me deal with that brat. Just look at how terribly that scoundrel has harmed me. My father gave me 10 slaps. Zhou Rongjuan scoffed inwardly. Chapter 88. What is a rogue merchant? Although he thought this way, he replied, If that little rival of yours truly is the deputy manager of Momo Internet CF, then we must plan this carefully. Plan carefully? He is merely a worker. It's easy to handle him. Li Bing retorta ansiosely. Zhou Rongjuan could no longer hold back, frowning. Li Bing, can you think for a moment? Their competition is about to start, and the entire Jingzhou City is promoting it. Are you really considering causing a ruckus now? Do you wish to be thrown out? I just can't swallow this anger, Li Bing said, sitting down with an irritated expression, her eyes flashing with rage. University enrollment? Do we have to wait that long? Li Bing was taken aback. Isn't that until early September? Of course, after this competition ends. It will be at least late this month. We need to let the heat die down. It will definitely be early September. Zhou Rongjuan leisurely poured a cup of tea for Li Bing, advising, calm down, you can't rush into things. Their internet CAFISN tea going anywhere. Fine. Li Bing gritted her teeth. But you must be ruthless. It will be best to take a picture. I want to see his bruised face. No problem. Zhou Rongjuan chuckled. Soon after, Li Bing added, by the way, Uncle Zhou, I've invited several Red Alert experts. I'll have them come by this afternoon for you to check out. Red Alert experts? Are they formidable? Zhou Rongjuan asked, astonished. Absolutely formidable, Li Bing replied proudly. One of them is even the runner-up in the Red Alert joint competition in Yantai City. A Red Alert joint competition? Yantai City has hosted such an event? Zhou Rongjuan was quite surprised. However, he understood, as Yantai City, while not a provincial capital, had consistently ranked first in the province due to its coastal location and several enterprises. It was not uncommon for new activities to emerge there. Zhou Rongjuan inquired, how much do they charge? Not expensive, just the amount you usually pay, Li Bing replied confidently. The owners of several internet CAFs in Yantai City have business dealings with my family, so they're doing this to curry favor. All right, if I win a championship this time, I'll give you the entire prize money. Zhou Rongjuan's spirits lifted immediately. He then continued, wait a minute. Why only invite a runner-up? Shouldn't we spend some money to invite the champion as well? Oh, don't mention it. That champion is always hanging out in internet CAFs, and his father, in a fit of anger, sent him away, Li Bing explained. If I could contact him, I would have invited him too. But it's fine. I managed to bring the runner-up in the third place, plus 3 backup experts from the top 8. Securing first place is a sure thing. Good. Zhou Rongjuan felt reassured, envisioning the name of the Feiyang Internet CAF team ascending in the Jingzhou Daily S promotions. After leaving the travel agency, Cheng Yi headed straight to the Shizi Hanyan tailoring shop. Upon entering, Shizi Han was skillfully cutting fabric and greeted Cheng Yi with a smile. Boss Cheng, those 3 sets are ready. Take a look and see if they are satisfactory. No need to check. Your craftsmanship is undoubtedly exceptional. Cheng Yi collected the 3 completed made outfits, placed cash on the counter, and said, please make 6 more sets, using the measurements I sent you. Shizi Han looked at Cheng Yi with surprise, asking, are all the girls you hire the same size? If the made outfits don't fit well, it won't look good. Cheng Yi chuckled, my hiring standards are based on these measurements, so they will definitely fit. You are impressive. You even hire based on measurements. What industry are you in? Exactly? Shizi Han asked, curious. Haven't I mentioned it? I run an internet CAF, Cheng Yi replied candidly. Never mind. If you find it inconvenient to share, I want to pry. Shizi Han pocketed the cash. Boss Chi, it's quite dark here. Have you considered relocating to a better shop? Cheng Yi surveyed the dimly lit, cramped space and inquired. Shizi Han replied irritably, I would like to move. But with the increasing number of machine-made garments coming into the market, cheap and of good quality, who still comes to have clothes custom-made? Now, I only alter panhems for people. You need to pursue a high-end route. You can't keep competing with those small tailoring shops, Cheng Yi advised. Shizi Han glanced at Cheng, viewing him as someone who spoke without understanding the difficulties. A high-end route? He would like that, but who would come to him for that? If it weren't for Cheng Yi being his biggest client this year, he would have already snapped back. Cheng Yi, aware of Shizi Han's thoughts, chuckled. How about this? I will invest in a storefront for you. You just need to focus on the work, and any profits or losses will be mine. How did that sound? Shizi Han, astonished, examined Cheng, saying, Boss Cheng, don't tell me you're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Cheng Yi repeated. I'll invest 100,000 and we will establish a clothing design company. You can hold a 30 stake based on your skills. And I'll pay you a monthly salary of 1,500. Can you accept this? 1,500? Shizi Han dropped the scissors he was holding in shock. He could barely earn that much in 2 months. For the 6 outfits he made for Cheng Yi, he only earned 300 altogether, and large orders like that came around only once every few months. All right, I'll work with you, but don't regret it, Shizi Han warned. I can be quite stubborn. If you regret it, I'll just lie in front of your shop every day. Haha, don't worry, I can afford you. Prepare yourself. I'll come to finalize the storefront and company details in mid-September, Cheng Yi said, grabbing the outfits and leaving the tailoring shop. His internet CAF was about to enter a period of rapid growth, and soon there would be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of staff requiring uniforms. Given that it was already late August, as they approached the online gaming era next year, there would undoubtedly be significant expenses related to attire for female gaming companions. Calculating for 20,000 outfits, he would need to pay Chi Zihan nearly 4 million in clothing costs. Saving 500 in monthly rent would save him millions. This business opportunity was undeniably advantageous. Was a rogue merchant. This is it. Chapter 89. I am here to deliver money to your president. Aside from saving money, there was another reason. Although clothing stores and internet CAFs seem unrelated, they're closely tied to internet traffic. An eye-catching black lace miniskirt can generate an immeasurable amount of online traffic. Moreover, garments of this unconventional style are unlikely to be replicated by businesses for mass production in the coming years, as they are not suitable for everyday wear. Only female staff at Momo Internet CAF attracted by high salaries and certain specialized high-end industries might use them. Chung-yi personally welcomes imitation and plagiarism, as it ultimately benefits all male patrons. Perhaps he could even grace the cover of a fashion magazine, becoming a rising star in the fashion industry. Upon returning to the Internet CAF, Chung-yi discovered that the first-floor corridor was packed with people, nearly overflowing. The first to the fourth floors were completely packed, with everyone engrossed in playing Red Alert. In these few days, should you dare to engage in any other game, you might find yourself unceremoniously carried out and disposed of. Training, relentless training. Upon entering the activity room on the fourth floor, it became evident that the 4 computers inside were monopolized by Sun BXN and Du Yuxing along with 2 other young gentlemen. This is Chungo, my boss. Sun BXN introduced. Hello, Chungo. The 2 young men immediately rose to greet him. Who are they? Chung-yi inquired with a hint of confusion. Sun BXN replied, We've been interviewing for days without finding any skilled players, so I called in 2 childhood friends from my hometown. Their skills are decent. We've competed together before. The fact that Sun BXN described their skills as decent was enough to indicate their competence. One of the young men looked at Chung-yi and said, Chung-ge, we don't want any prize money from this competition. If we win, could you possibly keep us on? Even a position as a network administrator would suffice. Chung-yi chuckled, no problem, but the prize money is yours. You've earned it. Once you win and claim the prize, you can stay on. For now, we'll calculate your pay at 500 a month. Thank you, Chung-ge. The 2 young men exclaimed joyfully. Back in their hometown, they had always rushed to internet cafes whenever they had money, and when it ran out, they resorted to odd jobs. To secure a stable job that allows free internet access was a dream they never dared to entertain. As Chung-yi stepped out of the activity room, he discovered that his door had been locked from the inside. Upon knocking, Zhang Lingyu cautiously peered out, and upon recognizing Chung-yi, she quickly gestured him inside, saying, Master, come in quickly. What are you doing? It feels like you're sneaking around. Cheng, yi furon it. Zhang Lingyu pulled him into the room and opened a cardboard box, exclaiming, Master, look. The box was brimming with cash, 10, 20, 50, and 100 yuan notes, all piled up. Today's harvest is quite substantial, Chung-yi remarked with a smile. Zhang Lingyu trembled as she replied, Substantial doesn't even begin to cover it. Master, we registered 534 members today. There were so many people that even with 2 computers, we couldn't keep up, and many couldn't register. AI and Lian are still in the reception area handling registrations. I came up to deposit the money. Later, give Li Xiang's wife a call. She also assembles computers. Ask her to bring over 5 more machines tomorrow, so we can register with 7 computers. Chung-yi placed a maid outfit he was holding on the bed and asked, What's the situation with the network administrators I asked you to recruit? Zhang Lingyu quickly responded, We only found 2. The rest didn't meet your standards. After saying this, she stole a glance at Chung-yi. Her master was commendable in many aspects, but he could be a bit too particular. Who requires measurements for a network administrator? Fortunately, being a girl, she didn't face any backlash during recruitment. If it had been Du Yuxing, no one would have dared to apply. Let them start tomorrow. Watching Zhang Lingyu count the money, Chung-yi couldn't help but smile and said, No need to count. I'll find professionals to assist us. Profesionals. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. Yes, let us leave it for now. Tomorrow, professionals will come to provide free service. The HND Ing Commercial Bank S University Town branch was one of the oldest banks in the HND Ing University Town Commercial Street. Although it was among the first to establish itself in the area, it was also the most unfortunate. As a local bank, it lacked the strength to compete with the 4 major banks. The students at HND Ing University came from all corners of the country, and the number of bank branches nationwide was a significant factor for them. Thus, Ing commercial bank, with branches only in Ing province, was relegated to obscurity upon entering the university town. The following morning, as Chung-yi walked into the bank, he found 3 men and 2 women gathered around a table playing cards. The hall was desolate, with not a single customer in sight, and the only young female teller was languidly fiddling with a trinket at the counter. "Is the branch manager in?" Chung-yi approached the counter and directly inquired. What do you need the manager for?" The teller stammered in surprise. "I'm here to deliver him some money," Chung-yi replied with a smile. "If he is not here, I'll just take my business elsewhere." "Why, yes," the teller exclaimed, calling out loudly, "Manager, someone is here to give you money." "What nonsense is this? When have I ever accepted money from anyone?" A middle-aged man, his face covered in sticky notes, leaped up. "What this young man said is not what I said." The teller shrank back, feeling aggrieved as she muttered softly. The middle-aged man brushed off the notes from his face and approached Chung-yi, inquiring, "I'm the branch manager. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Chung-yi, the financial officer of Internet Cafe," Chung-yi replied with a smile. Internet Cafe?" The middle-aged man eyed Chung-yi with surprise, his demeanor instantly becoming more courteous. Please take a seat. I was just planning to visit you. You're quite the celebrity in our university town. Stop playing cards and get some tea," he called out, prompting the 2 men and 2 women to hastily set aside their cards and get to work. "I'm Gua Yongli. You can call me Lao Gua," the middle-aged man said, handing Chung-yi a business card. "How many computers does your internet cafe have now, Mr. Chung?" "Lao Gua, I'm quite busy, so let us skip the pleasantries. My purpose for visiting aligns closely with what you might expect," Chung-yi replied, tucking the card into his pocket. "One is to request that your bank send 2 people to my internet cafe every day at 5 in the afternoon to tally up my daily earnings and deposit the money." "That is no problem," Guiyongli replied cheerfully. "May I ask, what is your daily revenue?" "It's not too much, around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan," Chung-yi stated. "What? 40,000 to 50,000? How is that possible?" Guiyongli exclaimed. Chung-yi smiled at him and added, "This is just the beginning. It will only grow from here. My visit today also has another purpose. I would like to establish a corporate fund pool at your bank." "Corporate fund pool?" Guiyongli's expression turned serious. This concept was something many enterprises executed discreetly without going through banks, often exploiting financial loopholes for illegal fundraising. The intent behind creating a fund pool was simply to gather money from the public and then abscond once a substantial amount was amassed. Guiyongli scrutinized Chung, sensing a hint of doubt in his gaze. For someone to openly mention establishing a corporate fund pool, he certainly was not an ordinary individual with a simplistic understanding of such matters. After a moment of silence, Guiyongli asked, "I see you're quite young. May I inquire if you understand what a fund pool entails?" Chung-yi replied straightforwardly, "Let me be blunt. I wish to apply for a corporate fund aggregation account." Guiyongli's eyes widened in shock. He had been in the industry for 10 years and had never encountered anyone propose such a thing, especially not someone who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Very few knew that a corporate fund aggregation account was the legitimate and compliant form of a corporate fund pool. This type of account was quite rare in the banking industry, and Guiyongli had only heard about it in financial seminars without any practical experience, as it involved a multitude of elements such as financial sharing systems, fund management systems, approval systems, budgeting systems, and various supporting procedures. However, once established, this account would significantly enhance the group's approval dimensions, simplify control over subordinate companies, and facilitate zero-fund operations for those companies, wherein all funds would be remitted to the parent company and all payments would be dispersed centrally. The most crucial aspect is that the conglomerate can promptly acquire the operational results of its subsidiary companies. Under the policy of consolidated accounts, all subordinate companies are essentially laid bare, with their activities laid out in stark clarity. However, to date, no domestic enterprise has ventured into such territory. After all, being too transparent is not necessarily advantageous for a business, as it eliminates opportunities for tax evasion and other clandestine practices. Most enterprises in this era predominantly pursue a course development approach. Guiyongli solemnly remarked, "If you're opening an internet CAF, why would you need a classified funds account?" Chung-yi chuckled, "I am not merely establishing one CAF. As more CAFs emerge, managing them will become cumbersome." Guiyongli replied, "To be frank, No domestic company has yet opened such an account, so I'm uncertain about the requirements. I can assist you in applying, and whether it is successful depends on the headquarters decision. All right, Chung-yi smiled. Here's my phone number. Please call me with any updates. Chung-yi then approached the counter and said, please open a bank account for me to deposit the daily revenue from CAF. Gui Yongli observed the jovial Chung-yi and felt a sense of unease. After all, he was the branch manager and should possess a modicum of stature and authority. Yet this young man seemed utterly indifferent to him. Could it be that he is the offspring of a prominent figure? Gui Yongli, adept at reading people, pondered privately. Just by opening a small CF, he had orchestrated such a grand affair, even partnering with Jingzhou Daily. The true identity of this second-generation individual must indeed be extraordinary. Suddenly, the woman who had been playing cards rushed out. Gui Yongli instructed, Chung, our esteemed client, you should arrange for him to receive an authorized platinum card. Understood, branch manager. Wang Zhen responded, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The platinum card is the highest tier card offered by their Handong commercial bank. Users possessing a platinum card, after reasonable usage for 3 months, are entitled to a revolving credit limit of 1 million yuan, along with numerous exclusive services, such as a dedicated platinum card lounge and reception area. Wang Zhen approached Chung-yi, bowing slightly as she smiled. Mr. Chung, please proceed to the VIP room for a moment. I will expedite your application. Hurry with the card. I can sit with Mr. Chung for a while. Gui Yongli promptly instructed. Chung-yi was taken aback by Gui Yongli's warmth. However, during the wait for the card, he discerned the reason behind it. Gui Yongli had been keenly speculating about his identity, likely under a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, Chung-yi found no need to clarify. When faced with pivotal questions, he responded ambiguously, further solidifying Gui Yongli's internal assumptions. Before long, the platinum card was processed. Chung-yi tucked the card away and stood, addressing Gui Yongli. I appreciate your assistance, branch manager. Do visit for tea sometime. Absolutely, Gui Yongli replied eagerly, personally seeing Chung-yi out of the bank. Gui Yongli, feeling a surge of excitement, mused, my judgment is reliable. This young man's demeanor and actions suggest he is likely the child of a high-ranking official. Would the child of a high-ranking official open a CAF? Wang Zhen inquired, puzzled. Gui Yongli scoffed. Are you questioning my discernment? No, I would not dare, Wang Zhen replied, startled. Investigate which provincial leader has the surname Chung. Understood, Wang Zhen nodded promptly. The surname Chung is quite rare. If a leader with that surname can be identified, Chung-yi's identity would be practically confirmed. It is imperative to provide him with excellent service. Mark my words, we shall undoubtedly benefit from his association. Upon returning to the Internet CAF, the first-floor member room remained bustling, with many individuals queuing to register as members. At the entrance, the 2 newly hired attendants were maintaining order. These girls, of a similar height to Zhen, appeared quite fair-skinned, and in their maid outfits, they could easily earn a beauty score of around 75, capturing the attention of many. Chung-yi admired them for a moment, gaining a deeper understanding of the design concept for the maid outfits. The skirts could be slightly shorter, providing a more voluminous appearance. Ascending to the second floor, he checked the status of each main computer in the control room, confirming that everything was functioning properly before proceeding to the activity room. Inside, Sun Baxin and his companions were engaged in intense training, with Sun Baxin challenging 7 formidable computers, while the other 2 faced 5. In contrast, Du Yuxing was watching Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey, Part 1, Pandora's Box on his computer, laughing heartily, much to Sun Baxin's chagrin. Fatty, are you causing a distraction? Chung-yi approached, shutting down Du Yuxing's computer screen and dragging him out of the activity room. Hey, boss, I'm not causing trouble. I am providing support. Serving tea and water. Du Yuxing protested as he was pulled away. Just as Chung-yi was about to respond, Zhen rushed up to the 4th floor, panting slightly, and said to Chung-yi, Brother Chung, something terrible has happened. There's a disturbance on the 1st floor. Chapter 91. This scout is quite confident a disturbance? Chung-yi was taken aback. I will handle it. I have many fans on the 1st floor. Du Yuxing rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Chung-yi handed Du Yuxing 1,000 yuan, instructing, rent 2 3-bedroom apartments in the nearby community. Ensure they are clean and tidy, with a double bed in each bedroom. It must be arranged by today, otherwise, everyone will have to sleep on the floor tonight. After giving his orders, Chung-yi hurried down to the 1st floor. At the counter, a young man in a denim outfit stood with his arms crossed, his face betraying an air of arrogance. "This is our financial director," AI said, somewhat irritated as she regarded the young man. "If you have a matter, speak with our financial director." "Financial director?" The young man glanced at Chung Yi and scoffed. "The financial director is not qualified. I want to see the store manager." "Kid, you really don't know how to stay alive. Lucky for you, the store manager isn't here. Otherwise, you would be in big trouble," a frequent patron of the CAF shouted. "Ha ha, you must have never been beaten before, huh?" A chorus of jeers erupted from the patrons. The young man's expression shifted slightly, his confidence wavering as he glared at Chung Yi with a mix of confusion and defiance. "Fine, if the financial director is the financial director, then I came here to challenge you. I read in Jingzhou Daily that you accept challenges from all red alert masters." Chung Yi locked eyes with the young man, a knowing smile flickering in his gaze. This young man seemed to be a scout sent by another competing team to test Sun Baxin's abilities. Chung Yi replied, "We will certainly accept your challenge. But not at this moment. Our competitors from Momo Internet CAF are currently undergoing intensive training and are not accepting any challenges at this time. You may challenge them after the esports tournament concludes." "I see you are afraid," the young man retorted angrily. "If you are too afraid, then you should apologize to us locals in the newspaper." Chung Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "So you wish to play rough, do you?" "Precisely," the young man replied. "Either you beat me up or let me gain some fame through the newspaper." "All right, you can challenge me now. It will be 500 yuan per match. Is that unreasonable?" Cheng Yi chuckled it. "If the person who sent you here cannot even spare that amount, then it is futile for you to come poking around." Upon encountering the young man with a middle part in silence, Chung Yi chuckled. "You should inquire first. I will await your news." Without a moment's hesitation, the young man dashed out of the Internet CAF, exclaiming, 500 is 500. It's settled." He slapped the 500 yuan onto the counter. Chung Yi proceeded to the activity room on the 4th floor and addressed Sun Baxin. "Old 8. Someone has come to challenge. Go handle it." He handed the 500 yuan to Sun Baxin, stating 500 per match. "If someone comes offer money, we shouldn't refuse." "Is it really that much?" Sun Baxin felt somewhat incredulous. Chung Yi replied with a smile, "I suspect this challenger was sent here for a reason. He should possess considerable skill." Old 8, first gauge that young man's abilities. If there's a chance, don't eliminate him too quickly. It would be best to control the manner of your victory. "How do I control that?" Sun Baxin furrowed his brow. Cheng Yi elaborated. "Create the illusion of a narrow victory, allowing him to believe he merely lost by a fluke." "Why should we do that?" Sun Baxin questin Popa. Chung Yi laughed heartily. "Just follow my lead." "All right, I will give a try." Sun Baxin stowed the money and descended the stairs with Chung Yi. "Let us compete here." Chung Yi opened the door to the main computer room on the 1st floor, grinning. "Let us make it swift." Sun Baxin said nothing and quickly initiated the game. The middle-parted youth entered with an air of arrogance, his expression becoming considerably more serious. Many internet users gathered at the doorway of the computer room, eager to catch a glimpse of the match. Unfortunately, the door was too narrow. Even those who managed to catch a glimpse could not see the entirety of the match. However, the duration of the game indicated that the middle-parted youth was no novice, as no one had lasted more than 8 minutes against Sun Baxin prior. As nearly 20 minutes elapsed, the match continued unabated. A few moments later, a voice erupted from within the computer room, filled with frustration. "Damn it, so close." A youth who had been watching from the doorway exclaimed, "This guy is too strong. He almost defeated Old Ba. Is that for real? Where did this master come from? I thought Old Ba was unbeatable in Red Alert." The crowd outside the computer room buzzed with excitement. Many had first-hand experience of Sun Baxin's formidable prowess, a dominating force capable of instilling despair. Yet now, they were witnessing a contender who could stand toe-to-toe with him. "Wait, don't leave." The middle-parted youth glanced at Sun Baxin and hurriedly exited the Internet CAF. "I want to play another round. This time, I will definitely win." He slammed another 500 yuan onto the counter and dove back into the computer room. "Let me have a look. Can you let me through to watch?" The crowd pressed together, eager to witness the moment when the formidable Sun Baxin might be bested. Unfortunately, after approximately 20 more minutes, the familiar sound of exasperation echoed from the computer room. "Damn it, so close again. Wait, don't leave." The middle-parted youth, eyes ablaze, pushed through the crowd and hurried away. Chung Yi observed the young man's retreating figure, shaking his head with a sigh. The middle-parted youth was indeed consumed by his obsession. The maddening feeling of being so close, yet ultimately defeated, driving him to distraction. He rushed to the side of a blue car, saying, "Boss Zhou, lend me 500 more. This time, I will surely win." Zhou Rongjuan was taken aback. Hadn't he merely sent the young man to gauge the strength of the MO Internet CAF team? How had it come to this? He harbored serious doubts that this fool was using his money for gambling. Zhou Rongjuan glanced at the middle-parted youth and said, "No need to continue. We've gathered enough information. What is his skill level?" With a defiant expression, the young man retorted, "Humph, he's just mediocre. Give me 500 more, and I can win." "Get in the car," Zhou Rongjuan replied, disregarding the middle-parted youth's stubbornness. The young man silently entered the vehicle, casting a sorrowful gaze at the MO Internet CAF as it gradually faded from view. It was truly disheartening. He was so close to achieving fame in Jingzhou City. Zhou Rongjuan chuckled. As he speculated, the skill of the expert at MO Internet CAF is rather average. "Boss Zhou, that statement is unfair. I'm also among the top players in Jingzhou City. By saying that, you are classifying me as merely average." The middle-parted youth immediately protested. Zhou Rongjuan shot him a glance and replied with a smile. That was a slip of the tongue. This middle-parted youth, named Zhang Wei, was a local talent he had recruited from another Internet CAF, possessing decent skills and having faced no rivals in nearby establishments. Thus, he had sent Zhang Wei to test the waters. The results were quite satisfactory. If the expert from MO Internet CAF was indeed a match for Zhang Wei, then their Internet CAF, Fei Yang, would undoubtedly make a significant impact in the upcoming esports tournament, gaining notoriety throughout Jingzhou. Better to be cautious. Safety is paramount, Zhou Rongjuan remarked, addressing Li Bing. "When will the skilled players you found arrive?" Li Bing raised his hand to check the time and responded, "They should be arriving shortly." Just then, youths clad in short-sleeved shirts entered. The leader, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Aaron Kwok, habitually tossed his hair back as he walked. "You all have finally arrived." Seeing these four, Li Bing immediately approached with a smile. He pulled the foremost individual, Meng Tao, over to Zhou Rongjuan, saying, "This is Meng Tao, the runner-up in the Red Alert Cup at the Yantai Internet CAF. "Oh, welcome, welcome." Zhou Rongjuan shook Meng Tao's hand. "This is Song Hua, the third-place winner in the same tournament." Song Hua was a slender youth, not particularly tall, and wore thick glasses. "And these are Sun Ling and Tang Feng, finalists." Observing Zhou Rongjuan's warm reception, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of jealousy. He scoffed. "Boss Zhou, you aren't planning to team them up with me, are you? Are their skills up to par?" Zhang Wei chuckled. "They do. As the vice team for Fei Yang Internet CAF, their skills are adequate." "Who are you?" Meng Tao scrutinized Zhang Wei, inquiring. With pride, Zhang Wei declared, "I am Zhang Wei, a local from Jingzhou City. My Red Alert skills are at best in the top 3 in the city." "Oh," Meng Tao acknowledged, remaining silent. Zhang Wei assumed Meng Tao was intimidated and, turning to Zhou Rongjuan, pressed, "Boss Zhou, I believe you should test their skills first. You tested me several times when I arrived. They are established experts from Yantai City, so testing is unnecessary." Zhou Rongjuan chuckled. "Given the substantial amount you're paying us, it would be better to test." Meng Tao smiled, adding, "Otherwise, we wouldn't feel comfortable taking your money." "All right," Zhou Rongjuan agreed, laughing. "We shall conduct a test. Our testing procedure involves a one-on-one match against 5 formidable computers." The staff members who had been browsing the internet rose from their seats, making way. As Meng Tao and his companions set down their bags and took their seats, Zhang Wei interjected, "Battling against computers won't reveal much. At most, it will serve for the preliminary rounds. To truly gauge skill, we need real combat. How about I test you?" Zhou Rongjuan was about to intervene when Meng Tao calmly replied, "All right, let us proceed." Throughout the exchange, Meng Tao spoke little. Zhang Wei entered the game, quickly connecting with Meng Tao. The earlier match against Sun Ba Xin had inflated Zhang Wei's confidence. If he could hold his own against the challenger of Jingzhou City, surely he too belonged to that echelon of skill. Meng Tao made no comment as the match commenced. His hands moved deftly across the keyboard and mouse, a flurry of rapid clicks mesmerizing the onlookers. Gradually, Zhang Wei's initially relaxed demeanor became increasingly tense. He suddenly realized that Meng Tao's prowess was several times stronger than that of the expert from Momo Wangba. No, it should be at least 10 times stronger. Within 6 minutes, the battle concluded. Zhang Wei gazed at the screen with astonished eyes, feeling as if he were in a dream. He muttered, I was careless just now. Let us have another round. Sun Ling, it's your turn. Meng Tao, however, had lost interest in Zhang Wei. With Zhang Wei's skills, he would likely not even make it to the top 16 in Yantai City. All right, Sun Ling replied politely, smiling at Zhang Wei. Shall we begin now? Yes. Let's go. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and exerted all his strength. 8 minutes and 56 seconds later, the battle ended. Zhang Wei stared at the astonishingly disparate battle results, filled with existential doubt. Was he not an expert? No, he was. It was just that these individuals were extraordinarily talented, beyond imagination, leaving him utterly defenseless. This was simply incredible. Zhou Rongjuan stood nearby, equally dumbfounded, and looked at Li Bing with a face full of surprise, exclaiming, Li Bing, you have truly done me a great favor. Li Bing scoffed. This isn't for your benefit. It's for my own. I must crush Momo Wangba beneath my feet. Otherwise, my anger will not subside. Their skills must be among the best in the nation, right? Zhou Rongjuan exclaimed excitedly. This time, we will undoubtedly make a name for ourselves in Jingzhou. Merely making a name for ourselves in Jingzhou is not enough. We must add some stakes. Li Bing gritted his teeth and said, this time, we are guaranteed to win. When the competition starts tomorrow, we will propose stakes to Momo Wangba. In front of all the reporters, let us see if they dare to accept. What stakes? Zhou Rongjuan inquired curiously. Li Bing coldly replied, whoever loses will leave Jingzhou. Zhou Rongjuan was taken aback. Is that a good idea? It doesn't seem right. Isn't that putting Feiyang Wangba at stake? Although losing is unlikely, it feels quite unsettling. If we win, Li Bing gets his revenge. If we lose, Li Bing suffers no loss. Zhou Rongjuan shook his head, saying, I don't think that's appropriate. Uncle Zhou, then what do you think the stakes should be? Li Bing asked. Let us wager computers. It doesn't involve money and can provide some amusement. Let us bet on 10 of the latest Pentium 4 computers. Zhou Rongjuan smiled brightly. After all, your family has an abundance of these. Chapter 93. The competition is about to begin. 10 computers? Li Bing felt a bit uneasy. Even the low-end Pentium 4 computers cost over 6,000 each. 10 would amount to over 60,000. Just thinking about it made him feel a pinch. However, if Momo Wangba agreed, wouldn't that mean a windfall of over 60,000? No, it should be over 100,000 when calculated at retail price. Securing 10 Pentium 4 computers from the warehouse will be quite simple for Li Bing. All right, I'll take that wager on computers. Li Bing agreed. This time, you must redeem your honor, Zhou Rongjuan said with a smile. If we win, will you share a few computers with me? Li Bing Loga. Once Uncle Zhou helps me deal with Cheng Yi, I'll directly gift you 5 Pentium 4 computers. Deal, Zhou Rongjuan replied, equally delighted. Now, that's the spirit. The pinnacle of cooperation is sharing the profits without spending money. Xiaolong, please book 4 rooms for Brother Meng and the others at a nearby hotel so they can rest well. Also, notify Momo Wangba that we are changing the roster of our main team. Zhou Rongjuan commanded. Understood. Boss Zhou, what about me? Zhang Wei asked, trembling. Zhou Rongjuan glanced at him hesitantly. This kid seemed to have little use. Perhaps he should be dismissed? Sensing the ominous shift in Zhou Rongjuan's gaze, Zhang Wei hurriedly interjected. Boss Zhou, while my skills may not match those of these brothers, I am still competent. If I can't win the championship, surely I can secure second place, right? With both the champion and runner-up from Feiyang Wangba, that would create quite the sensation. Zhou Rongjuan frowned. Then you can form the second team of Feiyang Wangba with a monthly fee of 300. 300? Zhang Wei's expression fell instantly. However, considering the benefit of free internet access at Feiyang Wangba, he had no choice but to agree. With the competition about to start, switching to another internet CAF was not realistic. The competition was imminent. In the afternoon, the construction team from Jingzhou Lianxiang Computer Sales Center arrived at Momo Wangba and, upon receiving Cheng Yi's nod, immediately began to post posters and banners throughout the CAF. As expected of a businessman, Li Baoyong maximized the 30,000 investment. Not only was the interior of the CAF adorned with posters and banners, but the exterior walls also featured 2 enormous advertising prints that nearly covered the entire building. The street where Momo Wangba was located was filled with advertisements bearing the Lianxiang computer logo. Buses, taxis, and even advertisements in shopping malls were all exclusively Lianxiang computer promotions, seemingly proclaiming to all of Jingzhou that they were sponsoring this esports tournament. At every street corner, girls adorned with Lianxiang computer sashes distributed promotional flyers. Li Baoyong cleverly included the rules for the preliminary competition and team information in these flyers, turning them into hot commodities. However, this flyer distribution annoyed the Jingzhou Daily, which held exclusive reporting rights. The cumulative expenses exceeded 200,000. This level of promotion, even if Li Baoyong had spent 500,000 to secure exclusive sponsorship, would likely not compare. Fortunately, they strictly adhered to Cheng Yi's requirements, clearly stating on each advertising space that they were the sponsors for the runner-up and third place in the first Jingzhou Red Alert Esports tournament. This competition was already eye-catching, and with Lianxiang Computer's aggressive promotion, public interest surged. How could such a wealthy company like Lianxiang Computer only sponsor the runner-up and third place? Who was the champion sponsor? Yes, I'm curious too. I haven't seen the champion sponsor advertising. Could it be that their champion sponsorship hasn't been sold? Impossible. If it hadn't sold, Lianxiang Computer, with its wealth, would have secured it long ago. In bustling streets, outside shopping malls, and on every corner, people were abuzz discussing two matters: the rightful champion of the esports tournament and the identity of the mysterious champion sponsor. At around 4 in the afternoon, the computer store delivered over 90,000 freshly printed membership cards. The sheer volume of these cards nearly filled an entire wall of the storage room on the first floor. Looking at this astounding number, Cheng Yi was relieved that he had pulled a dedicated 8-line internet connection for this main terminal. Otherwise, the internet speed would struggle to accommodate so many people accessing it simultaneously. He created a crude banner advertisement detailing the discounts for the membership cards and placed it prominently on the main banner of the Today as headline website. With the current exposure of the website, their internet CAF's membership cards would surely gain recognition. If the number of cardholders exceeded 10,000, Handong Commercial Bank would open a group fund collection account for him, allowing him to negotiate partnerships with merchants. With Handong Commercial Bank backing him, he could alleviate merchants' trust issues. After finishing the banner advertisement, there was a knock on his door. Upon opening it, Zhang Lingyu entered, carrying a box of money, and said, "Master, 7 computers are still insufficient for registration. Many people are getting impatient. 7 computers are not enough." Yes, quite a few newcomers are experiencing a CAF for the first time. The registration process is painfully slow, especially those who type slowly. It's exasperating to watch. Some are so nervous that their hands tremble as they type each pinyin character one at a time. Zhang Lingyu placed the money on Cheng Yi's bed, alongside 2 other boxes of cash, and sighed helplessly. To gather 10,000 members, even with 7 computers registering nonstop, it would take 5 to 6 days to accomplish this. Not only does it consume time, but it also requires substantial manpower. Once the competition begins tomorrow, the personnel at my disposal will be woefully inadequate to meet the registration demands. Zhang Lingyu inquired, "Master, when will the 4th floor be available?" "Let us clear it by 8 o'clock, Cheng Yi replied. "After it's cleared, we need to check the machines." "Understood." Zhang Lingyu exited the room, leaving Cheng Yi staring at the promotional banner, lost in thought. A solution to the membership registration issue must be devised. If a web page were created to facilitate open registration, the risk would be significant. If their account passwords were compromised, it would mean funding someone else. Yet, if registration were not opened, it would squander considerable manpower. How to strike a balance? As Cheng Yi pondered, his gaze fell upon the machine on the computer desk, and an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 94. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If a restriction command were introduced, requiring users to swipe their membership cards at the counter before logging in, could this not resolve the problem? It seemed feasible. Cheng Yi connected the machine to his computer and began testing his idea. First, users would register themselves. Upon completion, they would recharge at the counter and then activate their membership cards. Secondly, the backend would not allow password modifications. To change a password, one must present their membership card at the counter. Lastly, users would develop the habit of swiping their membership cards upon entering the internet CAF. Within 1 hour of swiping, they could log in on any computer using their account passwords. This plan was set. Cheng Yi smiled. Users would register themselves and then proceed to recharge at the counter. A straightforward process. 2 network administrators would be stationed at the counter, one to answer questions and the other to handle recharges, which would take merely 10 seconds. This would significantly enhance the efficiency of registration and recharging. The program was not complex. It merely required the addition of a restriction command to the membership system. Once the bank manager and staff arrived to count and collect the money, Cheng-Yi immediately began writing the program. Within 2 hours, he completed this simple restriction command feature. After conducting multiple tests to ensure its functionality, he descended to the first floor counter, relocated 2 computers from a membership room, and installed them at the counter. He connected 4 machines to the interfaces of these 2 computers, securing them in place with glass adhesive. This way, without interfaces, users could not implant malware in the computers. After registering as members, they would leave and not linger in the membership room, thus achieving an unmanned operation for the registration area. He aimed to incorporate the membership registration functionality into the computer login interface. At 10 o'clock in the evening, MOMO Internet CAF announced maintenance. Hundreds of customers intending to stay up all night reluctantly left the CAF. Cheng-Yi uploaded the membership registration program into the main system and chose to restart. As the computers throughout the CAF rebooted, everything was prepared. Meeting on the 4th floor, Cheng-Yi called out, and Zhang Lingyu and others gradually gathered in the activity room. Upon gathering, Cheng-Yi realized he had assembled quite a team. Du Yuxing, Zhang Lingyu, Sun Baxin, 5 network administrators, and 2 members of the gaming team formed an elite group of 10. The competition would commence tomorrow, and the Jingzhou Daily would send a few people to assist, but their primary responsibility would lie with them. Cheng-Yi surveyed the group, his expression growing serious. I'm generally easygoing, and I'm flexible with you all. But when it comes to business, I expect professionalism. I must say this up front. If anyone drops the ball tomorrow, you will be dismissed immediately. It was the first time the group had seen Cheng-Yi so serious. Even Du Yuxing, usually jovial, wore a more solemn expression. After a brief pause, Cheng-Yi continued. I will now assign tasks. Xinjin, you will be in charge of welcoming guests. Lingyu and AI will handle recharging at the counter. Fatty and Lian will check the registration forms at the 4th floor staircase, ensuring each form admits only 3 individuals. Understood, they all responded promptly. Old 8 you 3, along with 4 reporters from Jingzhou Daily, will be responsible for compiling advancement statistics on the 4th floor. This task entails considerable detail, so you will not participate in the preliminary rounds and will advance directly to the top 64. Okay, Sun Baxin and his companions affirmed. And you too. Cheng-Yi's gaze fell upon the 2 newly hired network administrators. The girls looked apprehensively at Cheng-Yi, finally grasping who the true boss of MOMO Internet CAF was, as even the boss, Du Yuxing, seemed to stand by like a grandson. For easier management, each network administrator shall adopt a name. You shall be Jingjing, and you shall be Yin Yan. Cheng-Yi casually assigned them names. The girls nodded timidly. You are new, so you will oversee the entire operation tomorrow. I will provide you with a walkie-talkie to stay updated. For instance, if someone needs to use the restroom, you will temporarily fill in for them. Understood, they quickly replied. Long life. Wow, boss, you are so cool. Let's go for it. Their enthusiasm surged. Also, Old 8, remember to wear masks. You are considered participants, and compiling statistics could be deemed a violation, so do not give anyone grounds to complain, Cheng-Yi instructed. Got it, Sun Baxin responded. We will wear masks and hats. Good, Du Yuxing promptly agreed. Du Yuxing led the others away, leaving Cheng-Yi alone in the CAF. He surveyed the rows of computers before him, filled with a profound sense of reflection. This was his first enterprise since his rebirth. Despite its apparent simplicity, despite the bumps along the way, and despite becoming a target for criticism, the framework of MOMO Internet CAF had ultimately aligned with his vision. This is entrepreneurship. It is not merely a fleeting thought, but a steadfast journey, especially in the realm of tangible industries. If one does not incur losses in the first year, it is tantamount to a victory. No one's entrepreneurial path is devoid of challenges. Even the great Emperor Ma, in his early days, donned a feminine guise to ask, Are you there? Can we chat for a while? If even the Emperor faced such trials, it is evident that all must navigate their own struggles. This is the essence of the saying, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Let us set a modest goal for now, to dominate Jingzhou within 3 months. A smile graced Cheng-Yi's face. Chapter 95. If one is to play, let be grand. The drums resounded, and firecrackers exploded. The inaugural Red Alert electronic sports competition of Jingzhou City had finally commenced. To enhance the atmosphere, Lianxiang Computers had invited a drum team and a line dance troupe, making the event feel as if it were their home ground. Every visible space bore the insignia of Lianxiang Computers. Are they shareholders of MO Internet CAF? It remains unclear. The second-place sponsor has created such a grand spectacle, seemingly disregarding the champion sponsor. Curiously, why does the champion sponsor lack even a banner? Numerous reporters gathered at MO Internet CAF, filled with curiosity about the champion sponsor. At the first floor counter, a long queue formed as people awaited recharges. Although it only took 10 seconds to complete a transaction, the sheer number of participants, nearly 1,000 competitors, not to mention spectators and reporters, transformed the commercial street into a veritable celebration of the esports industry. Other internet CAFs were similarly bustling, packed to the brim. Du Yuxing and his companions, being inexperienced newcomers, felt an immense psychological pressure despite his meticulous guidance. Fortunately, youthful vigor remains their greatest asset, and they proved quite resilient under stress. Alas, Cheng Yi exclaimed, "Brother Cheng, the traffic is unbearable. I thought I wouldn't see you until the afternoon." At that moment, Zhao Gang hurriedly entered the internet CF, appearing quite disheveled. "Finally, you've arrived, Zhao. Without your presence to bolster my confidence, I was quite uneasy." Cheng Yi chuckled. "Stop teasing your elder brother. You are clever enough to be worried." Zhao Gang pulled Cheng Yi aside and whispered, "Brother Cheng, what is going on with Lianxiang Computer? Aren't you afraid of being sued by the championship sponsors? Their promotional efforts are outrageous, distributing flyers about the competition everywhere. Even our editor-in-chief is somewhat irate. They wish to promote. I cannot dissuade them." Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "That is not entirely truthful," Zhao Gang remarked. "Even I have fallen into your trap. What exactly are you planning?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly. "I lack the spare fund for promotion." "What?" Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Yi continued quietly. "If the opening ceremony appears too shabby, we would all be embarrassed. Let Lianxiang Computer handle this. They are pleased, and we save money. What's not to like?" "That does make some sense," Zhao Gang muttered, "but it does seem a bit unfair to Lianxiang Computer. They are getting such extensive promotional effects for a mere pittance." Cheng Yi's smile was innocent. Although it seemed reasonable, Zhao Gang sensed something amiss. Having previously suffered a loss due to Cheng Yi, his intuition warned him that this situation was far from straightforward. Nevertheless, it did not significantly concern their Jingzhou daily. Although Li Baoyang's actions with the flyers irritated them, they understood that he would never dare to announce the competition results in such a manner. In Jingzhou City, no businessman would dare to oppose Jingzhou Daily, except for this individual before him. "Brother Zhao, why don't you head to the 4th floor to oversee things? I feel more at ease with you up there." "All right. Call me if you need anything." Zhao Gang nodded readily and ascended the stairs. The 13th floor was already overflowing, with even the aisles between computer desks filled with people. Cheng Yi estimated that the number of register members today would conservatively reach over 1,000. Just as Zhao Gang left, 2 more individuals entered the internet CAF. One of them was well known to Cheng Yi, Li Bing. As Li Bing stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon Cheng Yi. "Cheng Yi, summon your boss. I need to discuss something with him," Li Bing commanded directly. Cheng Yi replied with a smile, "Our boss is currently managing affairs and cannot meet you. Feel free to discuss matters with me directly." "Discuss with you? I doubt you are qualified," Li Bing retorted coldly. "Last time you came to deliver money, that was indeed a conversation with me." Cheng Yi's words struck a nerve with Li Bing, darkening his expression. "Fine, then I will speak with you. Your Momo Internet CAF has repeatedly shown disdain for our Jingzhou City. If we were to conclude this matter merely with one competition, our local community would likely be unable to accept it," Li Bing declared loudly, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. With his striking appearance, he naturally became the focal point, and his confrontational stance piqued the interest of several small reporters, who quickly gathered around, eyes gleaming with excitement. Cheng Yi, smiling, responded, "Speak your mind. I am quite busy today and cannot afford to waste time." Cheng Yi's disdain completely enraged Li Bing. "Very well, I will be straightforward. I come on behalf of Feiyang Internet CAF to add some flair to this esports competition. We, the Feiyang Internet CAF team, publicly challenge your Momo Internet CAF team. The losing side must compensate the winner with 10 Pentium 4 computers. Do you dare to accept? The surrounding reporters buzzed with excitement at this newsworthy moment, snapping photos fervently. 10 Pentium 4 computers? Chung Yi frowned slightly. What? Are you afraid? Li Bing laughed mockingly. If you are afraid, just admit it publicly. There is no shame in it. While Li Bing claimed there was no shame, he was secretly reveling in the moment, basking in the spotlight. If the thrill intensified any further, he might very well reach an ecstatic high. 10 Pentium 4 computers seem rather petty. If we were to wager, let us wager something grander. Chung Yi shook his head, sighing. Our Momo Internet CF boasts 600 computers. Such a trivial bet only diminishes our stature. You certainly have a knack for excuses. Fine, let us wager 15. Li Bing retorted angrily. Chung Yi shook his head again, saying, seeing your miserly demeanor, let us make it 30 instead. 30 computers? The crowd held its breath. 30 Pentium 4 computers amounted to over 300,000. Did it need to be so grand? Do you dare? Cheng Yi Purowajatived Simidit. If you are afraid, then leave. What do you mean I'm afraid? Li Bing's tone grew anxious. I am worried you might not dare. Chung Yi sighed helplessly. If I were afraid, why would I propose it? It sounds appealing, doesn't it? Communicating between the mindsets of a 40-year-old and a 20-year-old is indeed a daunting task. Chung Yi thought to himself how he wished to simply end the conversation. Let us do this. We will find a notary to hold the computers, ensuring no one can renege on their promise. What do you think? Chung Yi suggested. Li Bing pointed to a man beside him. This gentleman is Zhou Ji, the editor-in-chief of Jingzhou Entertainment magazine. He can serve as the notary. Chung Yi scrutinized the rather unsavory-looking editor-in-chief and shook his head in disapproval. It's written all over his face. This Zhou Ji seems exceedingly dubious. What? Do you think Zhou Ji is unqualified? Li Bing kuntarat. You said it yourself. Chung Yi assessed Zhou Ji and smiled. Editor Zhou appears quite respectable and should be qualified. However, the notary must be unbiased and impartial. How about we find a bank president to serve as the notary? Chung Yi proposed. Bank? How could a bank president possibly concern himself with our wager? Li Bing felt Chung Yi was jesting. Chung Yi laughed. How can we know unless we try? He then pulled out his phone and dialed Gui Yongli. He was confident Gui Yongli would not refuse, as such business-related wagers frequently occur. Serving as a notary is not inappropriate. It is merely a commercial bet. After all, the monumental wager between Brother Lei and Sister Dong was notarized by a vice president of a major bank. Indeed, after briefly explaining the situation, Gui Yongli responded with laughter. No problem, as long as our bank is not involved as the notary. After hanging up, Chung Yi turned to Li Bing, smiling. Is the branch president of Handong Commercial Bank qualified? In that moment, Li Bing was indeed taken aback. The branch president of Handong Commercial Bank held considerable standing. Many of their family's business loans had been approved by this very bank. Although Handong Commercial Bank could not compare to national banks, it wielded significant power within Handong province, with robust financial resources and numerous large enterprises maintaining accounts there. Moreover, the most critical aspect was his inability to refuse. To decline would imply that this branch manager was unqualified, wouldn't it? Li Bing spoke in a low voice. Very well. Having a branch manager as a notary is certainly satisfactory. Chung Yi chuckled. All right. First send 30 Pentium 4 computers to the Handong Commercial Bank's Handong University Town branch. I will also deposit 300,000. The outcome will be settled accordingly. Li Bing could only grit his teeth and agree, knowing that despite the potential issues with utilizing 30 Pentium 4 computers, he was determined to win. Whether it was 10 or 30 computers was inconsequential. Once he secured that 300,000, his father would not only refrain from anger, but would likely commend his cleverness. I will deliver the computers this afternoon. I hope your team can make it to the top 8. Don't lose before you even encounter us. Li Bing shot Chung Yi a glare and turned to leave the Mo Internet CAF. Zhou Ji, who had accompanied him, chose not to depart. Zhou Ji handed over a business card, smiling. Boss Chung, our magazine circulation is quite impressive now. If you have any promotional needs, feel free to contact me for the best rates. Chung Yi accepted the card with a smile and nodded. Sure, I will surely trouble you in the future. Editor Zhou, we should hurry. Li Bing's somewhat irate voice echoed from outside. Zhou Ji's obsequiousness left Li Bing feeling quite humiliated. Watching Zhou Ji leave in a hurry, Chung Yi casually tossed the business card onto the counter, realizing that such a small publication would likely not be of use to him in the future. These small tabloids thrived on sensational news. As night fell, Many teams that had participated in the preliminary selection departed the MO Internet CAF, some exhilarated, others dejected. Considering the fatigue of Zhang Lingyu and the others, Chen Yi decided to close for the night at 10 o'clock. Throughout the day, they had processed a total of 327 memberships, bringing in an income of 92,890 yuan. Among the 371 teams that participated in the selection, 29 had successfully advanced. The elimination rate was shockingly high, yet it piqued the interest of many. If the preliminary selection had such a high elimination rate, how thrilling could the subsequent rounds be? At 7 the next morning, after breakfast, they gathered once more. Cheng Yi did not utter any motivational words, but instead distributed 200 yuan as overtime pay to each member. This method of encouragement was far more direct and efficient than any hollow words. Once the money was in hand, everyone appeared invigorated. By 8 o'clock, with teams arriving for the selection, the group became busy once again. At that moment, within the Han-Dong Commercial Bank's Han-Dong University Town Branch, Guo Yongli was intently reading a piece of news. Deputy Inspector General Gao of the Han-Dong Provincial People's Inspection Institute accompanies Director Cheng of the Provincial Investment Committee on visits to 13 prominent enterprises within the province. The mention of Director Cheng Mingjun caused Guo Yongli's heart to skip a beat. He glanced up at Wang Jun, who had provided the news, and inquired, "Is this Director Cheng Mingjun newly appointed?" "Yes," Wang Jun nodded. "That makes sense," Guo Yongli exclaimed, slapping the table. "This Cheng Yi must be related to Cheng Mingjun. How can you be so certain, branch manager?" Wang Jun asked. "I have checked thoroughly. There is indeed another leader with the surname Cheng in our Han-Dong province." "No." Guo Yongli shook his head. "I can say with absolute certainty that Cheng Yi is definitely connected to Cheng Mingjun. Think about it. The Provincial Inspection Institute and the Provincial Investment Committee are two unrelated entities. How could this Deputy Inspector General and Director Cheng visit enterprises together?" "I understand now," Wang Jun remarked. This Deputy Inspector General was previously the Vice President of Han-Dong University. While it appears that Director Cheng invited him to inspect the enterprises, he secretly wants Deputy Inspector General Gao to leverage connections at Han-Dong University for Cheng Yi. The quasi-university student mentioned in the Jingzhou Daily refers to Cheng Yi. Guo Yongli smiled satisfactorily. "Precisely. Han-Dong University is the strongest institution in Han-Dong province. The leaders there possess refined, scholarly attributes. Even if Cheng Mingjun is the director of the Provincial Investment Committee, they likely wouldn't take him seriously." "Ha! I have finally connected all the dots. No wonder the Jingzhou Daily went to such lengths to assist Cheng Yi. It turns out they aim to align with the Provincial Investment Committee." Guo Yongli stood up, declaring, "Let us go to the MO Internet CAF. We need to confirm something first." "What is it?" "I suspect that Cheng Yi is the owner of the MO Internet CAF, not merely the financial officer." Chapter 97. The Unstable Guo Branch Manager. Branch Manager Guo, what brings you here in person? Upon seeing Guo Yongli and Client Manager Wang Jun enter, Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback before approaching them with a smile. Guo Yongli chuckled. "With the volume of deposits you handle daily, it would be remiss of us not to express our gratitude. You are too kind, Branch Manager. Please let us head upstairs," Cheng Yi replied, beaming. "I just set up a tea room." "No need for formality," Guo Yongli said, his face aglow with warmth, as he accompanied Cheng Yi to the second-floor tea room. Since Zhang Lingyu and the others moved to the dormitory, Cheng Yi had also rearranged the rooms on the second, third, and fourth floors. The two rooms on the second floor were designated as a tea room and a conference room, while the third floor housed a finance room and an activity room. The fourth floor contained a server room and Cheng Yi's temporary residence. Entering the tea room, Cheng Yi switched on the light and said, "Branch Manager Guo, please have a seat and try the tea I just purchased." As he skillfully brewed the tea, Cheng Yi remarked, "The environment is somewhat modest. I hope Branch Manager Guo won't mind." "Not at all, young Master Cheng. To achieve such success at your age is truly commendable. We should learn from you," Guo Yongli responded. Cheng Yi felt a hint of suspicion regarding Guo Yongli's demeanor. It seemed as though the branch manager was attempting to ingratiate himself with him. A branch manager of his stature should not need to seek favor. Such undue flattery often concealed ulterior motives. Was he perhaps recommending investment products? Cheng Yi felt a pang of alarm at the thought. Investment products were the most detested offerings among financial professionals, without exception. Just as he pondered how to politely decline, Guo Yongli said, "By the way, young Master Chung. Could you assist us in introducing the owner of your internet CAF? Oh, certainly, just a moment, Chung Yi replied, placing the teapot down. He called out to Jingjing at the door. Jingjing, please fetch Boss Du and have him meet branch manager Gua. Of course. Jingjing promptly nodded and hurried upstairs. Shortly thereafter, Du Yuxing rushed in. As soon as he entered, he was about to speak when Chung Yi immediately stood up, smiling. Boss Du, let me introduce you. This is branch manager Gua of the Handong Commercial Bank's Handong University Town branch. Branch manager Gua. This is our boss, Du Yuxing. Yes, the boss. Gui Yongli and Wang Zhen exchanged glances. This pudgy young man, clad in Li Ning sportswear, wearing a plastic watch, and sporting an outdated digital gadget, exuded an unmistakable loser vibe. Could he truly be the owner of the MO Internet CAF? Why, yes. Hello, branch manager Gua. I am Du Yuxing, stammered Du Yuxing, overwhelmed at the presence of someone of such high rank, standing next to Chung Yi. It was glaringly obvious who was the boss and who was the employee. Gui Yongli glanced at Wang Zhen, who nodded subtly. They instantly understood that Du Yuxing was merely a front, the legal representative bearing the burden of responsibility. Given Chung Yi's unique status, it could not be made public. After all, matters of investment and enterprise funding fell under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Investment Committee. How could Chung Yi be brought to light without jeopardizing the funds? Even if the funds were secured, it would likely draw scrutiny. Realizing this, Gui Yongli warmly grasped Du Yuxing's hand, smiling. It's truly a pleasure to finally meet you. Boss, you are quite the outstanding individual, and I hope we can collaborate long-term. Yes, branch manager Gua, collaboration sounds great. Haha, collaboration sounds great. Du Yuxing's mind was a blank, and he was at a loss for words. Upon noticing Du Yuxing's bewilderment, Chung Yi hurriedly said with a smile, Director Gua, our boss Du is someone who takes a hands-on approach to everything. Today, he has truly been overwhelmed with tasks and is a bit dizzy. How about I accompany you for tea instead? I understand, Gui Yongli chuckled. Shall I continue with my work then? Du Yuxing tentatively inquired, glancing at Chung Yi, who discreetly gestured for him to leave. Consequently, he hastily exited the tea room. Our boss is indeed so unpretentious, Chung Yi remarked with a smile, pouring tea for Gui Yongli and himself. I understand, Gui Yongli said with a smile, holding the teacup with both hands. Mr. Chung, are you also a soon-to-be student at Handong University like Boss Du? Instead of directly asking if Chung Yi was the university student mentioned in Jingzhou Daily, Gui Yongli took a more subtle approach. Yes, I will be reporting to Handong University next month, Chung Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, Gui Yongli and Wang Zhen's hearts trembled, confirming their suspicions. Gui Yongli continued, Mr. Chung, regarding the group funds centralization account you mentioned last time, our bank's leadership has discussed it. If you only develop within the province, we can assist you in setting up this account. However, if your business expands beyond the province, it will be challenging since we do not yet have a branch outside the province. Chung Yi was taken aback. Director Gua is indeed thinking long-term, even anticipating my plans for expansion beyond the province. Gui Yongli chuckled internally, aware that the descendants of Chung Mingjun would find it easy to expand outside the province. Given Mr. Cheng's ambition, expanding beyond the province should be quite ordinary, Gui Yongli remarked. I misspoke. It should be Boss Du's ambition. Chung Yi corrected himself. Yes. Boss Du, Gui Yongli laughed. Look at me. I'm too familiar with Mr. Chung that I slipped. Chung Yi smiled. In fact, even if we were to develop overseas one day, you could certainly keep pace with us. Establishing branches isn't overly costly. If that day comes, I can assist you in setting it up. Here it comes. The main event is upon us. Gui Yongli and Wang Zhen instantly became excited. In their eyes, this was tantamount to Chung Yi's implicit promise that as long as they followed him, the policies and support from the investment committee would surely follow. Gui Yongli, a bit exhilarated, declared, with Mr. Cheng's assurance, we would willingly brave any challenge. Chung Yi was puzzled by Gui Yongli's sudden enthusiasm. Wasn't it just a business branch? Renting a place next to the internet CAF, setting up a couple of computers, hiring 2 clerks, and putting up a bank sign wouldn't cost much. Was it truly worth such excitement? This old Gua seemed a tad unstable. Then, thank you, Chung Yi replied joyfully, rising to accompany Director Gua out of the internet CAF. He then strolled to the 4th floor audition area. At this moment, the 4th floor audition area was chaotic as a group of team members were being mercilessly defeated by the ruthless computers, a sight that was truly pitiful. Chapter 98. Are you here for sponsorship? It must be said that in this era, pitting them against 5 merciless computers was indeed rather cruel. Before long, all 40 teams had been utterly defeated, with none qualifying through the preliminary selection. This is too absurd. What kind of competition is this? Exactly. Had I known the preliminary selection rules were like this, I wouldn't have registered. Even the teams from Momo Internet CAF were unlikely to qualify. Soon, the group grumbled as they exited the CAF via the emergency exit. Once Sun Buishin and the others restarted the computers, Du Yuxing immediately grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "The next round of participating teams is about to enter. Please prepare your registration forms. Fengyun team, Shichi team, and Zhuifeng team." With a booming voice, he finished announcing the 40 team names without losing any breath. Shortly after, over 100 people began to arrive on the 4th floor one after another. Cheng Yi observed their battles for a while, but soon lost interest, as their skills were only marginally better than his own, offering little entertainment. Director, seeking sponsorship from the Internet CAF might not be appropriate. A short-haired girl timidly asked a girl wearing a mask at the intersection of the commercial street. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? The masked girl replied, "We shouldn't discriminate against the industry. Besides, hasn't the newspaper reported it? The owner of Momo Internet CAF is a freshman from our school, and he will also attend the welcome party, which is quite fortuitous." While her reasoning was sound, the short-haired girl murmured, "If we were to promote this Internet CAF at the welcome party, wouldn't it be a bit too much?" The masked girl's eyes sparkled as she said, "We are university students, not high school students. Look around us. Who doesn't go online?" Seeing the masked girl so persistent, the short-haired girl chose not to argue further. Their attempts to secure sponsorship for the welcome party had been quite unsuccessful, with only one eyewear store contributing 1,000 yuan, accompanied by a slew of unreasonable conditions, such as displaying 3 banners, setting up 5 pull-up displays, and sending people to distribute flyers at the entrance. Each condition was more outrageous than the last. With just over a month until the welcome party, which would occur in mid-September after military training, the masked girl couldn't help but sigh at the lack of sponsorship prospects. Before long, the two arrived at the street where Momo Internet CAF was located. "Oh my, is this really the street I remember?" The short-haired girl exclaimed in astonishment at the transformed streetscape, newly renovated by Lianxiang Computers. The street, once the most remote and dilapidated in the university town, now bustled with food stalls and was vibrant with life, rivaling even the prosperous commercial streets in the city. The masked girl was also taken aback, murmuring, "This Momo Internet CAF is truly remarkable. It has revitalized this street." With admiration in their hearts, they arrived at the entrance of Momo Internet CAF. Their eyes fell upon the enormous poster that evoked disdain among countless residents of Jingzhou. Du Yuxing's disdainful gaze seemed to lash at the souls of every onlooker. Is this fat man really the owner of Momo Internet CAF? How arrogant, the short-haired girl remarked. The masked girl cast a glance at her and said, "Don't speak carelessly." The short-haired girl quickly covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting a blend of innocence and foolishness. Look quickly." Just 3 seconds after covering her mouth, the short-haired girl suddenly pointed at the entrance of Momo Internet CAF, exclaiming. The masked girl followed her gaze and, upon seeing, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How can one wear such clothing? She thought, feeling both shy and amazed at how beautiful it looked, resembling a doll's princess dress. "That outfit is truly lovely," the short-haired girl whispered. The masked girl's blush gradually faded as she responded, "Such clothing is hardly suitable for going out." "Indeed," the short-haired girl said, her eyes brimming with envy. She compared her own attire to the stunning outfit and felt like a country bumpkin. "Come on, let's go ask her," the masked girl called out, swiftly approaching Jinjin, who was welcoming guests. "Hello, welcome. Our Internet CAF currently has no available machines, but you can apply for a membership card and wait for a while." Jinjin smiled as she saw the short-haired girl and the masked girl approach. The girl in the mask removed it and smiled. "Greeting, hello, I am Yin Wanxin, the head of the External Relations Department of the Student Union at Handong University. May I meet your boss?" Upon seeing Yin Wanxin without her mask, Jinjin was momentarily stunned by the girl's beauty. Her striking features were nearly on par with the girl brought in by the boss. Hearing that Yin Wanxin was a member of the Handong University Student Union, Jinjin quickly replied, "Please wait a moment. I'll call our boss right away." As she was about to ascend the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Cheng Yi descending the steps. Jinjin promptly informed him, "Mr. Cheng, Two members from the Handong University Student Union have come to see the boss. Members from Handong University's Student Union? Cheng-Yi glanced toward the entrance with a hint of surprise. Yan Wanxin? The other one must be Chun Yafong from the Computer Science Department's Student Union, right? Cheng-Yi had a vivid recollection of the students from Handong University, as he had maintained connections with many of them even years after graduation. To be precise, the greatest advantage of attending a prestigious university lies not merely in the depth of knowledge acquired, but in the establishment of a commendable social network. Particularly in their era, graduates from renowned universities typically found themselves with promising futures, as long as they did not engage in self-sabotage. They would gather twice a year to share resources, thereby forming a solid high-end social circle. Chen Yafong, the head of the External Relations Department of the Computer Science Student Union, though average in programming skills, possessed exceptional social abilities and was a commendable member of the student union. In her previous life, Chen Yafong secured a position in the Ministry of Information Industry, becoming a capable career woman. What a surprise to see you. Upon recognizing Jinjin accompanying Cheng-Yi, Yan Wanxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Director, do you know him? Chen Yafong inquired, equally astonished. Yes, Yan Wanxin replied softly, gazing at the approaching Cheng-Yi. Are you the owner of Momo Internet CAF? No, I am the financial director of this CAF, Cheng-Yi replied with a smile. Financial director? Both Yan Wanxin and Chen Yafong exchanged puzzled looks. Is it customary for an Internet CAF to have such a sophisticated title? Does that not seem somewhat out of place? They mused, recognizing that such a title was typically reserved for large enterprises. Despite her thoughts, Yan Wanxin maintained a smile and requested, could you introduce us to your boss? I have heard he is also an alumnus of Handong University. Our boss is quite busy. If you have any matters, feel free to discuss them with me. Cheng-Yi chuckled. You must be here to seek sponsorship, correct? Indeed, Yan Wanxin responded straightforwardly. Sponsorship is not an issue, but I have a condition, Cheng-Yi stated, locking eyes with Yan Wanxin, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 99. I will provide you with a free computer lab. What condition? Yan Wanxin gazed intently at Cheng-Yi, a flicker of caution evident in her eyes. Having witnessed Cheng-Yi's cunning at Harvard Hair Salon, where he ensnared Li Bing into a trap, she was wary of his schemes, which indirectly led to Li Bing's emotional turmoil and a chaotic scene at the salon, derailing their sponsorship plans. To Yan Wanxin, Cheng-Yi resembled a formidable beast, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Cheng-Yi inquired, how much funding do you require? He sighed, 5,000 yuan is not excessive. Our CAF can cover that. You haven't disclosed your condition, Yan Wanxin pressed. The condition will not burden you, nor will it require your assistance in promotion, Cheng-Yi replied with a smile. Our boss enjoys philanthropy and wishes to establish a free computer lab at every university. If you could help us coordinate a location, we would gladly provide the 5,000 yuan. A free computer lab? Yan Wanxin's expression shifted to one of surprise. Are you planning to open an Internet CAF on campus? Oh, you've misunderstood. We would never seek to profit from university students, Cheng-Yi asserted with righteous indignation. It would be a free computer lab, available for them to surf the internet without charge. Your boss is truly a good person, Chen Yafong expressed her admiration. Yet, Yan Wanxin remained unyielded. Within mere seconds, she contemplated all potential risks. Coordinating a computer lab for their student union would be straightforward, as most entrepreneurial spaces on campus remain vacant. However, she feared inviting a wolf into the fold. Yan Wanxin stated, you must clarify the specifics of the implementation plan. Director, this is an unexpected delight, Chen Yafong exclaimed, fully aware of the advantages of free internet access as a computer science student. The educational network on campus is hardly useful. How large of a space do you need? Yan Wanxin inquired. Cheng-Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Not too large. A space for 100 computers would suffice. 100 computers? Both Yan Wanxin and Chen Yafong were once again taken aback. Was that not small? The other Internet CAF south along the commercial street only housed slightly more than 100 computers combined. As they walked, Chen Yafong said excitedly, Director, don't you think this is fantastic? A free computer lab. I still feel he has other motives. Yan Wanxin frowned. As long as it is free, isn't that sufficient? Once we finalize the contract, he won't have room to charge us, Chen Yafong suggested. No, Director, reporting to the school leaders will take an eternity. We can simply have the entrepreneurial base's faculty draft a project for him. Let's give it a try. Please, for the sake of our computer science department. We are truly in a difficult position, Chen Yafeng pleaded, wrapping her arm around Yan Wanxin's. Very well, Yan Wanxin relented, though she cautioned. Let me be clear. If he engages in any charging behavior, I will expel them immediately. Of course, if he attempts to turn the lab into an internet CAF, I will be the first to oppose it. Chen Yafeng beamed with joy as Yan Wanxin and her companions departed. A subtle smile emerged at the corner of Cheng Yi's mouth. He had been mulling over how to introduce the internet CAF to the campus, and unexpectedly, Yan Wanxin had provided him with a solution, a free computer lab. As an alumnus of Handong University, he was acutely aware of the absurdly slow speeds of the educational network. It could be said that attempting to open a web page in the evening was a luxury, leading them to only engage in single-player games at night. Surfing the internet, that was merely a dream. This issue extended beyond Handong University. It was a widespread concern for all universities in this era. As long as the computer lab remained free of charge, the university would not impede its establishment. However, considering the mental well-being of university students, implementing a system to prevent addiction would not be unreasonable. Each student would have their internet access limited to 1 hour per day. And first, they would need to lure the entire student body to obtain a membership card from Momo Internet CAF. Once they secured their membership cards, the real show would begin. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yan Wanxin and Chen Yafeng returned, accompanied by a short, plump male teacher. The male teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a natural fringe that fell gracefully, resembling the comedian Su Jisheng from the previous life. Cheng Yi recognized this male teacher, named Sun Sheng, whom many students secretly referred to as Sun Dashing. Sun Sheng was the director of the entrepreneurship office at the Student Affairs Department, responsible for managing a nearly abandoned entrepreneurial base building. Handong University was one of the first pilot bases for student entrepreneurship in the country. However, during this era, few students were willing to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, as they all faced bright futures upon graduation. Who would willingly endure the hardships of starting a business? It was not until 2008 that this almost deserted entrepreneurial base finally saw a glimmer of hope, giving rise to several promising internet incubation projects. In 2010, Cheng Yi had even returned as an outstanding alumnus to assist with the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This is Director Sun from our university's entrepreneurship office. He wishes to discuss the free computer lab with you, Yan Wanxin introduced. Hello, Director Sun. I am Cheng Yi. Cheng immediately extended his hand to Sun Sheng, smiling. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Am I that well-known outside? Sun Sheng appeared somewhat taken aback. Indeed, you have achieved great renown. You are a legendary figure in the realm of university planning. Last year, the mobile campus event at Handong University Town was orchestrated by none other than you, was it not? Cheng Yi articulated the greatest pride of Sun Sheng. As expected, a multitude of wrinkles immediately adorned Sun Sheng's face as he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I haven't shared this with many. How did it spread beyond the campus? Truly, I have embarrassed you, General Cheng." Cheng Yi chuckled inwardly at the banter. Since the inception of the mobile campus event, Sun Sheng has incessantly mentioned it, even pinning it to the top of his personal blog for 3 consecutive years. Thankfully, he lacks financial resources. Had he been affluent, he might have commissioned an exclusive interview with the Jingzhou Daily. Digesting Cheng Yi's well-placed flattery, Sun Sheng found himself increasingly fond of the young man. This youth is indeed quite remarkable.